Volume 17. Chapter 1601, Eve of a Big War. Chapter 1601, Eve of a Big War. D-State Soul, how is this possible? Everyone were stunned as they looked at the young figure, who had exited from the spatial tunnel. Even with Gu Yuan's calmness, his face was still involuntarily filled with a disbelief. Although a D-State Soul was not as shocking as a true elite Dou Qi, but it was ultimately related to the latter. It should be known that even the souls of those experts like Yan Jin and Lei Ying, who had reached the 8-star Dou Shun class, had yet to reach this level. Moreover, all of them clearly remembered that half a month ago, Xiao Yan's soul was still at the perfect heavenly state. Half a month. What could be done in half a month? A brief period of training could swiftly exhaust half a month's time. Yet, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had undergone an overwhelming transformation within this half a month. Xiao Yan, who had just returned from the heavenly tomb, involuntarily shook his head as he looked at his surroundings, which had suddenly become completely silent. Although only half a month had passed in the outside world, 2 years had passed inside the tomb of the heavenly tomb. Hence, Xiao Yan was unsurprised the others would feel that it was inconceivable. It was not too difficult to imagine that 2 years of training and the seemingly endless vast and mighty spiritual strength of the heavenly tomb soul allowed him to reach this stage. How did you manage to do it? Yan Jin licked his lips and finally could not help but ask. Although he did not focus on training his soul, he had still trained for so many years. However, his soul had currently remained at the perfect heavenly state. There was still an unknown distance to the D-State soul. Ancestor Xiao Xian had given me a gift. Xiao Yan replied without giving a detailed explanation. Yan Jin and Lei Ying were startled after hearing Xiao Yan's words. They immediately smiled bitterly and shook their heads. The admiration they had for this person had reached the peak. This person was indeed worthy of once being the strongest person on the Dou Qi continent. Despite having been dead for so many years, he still possessed such a terrifying ability. Have you obtained the method to revive Xiao Xian? Gu Yuan also gradually calmed down. His eyes glanced at the space behind Xiao Yan and asked. Xiao Yan became quiet after hearing this. He shook his head and softly replied, Ancestor's soul fragment has already vanished from within the heavenly tomb. Gu Yuan was startled. He looked at Xiao Yan before sighing softly. Although he was unaware of just what had happened within the heavenly tomb, it was likely that Xiao Yan's soul advancement should be related to the vanishment of Xiao Yan's soul. His expression became a little complicated as he thought of this. His relationship with Xiao Xian was filled with both competition and the friendship between men. He knew that if Xiao Xian was not the clan head of the Xiao clan, it was very likely that the both of them would have been the best of friends. Unfortunately, the status of the both of them caused them to be destined not to be able to do as they wished. The clan was always at the top spot in their hearts. Tomorrow is the half-a-month dateline that the Han clan has mentioned. Gu Yuan crossed his fingers. He stared at Xiao Yan and asked, What do you plan to do? What else can I do? I do not have any choice for my father's sake. Xiao Yan shook his head. He also felt a little helpless. Regardless of what the case was, he must rescue his father. This was the promise he had made to his two brothers. Lei Ying and Yan Jin exchanged glances after hearing these words. They could only sigh. They were aware that no one could be blamed for this. The ancient jade in Xiao Yan's hands belonged to the Xiao clan. He had an absolute right to use it as he pleased. Moreover, the current Xiao Yan was also considered a powerful ally in their fight with the Han clan. This was especially the case after he had exited from the heavenly tomb. Even with their strength, they did not dare to underestimate this member of the younger generation. This was because they understood that by relying on the great strength of a D-State soul, Xiao Yan might not be afraid of them in a fight. Gu Yuan was not surprised at Xiao Yan's reply. He mused for a moment before speaking, In that case, let's leave tomorrow. The experts from our 3 clans will follow you this time around. Once your father safely arrives in your hands, all of us will attack together. We must snatch back the ancient jade or destroy it regardless of what happened. Gu Yuan's expression was strangely stern. This was because he understood that if the Han clan managed to collect all the ancient jades and open the Dou Qi ancient god mansion, Han Tiandi would be able to obtain the opportunity to advance into the Dou Qi class. At that time, it was likely that no one in this world would be able to fight him. This so-called alliance of theirs was undoubtedly like an insect trying to shake a large tree when it came to facing an elite Dou Qi. It was not completely useless. Xiao Yan nodded in the face of this. With the 3 clans following him, he would be bolder in confronting the Han clan. Even though he had reached the D-State soul, it did not mean that Xiao Yan was able to fight with an ultimate expert like Han Tiandi. Moreover, the Han clan had many experts. Even if Han Tiandi did not show himself, just the Nihility Devouring Flame and the 4 demon saints of the Han clan would give him a headache. We have also dispatched the news to the Sky Mansion Alliance during this period of time. It is likely that your people will also reach the Burial Mountain range tomorrow. At that time, our 4 parties will unite. There is no need to fear the Han clan. Gu Dao said. Xiao Yan nodded again. Currently, the Sky Mansion Alliance had already begun to reveal their strength. Not only was there the ancestor of the Pill Tower in Xiao Chen, but there was also Xiao Yan, who had stepped into the D-State Soul. In terms of strength, it was no longer inferior to the Yan and Lei clans. I have already personally built a spatial tunnel linking the Yan, Lei and Gu clans while you were in the Heavenly Tomb. As long as any unexpected occurrence happens in any of the 3 realms, there would immediately be a feedback. The 3 clans has also entered into a state of high alert. All the elders who were in a retreat had been forcefully called out. They will gather together once an order is given. The miserable fate of the Ling, Shi, and Yao clans had gave the remaining 3 clans the greatest warning. Hence, the connection of the space this time around was completely done by Gu Yuan. There should be no one in this world who can break the spatial barrier he had placed without alerting him. Even Han Tiandi was unable to do it. Of course, this was unless the latter truly reached the Dou Qi class. Since you have successfully exited your retreat, we are basically fully prepared. Now, we will just have to wait for tomorrow. Everyone's faces became grave after hearing Gu Yuan's words. All of them clearly understood that there will be an earth-shaking big battle tomorrow. The scale of this big battle would likely be the biggest on in the Dou Qi continent in thousands of years. Night covered the Gu realm. Rays of cool moonlight poured down. Xiao Yan stood within the quiet small courtyard within the bamboo forest. His hands were behind him as his eyes looked at the sky. His expression was a little regretful and complicated. Without realizing it, it had been over a decade since he had arrived at the Central Plains from the Black Corner region. During this period of time, the youth from back then had lost all the tenderness on his face and slowly became the leader of the alliance, which dominated the entire Central Plains from someone who was unknown back then. Of course, the thing that had supported him to slowly progress to this stage was a simple obsession. It was to rescue his father, whom he had not met for decades. Father, tomorrow, we will reunite again. Xiao Yan clenched his hand. An ancient jade piece appeared in his hand. There was a weak spiritual light being emitted from the ancient jade. Xiao Yan's finger rubbed the spiritual light. After which, he lifted his head and inhaled a deep breath of air. Even though the current Xiao Yan had become a peak-level expert whom many on the continent looked up to, he was still unable to forget the doting and warm expression in his father's eyes in that small Wu-Tan city when the former genius who had turned into a useless fellow was being mocked by countless number of people. His father did not become even the least bit cold because of the evaluation from the outside world. Instead, he had reprimanded himself. A key reason that Xiao Yan was able to continue enduring the mockery for 3 years and end up blossoming was because of Xiao Zhan. Yan Er has now reached a far higher level than you have anticipated back then, Xiao Yan muttered to himself. He had trained hard and had finally reached the peak of this continent. However, he had not been able to meet the father whom he missed. Xiao Yan Gege. A gentle delicate figure gently leaned on Xiao Yan's back while the latter was softly muttering. Soft hands hugged his waist while an extremely beautiful face was lifted under the moonlight, causing the moon itself to become a little dimmer. Uncle Xiao will be very pleased if he learns of your current achievement. Xiao Yan flipped his hand and grabbed Xun Er's hand. A moment later, he withdrew the emotion within his heart and turned around. After which, he grabbed the beauty into his embrace. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "When I was young, I have told father that I want Xun Er to become my wife. At that time, father had sternly warned me not to have such wishful thought. However, I can tell that he is extremely pleased and happy with Xun Er. After recusing father, I will get him to preside over a wedding for us." Xun Er's face gently leaned on Xiao Yan's chest. Her face was a little embarrassed upon hearing these words. However, her pretty eyes were filled with happiness. She gently nodded in an obedient manner. Xiao Yan's heart felt slightly hot as he looked at the delicate and beautiful flower like alluring pretty face. He laughed and his arm grabbed Xun Er's soft and seemingly boneless waist. He lowered his head in front of Xun Er's embarrassed eyes and killed the beautiful full moist lips. With a wave of his sleeve, the door of the room was automatically opened. His body flashed and he rushed into the room. A bang sounded and the door was tightly shut. The night was quiet while the room was filled with love. The originally quiet Gu clan was filled with the sound of rushing wind when the first ray of sunlight scattered down from the sky on the next day. Many powerful auras rose swiftly. The big war was about to arrive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1602, Dispatchment of the Army. Chapter 1602, Dispatchment of the Army. Young Master Xiao Yan, it is time. The elderly face of Ling Ying wore a smile as he stood in front of the bamboo house and looked at the tightly shut door. His voice was soft as he called out. Creak. The door squeaked and Xiao Yan slowly walked out from the room. The energy around the place seemed to have been vaguely disturbed after he stepped forward. Those deep dark black eyes appeared as though it was a divine being that ruled over the souls. Ling Ying involuntarily bowed lower under the scanning of those eyes. The pleased expression on the corner of his mouth became increasingly dense. In the distant past, the young man had still appeared a little tender. Yet, he had reached the peak within a short few decades. Even Ling Ying could only look up to him. Young Mrs. Eyesight is extremely good, Ling Ying smiled warmly. He lifted his head and looked at the beauty quietly standing beside the young man. It was as though this brightest pearl of the Gu clan would hide her dazzling brilliance only beside Xiao Yan and appear like an obedient little woman. She was just like the green-clothed young lady who was smiling and following being that youth in the Wu-Tang city decades ago. Let's go. Old Ling, goodbye. Xiao Yan lifted his head. He looked at the mountain in front of him. It was possible for him to detect a large group of powerful auras swiftly gathering at that spot. Moreover, spatial fluctuation was also being emitted from two other directions. It seemed that the experts from the Lei and Yin clan had also been mobilized. Xiao Yan did not wait after his words sounded. He held Xun Er's hand and flew towards the sky in a flash. Young Master Xiao Yan, I hope that you will return victorious. Ling Ying smiled and muttered as he watched the back of Xiao Yan Duo. By the time Xiao Yan Duo had arrived in the sky above the mountain, the area was already filled with many people. Numerous experts from the Gu clan rose into the sky and formed an orderly formation. Vast and mighty auras flowed acting like a single entity. That great mighty caused even Xiao Yan, who had stepped into the D-state soul, to involuntarily be surprised. Haha, have they arrived? Gu Yuan appeared beside the two of them after they appeared. His smiling eyes swept over them. An unknown feeling was present within his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly laughed. It seems that the both of you are really planning on allowing me to be a grandfather as soon as possible. Gu Yuan's sudden words caused Xiao Yan to be startled. It also led to Xun Er's face to become like a red apple in an instant, which appeared quite cute. Cough. Xiao Yan coughed dryly. It was unexpected that this Gu Yuan, who was filled with a mighty pressure, would actually utter such teasing words. All he could do was to helplessly shake his head. He quickly swept his eyes over the place and asked, is the Gu clan going out in force? It has not reached the extent of going out in force. However, we must definitely show our true strength. Our opponent is the extremely mysterious and unfathomable Hun clan. We must not be careless. Gu Yuan sighed and said. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes swept over many experts and his heart was once again stunned by the Gu clan's strength. Gu Yuan was the strongest within the Gu clan. Under him was likely that Black Submerged King, Gu Lai, whom Xiao Yan had hardly met. Based on Xiao Yan's estimation, the strength of the Black Submerged King had likely reached the initial 8-star Dou Qi class. Although he was a little weaker than the clan heads of the Yan and Lei clans, he was also a relatively powerful existence. Below the Black Submerged King, Gu Lai, were the three immortals of the Gu clan. The three of them were at the 7-star Dou Qi class and were similar in strength to the 4 demon saints of the Hun clan. After the three immortals were the many elders of the Gu clan. Xiao Yan had never seen most of these elders. Clearly, they should be those who frequently undertook a retreat to train. His eyes had only briefly glanced past them when he discovered no less than 5 of them having reached the 4 or 5-star Dou Qi class. If this lineup was placed within the Central Plains, it would really be able to clear any obstructions. It was not mere rumors that allowed the Gu clan to take over the Xiao clan and become the leader of the 8 ancient clans in name. Their strength is worthy of this position. Of course, this was the case if one excluded the usually mysterious Hun clan. Even Gu Yuan and the others did not dare to guarantee that they completely understand the true strength of this clan. The gazes of the many elders were also looking at Xiao Yan while the latter's eyes were sweeping over them. They smiled at him in a courteous manner. Although Xiao Yan's true ability was merely that of a 6-star Dou Shang, his D-state soul had gave them an exceptional pressure. When those black eyes swept over them, it was as though their very souls had been penetrated. Naturally, they did not dare to underestimate Xiao Yan because of his age. Swoosh! An intense rushing wind sound was suddenly transmitted from the distant sky as Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. A large group of black figures flashed over the sky. Finally, they appeared in the sky one after another. Many powerful auras immediately spread, causing the surrounding to tremble slightly. Ha, clan head Gu Yuan, young friend Xiao Yan, all the elites from my Yan clan has been mobilized this time around. Yan Jin smilingly cupped his hands together and faced Gu Yuan. Dozens of people stood behind him. All of them possessed powerful auras. Clearly, they were true experts. Xiao Yan merely randomly swept his eyes over them. After which, they were paused on a spot behind Yan Jin. There was an enchanting beautiful woman in red robes there. The beautiful woman had a tempting smile. Her middle-aged attractive appearance was filled with a matured allure. However, Xiao Yan could tell at a glance that this beautiful woman was the second strongest expert from the Yan clan other than Yan Jin. Her strength had actually also reached the 7-star Dou Shang class and was similar to the 3 immortals of the Gu clan. The beautiful woman had also detected Xiao Yan's eyes when they paused on her body. She lifted her pretty eyes and an enchanting smile was lifted on her face. There seemed to be a strange fluctuation being emitted from within her eyes. That fluctuation vaguely caused one to become a little absent-minded. Soul tempting technique. Xiao Yan felt extremely surprised at this fluctuation. It was rumored that this was a kind of spiritual skill from the ancient times. It was able to covertly control someone without anyone noticing it. This could be considered strange. However, this was usually effective against those with spiritual strength that were weaker than her. The spiritual level of this pretty woman was clearly only at the perfect heavenly state. Using this so-called soul-tempting technique in front of Xiao Yan while possessing a spiritual strength of this level was really a joke. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled and shook his head after having these thoughts. He smilingly looked at the pretty woman. An invisible mighty pressure quietly spread from his brow and gently made contact with the fluctuation that the latter emitted from her eyes. Xie. That mysterious fluctuation from the pretty woman collapsed almost instantly upon this slight contact. Her delicate figure suddenly trembled. Shock appeared in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Yan. Her soul had actually trembled under the mighty pressure. D-state soul? The pretty woman was also an extremely experienced person. She quickly comprehended the situation after only a momentary shock. Her face immediately appeared as though she had seen a ghost and hurriedly stopped this little trick of hers. Haha, young friend Xiao Yan, this is my Yan's clan elder Huoling. Yan Jim at the side laughed after feeling the pressure. After which, he turned his head and laughed towards the pretty woman. I have already told you not to play with your spiritual strength or you will only end up eating a bitter pill. Yet, you don't believe me. It's Fairy Huoling, not Elder Huoling. The pretty woman curled her lips. Immediately, her eyes were watery as they looked at Xiao Yan and laughed. It is unexpected that he has reached the legendary D-state soul despite being only this young. One can really not just a book by its cover. The Xiao clan had produced a Xiao Xian back then. Now, it has produced another Xiao Yan. It seems the heavens has really blessed the Xiao clan. Those elders from the Yan clan behind Huoling also looked towards Xiao Yan in a stunned manner. D-state soul, even clan head Yan Jin and the Yan clan had not reached this level. Fairy Huoling has really overly praised me. I was really lucky. Xiao Yan smiled. That fairy manner of address caused the smile on Hui Ying's face to become a lot more brilliant. Clearly, she really liked this form of address. Everyone should understand what we are going to do today. I shall not say anything more. Everyone should clearly understand the strength of the Hun clan in their hearts. If they were to fight, one must not underestimate the enemy. The members of the 3 clans became quiet after hearing Gu Yuan opened his mouth. They nodded in agreement. The former's reputation amongst the ancient clans was quite great. Moreover, his peak advanced 9-star Dou Shang strength caused one to feel some fear and respect. Since everyone understands, let's get moving. Gu Yuan looked at Xiao Yan upon seeing this. The latter nodded slightly. He waved his hand and the many vast and powerful auras suddenly surged in this space. Go! Gu Yuan waved his sleeve after his voice sounded. The space in front of him cracked and formed a huge tunnel. He directly walked into it. The grave-looking Xiao Yan and Xun Er quickly followed. The experts from the 3 clans swiftly swarmed in. The spatial tunnel finally began to gradually scatter after the last person entered. Light figures swiftly rushed over the sky above the headquarters of the Sky Mansion Alliance on the Central Plains while the large army left the Gu realm. After which, they flew towards the northwestern region of the Central Plains from all directions. The entire Central Plains turned into an uproar when such a large number of experts left the Sky Mansion Alliance. Everyone understood that the only enemy faction which could cause the Sky Mansion Alliance to dispatch such a large number of experts was the extremely mysterious Hun clan. The shadow of a battle enveloped the entire Central Plains. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1603, Burial Sky Mountain Range. Chapter 1603, Burial Sky Mountain Range. The Burial Sky Mountain Range stood at the northwestern region of the Central Plains. It was likely that many on the current continent were unfamiliar with this region. However, it was extremely well known to some of the older generation of the ancient clans. This was because this place was where the Han and Xiao clans had fought back then. The Big War had once shook the entire Central Plains. There was an ancient battlefield deep within the mountain range. The battlefield was extremely vast and there was usually many magical beasts present. It could be considered a dangerous place. Hence, it appeared a little desolated. The ancient battlefield today appeared somewhat mysterious. Those magical beasts which used to roam unchecked had completely disappeared. It was actually impossible to find even a single magical beast on this huge battlefield. That scene appeared as though they had detected an earth-shaking big battle that was about to erupt in this place. Swoosh swoosh. A series of loud rushing wind sounds suddenly resounded over the mountain range, which all was absent of all beast roars. One could see a large number of figures appearing in the horizon. Within a couple of flashes, they had appeared in this ancient battlefield. We have arrived. Gu Yuan's feet gently landed on the ground. His eyes swept over this battleground that had been turned into ruins. His eyes appeared a little complicated. The big war between the Han and Xiao clan back then had begun in this place. It was unexpected that their battle with the Han clan would also begin in this place thousands of years later. Search the mountain range. Many experts from the three clans rushed forward after everyone had just landed. They swiftly gave this mountain range a brief search as a precaution against any ambush that the Han clan had placed. It seems that the Han clan has yet to arrive. Yan Jin stepped forward. He looked at this somewhat desolated ancient battleground and remarked. Gu Yuan nodded slightly. Other than some magical beasts which were trembling under their pressure, there was no signs of any auras from the experts of the Han clan. Those from the Sky Mansion Alliance have arrived. Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head and smilingly watched the northern sky. Some familiar ripples was vaguely emitted from that spot. Everyone looked in the direction after Xiao Yan's word sounded. However, they were unable to see anyone. Nevertheless, no one doubted Xiao Yan's words at this moment. Other than Gu Yuan, it was likely that no one else present could compare with Xiao Yan in terms of spiritual strength. Soon after everyone focused their eyes, some rushing wind sound had suddenly appeared in the northern sky. After which, a black mass of human figures rushed over from all directions. Their numbers was actually not any inferior to the number of people the three clans mobilized. It looks like the Sky Mansion Alliance has really dispatched all its strength. A surprise flashed over Yan Jin's and Lei Ying's eyes as they looked at the vast and mighty lineup. Although the Sky Mansion Alliance might be inferior to the Yan and Lei clans in terms of elites, the number of experts they possessed had reached a terrifying level. Haha, it seems that we are not late. Black shadows swiftly appeared in the mountain range from all directions in front of everyone's eyes. The person in front was naturally Yao Lao. Behind him were Kai Lin, Little Fairy Doctor, Xiao Chen and the others. Even the ancestor of the Pill Tower and Old Man Shin Nong had followed. It seemed that Yao Lao had the others had been busy recruiting this elder, who possessed an extremely great attainment in alchemist skills. Both parties had naturally engaged in polite conversation as the large army gathered. The ancestor of the Pill Tower and Old Man Shin Nong could be considered to be familiar with the three clans. They naturally had a lot to talk now that they had met. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, merely glanced at those from the three clans before walking towards Xiao Yan. Are you all right? Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Yan. His stern face revealed a smile as he asked. Xiao Yan also grinned in the face of this kin, who could also be considered his ancestor. He nodded. However, he did not tell Xiao Chen about what had happened to Xiao Xian at this moment. He understood that Xiao Chen and Xiao Xian were very close. If the former was to learn about this news, it would likely be a big blow to him. Hence, there was no harm in temporarily keeping it a secret. A fragrance suddenly pounced over while Xiao Yan was chatting with Xiao Chen. He lifted his head and saw Kai Lin's bewitching cold face. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and laughed dryly after seeing Kai Lin's somewhat cold manner. Elder sister Kai Lin, we have met again. Is Xiao Xiao doing well? Xun Er, who was standing beside Xiao Yan, saw Kai Lin slowly walking over. A ripple appeared in her eyes before she inquired with a gentle smile. Kai Lin's cold face revealed a slight smile upon hearing this. He softly said, she's well. However, she is bemoaning that a certain person being absent from home all the time. Xun Er smiled upon hearing those words. Xiao Yan by the side could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that Kai Lin was a little displeased that he had been missing for such a long time. Are your injuries healed? Kai Lin curled her lips slightly after seeing Xiao Yan's manner. Her tone was suddenly a lot gentler. Although she was a little angry with Xiao Yan for not returning home despite being injured, rational thought still dominated her mind. That feeling was merely something that a woman normally had. I'm fully recovered, Xiao Yan smiled. He immediately swept his gaze around and asked, isn't the Alliance afraid of someone destroying its foundation with so many of its experts being dispatched? Yao Lao has said that this is very important to you, Kai Lin replied. Xiao Yan was startled. His heart immediately became warm. With the arrival of the army from the Sky Mansion Alliance at the ancient battlefield, the entire mountain range had quickly become a lot more lively. Moreover, there were also many experts from the central plains outside of the mountain range who had been attracted because of the activity. However, they did not dare to step into the mountain range after arriving at the Burial Sky Mountain range. This was because they could sense that the auras gathered in this place had reached a terrifying level. If they were to be dragged into a battle at such a level, it was very likely that they would end up dying. After a brief interaction following the gathering both parties, everyone once again became cautious. Their sight spread over the place and encompassed the entire Burial Sky Mountain range. Any activity present would be immediately feedback to Xiao Yan's group. Time slowly passed amidst this wait. The moment the bright sun reached its peak, Xiao Yan and Gu Yuan, who had been sitting on a huge rock, suddenly opened their eyes together. A low voice caused everyone to become suddenly tensed. They have arrived. The interior of the mountain suddenly revealed layers of black fog after the voices of those two sounded. Black fog lingered over the place. Finally, it turned into a huge spatial tunnel. Numerous mighty sinister auras surged from it. Black fog surged in the sky and directly cut off the sunlight. Immediately, the temperature of the surroundings fell. A kind of dark and cold aura spread. Haha, this Burial Sky Mountain range has not been so lively for a long time. The black fog churned in the sky and Hun Tiandi's figure appeared from nowhere. His eyes swept over the large army below. A smile appeared on his face as he spoke. The Nihility Devouring Flame, the 4 demon saints of the Hun clan and many other Hun clan's experts also flashed and appeared behind Hun Tiandi. It seemed that the Hun clan was also clearly aware of the battle today. Hence, it had also maneuvered quite a lot of experts. Hun Tiandi, return the ancient jades of our 3 clans. Otherwise, we will definitely attack your Gu realm in the future. Lei Ying let out a cold cry. His expression sunk after seeing Hun Tiandi appeared. Losing the ancient jade had caused him to be extremely furious. Naturally, he could not suppress the anger in his heart now that he had seen the other party attacking the Hun realm. There is perhaps no one with the strength to do so in the present world, Hun Tiandi laughed out loud in the face of Lei Ying's furious cry. He immediately ignored the former as his eyes were thrown towards Xiao Yan. He spoke in a faint voice, what do you plan to do? Are you going to use the ancient jade to exchange for the person you want, or are you going to forcefully snatch him? I wish to meet my father. Xiao Yan's eyes did not shift away as he stared at Hun Tiandi and slowly said. Hun Tiandi glanced at Xiao Yan upon hearing this. He immediately waved his hand and the space behind him fluctuated. The sound of chains soon sounded. After which, a prison, which was formed from black fog, appeared in the sky. There was an elderly figure seated within. Many chains tightly entangled around him like poisonous snakes. Xiao Yan's eyes were focused on that elderly figure the moment the prison appeared. His body involuntarily trembled. Although it was a little blurry, the blood flowing within Xiao Yan immediately told him that the figure was indeed his father, Xiao Zhan. Decades had passed. The high-spirited clan head from back then had become this white-haired elderly figure. His originally strong body had become skinny and frail during this time. He had been imprisoned for decades. Xiao Yan's body continued to tremble. He looked at the heavy metal chains on that elderly figure. Waves after waves of wild murderous intent churned within his heart. He clenched his fist tightly, allowing his nails to press into his palm. Droplets of blood rolled out from them and fell. Hun Tiandi, if I have the opportunity to do you, I will turn your Hun clan upside down. Xiao Yan's blood-red eyes suddenly turned towards Hun Tiandi. His voice was hoarse and low. At the same time, an incomparably frightening spiritual fluctuation spread in wave-like fashion with him at the center. Immediately, dark clouds churned and thunder roared. D-State Soul? Those experts from the Hun clan, who had just gave Xiao Yan a smile of disdain, suddenly had stiffened expressions after the spiritual fluctuation was emitted. Even Hun Tiandi finally had a slightly altered expression. Clearly, he did not expect that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had actually soared until such an extent within a short half a month. What a great Xiao Yan! Hun Tiandi's voice was low and deep. There was a faint murderous intent within it. The current Xiao Yan had finally caused him to feel a little threatened. Xiao! Xiao Yan? The elderly figure being heavily restrained by the metal chain within the cage suddenly trembled because of Hun Tiandi's words. He slowly lifted his head. A turbid expression appeared in his eyes. Finally, they paused on the black-clothed young man, who was floating in the sky a short distance away. His body stiffened immediately. Tears rolled down from his eyes. His hoarse elderly voice was filled with an incomparable sadness. Yan. Yan-o. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1604, Father-Son Reunion. Chapter 1604, Father-Son Reunion. The entire place was completely silent. Only the elderly voice, which caused one to feel an endless amount of sadness, reverberated across the sky. Xiao Yan was still a weak youth when they had separated back then. However, that separation at that time had lasted for decades. Hatred filled the youth's heart during this long period of time. He had trained with all his might, escaping from death time and time again while breaking through his limit. All of it was merely to rescue his father, who had once doted on him, and allow the latter to once again enjoy life in his old age. Gu Yuan and the others became quiet as he looked at the somewhat skinny young man in the air. They knew quite a lot about Xiao Yan's past. Hence, they clearly understood just how much effort and sacrifice he had put in. An ordinary person was only able to see his extraordinary achievement. However, they had forgotten just how many life and death battles were hidden under this glaring achievement. This fellow is really a man. No one in my Lei clan can compare with him. Lei Ying sighed softly and muttered. Xiao Yan was able to slowly climb from being the tender youth back then until a giant that even they must regard seriously. Moreover, he also needed to escape from the assassins that the Han clan had dispatched during this period of time. The difficult journey had not only failed to cause the youth to have an early death but had instead become a grindstone for him to step onto the path of the strong. All of them admitted that they would definitely be unable to do better than Xiao Yan if they were in his shoes. After all, Xiao Yan relied only on himself. The once prominent Xiao clan did not leave him with any wealth. The experts from the Lei clan were quiet in the face of Lei Ying's soft sigh. They were unable to refute him. Xiao Yan gege. Xun Er bit her lips softly. Her pretty eyes contained a redness as she looked at the repeatedly trembling back. She was able to sense the surging emotions in the latter's heart. She was well aware of the effort Xiao Yan had put in during these years. That elderly figure within the prison lifted his hand with great difficulty. His eyes stared intently at the black-clothed young man. He could still see some traces of the youth from back then on the already matured face. The son, whom he was once proud of, had really once again appeared in front of him. Child. Tears continued to flow from his eyes. After which, he suddenly pounced forward. His voice was hoarse as he roared, Xun Er, leave. After being imprisoned by the Han clan for so many years, he was clearly aware of just how terrifying the Han clan was. The Dou Huang or even Dou Zone, who could dominate the Jiama Empire back then, was only considered ordinary in that place. Such a strength was sufficient to cause one to feel a sense of hopelessness. Xiao Yan looked at the elderly figure, who was being restrained by heavy metal chains. A moment later, he smiled and lifted his head. He inhaled a deep breath of air. Regardless of how much hardship he had suffered, his father was at the very least still alive. What a touching scene. Han Tiandi laughed faintly. His eyes looked toward Xiao Yan and said, perhaps you should be thanking us. Your father has an ordinary talent. If he was to train normally, he will not be able to reach the Dou Huang class in his lifetime. In order to allow him to live safely until now, we have given him quite a lot of medicinal pills of our Han clan. Otherwise, such accident might have long since happened to him. I will. Gu Yuan and the others frowned upon hearing Han Tiandi's words. However, a smile rose on Xiao Yan's face. He nodded gently and laughed. You can be rest assured that Xiao Yan will remember this big favor. Lei Ying and the others were startled as they looked at the smile on Xiao Yan's face. A dense chill rose within their hearts. A person with a ferocious look was not terrifying. A terrifying person was someone who was able to keep a smile on his face while a murderous intent was surging within his heart. Han Tiandi's face twitched slightly. Xiao Yan's talent was as glaring as Xiao Xian back then. However, the former's viciousness had clearly greatly surpassed Xiao Xian. Han Tiandi stared at Xiao Yan's blood-red eyes. He clearly understood that the words Xiao Yan had uttered earlier were not mere words of anger. If Xiao Yan was given the opportunity, Han Tiandi believed that the former would definitely exterminate the entire Han clan until none of them remained. However, it was likely extremely difficult for such an opportunity to appear. Transaction? Xiao Yan clenched his hand. An ancient jade flashed and appeared. It was the final Dou Qi ancient god jade. Xiao Yan did not try using a counterfeit jade. This was because he understood that this method would not work on an expert like Hun Tiandi. A greed and desire flashed across Hun Tiandi's eyes as he looked at the ancient jade in Xiao Yan's hands. Once he obtained this final piece of ancient jade, he would learn of the location of the Dou Qi ancient god mansion and subsequently open it. At that time, he would truly leap into becoming the overlord of this world once he obtained the embryonic D-tier pill inside it. At that time, the so-called alliance would be just like an ant in his eyes. A flip of his hand could easily destroy it. The bodies of Lei Ying's group became a lot more tense after they saw Xiao Yan take out the ancient jade. However, no one uttered anything to stop Xiao Yan at this moment. From Xiao Yan's appearance earlier, he would likely turn against anyone who tried to stop him from rescuing his father at this moment. We will exchange the person and jade together. You should understand just how simple it is for me to kill your father. Hence, you better not allow me to see you pulling any tricks. Hun Tiandi withdrew his eyes and slowly said. Xiao Yan glanced at Hun Tiandi. He spread his hand and the ancient jade slowly rose under his control. Seeing this, Hun Tiandi also waved his sleeve. The prison formed by the black fog scattered. With a flick of his finger, those metal chains on Xiao Zhan's body were all released. Finally, he clenched his hand. It turned into a black ray of light that grabbed onto Xiao Zhan. Here! Hun Tiandi waved his large hand. Xiao Zhan was brought to Xiao Yan under the restraint of the black light. After which, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the ancient jade also shot directly towards Hun Tiandi. At the same time, Xiao Yan pressed his toes on the air and shot forward. His large hand grabbed onto Xiao Zhan. A suction force erupted and he pulled the ladder over. He slashed his hand downwards and the black restraint around Xiao Zhan's body was cut. Hun Tiandi grabbed onto the ancient jade just as Xiao Yan had managed to rescue Xiao Zhan. Even with his calmness, he could not help but laugh out loud as he sensed the warmth in the ancient jade. Now that the ancient jade was in his hand, he was already able to see himself stepping into the stage that he dreamed of. Father! Xiao Yan's excited body trembled involuntarily as he caught hold of Xiao Zhan. His body flashed and he quickly flew into the alliance. After which, he carefully placed Xiao Zhan down. Xun Er, it is really you. Escaping from the restraint and being rescued had occurred in a split second to Xiao Zhan. He had just recovered his focus when he saw the face that was in close proximity. His trembling hand touched Xiao Yan's face. That terrified manner was as though he was afraid that this was only an illusion. This was in spite of him constantly hoping for this day to come. Father, you have suffered. Sorry. Seeing that thin ice-like appeared of Xiao Zhan, even Xiao Yan could not help but feel his eyes turn red. Both of his legs heavily knelt in front of the former. Even the huge rock under him had ended up with many crack lines. It is really you. Xiao Zhan's hands touched Xiao Yan's face in a trembling fashion. He sensed the warmth and his tears rolled down uncontrollably. This scene caused all those around to feel sad. Xun Er, quick get up. It is all because father is useless. Xiao Zhan wiped off his tears. He hurriedly lifted Xiao Yan to his feet and looked at this face, which had become more matured than back then. His face involuntarily revealed a pleased expression. The thing that a father really wanted to see was the growth of his child. The person whom he was most worried about when he was captured back then was this youngest son. However, this child was his greatest miracle and pride. Xiao Yan inhaled a breath as he looked at the messy Xiao Zhan, who appeared much older compared to back then. He softly said, Father, big brother and second brother are all waiting for you. I will bring you to meet them once the matter here is over. Now, however, allow me to settle some matters. Protect my father. Xiao Yan turned his head and spoke to those experts from the Sky Mansion beside him. Alliance Chief, you can be rest assured that we will protect him until our deaths. Those dozens of Sky Mansion experts, who had reached the peak of the Dou Zun class, immediately replied respectfully after hearing this. Immediately, they moved and appeared around Xiao Zhan, providing him with a tight protection. Xun Er, this. Xiao Zhan was startled as he watched the scene. These people around him all possessed powerful and terrifying auras. They were considered quite strong even in the Han clan. However, he felt a great disbelief in his heart as he watched these experts in his eyes being incomparably respectful when speaking to Xiao Yan. Could it be that the young son whom he had once needed to protect had already become this powerful? Father, there is no need to worry. They will guard you. Xiao Yan withdrew the emotions within his heart. He smiled slightly towards Xiao Zhan before turning around. An extremely dark and chilly murderous intent covered his eyes. The murderous desire in his heart had reached a rich and unrestrainable extent. Hence, he must kill. Gu Yuan, Lei Ying, and the others threw their gazes over when Xiao Yan had turned around. They looked at him. There was also a chill surging in their eyes. The Han clan had already managed to gather all of the Dou Qi ancient god jade. They must definitely not be allowed to leave smoothly. Xiao Yan lowered his chin in the face of their glances. He quickly lifted his head and looked towards Hun Tiandi, who was holding onto the ancient jade and laughing wildly towards the sky. A ferocious arc was formed on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he smiled and spoke softly. "Let's attack." Surging murderous intent spread over the entire place as the words sounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1605, Big Battle. Chapter 1605, Big Battle. Killing desire suddenly surged within the eyes of Lei Ying, Hua Jin, and the rest after Xiao Yan's words sounded. The energy around them began to fluctuate intensely. "Set up the formation." A couple of stern cries resounded throughout the sky at almost the same time. Those from the Gu clan, Yan clan, Lei clan, and even the Han clan began to activate their formations with lightning-like speed. Terrifying Dou Qi pillars charged to the clouds from all directions. The mighty aura caused the hearts of those observers outside of the mountain range to tremble. They repeatedly rejoiced that they had not charged in. Otherwise, they would likely perish in the face of such a violent big battle. "It seems that all of you are indeed unwilling to give up." The smile on Hun Tiandi's face was slowly withdrawn as he stood in the sky. He once again transformed into that seemingly cheerful and different manner. He lowered his head to look at Xiao Yan's group. It seemed that he was unsurprised at their sudden attack. He also understood that Yu Yuan, Xiao Yan, and the others would definitely not simply sit back and watch their Han clan obtain all 8 pieces of jade and successfully open the ancient god mansion. "Hun Tiandi, hand over the ancient jade. Otherwise we will definitely join hands and flatten your Han clan." Lei Ying's eyes were furious as he cried out. Hun Tiandi involuntarily laughed upon hearing this. He flipped his hand and kept the ancient jade in his hand into his storage ring before he smiling said, "Oh? I am really curious about how you end up in this situation if you possess this ability. Hun Tiandi, we will not allow to easily open the ancient god mansion." Gu Yuan's face was as deep as water. His body slowly rose into the air as a terrifying fluctuation slowly spread from within his body. Dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky as thunder roared. Xiao Yan, Ling Ying, Yan Jin, and the experts, who were stronger than 5-star Doshangs from the 3 clans as well as the Sky Mansion Alliance, rose into the sky. Their auras surged and the color of the sky changed. In terms of the number of top-level experts, the 3 clans and the Sky Mansion Alliance combined would not be inferior to the Han clan. It was not possible to tell just who would emerge victorious if they were to fight. "Gu Yuan, I have said before that with the destruction of the Xiao clan, there is no longer anyone who can stop my Han clan." Hun Tiandi laughed. Gu Yuan frowned. He was just about to speak when the hot-tempered Lei Ying cried out in a deep voice, "Why are you saying so much nonsense to him? All members of the Lei clan listen up, use the 9-dragon sky lightning formation." "Understood." The many experts from the Lei clan replied with cold and stern faces after hearing Lei Ying's cry. Immediately, many bright silver light rays rose from within their bodies and swiftly gathered into a mighty thundercloud in the sky. Silver light flashed. Finally, it turned into a 10,000 feet large lightning dragon. The rolling thunder caused the land to tremble. Go. The moment the lightning dragon appeared, it ruthlessly collided into the large army of the Han clan in the sky under the control of the many experts from the Lei clan. "Yan clan, great burning sky technique." Yan Jin let out a cold cry after the Lei clan attacked. Monstrous flames immediately surged. It was as though it intended to incinerate this entire place. Finally, the flame turned into a rolling sea of fire that swept towards the Han clan. Ancient God Mirror. The Gu clan had also once again formed the ancient mirror that covered the entire place. Rays of light flowed on it. Soon after, an incomparably large light pillar shot out. Swoosh swoosh. All attacks erupted at this moment. The energy fluctuation easily destroyed the surrounding towering mountains, leaving nothing behind. Hun Tiandi watched the ferocious attacks rushing over from below with indifferent eyes as he stood in the sky. The sound of clattering chains was emitted from the black clouds that covered the area behind him. After which, many clashing sound appeared. Countless number of black chains shot out from within the black cloud and swiftly formed a dragnet in the sky. Black clouds churned over the chains. Suddenly, many ferocious faces appeared on the black net and continuously emitted some sharp miserable screech. Bang bang bang. The many attacks suddenly arrived as the black net was formed. Immediately, the whole place trembled intensely under the terrifying collision. The land cracked, forming many huge gully-like crack lines. The black net collapsed after the frightening storm in the sky had gradually scattered. However, it managed to block all of the attacks from below before it collapsed. The frightening strength of the Hun clan was once again revealed. Hun Tiandi, this time around let the both of us decide on a victor. Gu Yuan foot stepped on the empty space. His body suddenly shot into the clouds while a stern cry spread over the area within tens of thousands of kilometers in a vast and mighty manner. Hun Tiandi smiled faintly. His body moved and directly appeared in front of Gu Yuan. He understood that the both of them were the strongest representative from both factions. Both of them must restrain each other. Otherwise, the formation of both parties would collapse. Charge! Lei Ying and Yan Jin cried out loud after seeing Gu Yuan intervene to restrain Hun Tiandi. The experts of the three clans and the Sky Mansion Alliance rushed out from behind. Many experts from the Hun clan flew out from the black cloud in a swoosh sound. Immediately, a big fight erupted in the sky. Lei Ying and Yan Jin had a clear target. They directly locked onto the Nihility Devouring Flame. Other than Hun Tiandi, the strongest in the Hun clan was the Nihility Devouring Flame. On the other hand, only the both of them from the Alliance's side combined could stop him. Do you really think that the both of you are a match for me just because you have gotten some benefits the last time? The Nihility Devouring Flame laughed coldly after seeing Lei Ying Duo charging towards him. He waved his large sleeve. Black flame rose in a monstrous fashion and directly charged towards Lei Ying Duo. Immediately, a frightening devouring power spread. With an increasing number of experts exchanging blows, the entire mountain range began to tremble intensely. That scene caused the expressions of those people in the distance to experience a great change in expression. Bang! Xiao Yan was expressionless as he threw a palm and shattered the spiritual body of an elite Dozun of the expert from the Hun clan into dust. His body immediately flashed and he appeared in front of another expert. Each time he struck, there would be an expert from the Hun clan being defeated. Even some expert Dou Shang were seriously injured and forced back in Xiao Yan's hands after a couple of exchanges. Xiao Yan did not attack those experts from the Hun clan who he could not finish off quickly. Currently, he wished to kill the most number of experts from the Hun clan with the fastest speed. Currently, he wished to use the fastest speed to kill the most number of people from the Hun clan. With his efficiency, the number of Hun clan experts who had been killed in Xiao Yan's hands within a short few minutes had reached the double digits. The benefits brought about by the D-State Soul had also been revealed in this fight. Rich murderous aura covered Xiao Yan's body. Bang! Xiao Yan extended his hand into the blood fog after beating an elite 3-star Dou Shang into a cluster of blood. He clenched his hand and the remaining soul fragment was vaporized into nothing. Chi. A ripple suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan just as he had just killed this elite Dou Shang from the Hun clan. A dense black flame surged. It turned into a black spear that ruthlessly struck towards the back of Xiao Yan's head. However, that black spear was still a couple of centimeters from Xiao Yan's head when it was sent flying with a clang sound. That scene appeared as though there was an invisible barrier around Xiao Yan. Hun Niasheng, you are indeed still alive. Xiao Yan turned his head. His eyes looked towards the human figure that was completely wrapped in a black flame. Although Xiao Yan was unable to clearly assess his appearance, the feeling from his D-State Soul had allowed him to recognize the latter almost immediately. This person was the chief of the Hall of Soul, Hun Niasheng, who had fled with a trace of his soul after being killed by Xiao Yan back then. Xiao Yan, I will not die so easily. Sir Nihility had helped me create a body with his essence flame. My current self cannot be compared to back then. The black flame churned as a pair of scarlet eyes, which was full of hatred, stared at Xiao Yan. His dark and cold voice was accompanied with viciousness as he had emitted. An arc was formed over Xiao Yan's icy cold face after he heard this. Hand over your life to me. Hun Niasheng's hand trembled. The dense black flame directly turned into 1,000 feet large black flame chain that trickily shot towards Xiao like a vicious snake. Shatter! Xiao Yan did not show any signs of attacking in the face of Hun Niasheng's assault. He merely uttered a single word. Crack! Invisible spiritual fluctuation swept out after Xiao Yan's voice sounded. The black flame chain collapsed almost instantly. Even the black flame on it had become incomparably dim. The attack from a D-State Soul was something that even an 8-star Dou Shang would not dare to underestimate. Although the Nihility Devouring Flame had spent a great effort to reconstruct his body, his strength was at the very most at the 7-star Dou Shang or so. There was far too much of a gap with the current Xiao Yan. All it took was a brief exchange for Hun Niasheng to be defeated so quickly. The latter's expression was slightly altered. Although he was aware that Xiao Yan had stepped into the D-State Soul, he could not believe that he would be so pathetic in the other party's hands. Withdraw. Although a vicious thought was churning in his heart, Hun Miashang had also understood that his current self was no longer a match for Xiao Yan. He immediately clenched his teeth and quickly pulled back. You will not get to escape this time around. Xiao Yan's eyes looked at Hun Nietian in a cold and indifferent manner. He took a stride forward and the space fluctuated. He had actually appeared behind the ladder in a ghost-like fashion. He pressed his finger forward and directly penetrated through the black flame around Hun Nietian. The frightening strength of the D-state soul erupted without being held back. Bang! Hun Miashang's body suddenly stiffened amidst the low and deep muffled sound. The black flame around him disappeared immediately, revealing a shriveled figure inside. There was no injury on his head, but those eyes of Hun Nietian were hollow. His soul had completely vanished from being struck by Xiao Yan's finger earlier. Is this the spiritual pressure of the D-soul state? Xiao Yan muttered to himself as he looked at his finger. He did not use any Dou Qi for the purifying demonic lotus flame to kill Hun Nietian. All he did was to rely on his spiritual strength to kill the latter with lightning-like speed. Such a frightening strength was indeed worthy of the word D. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1606, Hun Yuantian. Chapter 1606, Hun Yuantian. Xiao Yan did not pay much attention on Hun Nietian after killing him in a quick and simple manner. With Hun Nietian's strength, he did not possess much of a threat towards Xiao Yan. After his spiritual strength had stepped into the D-state, Xiao Yan was already able to completely overlook Hun Miashang. Xiao Yan flicked his finger gently. He glanced at the corpse with hollow eyes in front of him in an indifferent manner. With a wave of his hand, he directly shattered the corpse. After which, he frowned and looked at the chaotic battleground in the sky. This was the first time Xiao Yan had seen a war on such scale. The terrifying strength that the Hun clan had displayed had once again caused Xiao Yan's face to become grave. The alliance force present was a combination of the Gu clan, Lei clan, Yan clan and the Sky Mansion alliance. The number of experts present had reached a relatively spectacular level. Despite this, they still appeared to be in a stalemate. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the battleground. After which, he lifted his head and looked at the black fog, which permeated the sky. There was a continuous stream of experts rushing out from within the black cloud. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was difficult for anyone below the 7-star Dou Shang class to catch his attention. However, Xiao Yan vaguely felt as though the black fog still hid many auras that even he was extremely afraid of for some unknown reason. This was a faint, weak feeling. If it was not because Xiao Yan's soul had reached the D-state, it was impossible for him to detect it in such detailed manner. However, this feeling caused Xiao Yan's expression to become increasingly grave. The strength of the Hun clan did appear to be unusually terrifying. The battle today might well be a bitter fight if this continues. Xiao Yan's eyes flashed. Suddenly, they were rotated. He looked at the north of the battleground. Black fog churned and a couple of mighty auras surged. Clearly, there were many experts from the Hun clan seated there. Even the 3 clans and the Sky Mansion alliance had suffered many deaths in this place. Hun Feng. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the somewhat young figure within a group. It was rumored that this person was the most outstanding person amongst the younger generation of the Hun clan. It was likely that he would be able to threaten the Hun clan if he could capture this person. Xie. This thought flashed across Xiao Yan's mind. He smiled coldly and moved. His body turned into a black light that hurried towards a black fog region. Bang! Hun Feng had a cold expression as he grabbed the head of an expert from the Yan clan. He looked at the latter's horrified expression. A scarlet and ferocious expression flashed across his eyes. Fresh blood erupted with the latter's brains. After which Hun Feng merely tossed that person aside. You are useless. Hun Feng rubbed his hands and spoke indifferently. There were 4 Hun clan elders, who had reached the 4-star Dou Shang class, guarding behind him. Through this, one could see that the Hun clan greatly valued his safety. Young Master Hun Feng, let's withdraw a little. There are far too many experts from the 3 clans nearby. A gray-haired old man glanced around him before suddenly speaking. This place could be considered to be a little deep. Although the true experts from the 3 clans had basically been held back, it was always right to be a little careful. Let's go. Hun Feng, who had a good time being on a killing spree, frowned but did not object. He nodded and was about to pull back. Haha, young Master Hun Feng, you actually dare to simply leave after killing someone? Aren't you being a little too free and easy? However, a faint laughter suddenly sounded as Hun Feng was turning around. He lifted his head in a startled manner and saw a black-clothed young man appearing above his head at some unknown moment. The latter was smilingly looking at him. Xiao Yan? You have actually escaped from being chased by Humiliation? Han Feng laughed coldly. His expression had changed slightly after seeing the black-clothed young man. Chased? Xiao Yan was startled. He immediately came to a sudden comprehension. It seemed that the speed in which killed Han Tian earlier was far too quick. Hence, it did not manage to attract much attention. Young Master Han Feng, hurry up and leave. Xiao Yan's spiritual state has reached the D state. His strength has far surpassed what appears on the surface. Han Miashang is likely already killed by him. A white-haired old man from amongst the 4 elders guarding Han Feng had an extremely sharp pair of eyes. His heart sunk after seeing Xiao Yan's expression. He subsequently cried out in a low voice. Han Feng's face twitched involuntarily after hearing these words. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction as they looked at Xiao Yan. Back at the demonic flame realm, Han Feng completely need not fear Xiao Yan. However, after only a few years, the pressure that the latter gave him was actually not any weaker than the grand elders within the clan. Move. Although he was dissatisfied, Han Feng clearly understood that if he was to fight with Xiao Yan with his current strength, he would not likely end up dead. Hence, he did not dare to bite off more than he could chew. His body moved and he hurried towards the distant black clouds in the sky. The 4 elders behind stared cautiously at Xiao Yan as they withdrew. Xiao Yan merely smiled after seeing THF5 of them leaving. He clenched his hand. 4 clusters of brilliant fire glow erupted from his hand. They quickly agglomerated into 4 head-sized fire lotuses that shot towards the 4 elders with lightning-like speed. Charge! A chill rose on the faces of the 4 elders after they saw Xiao Yan persistently pursuing them. Their sleeves shook and python-like chains rushed out. The fire lotuses had arrived the moment the chain was shot out. After which, they adhered onto the chains. The 4 elders could not escape no matter how they struggled. Bang! The fire lotuses suddenly exploded while the 4 elders were preparing to toss the chains aside. 4 brilliant lines of flames flew along the chains. In an instant, the flame struck on the hands of the 4 elders and subsequently invaded their bodies. Boom! After the line of fire invaded their bodies, the clothes of the 4 elders were directly turned into dust. Soon after, pink fire seedling escaped from their pores. The sizzling sound was extremely deafening. Sharp and miserable screech continued to be emitted from the mouths of the 4 members of the Han clan while they were crazily unleashing their Dou Qi to extinguish the flame within their bodies. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as his eyes swept over the 4 of them. He flicked his finger gently. 4 wisp of wind shot out. The 4 elders of the Han clan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Their bodies were like the broken wings of birds as they swiftly landed onto the ground. After which, they were surrounded by the experts from the 3 clans below. Han Feng's expression had finally become ugly after he saw that the 4 elders, who had reached the 4-star Doshang class, were actually so worthless in Xiao Yan's hands. He quickly unleashed his maximum speed and hurriedly fled. I have said that you will not be able to escape. Han Feng's body had just moved when a voice that was filled with an endless chill was suddenly transmitted from behind him. The former shrunk his eyes. He flipped his hand and a black flame churned. An incomparably fierce palm strike suddenly erupted. Bang! The ferocious palm wind from Han Feng was just unleashed when it seemed to have met with an invisible barrier. A loud sound appeared and the former's hand felt a bone-piercing pain. His strength was reflected back and directly caused a mouthful of fresh blood to surge through his throat. However, it was finally forcefully swallowed by Han Feng. Han Feng swallowed a mouthful of fresh blood. His heart trembled from shock. The 2 of them were completely at 2 different levels. Han Feng was just about to use his secret technique to increase his speed as this thought flashed across his mind when a somewhat icy cold hand gently appeared on his neck. The iciness caused his body to stiffen. Ancestor, save me! A sharp scream was emitted from Han Feng's mouth as his body stiffened. Ancestor? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed after hearing Han Feng's voice. His eyes swiftly swept over the battleground in the sky. Currently, Han Tiandi, the nihility-devouring flame and the 4 demon saints had been held back. Just who is this ancestor of Han Feng? Bang! The black cloud in the sky suddenly churned intensely while this doubt flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. After which, the black cloud surged and an elderly figure, who appeared to be about to die, slowly descended. At the same time, a vast and mighty terrifying aura, which did not lose to the black submerged king of the Gu clan, Gulai, suddenly swept apart. 8-star Doshang? Xiao Yan's eyes shrunk slightly as he sensed this incomparably powerful aura. The Han clan was actually hiding such an expert? Young friend, why don't you let this useless descendant of The elderly figure slowly stepped forward. He appeared in front of Xiao Yan with just a step. The winkle-covered elderly face was covered with smiles and his tone was extremely friendly. "Who are you?" Xiao Yan smiled coldly and asked. "Ugh, I am Han Yuantian, a useless old man who had died in Xiao Xian's hands back then." The old man laughed. Xiao Yan could sense the former's smile had become a lot darker when mentioning the word Xiao Xian. "You do not appear like a dead person." Xiao Yan frowned slightly. This old fellow's appearance was far too mysterious. He must be cautious. However, he wondered just how many of these experts, who had never appeared in the past, did the Han clan had. If a couple more of them appeared, it was likely that even this alliance army today would not be able to do anything to the Han clan. Even Xiao Yan felt some unease in his heart as he thought of this. This Han clan was indeed far too unfathomable. Han Yuantian laughed. However, he did not reply this question. He smilingly said, "Why don't you hand him over to me? This alliance of yours is really insufficient if you wish to retain our Han clan." "Is that so?" Xiao Yan's eyes became slightly cold. He suddenly increased the strength of his arm, which was holding onto Han Feng. This caused the latter's face to turn purple as he continued to struggle. Han Yuantian sighed helplessly upon seeing this scene. He did not show any signs of being threatened. Faint black aura seeped out from within his body. Immediately, his shriveled hand quickly emitted a rotten stench. Finally, he moved and gently slammed towards Xiao Yan. It was possible for Xiao Yan to detect a somewhat mysterious dead aura from that shriveled bone-like hand. "Since you refuse to listen to nice words, you can just go and die. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1607, Deathly Silence Gate. Chapter 1607, Deathly Silence Gate. It is not up to you to decide who should live and who should die. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed coldly after seeing Han Yuantian rushing over in a flash. His hand, which was grabbing onto Han Feng, increased its strength. The latter was also struggling crazily. "Xiao Yan, ancestor will not let you off." Han Feng's expression was purple. He viciously stared at Xiao Yan. Suddenly, his body began to swell intensely. The Dou Qi within his body also became wild and violent. Self-destruct. Xiao Yan's expression did not change after he saw the scene. He suddenly increased the strength of his arm. A crack sound appeared and he directly broke Han Feng's neck. Although Han Feng's neck was broken, his body continued to swell rapidly. Finally, it emitted a bang. An earth-shaking energy storm exploded along with a bloody fog. The blood fog slowly scattered before disappearing. However, Xiao Yan's body continued to float in the sky. His vast and mighty spiritual strength had formed an invisible barrier around him. The attack that Han Feng had created from self-destructing did not cause him any harm. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the place in an indifferent manner. He quickly took a step back as the space in front of him fluctuated. An elderly figure appeared in a flash. A palm wind containing a rich deathly aura adhered over Xiao Yan's chest as it flew past. Han Yuantian's body appeared in a flash after his palm mist. He glanced at the spot where Han Feng had self-destruct. His winkle-covered face contained some gloominess. Immediately, he flipped his hand and a soul rushed out from within the black fog. Finally, it entered his sleeve. "Brat, I will definitely make you suffer." Han Tian stared densely at Xiao Yan after retrieving the trace of Han Feng's soul. The smile on his face had finally completely disappeared. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would be this vicious. The latter did not give him any opportunity to rescue Han Feng. Instead, Xiao Yan had simply launched a killing strike. If it was not because Han Feng had decisively chose to self-destruct and allow a part of his soul to escape, it was likely that he would have been completely destroyed by Xiao Yan. Even though this was the case, this would cause Han Feng great harm. An old fellow who won't die is like a parasite. Allow me to be the one to send you off. Xiao Yan laughed coldly. He appeared completely unafraid. Although his Dou Qi was merely at the 6-star intermediate level, he had the qualification to fight against an 8-star Dou Shang by simply relying on his D-state spiritual strength. Although Han Yuantian was powerful, he was not as strong as Lei Ying and Yan Jin. According to Xiao Yan's guess, this old fellow has likely only reached the initial 8-star Dou Shang class. Xiao Yan would not be afraid of him in a real fight. The members of the Xiao clan always has such razor-sharp tongue. I will allow you to enjoy what is called a fate worse than death once you land in my hands. Han Yuantian's expression was densely cold. He parted his mouth, revealed his yellow teeth and spoke sinisterly. Han Yuantian's finger moved without leaving a trace as he spoke. Traces of invisible fluctuation suddenly surged from behind Xiao Yan. Finally, they entwined into an invisible net that suddenly covered Xiao Yan. At the same time, Han Yuantian also shot forward and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. His stench-filled palm directly smashed onto Xiao Yan's chest. Bang! Han Yuantian's palm was half an inch from Xiao Yan's chest when it suddenly stilled. A layer of invisible barrier had appeared on his palm. Both parties had ruthless collided. The frightening force had directly caused the surrounding space collapsed and formed many crack lines. Displaying your spiritual strength in front of me. What a joke! Xiao Yan observed Han Yuantian. He laughed. A thought passed through his mind. Vast and mighty spiritual strength surged from him. In almost an instant, he had shattered the invisible spiritual net behind. Immediately, fierce pink flame seeped out from within his body, causing it to turn into a crystal-clear pink glass in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan's aura had soared greatly after he used the extermination fire lotus. Soon after, a flame quickly gathered on his palm. A six-colored fire lotus was formed. The current Xiao Yan needed to only think about it to use the extermination fire lotus. The terrifying strength of a D-state soul had raised the speed of its formation by many times. Buzz buzz. Waves after waves of exterminating heat waves swiftly spread after the fire lotus was formed. Soon after, Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A fire lotus was accompanied by a brilliant fire tail as it directly shot towards Han Yuantian's head. Although Xiao Yan's actual strength was still at the 6-star Dou Qi class, the might of the extermination fire lotus was many times stronger than before. This increase was brought about by his D-state soul. Deathly Silence Gate. Han Yuantian's expression was slightly solemn as he sensed the destructive ripple being emitted from the brilliant fire lotus. Both of his hands had formed many strange seals. Immediately, a rich black fog surged out from within his palm. It turned into a huge black door, which had been filled with a mysterious aura. The door was opened and a black hole like darkness was revealed. No one knew just what kind of mysterious realm it led to. Swoosh! The extermination fire lotus flew across the sky. Finally, it exploded just outside of the Deathly Silence Gate. Immediately, a terrifying destructive storm swept apart. Humph, absorb it. The storm was reflected within Han Yuantian's eyes. He laughed in a dark and cold manner. A terrifying suction force was suddenly emitted. At the end, the 10,000 feet large firestorm had actually been swallowed into the huge gate. Is this the Deathly Silence Gate? A surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes after he saw this scene. It was not because Han Yuantian was able to easily deal with the extermination fire lotus. Instead, it was due to Han Yuantian possessing such a mysterious object. You actually dare to reveal such tricks in front of me. This Deathly Silence Gate of mine was created from an elite Dou Qi from the ancient times. It is able to devour everything. Han Yuantian involuntarily laughed strangely after being aware of Xiao Yan's surprise. This Deathly Silence Gate was extremely strange. This was because this was completely different from an ordinary Dou skill. It was not even possible to classify it as a kind of Dou skill. Instead, it was more appropriate to describe it as a kind of realm being created through one's training. Han Yuantian had been training for hundreds of years in order to successfully master this Deathly Silence Gate and enable it to possess such a might. The space inside the door was filled with a deathly aura. Even a 7-star Dou Shang would likely be eroded and killed by the deathly aura if he was sucked inside and could not escape. After his death, the essence blood of his would become nourishment for the Deathly Silence Gate, allowing it to become even stronger. During the ancient times, many experts had fought to snatch this Deathly Silence Gate. It was unexpected that Han Yuantian was actually able to create it. It is indeed a good thing. Xiao Yan licked his lips. Even he was a little familiar with this Deathly Silence Gate. Your essence blood and soul will likely greatly increase the strength of my Deathly Silence Gate. Han Yuantian's body flashed and appeared above the huge door. He sat down and his eyes stared at Xiao Yan in a sinister manner. Immediately, the seal formed by his hands changed. Black light suddenly surged from within the large gate. It turned into a black light ray that was dozens of feet in size and suddenly shot out. The speed of the light was extremely quick. It had enveloped around Xiao Yan after it was shot out. Brat, you should head to hell and accompany your ancestor Xiao Xian. Han Yuantian laughed in a dense voice. A terrifying suction force had suddenly erupted from within the Deathly Silence Gate. The light shrunk and entered the huge gate in a flash. Xiao Yan, who was wrapped by the ray of light, had also disappeared. Han Yuantian's face became even denser after Xiao Yan was absorbed into the Deathly Silence Gate. No one who had entered the deathly silence gate can come out alive. Once the deathly aura inside eroded all of Xiao Yan's Dou Qi, the life and death of the latter would completely be determined by the former's mood. Humph, a group unruly crowd actually has the delusion of flattening our Hun clan. Once we are fully prepared, everyone here can forget about escaping. Hun Yuantian lifted his head after capturing Xiao Yan. His eyes glanced at this incomparably chaotic battleground. After which, they gathered onto the thick dark cloud in the sky and let out a low and deep laughter. The dark black space was filled with a deathly aura. Even Dou Qi had become weak in the face such an aura. Xiao Yan's body appeared in a place covered by deathly aura. He looked at this dark black and mysterious place before a strange smile surfaced on his face. He muttered softly, "Hun Yuantian, I shall help keep this treasure for you." The purifying demonic lotus flame suddenly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body after his voice sounded. Even those deathly aura was unable to approach him under this great heat. Xiao Yan quickly shut his eyes. A vast and endless spiritual strength erupted from within his body. Within a short moment, it had wrapped around the dark black realm. After which, his body suddenly disappeared. He was already in a dark region the next time he appeared. The middle of this place was a black stone, which hid a great amount of deathly aura. There was a spiritual fluctuation on the black stone. It was the spiritual imprint Hun Yuantian had left within this deathly silence gate. It was precisely because of this that the latter was able to use the deathly silence gate. However, if this thing was removed by another, he would also lose his control over the deathly silence gate. The cold smile on Xiao Yan's face became denser as he looked at the black stone. Capturing Xiao Yan, whose soul had reached the D state, was the biggest mistake of Hun Yuantian. Bang! Hun Yuantian exploded a Dou Shang elder of the Gu realm with a palm strike. Black qi rose from his palm and a mini black gate appeared. Traces of bloody qi swiftly surged into the black gate. It is really a strength that caused others to be fascinated. Hun Yuantian revealed a smile on his face as he sensed the increasingly dense deathly aura within the deathly silence gate. However, he was about to once again find a new target when his expression suddenly changed. This was because he discovered that his connection with the deathly silence gate had suddenly weakened. This is bad. This unexpected change caused Hun Yuantian's heart to sunk. He hurriedly attempted to enter the deathly silence gate when he suddenly discovered that his connection with it had actually been completely broken. Swoosh! Hun Yuantian's heart trembled after the connection was lost. That black gate actually directly flew out. It swelled with the wind. A light figure flashed and sat above the huge gate. The figure smilingly looked at Hun Yuantian and laughed, "Thank you for your gift." Hun Yuantian was dull for an instant after seeing this scene. His eyes quickly turned blood red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1608, Taking for His Own. Chapter 1608, Taking for His Own. Black qi lingered over the large gate. Lin Dong sat down. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he observed Hun Yuantian in front of him, whose eyes had turned blood red almost immediately. If this fellow had come and fight him after trapping him in the deathly silence gate, it might be possible to suppress Xiao Yan a little. However, this person ended up being too arrogant and chose to ignore Xiao Yan, thinking that the death qi within deathly silence gate was sufficient to gradually weaken Xiao Yan. Who could have expected that the death qi was not only unable to block the purifying demonic lotus flame but even the soul stone he hid within the deathly silence gate had been found by Xiao Yan. The spiritual stone could be considered to be the most important thing within the deathly silence gate. Hun Yuantian had also hid it extremely well. However, he had forgotten that Xiao Yan, whose soul had stepped into the D state, only needed to think about it in order to probe every part of the entire deathly silence gate. Regardless of how well the spiritual stone was hidden, it would appear in front of Xiao Yan's probing. With the spiritual stone being found and that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength greatly surpassed Hun Yuantian, removing the spiritual imprint on the stone was an extremely simple matter. This was also considered a weakness of the deathly silence gate. However, how many people in this world could reach the D-state soul? This had led to Hun Yuantian making quite a foolish mistake. It was also precisely because of this mistake that had resulted in him losing control of the deathly silence gate. Xiao Yan, I will tear you into thousands of pieces. Hun Yuantian clenched his teeth. Both of his arms were suddenly lifted. Black vapor crazily gathered in his palms and a terrible smell, which caused one's soul to feel a piercing pain, spread rapidly. Humph! Xiao Yan snorted coldly after seeing this scene. He suddenly stood up. His hand seals changed. A 10,000 feet large illusory figure immediately appeared outside of Xiao Yan's body. A shockingly large wave like spiritual fluctuation began to sweep wildly apart. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. When the Yellow Spring Divine Anger was unleashed by the current Xiao Yan, the enormous figure that appeared no longer seemed illusory. This was because the huge figure was presently filled with rippling light. The originally illusory figure had become a lot more real. At a glance, it appeared like a giant standing between the earth and the sky. A kind of spiritual overlord aura suddenly spread over the battleground. The experts from both parties, who had been exposed to this aura, mostly withdrew hurriedly in shock. Under that pressure, they could feel an impulse to kneel down. This impulse originated from within their souls. Mao! The 10,000 feet figure appeared in the clouds. The giant opened its mouth. Immediately, the entire place became completely quiet. Only a seemingly real spiritual sonic wave attack was emitted from the mouth of the giant. Finally, it heavily smashed onto the stunned Hun Yuantian at a speed faster than that of light. Grug! Hun Yuantian did not have any time to put up a defense. He had only just recovered his thoughts when blood flowed out from his ears from the attack. Soon after, a cannonball-like assault ruthlessly exploded on his body. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. His face was as pale as sheet while his soul had suffered a severe damage. The spiritual sonic wave shook Hun Yuantian. Many Hun clan's experts had also been sent flying along the way. Some of the weaker individuals had their souls being shattered by the shock. A D-state soul was this terrifying. The area in the sky where the spiritual attack had passed had basically become empty. That originally chaotic battleground had also paused for a moment. The eyes of both parties had a rich horror when looking at the giant standing in the sky. The black cloud, which permeated the sky, had also churned intensely at this moment. There was a rich deathly aura vaguely spreading from it. Boom! Three vast and mighty auras suddenly collided violently at a certain spot in the sky. A violent explosion occurred. Black flame shot out while two figures flew backwards in a somewhat miserable fashion. Only after the two figures stabilized their bodies did everyone realize that they were Lei Ying and Yan Jin. Clearly, their opponent was the Nihility Devouring Flame. From the looks of it, however, even with their combined strength, they were unable to gain an upper hand against the Nihility Devouring Flame. A 9-star Dou Shang really did live up to its reputation. Moreover, the fighting strength of the Nihility Devouring Flame was not something that an ordinary 9-star Dou Shang could reckon with. The terrifying devouring power was sufficient to defeat any opponent of the same level. Lei Ying and Yan Jin calmed their churning blood. Their expressions were grave. The both of them had used all of their techniques, yet they were unable to obtain the upper hand. If this continued, they might really end up showing traces of defeat. The battle is in a stalemate. The strength of the Hun clan is indeed far greater than what we understand. Lei Ying's eyes swiftly swept over the place while he had the time and saw that many experts of the Lei clan had perished. Although he felt a heartache, there was nothing he could do. This was the cruel reality of a war. Yan Jin nodded slightly. From the looks of the current situation, this would definitely be a big miserable war. However, no matter the price, they must snatch the ancient jade back. This was because they understood that once the Hun clan opens the Dou Qi ancient god mansion and obtain the secret to advance into the Dou Di class from within, just Hun Tiandi alone would be able to eliminate all the three clans. At that time, they would truly be faced with the danger of their clan being exterminated. We cannot give up, the two of them exchanged glances and saw a ruthlessness from both parties' eyes. Regardless of how miserable the fight was, they were currently still possessing a numerical advantage. The Hun clan had prepared for hundreds or thousands of years in order to gather the ancient jades. Isn't your thoughts a little simple if you think that you can stop our plans so easily? The Nihility Devouring Flame stepped on the air and laughed coldly as he once again appeared in front of them. A chill flashed over Lei Ying and Yan Jin's face. They were about to attack when a somewhat hurried voice suddenly sounded from beside their ears. Quick, scatter! Something is wrong. The sudden voice caused the both of them to be startled. Their expressions changed drastically. This was because they could hear that the voice belonged to Gu Yuan. Just what was it that made him so anxious? Buzz. A strange buzzing sound was suddenly emitted from the black cloud that covered the sky while the both of them had a change in expression. Waves after waves of dark and cold aura spread rapidly. Are they finally ready? The Nihility Devouring Flame lifted their heads after he heard the buzzing sound. His heart sighed in relief. The three clans in the Sky Mansion Alliance did indeed surpass the Hun clan in terms of the number of experts. If they did not take any action, it was likely that many experts from the Hun clan would end up dying here. Buzz buzz. The buzzing sound became increasingly hurried. At the same time, a couple of indescribable dark and stern auras slowly appeared from the black cloud. Everyone on the battlefield lifted their heads in the face of this unexpected occurrence. Their uncertain and cautious eyes looked at the black cloud. Boom boom. Black cloud suddenly churned and a couple of black figures shot out. All of them were suspended at various spots in the sky. That is, coffins? Everyone looked at the things that had been shot out from the black fog. They were immediately startled. This was because the things were 3 black coffins. The dark and densely cold aura was something that seeped out from the coffins. Bang! The 3 black coffins were suspended in the air. Their covers flew out and 3 skeleton-like skinny figures slowly stepped out from within. Immediately, 3 auras, which were even more frightening than Han Yuan-Tian earlier, erupted from the sky. It caused the expressions of the alliance to change drastically. Han Tiancheng? Han Yao? How can all these old ghosts be still alive? Lei Ying's and Yan Jin's eyes suddenly shrunk as they looked at the 3 figures. Their faces were filled with shock. These 3 people were even older than Han Tiandi. Back then, they had already gradually declined and died. Yet, how was it possible for them to appear again today? Hiss. Xiao Yan, who was seated on the huge black door, had inhaled a breath of cool air because of the scene. Another 3 8-star Doushangs? Moreover, the auras of these 3 were similar to Lei Ying Duo. That not right. The auras of these people aren't quite right. Xiao Yan's current senses were extremely sharp. He had immediately detected that something was wrong. He could sense a deathly aura that was many times denser than that of Han Yuan-Tian. These 3, seems like zombies? The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes twitched rapidly as he muttered. A zombie was in existence like a puppet. However, it was at a higher level as compared to puppets. This was because it required one to use a certain mysterious method to revive some of those who had already died. However, the requirements for the revival was extremely harsh. Additionally, the chance of success was low. Hence, there was usually no one who did such a thing. After all, a true expert would be guarded by the clan or sect after their deaths. No one would wish that the body of their ancestors would be ruined by others after their deaths. Clearly, the Han clan had used some unknown technique to turn these originally dead experts from the Han clan into zombies. In this way, these zombies could once again fight for them. Was this the strength that the Han clan hid? If Han Yuan-Tian was included, there would be a total of 4 8-star Doushangs. This strength could easily shift the equilibrium of the war in the favor of the Han clan. For silence destruction, deathly world. The mouths of the 3 figures in the sky were suddenly widened. 3 light spots flew out. After which, they were transformed into 3 10,000 feet large giant black doors. The huge doors were filled with deathly aura. They were surprisingly another 3 deathly silence gates. The black giant doors stood at 3 spots in the sky. Deathly auras surged out from them and enveloped the entire place. Under the erosion of the deathly aura, all the experts from the Alliance were stunned to find that the life within their bodies was gradually being lost. The 3 large gates had formed a formation that enveloped the entire Alliance army inside it. From the looks of it, they were actually planning to use this to severely damage the Alliance army. Withdraw. Lei Ying's and Yan Jin's expressions changed drastically at this moment. Clearly, they had also recognized this formation, which had an extremely ferocious reputation during the ancient times. They quickly cried out loud. Han Yuan-Tian, return to the formation. Use the deathly silence gate and complete the formation. A skinny elder from amongst the trio cried out sternly after seeing the Alliance army retreat. Quick, scatter. Lei Ying's and Yan Jin's heart pounded intensely after hearing the old man's cry. If the formation was completed, it was likely that their losses today would be extremely great. Swoosh. The miserable Han Yuan-Tian swiftly flew into the sky. He looked at the trio while his expression was furious and pale. A moment later, he spoke in a hoarse voice. The deathly silence gate had been snatched by that brat Xiao Yan, but... If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1609, Breaking Through the Realm. Chapter 1609, Breaking Through the Realm. The deathly silence gate had been stolen? The 3 skinny old men's expression became extremely gloomy after hearing Han Yuan-Tian's words. One of them involuntarily chided, Han Yuan-Tian, we have prepared for so many years in order to form 4 deathly silence gate. Yet, you have actually lost one of them in such a short amount of time? Han Yuan-Tian's expression was volatile. His heart was also filled with fury. He did not expect just a small misjudgment on his part had actually given Xiao Yan an opportunity. The formation that they had currently formed was a great formation that was renowned throughout the continent for its ferocity. Only by creating 4 deathly silence gate would it be possible to create a deathly world. Those experts who were trapped inside it would completely be enveloped by the endless deathly aura and gradually die. This was even if they were 7 or 8-star elite Dou Shangs. If this formation was successfully activated, it would definitely be able to cause the Alliance army to suffer a terrible loss. However, no one had expected that something like this would appear at this critical moment. That brat has actually reached the D-state soul. I did not expect that he is able to swiftly find the spiritual stone that I have hidden within the deathly silence gate and eliminate the spiritual imprint on it. Han Yuan clenched his teeth and spoke with great unwillingness. What should we do? There is not much life force remaining in our bodies. After this attack, all the life force remaining in us would be completely exhausted. We will at least need to rest for quite a long period of time in order to be able to attack again. If another big war breaks out during this period of time, we will not be able to intervene. A skinny old man furiously glared at Han Yuan before turning to the other two and said, "The price has already been paid. Naturally, we cannot simply let our effort be wasted. We will unleash the formation and try to seriously damage the Alliance army. As long as our Hun clan learns of the location of the Dou Qi ancient god mansion and open it, the clan head will be able to advance into the legendary Dou D class. At that time, it would not be difficult if he wished to truly revive us." A grayish dark-faced skinny elder spoke in a dense voice as his eyes flashed. "Aye." The other two nodded upon hearing this. This was all they could do now that things had developed until this stage. "Han Yuan, why aren't you taking your position? If I had known this would happen, I should not have allowed you to intervene earlier and try to rescue Hun Feng. Now, not only did you not manage to rescue him, but you have ended up delaying the big plans of our clan. If it is not because you are also a veteran of our Hun clan, I would have already killed you by now." The old man with a dark grayish face turned his head and sternly spoke to Han Yuan. Han Yuan seemed to have understood that he had really gotten into a big mess this time around. Hence, he did not say anything despite his ugly expression. All he could do was to turn around. His body flashed and he appeared at one side of the sky. Dense deathly aura erupted from his palm. After which, it connected with the 3 deathly silence gate. Immediately, a dark world had wrapped the entire mountain range inside it. The deathly aura eroded all life within it. "Xiao Yan, once I capture you, I will definitely make you suffer a fate where you can neither beg to live nor die." A monstrous deathly aura surged out from within Han Yuan's body. His face also revealed a cruel and savage expression. The Alliance army gathered together as the monstrous deathly aura spread. Their eyes were cautiously looking at the black chi around them. They could sense that those deathly aura were seeping into his body from every pore. This kind of invasion was not something that they could block by using their Dou Qi or spiritual strength. This is the legendary Death World formation. It is unexpected that the Hun clan is even able to use this. Liang, Yanjin, and the many experts from the ancient clans had dark and solemn expressions as they looked at the deathly aura spreading around them. Their hearts involuntarily felt an unease. Even if they, as the top experts, were able to resist this aura, those weaker individuals would suffer great damage if this continued. The terrible loss was not something that they could afford. "We must quickly charge through." The black submerged king, Gulei, spoke with a grave expression. He had been held back by 2 experts from the Hun clan, who had reached the 7-star Dou Shang class earlier. The big battle that erupted could be considered earth-shaking. Gulei had never even heard of those 3 experts from the Hun clan, who could match the 4 demon saints, before. Clearly, the Hun clan had been hiding their strength during all these years. Such a strength was far greater than the Gu clan. If it was not because they were allied with the Yen clan, Lei clan, and the Sky Mansion alliance, just the strength of the Gu clan alone would likely have difficulty fighting the Hun clan. This is difficult. A death realm had already been built over this place. Moreover, these deathly aura can isolate any spiritual probe. If we randomly charge around, it would only lead to the swift exhaustion of our strength, Yan Jin spoke in a deep voice. However, we will also most likely end up dead if we continue to remain here. Gu Dao from the 3 immortals of the Gu clan spoke with a bitter smile. Currently, they were in a dilemma. Clan head Gu Yuan has likely been held back by Hun Tiandi. It would likely be extremely difficult for him to intervene. Fairy Huo Ling from the Yen clan had an extremely grave expression on her enchanting face. Her aura was also slightly sluggish. Clearly, she had been injured during the big battle from earlier. Everyone became a little quiet. No one had expected that this somewhat favorable situation would suddenly turn into this state. Chi. A slight rushing wind sound suddenly appeared from within the deathly aura permeating the sky while everyone was at a loss as to what to do. Many black spears containing rich deathly auras shot from around them. This sudden attack caused the Alliance army to panic a little. There was a dense deathly aura on those black spears. Hence, even their Dou Qi defense was unable to be of much use. The black spears penetrated through some of the Alliance experts. In the blink of an eye, their bodies collapsed and turned into a pile of rotten bones. Traces of black vapor seeped out from within the bones. Damn it! Lei Ying and the others had gloomy faces after seeing that the Alliance was in such a disadvantageous position. They were prepared to forcefully charge out of this death world when the deathly aura in front of them suddenly moved. Immediately, a huge black door appeared in a flash. Do not attack, it's me. The Alliance army was greatly startled after they saw something exactly the same as the three giant gates from earlier. However, a familiar voice was emitted from the huge gate before they could unleash their attacks. Xiao Yan? Lei Ying and the others rejoiced upon hearing this voice. They looked towards the top of the giant black gate. There was a young figure there. It was surprisingly Xiao Yan. Follow me. This death world might be mysterious, but I have managed to snatch one of the deathly silence gate they used to build the formation. Hence, this formation is incomplete. We can charge out from the weakest part of the formation. Xiao Yan looked down at the many experts from the Alliance army and spoke in a deep voice. A joy quickly appeared on everyone's face after they heard this. However, they were in an emergency situation and there was little time for them to pose questions. Lei Ying waved his hand and the large group of experts hurriedly rose into the air. Let's go! Xiao Yan let out a deep cry. He quickly flicked his finger and the huge deathly silence gate below flew out. It covered the area above the army. Waves of suction force erupted. The deathly aura around was completely absorbed by it. The Alliance army quickly felt that the pressure on them had greatly diminished after the deathly aura ceased eroding them. The slowly circulating Dou Qi in their bodies was also quickly recovered. This little fellow is really skilled. He is even able to snatch this deathly silence gate. Lei Ying, Yanjin, Gulei and the others greatly rejoiced upon seeing this scene. It was fortunate that Xiao Yan had snatched one of the deathly silence gate. Otherwise, once the formation had truly become perfect, the Alliance army would definitely suffer an extremely serious blow. It should be known that during the ancient times, there had been many rumors of various sects and factions which were totally eliminated by this ultimate formation. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The experts from the Han clan seemed to have detected something as the army quickly flew towards one side of the death world. The deathly aura around the place surged. After which, it was transformed into a 10,000 feet large giant hand of death which ruthlessly slammed towards the Alliance army. Xiao Yan's body flashed and appeared in the sky. Little E also appeared on his shoulder. Due to Xiao Yan's soul having stepped into the D state, Little E's aura had also become relatively terrifying. Its current self was likely many times more powerful than the purifying demonic lotus flame back then at the demonic flame realm. Who? Little E spat through its mouth after it appeared. Purifying demonic lotus flame shot out in all directions. Finally, it collided ruthlessly with the giant hand of death. Immediately, a sizzling sound appeared throughout the sky. A dense rotten smell also spread. Mao! Xiao Yan's hands quickly formed a seal while Little E was holding back the giant hand. A 10,000 feet large figure once again appeared on the surface of his body. Its mouth was opened and an earth-shaking spiritual sonic wave swept wildly across the place like a storm. The deathly aura permeating the air was scattered slightly in the face of this spiritual sonic wave attack. After which, a somewhat dim formless barrier appeared a short distance in front of the Alliance army. There seemed to be a figure floating behind the barrier. If one was to look carefully, it was surprisingly Han Yuan Tian. Clan head Lei Ying and Yanjin attack together and break this space. Xiao Yan immediately cried out coldly as he looked at the figure. Lei Ying and the others quickly nodded upon hearing Xiao Yan's cry. Dou Qi immediately surged across the sky. A couple of terrifying attacks were immediately unleashed. Finally, they ruthlessly smashed onto the barrier in front of Han Yuantian's altered expression. Bang! The formless barrier trembled in the face of the violent attacks by a couple of top-level experts. Finally, it could not endure the burden and emitted a crack sound. Finally, it exploded apart with a loud and clear sound. The deathly aura around the place quickly scattered with the shattering of the formless barrier. Warm sunlight once again poured down from the sky. Grug! The faces of the three other skinny elders in the sky paled the moment the death world was shattered. Blood was spat out from their mouths. A dense dimness rose in their eyes. They understood that the plan to seriously damage the Alliance today had failed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1610, Withdraw. Chapter 1610, Withdraw. Warm sunlight came pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. Under the warm sunlight, the deathly aura that permeated the place had also quickly disappeared. Lei Ying and the rest finally sighed in relief after the surrounding deathly aura had completely vanished. They lifted their eyes and looked around. Currently, they were still in the burial mountain range. However, no life had remained in the current mountain range. Clearly, all life had been eroded by the deathly aura from earlier. A black mass of experts from the Hun clan stood in the sky a short distance from the Alliance. Their eyes revealed a ferocious glow as they stared at the Alliance army. However, the expressions of some of the upper echelons amongst them were quite ugly. Clearly, they did not expect that this so-called ultimate killing formation was actually unable to cause much harm to the Alliance army. What happened? Why has the Death World been destroyed with such ease? The expression of the Nihility devouring flame quickly became gloomy. He looked at Han Yuantian's group and demanded furiously. Han Yuantian's group could only smile bitterly in the face of the anger of the Nihility devouring flame. The grayish dark-faced elder hesitated for a moment before replying honestly. Han Yuantian's deathly silence gate had been snatched by Xiao Yan. Currently, the formation isn't complete. Moreover, that Xiao Yan had used the strength of the deathly silence gate to protect the Alliance army. The Alliance army subsequently combined their attacks and forcefully break the area guarded by Han Yuantian. Bastard! Such an important thing has actually been stolen? What is the point of keeping you around? A fierce glint immediately flashed across the Nihility devouring flame's eyes when he heard this. His eyes were dense as he stared at Han Yuantian. After which, he slammed his hand violently and the space crumbled. A black flame palm landed on Han Yuantian's body with lightning-like speed, causing the already injured Han Yuantian to have a weary aura. He clenched his teeth and could only quietly accept the attack. The position of the Nihility devouring flame in the Hun clan was basically comparable to Hun Tiandi. Without his existence, it would have been impossible for the Hun clan to last until now. Nihility, sir, it is pointless to be angry now. The Alliance army has not suffered much of a loss. On the other hand, we have exhausted the life force within our bodies. It is impossible for us to use the formation again. The grayish dark-faced elder could only sigh after seeing this scene. Finally, he opened his mouth and pursued. Although Han Yuantian had committed an extremely foolish mistake, he was also a veteran of the Hun clan. Killing him at this moment would be a big loss to the Hun clan. The Nihility devouring flame had a dark and gloomy expression. He glanced at the Alliance army in the distance. Although the Alliance had suffered some losses in the Death World, it was clearly not extremely serious. Their fighting strength was still extremely strong. Let's withdraw for today. Nihility, do it. An icy cold voice suddenly resounded beside the ears of the experts from the Hun clan while the latter were quiet. Their bodies ended up shuddering. This voice belonged to Hun Tiandi. Humph. The Nihility devouring flame snorted coldly upon hearing this. He once again glared ruthlessly at the pale-looking Hun Yuantian. However, he did not disobey Hun Tiandi's orders. He inhaled a deep breath of air and his body suddenly began to swell wildly. A torrent of black flames surged out from within his body in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had already swept throughout the entire world. The lush green forest of the burial mountain range below had been turned into ashes in an instant. Even the mountain rocks were turned into dust. The caution of the Alliance army surged after seeing this action of the Nihility devouring flame. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he rose into the air. Little E appeared ferocious as it stood on his shoulder. The pink purifying demonic lotus flame spread over the sky and turned into a huge fire curtain, which surrounded the Alliance army. With Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, he was able to easily unleash the strength of the purifying demonic lotus flame to its fullest extent. Roar! The Nihility devouring flame's icy cold eyes looked at Xiao Yan. A low beast-like roar was emitted from his throat. Immediately, his body, which had swelled to 1,000 feet, suddenly exploded. Bang! The sudden explosion caused the entire place to shake violently. Black flames covered the sky. The black flame seemed to have begun to gather at an extremely frightening speed at the spot where the Nihility devouring flame had exploded. Within a short moment, a swiftly rotating black flame hole had appeared in the sky at that spot. The many experts from the Hun clan seemed to have received an order when they saw the black hole being formed. All of them rushed forward without a word being spoken. After which, they shot into the black hole. They are about to flee. The expressions of Lei Ying and the others changed upon seeing this scene. Many experts quickly rose into the air. Powerful Dou Qi shot out one after another without a need for any orders. Finally, they smashed towards the black hole from all directions. Humph! Faced with the sudden fierce attack from the many experts of the Alliance army, a cold snort was suddenly emitted from the nihility-devouring flame within the black hole. Immediately, black flame erupted like a volcano, surging out and colliding directly with the many attacks. After which, a devouring power erupted and wildly swallowed the many attacks. Trying to leave? It won't be so easy. Xiao Yan clearly found his target. He laughed coldly as the seals formed by his hands changed. A 10,000 feet body slowly appeared. The yellow spring divine anger that was unleashed by his D-state soul had a strength that was even more terrifying than his extermination fire lotus. This was an extremely pressurizing attack against those experts, whose spiritual strength was inferior to him. The damage of one's soul was not something that one could recover from simply resting. Mao! The moment the figure appeared, an earth-shaking spiritual attack shot out at a shocking speed. Even the devouring power of the black flames had been forcefully shattered under this spiritual assault. The spiritual attack ruthlessly smashed onto the black hole. Immediately, the bodies of at least 100 experts from the Hun clan exploded and turned into a bloody fog, which scattered within the black hole. The black hole also began to shake violently in the face of this head-on spiritual attack. There was a deep moan being vaguely emitted. Clearly, the nihility-devouring flame was unable to endure such an attack. Attack together! Xiao Yan cried in a deep voice. He frowned after seeing that the yellow spring divine anger was unable to destroy the black hole despite having some effect on it. With Gu Yuan being held back, the entire Alliance army did not object to some of Xiao Yan's orders. Even Lei Ying and the others had quietly nodded after sensing just how frightening Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was. Looking from just the point of fighting strength, Xiao Yan was already comparable with them. Hence, a large group of experts quickly rose into the sky after hearing Xiao Yan's cry. Various different Dou skills were used at this moment. After which, the entire place shook under the vast and mighty attack. The densely packed attacks caused even someone with the strength of the nihility-devouring flame to feel his skin turning numb. Buzz buzz. Some hurried buzzing sound was emitted from within the black hole in the face of such a terrifying lineup. Soon after, one could see an endless number of black light erupting from it. Finally, a black ray of light that covered the sky collided violently with the attack of the Alliance army. Immediately, an indescribable frightening energy spread wildly across the sky. The entire mountain range was cut into two by the waves. 100,000 feet large deep gully stretched from the mountain range into the horizon. Hold them back. We must not allow them to leave with the ancient jade. Xiao Yan lifted his head. His eyes shot towards the brilliant fireworks in the sky as he cried out loud. 9 lightning calamity palm. Burning flame blazing sky. Yellow spring divine anger. The entire Alliance army's truly strong individuals had unleashed their strongest attacks at this moment. Immediately, the appearance of the sky was altered. Those observers in the distance felt their hearts trembled from fear. Some of the weaker individuals directly fell onto the ground. This was the first time that they had witnessed an attack of such strength. Bastard. Faced with such a terrifying attack, an irritated curse was also emitted from the nihility-devouring flame within the black hole. He was unable to withstand such a strike. Chie! The frightening attack had arrived almost instantly. However, the attacks were about to strike onto the black hole when a tall figure suddenly appeared in a flash. His expression was dark and solemn while his hands suddenly tore at the space in front of him. 100,000 feet large spatial crack erupted and swallowed all the powerful attacks from Xiao Yan's group. Hun Tiandi! Xiao Yan's expression sunk after he saw the figure which had intervened. The space beside Xiao Yan fluctuated after Hun Tiandi appeared. Gu Yuan surfaced from it. At this moment, the latter's long hair was in a mess. An aura, which caused even Xiao Yan to be terrified, quietly spread, causing the surrounding space to continue breaking and mending. What a great Xiao Yan! Hun Tiandi's originally calm face was covered with a dark and cold murderous intent at this moment. He naturally understood that Xiao Yan's act of stealing the Deathly Silence Gate had completely spoilt the Hun clan's plans of severely damaging the Alliance army in this place. Xiao Yan's eyes were also dark and solemn as he stared at Hun Tiandi. He did not hide the murderous desire in his eyes. He also wanted to kill Hun Tiandi. Gu Yuan, consider yourselves lucky this time around. However, I have already gathered all the ancient jades. Once I advance to the Dou Qi class, your 3 clans in the Sky Mansion Alliance will be completely eliminated from the Dou Qi continent. Hun Tiandi looked at Xiao Yan before his eyes turned towards Gu Yuan. A dense cold smile was slowly lifted on his face. His body was slowly pulled back. Finally, he stepped into the black hole. The black hole shook and swiftly vanished. After which, the black flame that covered the place quickly paled. Gu Yuan, just you wait. The next time we meet, all of you will tremble and bow under my feet. Ha ha. The black hole disappeared. However, Hun Tiandi's dark and cold laughter continued to reverberate across the sky for a long time. Xiao Yan looked at the spot where the black hole had disappeared. His expression was cold as he involuntarily clenched his hands tightly. It was unexpected that the combined effort of the three clans and the Sky Mansion Alliance was unable to hold the Hun clan back. The latter was really too strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1611, Plan. Chapter 1611, Plan. How hateful, they had still managed to escape. Lei Ying and the others clenched their teeth with great dissatisfaction as they looked at the place where the black hole had disappeared. It was unexpected that even the three great clans and the Sky Mansion Alliance were actually unable to retain the Hun clan. The strength that the Hun clan had displayed had far exceeded what we knew about them in the past. Yan Jin's expression was grave. From a certain point of view, the current Hun clan is no longer something that any single faction could fight against alone. Even the Gu clan was unable to do so. It was precisely because of this that the danger he felt in his heart had increased. If the three clans had not cooperated, it was likely that they would be finished off by the Hun clan one at a time. Their fate would likely be no different for the Yao, Ling, and Shi clan. The Hun clan has hidden too deeply during these years. Gu Yuan, whose hair was in a mess, had a face that was also unusually grave. They always thought that even if the Gu clan was unable to defeat the Hun clan with its strength, the Gu clan should at least be equivalent to the Hun clan in strength. However, the cruel reality today had told them that the Gu clan was really no match for the Hun clan. Hun Tiandi is right. When the Xiao clan was defeated back then, there was no faction on this continent who could fight with them. Unfortunately, this truth was something that we are only aware of at today. Gu Yuan sighed. He also felt some regret in his heart. If the Xiao clan was still present, the Hun clan would likely not dare to start this war regardless of how bold it was. Lei Ying and the others laughed bitterly after hearing these words. It was a little too late to speak about this now. What should we do now? Xiao Yan was momentarily quiet before he replied. Everyone's eyes were thrown towards Gu Yuan after they heard this. The latter mused for a moment upon seeing this. Finally, he said, the Hun clan has already obtained all of the Dou Qi ancient god jade. After they recuperate, it is likely that they are going to put the ancient jades together and learn of the location of the Dou Qi ancient god mansion. The only thing that we can do now is to carefully observe the Hun clan. If any of their experts moved, we will quietly follow them until the location of the Dou Qi ancient god mansion. If it's spying on them, I'm afraid that the Hun clan would slip away and escape from us. By the time we discover it, it is likely that they have already entered the ancient god mansion. Lei Ying frowned and said. This was something that the Hun clan specializes in. They had not sensed anything wrong when the Hun clan had quietly destroyed the Ling, Shi, and Yao clans. This time around, I will personally observe them. Gu Yuan spoke in a deep voice. He understood the importance of this matter. If the Hun clan managed to successfully open the mansion and obtain the secret to advance into the Dou Qi class, it was likely that they would not have the opportunity to turn things around. In the eyes of a genuine Dou Qi, the so-called Alliance army would appear extremely insignificant. Everyone finally nodded after hearing these words. The two strongest in Divai. There would definitely be a big war once they reached the location of the Dou Qi ancient god mansion. This time around, even if we fight until many die, we must not allow the Hun clan to do what they please. Gu Yuan's expression was solemn as he spoke. Everyone nodded in unison. They understood that if they were to fail in this battle at the mansion, their fate would be the same as the other three clans. In order to retain their clan's bloodline, they must fight until death regardless of the great price they had to pay. The victor survives while the defeated dies. The army has remained at the Sky Mansion Alliance during this period of time and strictly observed the action of the Hun clan. Additionally, I feel that we should take the opportunity of this period of time to destroy the locations of all the Hall of Soul, which acts as the claws of the Hun clan, on the Central Plains. Xiao Yan opened his mouth and said after making a decision. The Hall of Soul, huh? It is perhaps time to completely destroy this tumor. Lei Ying and the others mused for a moment upon hearing this. A fierce glint flashed over their eyes. They were well aware of the actions of the Hall of Soul during these years. This faction had been collecting souls from all over the place. From the looks of it now, it seemed that the revival of the older generations of the Hun clan's experts like Hun Yuantian, who should have died a long time ago, had some relation with this. In that case, let's get this Alliance army to camp at the Sky Mansion Alliance. That place stands on the Central Plains and we will be able to monitor every action of the Hun clan. Gu Yuan did not object. Remaining in the Central Plains would make it convenient to monitor the Hun clan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. After which, he turned his head towards Yao Lao and said, "Teacher, I'll leave the matter of the army to you." Haha, relax. The alliance might be lacking in many ways, but we have a lot of room. It should not be a problem for these people to stay there. Yao Lao fondled his beard and laughed. Additionally, the position of Chief of the Sky Mansion Alliance had been shifted to you before the army had set off. You are most suitable than me to take this position now. Xiao Yan was startled. He looked at the smile on Yao Lao's face and nodded helplessly. Currently, the alliance was becoming stronger. It did require a powerful alliance chief. Yao Lao might have the necessary reputation, but he was a little lacking in terms of strength. Allowing Xiao Yan to take the position would likely further stabilize the alliance. Xiao Yan once again left some instructions to Yao Lao and the rest before he suddenly turned his head to look at Kai Lin and Xun Er. He softly said, "The both of you should follow me." Xiao Yan rushed towards a distant mountain after his words sounded. Kai Lin and Xun Er also understood him after seeing this. Their faces became slightly flush. They clenched their hands tightly. Their hearts, which showed no fear in the face of a large army, actually began to feel slightly anxious. Both ladies quickly glanced at each other as though they were cheering each other on. After which, they clenched their silver teeth gently and followed. Xiao Yan's figure landed on a mountain in the distance. The few experts from the alliance on the mountain quickly stood up after they saw his arrival. They bowed and welcomed him. Respect and fear filled their faces. Alliance Chief. I have troubled everyone. Xiao Yan waved his hand and quickly walked towards Xiao Zhan, who was guarded by everyone. He bowed respectfully and softly asked, "Father, are you all right?" Xiao Zhan looked at this somewhat skinny young man in front of him, whose hands seemed to possess the strength to fight the heavens. His eyes once again became moist. Pride and relief filled his heart. Although he was a great distance away earlier, he had also clearly seen the earth-shaking like big battle earlier. The terrifying strength which Xiao Yan had displayed during the big battle had caused him to be excited and pleased. During these years he had spent in the Hun clan, he clearly understood just how frightening the Hun clan was. Yet, even such a terrifying opponent seemed to have suffered a serious damage in the hands of this youngest son of his. "Yana, you have grown." Xiao Zhan's rough large hand patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Back in the distant past, when everyone had thought that this former genius of the Xiao clan would become completely useless, only he stubbornly believed that the youth would one day soar to the skies. Decades later, the useless youth in the Wu-Tang city back then had already stood at the peak of this continent and overlook everything on it. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a heartache as he looked at Xiao Zhan's much older face. He forcefully smiled and slowly moved his body aside. Two beautiful figures, which caused everything in the world to pale in comparison, were revealed behind him. "Uncle Xiao. Do you still remember Xun Er?" Xun Er's face were slightly flushed as she bowed gracefully and whispered. "Xun Er?" Xiao Zhan was startled. He looked at this beautiful fairy-like lady in front of him. Finally, he recalled the most brilliant and mysterious young lady of the Xiao clan back then. A joy immediately surged on his face. This was the most satisfactory daughter-in-law in his opinion about back then. However, the latter's status caused him to understand that it was merely wishful thinking on his part. He had even knocked Xiao Yan's head frequently because of this, telling him not to get too deep with Xun Er. Father, Xun Er is currently a member of our Xiao clan." Xiao Yan approached Xiao Zhan and laughingly said, "Good fellow. You have really not disappointed your father." Xiao Zhan's elderly face revealed a great joy after hearing this. His palm slapped onto Xiao Yan's back. Xun Er's face had turned red with embarrassment after hearing the conversation of the two. His face was brilliant and alluring. "Who is this?" Xiao Zhan was happy for a moment before his eyes suddenly looked at Kai Lin at the side. The latter was quietly standing in one corner with a bewitching and tempting appearance. However, her originally cold pretty face had become a lot quieter and gentler. It caused Xiao Yan to be a little stunned. "Cough, this is also your daughter-in-law, Kai Lin." Xiao Yan's expression was a little unnatural. He coughed dryly and spoke in a low voice. "Ugh," Xiao Zhan's face twitched slightly. He covertly gave Xiao Yan a thumbs up. "Father, you should also have heard of Kai Lin. She has another name called Queen Medusa," Xiao Yan laughed. "Queen Medusa?" Xiao Zhan's mind trembled slightly upon hearing this name which he had once known very well. Even though he had currently seen many experts, his heart still had a lingering horror towards this Queen Medusa, whose fierce reputation was well known throughout the entire Jiama Empire back then. After all, this was a name that no one had dared to even mention at the Jiama Empire back then. However, he did not expect that this Queen Medusa, who had frightened the entire Jiama Empire and a couple neighboring empires, would actually also become his daughter-in-law. Uncle Xiao, that is all in the past. You can call me Kai Lin. Kai Lin smiled sweetly. She immediately glared at Xiao Yan icily and quietly warned him not to talk about the matters in the past. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled in the face of Kai Lin's warning. After which, he looked at Xiao Zhan and smilingly said, "Father, let's return to the Sky Mansion Alliance first. Ugh, your granddaughter is also waiting for you there. At that time, I will also call big brother and second brother over. Our family will be able to reunite again." Granddaughter. Guzhan widened his mouth. Various emotions immediately appeared in his heart. This little fellow, was he not a little too efficient? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1612, Serenity. Chapter 1612, Serenity. After the Alliance army withdrew back to the Sky Mansion Alliance, the entire Central Plains had undoubtedly turned into an uproar. The three great ancient clans and the overlord of the Central Plains, the Sky Mansion Alliance. This alliance army was so powerful that one could not describe it with words. Any faction would be turned into dust under the might of this army. This shock, which caused everyone to panic, did not last for long before the news of the all-out war between the Alliance army and the Hun clan was spread. After all, the big battle between the Alliance army and the Hun clan at the Burial Mountain Range was really far too earth-shaking. It was impossible for that kind of big war not to attract attention. Hence, the moment the big battle ended and the Alliance army withdrew, news of the battle began to spread to every corner of the Central Plains. Some of the factions, which had some conflict with the Sky Mansion Alliance, quietly sighed in relief after hearing that the target of the Alliance army was the Hun clan. Soon after, however, they could sense the most terrifying storm in 1,000 years would soon sweep over the Central Plains with their sharp senses. This storm would be incomparable intense. It would be many times worse than any other war in the past. Many factions began to feel uneasy in the face of this imminent storm. A fight between the frightening existences would likely cause an extremely horrible destruction over the Central Plains. This was clearly a danger that could not be underestimated for the factions that were living on the Central Plains. Even if they were to be briefly touched by a war of this level, it was likely that their entire faction would be destroyed. Hence, those factions, which were located close to the Sky Mansion Alliance, had all hurriedly left their lands after the Alliance army had set up camp at the Sky Mansion Alliance. They were afraid that they would suffer from some unintentional attacks when the war began, which would result in a miserable fate. Xiao Yan and the others ignored this commotion on the Central Plains. At the moment, the Hun clan might have committed various atrocities on the Central Plains, but it was obvious that those factions would not start a war with the Hun clan just because of this. Everyone wished to remain neutral in the face of this big war. Hence, Xiao Yan's group did not plan to pull these factions onto the same boat as them. The large army returned to the Star Realm and began to be busy once again. However, it was fortunate that there was Yao Lao and other people in charge of these. Hence, there was no need for Xiao Yan to have a headache over these matters. After all, he was really not very good when it came to management. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after returning to the Star Realm. Even he had felt a little tired after he finally being able to relax from such an intense battle. Therefore, while Yao Lao and the others were busy with settling the Alliance army down, he had led Xiao Zhan, Xun Er and Kai Lin back to the mountain, which belonged to him. Xiao Xiao quickly appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group after hearing about news of Xiao Yan's return at the mountain. After which, she swiftly pounced into Xiao Yan's embrace and refused to come down. "Come, Xiao Xiao, greet your grandfather." The current Xiao Xiao had began to appear a little juicy. Adding the natural bewitching look she had inherited from her mother, she was already a beauty despite being young. One could imagine that she would become another great beauty, who could bring disaster to countries like her mother, when she grew up. Xiao Zhao's large black eyes blinked after hearing Xiao Yan's words. She looked at Xiao Zhan beside Xiao Yan. Although this old man appeared to be a stranger, she still obediently called out, "Grandpa." "Ugh, good granddaughter." Xiao Zhan's eyes paused on Xiao Xiao the moment the latter appeared. His elderly face had actually reddened slightly from his excitement. That wrinkled-filled old face broke into a bright smile after hearing Xiao Xiao obediently greeted him. Even his eyes had become narrow as he laughingly replied in a hurried fashion. Xiao Yan helplessly smiled after seeing that Xiao Zhan's face was even more excited than when they had met earlier. Old people seemed to be especially fond of little children. After all, from the way they saw it, the continuation of their bloodline was the most important thing in a clan. "Come, Grandpa will give you a hug." Xiao Zhan smilingly extended his hand and forcefully hugged Xiao Xiao from Xiao Yan's embrace. His beard-covered old face continued to touch Xiao Zhao's small face, causing the latter to reveal a bitter expression, beard, pain. Ha! Xiao Zhan involuntarily burst out in laughter upon seeing this. Tears even began to fall due to his laughter. During the decades which he had been imprisoned by the Hun clan, he had basically fallen into a despair. After witnessing the strength of the Hun clan, it was extremely difficult for him to imagine escaping from their hands. At times, he even hoped that Xiao Yan would not go and rescue him. This was because it was far too dangerous doing so. However, when reality was placed in front of him, Xiao Zhan became aware that even though he had always had a great confidence in Xiao Yan, he had still underestimated the ability of this son of his. This kind of family joy really the best thing in the world for Xiao Zhan, who had once ended up in despair. Xiao Yan clenched his fist tightly after seeing Xiao Zhan's appearance. Kai Lin and Xun Er by the side involuntarily had reddened eyes. Father, let us go and rest first. Coincidentally, I am free during this period of time. I will help you nurse your health, Xiao Yan smiled. After which, he turned towards Kai Lin and said, send someone back to the Jiama Empire and bring my brothers over. Tell them, father is waiting for them. Kai Lin nodded gently before turning around and leave. Xiao Yan gently exhaled as he looked at Kai Lin's beautiful figure becoming distant. He muttered to himself in his heart, big brother, second brother, I have finally did what I have promised the both of you. The days after the big battle was unusually peaceful. The Alliance army that camped at the Sky Mansion Alliance did not move frequently. However, this atmosphere was an imminent storm had not weakened as a result. Instead, it became even denser. Everyone was aware that this would be the decisive battle between two extraordinary parties. The earth-shaking big battle in the Burial Mountain Range had resulted in both parties suffering some losses. Hence, they were a little quiet during this period of time. Both parties were using this limited time to quickly recover their energy and prepare for an all-out strike. While the army was recuperating, the upper echelons of the Alliance army did not have the time to do so. Gu Yuan had found a place to undertake a retreat the moment the army had arrived at the Falling Star Pavilion. Everyone knew that he was personally monitoring the Hun clan. With his monitoring the other party, any activity that occurred at the Hun realm would be immediately discovered by him. However, such an activity did not appear during this period of time. It was as though the Hun clan had become completely quiet after obtaining the ancient jade. Another couple of days passed in the blink of an eye as this deadlock continued. After the Alliance army had obtained some rest, they finally began their next course of action. This time around, their target was the Hun clan. Strong individuals from all over the place were orderly divided into many groups that flew out from the Star Realm. After which, they began a carpet-like search from the Sky Mansion Alliance in an attempt to look for the branch hall of the Hall of Soul. In the face of this extremely detailed search, the branch halls of the Hall of Soul were all being exposed one after another. However, after the Alliance army charged into these branch hall, they discovered that it was completely empty inside. Only an extremely few branch halls still had some experts from the Hall of Soul guarding it. However, this kind of protection was unable to pose any obstruction towards the Alliance army. Under this extremely forceful search by the Alliance army, all the branch halls of the Hall of Soul on the Central Plains had been turned into wasteland. Even the most important Sky and Earth halls had been destroyed by the powerful Alliance army. From this moment forth, the Hall of Soul, which was once renowned throughout the Central Plains, was easily eliminated from it. The outsides could only be shocked in the face of the Hall of Soul being easily destroyed. The previous overlord of the Central Plains actually appeared so weak in the face of the Alliance oppression. However, Xiao Yan and the others had also frowned while the public was shocked. From the looks of it, it was obvious that the Hun clan had already predicted this and have already withdrew the Hall of Soul from those places. Most importantly, the spiritual essence stored in those branch halls had also been shifted away by the Hall of Soul. The action taken by the Hun clan could be considered decisive. They knew that it was basically impossible to protect the Hall of Soul in the face of the Alliance army. In that case, they might as well hand it over to the Alliance. In any case, the Hall of Soul could be said to have achieved its purpose. It did not matter even if it was destroyed. Once their plans succeed, they would be able to rapidly build a couple of Hall of Souls. At that time, the entire continent would be under their control. Following the destruction of the Hall of Soul, the Alliance army could only withdraw once again. After which, they were placed outside of the Hun realm in front of many pairs of eyes in preparation of any activities that could potentially appear. During this period of time, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had also traveled through the wormhole that already been set up. They directly arrived at the Star Realm from the northwestern part of the continent. There was naturally a moving scene when father and son reunite. That scene caused the eyes of many to redden and their hearts to ache. Who could have expected that the original ordinary but lucky Xiao clan would ended up being separated due to the appearance of the Hun clan from nowhere? After his two brothers' arrival, Xiao Yan had also enjoyed a period of joy from the reunion, which he had not felt for a long time. Additionally, he had also inquired about the matters of the Yan alliance. This alliance that he had established back then was currently the undeniable strongest faction on the current northwestern part of the continent. However, Xiao Yan did not have any plans to use the strength of the Yan alliance. From the perspective of the Central Plains, it could only be considered a relatively strong faction. Hence, it was pointless to robe it into the alliance army. After enjoying a period of family time, Xiao Yan had once again refocused his mind. The matter of the Hall of Soul having gathered all the Dou Qi ancient god jade had been weighing on him. Even though he had currently stepped into the D-state soul, he was still far lacking when compared to a 9-star Doshan like the Nihility Devouring Flame. Hence, before the Han clan could find the Dou Qi ancient god cave, he must increase his strength as quickly as possible. In this way, it would allow him to be able to have some additionally trump cards when facing an opponent like the Nihility Devouring Flame. However, after reaching his level, attempting to raise his strength within a short period of time was clearly an extremely difficult task. Hence, Xiao Yan had finally chose to target the 9 mysterious golden lightning that was sealed within Little Yi's body after musing for a long time. After his soul had stepped into the D-state, he already possessed the ability to refine this strength, which he was once helpless against. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1613, Lightning Tribulation Pill. Chapter 1613, Lightning Tribulation Pill. Xiao Yan stood in front of a tomb that was standing alone on a plains deep within the heavenly tomb. He bowed respectfully towards the tomb before lifting his head. His eyes looked around him. There were many energy bodies present around the plains. However, they did not step anywhere within 10,000 feet from Xiao Yan. Moreover, there was respect and fear in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Yan. Even if one did not mention the fact that Xiao Yan was currently the owner of the heavenly tomb, just the fact that the latter's soul had stepped into the D-state was sufficient to cause these energy bodies to shudder in fear. These energy bodies could be considered the natives of this heavenly tomb. Most of these people were relatively powerful existences when they were alive. However, that was when they were still alive. At this moment, they were merely some energy bodies that could only survive by relying on the mysterious heavenly tomb. Xiao Yan had also deeply observed them. There was a total of over a dozen of them who had reached the Dou Shen class. Unfortunately, none of them possessed a strength comparable to ancestor Xiao Xian. Xiao Yan smiled involuntarily in the face of this. If there was an energy body here that was comparable to ancestor Xiao Xian, they would not have allowed the heavenly tomb soul to do as it pleased. This lineup could actually also be considered quite a powerful strength. However, due to the uniqueness of the heavenly tomb, they were unable to leave this place. Hence, they were of little help to Xiao Yan. Nevertheless, if I end up meeting an enemy in the future, I can trap him into entering the heavenly tomb. Xiao Yan fondled his chin and laughed softly. Immediately, he sat down in front of the tomb. His eyes were widened as he spoke in a faint voice, "Xue Dao, help me stand guard. Do not allow anyone to disturb me." Although there were many energy bodies inside the heavenly tomb, Xiao Yan did not really trust them. He could only be considered to be a little familiar to that Saint Xue Dao. Hence, Xiao Yan had the intention of allowing him to manage the order within the heavenly tomb. Understood. A blood-clothed figure in the distance hurriedly spoke in a respectful manner upon hearing this. If one was to look closely, it was that Saint Xue Dao. The current Xue Dao possessed quite a high status within this heavenly tomb. This was because many energy bodies were aware that the newly owner of the heavenly tomb seemed to have quite a deep relationship with him. Therefore, even some of the energy bodies which were far stronger than him, were currently extremely courteous to him. Saint Xue Dao was happy to enjoy such a change. However, he also understood that he was merely borrowing the strength of others to appear mighty. Therefore, he appeared extremely respectful when facing Xiao Yan. He completely treated himself as the latter's subordinate. Xiao Yan's hands formed a seal after he issued the instructions. Little Yi flashed and appeared on his shoulder. It opened its small mouth without waiting for Xiao Yan's instructions. A golden light was spat out from his mouth. Rumble. Loud rumbling sound appeared in the sky after this golden light had shot out. The golden light swelled with the wind. Within the short blink of an eye, however, it had swelled into a golden lightning dragon that was tens of thousands of feet in size. An enormous lightning arc flickered over his body. The rumbling sound brought about waves of thunder in the sky. Many energy bodies had a change in expression after seeing the golden lightning dragon emitting a terrifying pressure in the sky. They hurriedly pulled far back. If the lightning was to come smashing down, it was likely that many would have been blasted into dust. Roar! The lightning dragon roared in the sky. Those golden dragon eyes did not have any emotion. After all, it was currently only a type of pure energy. Xiao Yan looked at the lightning dragon raging in the sky and smiled slightly. He could clearly sense the violence and strength of the energy. If it was in the past, he might be only able to occasionally borrow its strength. However, it would have likely be extremely difficult task to refine it. However, it was fortunate that he had advanced into the D-state soul. This had allowed the 9 mysterious golden lightning, which he had originally feared, to become a lot more ordinary. The energy of the latter was increasingly powerful. This would allow Xiao Yan to quickly increase his strength. The most important thing for his current self was to possess a greater strength. I wish to say just how tyrannical you can be. The seal formed by Xiao Yan's hand changed once again. The ocean-like unfathomable spiritual strength on his brow swept out like a storm. In an instant, a huge figure that was a couple of times larger than the lightning dragon stood in the sky. The huge shadow was exactly the same as Xiao Yan. However, the rolling pressure that spread from its body was many times stronger than the pressure of the lightning dragon. Just looking at the enormous figure caused a trembling feeling to surge from deep within his soul. That feeling was as though they had met the Emperor of all souls. Only by submitting would they be able to escape from the harm of that pressure. Roar! Under that incomparably huge figure, even the golden lightning dragon, which was void of any intelligence, seemed to have felt the pressure. Its low roar was no longer as wild and violent as earlier. Even the bright lightning glow on his body had suddenly become much dimmer. The huge figure looked down at the lightning dragon from high above. Suddenly, a mountain-like large hand was extended out from the cloud layer and grabbed onto the lightning dragon. Bang bang bang! The scales on the golden lightning dragon stood up after they essayed the huge claw striking at them. Its large mouth was widened. Many thousand feet large golden lightning balls were shot out. Finally, they ruthlessly collided onto the giant hand, emitting a deafening rumbling sound. Golden lightning arcs flashed crazily in the sky. It appeared just like a golden lightning cloud. However, the lightning cloud directly torn apart the moment it was formed. A pair of large hands containing a terrifying pressure directly grabbed onto the lightning dragon's body. Chi. The lightning dragon struggled wildly after its body was caught. Many golden lightning continued to strike onto the huge palm, emitting a series of crackling sound. However, the huge palm did not move. Humph, break it! The huge figure watched the crazily struggling lightning dragon. A sharp cry was suddenly emitted. Immediately, the strength of his palm soared. One could hear a rumbling explosion in the sky and the golden lightning dragon was shattered by it. The lightning dragon exploded and it immediately turned into a viscous golden liquid, which was suspended in the sky. Those golden liquid contained an incomparably mighty energy fluctuation. Who? After the appearance of the golden liquid, Little Li suddenly leaped up from Xiao Yan's shoulder. His body swayed and it turned into a 10,000 feet large fire cauldron. The cauldron was opened and a suction force erupted from it. Immediately, the sea of golden liquid became like numerous golden river pouring down from the sky and completely fell into the fire cauldron. After the final drop of golden liquid fell into the fire cauldron, a pink flame within it immediately whistled and rose as it crazily attempted to refine it. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was below, beckoned with his hand. Countless medicinal ingredients flew out from within his storage ring. Finally, they turned into a medicinal sea that floated in the sky. Xiao Yan did not use an ordinary method to swallow the 9 mysterious golden lightning during this refinement. This was because he understood that with his current strength, even if he was to simply directly refine it, he would at the very most only be able to reach the advanced level 6-star Dou Qi class. However, Xiao Yan was dissatisfied with this. Hence, he had used another method. It was to use the 9 mysterious golden lightning as the key ingredient to refine a pill. This pill was called the Lightning Calamity Pill. It could be considered a relatively mysterious medicinal pill. Its main ingredient was not something ordinary. Instead, it was the pill lightning. Refining a medicinal pill with pill lightning and adding many medicinal ingredients and monster core into the mix. The pill that was refined would definitely be extraordinary. The Lightning Calamity Pill was also divided into different grades. There were Tier 8 medicinal pills, Tier 9 treasure pills and Tier 9 mysterious pills. The quality of the Lightning Calamity Pill that was being refined is mainly determined by the difference in the main ingredient. If one was to follow Xiao Ysm and directly use the 9 mysterious golden lightning as the main ingredient, the Lightning Calamity Pill that was finally refined should be able to reach the Tier 9 mysterious pill level. Xiao Yan had only succeeded in refining the Tier 9 mysterious pill once before. He had also burned quite lucky back then. This time around, however, Xiao Yan was extremely confident. The main reason for this confidence was simply because his soul had stepped into the D state. After having reached this level, one would seldom make any mistake when refining pills. Any changes would be detected early and corrected under the observation of the D state soul. Hence, Xiao Yan was not really worried that he would destroy this only 9 mysterious golden lightning of his. His D state soul gave him sufficient confidence. The sea of medicine around the fire cauldron in the sky continued to pour into the latter. These medicinal ingredients had directly turned into the purest medicinal strength the moment they entered the fire cauldron. Finally, they merged into the golden liquid. With an increasing number of medicinal ingredients being poured into the golden liquid, the liquid had also become a little colorful. The surface of the liquid had a continuous flashing lightning on it. At a glance, it appeared extremely mysterious. Refining a Tier 9 mysterious pill was not something that could be done immediately. However, Xiao Yan was already prepared for this. It was precisely because of this reason that he had chose the heavenly tomb as the location for the refinement. With the difference in the flow of time of this place, he should be able to successfully refine the lightning calamity pill within 1 to 2 months. Hence, lightning roar continuously resounded within the heavenly tomb during the subsequent period of time. The huge fire cauldron floated in the distant sky. Those pink flame that spread apart caused many energy bodies to sense a heartfelt horror. This scene continued for almost a month. However, only 6 days had passed on the central plains. After this refinement lasted for a month, Xiao Yan, whose eyes were tightly shut, also slowly opened them. His eyes looked at the fire cauldron in the sky and smiled. Golden light spread within the fire cauldron. The golden liquid had already withered away. However, that fist-sized bright gold-like medicinal pill originally located at the middle of the golden liquid, was quietly floating in the cauldron. Many golden lightning continued to seep out from around the medicinal pill while emitting a rumbling sound. The Tier 9 mysterious pill, Lightning Calamity Pill, had been successfully refined. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1614, 7-Star Dou Shang. Chapter 1614, 7-Star Dou Shang. Xiao Yan's expression was pleased as he looked at the fire cauldron and stood up. The pill refinement this time around had once again allowed him to feel the great strength of his D-state soul. If this had been in the past, he would have to exhaust himself greatly in order to refine this lightning calamity pill. Moreover, the most important thing was that there was no guarantee of his success after this exhaustion. Bang! The fire cauldron in the sky above began to churn intensely after Xiao Yan stood up. It vaguely gathered into a lightning cloud. Traces of black thunderbolt appeared just like huge dragons as they shuttled through the churning cloud in the sky. Pill lightning, huh? Xiao Yan smiled upon seeing this scene. He did not appear concerned. All he did was to wave his hand and the Northern King rushed out from within his storage ring. It directly turned into a black shadow that charged into the lightning cloud. Immediately, the lightning rumbled in the sky. It was possible to vaguely see the many thunderbolts in the sky rushing crazily towards a human figure. This kind of lightning roar continued for around 10 minutes or so before it gradually disappeared. Finally, many pure lightning strength came pouring down from the lightning clouds and landed into the brilliant golden medicinal pill in the fire cauldron. Buzz buzz. After these lightning strength surged into the pill, the final trace of impurity within the medicinal pill had also been purified. Immediately, a bright golden light erupted from within the medicinal cauldron. The cauldron cover was also forcefully pushed open. That lightning calamity pill within it turned into a light ray that charged towards the sky at a shocking speed. I have spent so much time and hard work to refine you. How can I simply allow you to escape? Xiao Yan laughed. A thought passed through his mind and the huge spiritual figure standing in the sky extended its giant hand. It directly penetrated through the empty space and grabbed onto the escaping golden light. Immediately, his body shrunk and swiftly rushed into Xiao Yan's brow. The brilliant gold medicinal pill was also obediently suspending in front of him. Who? Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed in relief as he looked at the round golden light medicinal pill in front of him. He could sense the terrifying strength within the medicinal pill. The quality of this lightning calamity pill was clearly greater than the Tier 9 mysterious pill that Xiao Yan had refined back at the Yao clan. Of course, this was unsurprising. After all, regardless of whether it was in terms of ingredients or his own ability, all of them had far surpassed those from back then. How much strength I can gain this time around will depend on you. Xiao Yan looked at the golden light medicinal pill in front of him and smiled. Immediately, he covered his eyes with his hands. The lightning calamity pill had turned into a ray of golden light that rushed into his open mouth. Bang, dot. The lightning calamity pill had only just entered Xiao Yan's body when an incomparably wild and violent ripple spread from within it. Immediately, sandy wind blew over the plains. A huge pit, that was hundreds of feet deep and tens of thousands of feet wide, appeared on the plains. Xiao Yan was standing at the middle of that deep pit. The tomb behind Xiao Yan continued to stand under the support of a huge stone pillar. Some faint light was being emitted from the tomb, protecting it from being destroyed. Qi. Bright golden lightning glow continued to surge out from within Xiao Yan's body. Finally, it spread over its surface and turned into a low and deep thunder roar. Xiao Yan's hair was in a mess while he was being encompassed by the glittering golden lightning. His originally black hair had immediately appeared as though it had been made of gold. While the surface of his body was undergoing a change, Xiao Yan was also crazily roaring within his body. The wild and violent lightning strength had turned into many furious dragons that went on a crazy rampage within their bodies. Regardless of how they charge around, however, it seemed that it would meet an extremely hard and invisible barrier, which reflected all of them back. At the same time, the purifying demonic lotus flame had also whistled and spread within Xiao Yan's body. It directly used the most peremptory method to devour all of these wild and violent energy. After it was refined, it turned into a rolling pure Dou Qi that merged into Xiao Yan's body. With the help of his D-state soul and the strength of the purifying demonic lotus flame, it would be quite an easy matter to refine the lightning calamity pill. The enormous deep pit had a golden light flickering within it. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes had a solemn expression in them. The natural energy gradually formed some ripples. Finally, it gathered on this plains. At a glance, it seemed as though there was a world tide-like mysterious scene. Using one's own Dou Qi to cause a world tide. There were hardly anyone in this world with the strength to do this. Gu Yuan had also drew a world tide back then. However, its might was clearly many times greater than this world tide Xiao Yan had stirred. After all, there was still a big gap between Xiao Yan and his strength. However, this scene was already quite incredible. If it was an ordinary 7-star elite Dou Sheng, it was likely extremely difficult to perform something like this. The reason Xiao Yan was able to do it was partly because of his D-state soul. The many energy bodies on the surrounding plains involuntarily had a change in expression after seeing the small-scale energy tide in the sky. This person can really be considered a genius. When I met him for the first time back then, he merely had the strength of a Dou Zun. However, the next time I meet him, he had already advanced into the Dou Sheng class. This speed can be considered terrifying. Now, he had advanced to an even higher level. In the future, he might really be able to reach the peak level like Xiao Xian, Saint Shuidao muttered to himself. A vague respect was revealed in his eyes. This achievement of Xiao Yan really caused one to have no other choice but to admire him. The surging energy tide had lasted for 10 full days. Only then did it gradually weaken. After another 2 days, the energy tide had finally completely disappeared. Che! A golden light suddenly charged upwards from the enormous deep pit when the energy tide scattered. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though it had penetrated through the world, giving it an extremely spectacular appearance. The golden light shot towards the sky while a figure slowly rose into the air. After which, the figure stepped on the empty space and gently landed on the ground. After his footstep landed, the light pillar also quickly dimmed and vanished from this world. Xiao Yan lifted his head and looked at the energy tide in the sky, which had completely vanished. His hair had once again returned to its normal state. However, those dark black eyes occasionally had some golden color flashing within them. It seemed to possess a strange pressure when one looked at it. 7-star Dou Sheng. Xiao Yan sensed the condition within his body. A joy quickly surged onto his face. The effect of the lightning calamity pill did not disappoint him. He was finally able to break through to the 6-star Dou Sheng class and leap into the 7-star Dou Sheng class. This level was already comparable to the older generation experts like the 4 demon saints of the Hun clan and the 3 immortals of the Gu clans. Of course, if they were to really fight, Xiao Yan was naturally able to easily defeat them. After all, his D-state soul was not a decoration. It is indeed worthy of being the Tier 9 mysterious pill, lightning calamity pill. Xiao Yan stretched his waist in satisfaction. If he was to use an ordinary method to refine the 9 mysterious golden lightning, it was likely that he would at the very most be able to reach the advanced 6-star Dou Sheng class. There would likely be quite a great difficulty for him to break through to the 7-star. After all, that small step hid a great difficulty. It is time to leave. However, Yao Lao has yet to send any information. It is likely that the Hun clan is still quiet. These people, what are they waiting for? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. There was a chill flashing across time. After counting the time, he found that at least 10 days had passed. They should have already completed their recuperation. The Hun clan should be extremely anxious when it come to the Tu Shi ancient god mansion. Their current action appeared to be somewhat strange. Of course, Xiao Yan did not think that the Hun clan had already headed directly to the Dou Qi ancient god mansion and opened it without anyone knowing. With Gu Yuan personally monitoring them, Xiao Yan believed that there would be no one in this world who could escape from his monitoring without anyone learning about it. "Han Tiandi, I wish to see just what you are planning." Xiao Yan laughed coldly. He immediately waved his sleeve gently and a crack appeared in the space in front of him. He took a stride forward, entered the crack and disappeared. The many energy bodies sighed in relief after seeing Xiao Yan disappear. Finally, they slowly scattered. This was a completely dark and quiet space. Black fog spread over the sky. A dark and cold force seeped across every part of this place. There was a black hole standing in the sky deep within this place. A figure was seated in the air while dark black flames continued to seep out from his body. Looking from a distance, he appeared just like a black hole that was continuously devouring everything in the world. There were many densely packed black figures below. At this moment, one after another light clusters had flew out from within the storage rings of these black figures. The light clusters were transparent. However, there was a pure energy that could cause one's expression to change contained within them. If Xiao Yan was present, he would be able to recognize that these light clusters were surprisingly the spiritual essence that the Hall of Soul had collected. Back then, Xiao Yan had merely refined a cluster of it and his spiritual strength had actually reached the perfect heavenly state. However, there were at least over 100 light clusters present. Who? The interior of the black figure seated in the sky suddenly emitted a wild wind-like sound. Immediately black flames surged out in all directions. A suction force erupted and it actually sucked the many spiritual essence light cluster into it. These spiritual essence were directly devoured after making contact with the black flame. With more and more spiritual essence being forcefully devoured by the figure, a wave of terrifying spiritual fluctuation was also gradually being emitted from within the body of the black figure. Roar! This fluctuation became increasingly strong. At the end, it became almost real, causing the space itself to become distorted. A low and deep roar was emitted from the mouth of the black figure. Suddenly, the black figure stood up. Monstrous spiritual fluctuation immediately erupted in all directions like a volcano. Congratulations on Nihility Sir's advancement into the D-state soul. The densely packed black figures below immediately bowed after sensing the monstrous spiritual pressure. Their respectful voice resounded within this place, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Ha ha, dot. The black figure in the sky involuntarily laughed towards the sky. His eyes quickly turned towards a figure on the mountain below and laughed. "Han Tiandi, it is time to gather the 8 jades and find out where the Dou Qi ancient god cave is located. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1615, Probing the Ancient God Mansion. Chapter 1615, Probing the Ancient God Mansion. A figure stood with his hands behind his back on the mountain. He lifted his head to look at the nihility devouring flame in the sky and smiled faintly. His white clothes caused him to stand out in this seemingly dark and sinister monotonous space. However, no one dared to question this uniqueness. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and respect when looking at him. This person was clearly the clan head of the Hun clan, Han Tiandi. Han Tiandi took a stride forward and appeared in front of the nihility devouring flame in the sky. He carefully observed the latter before laughing. "Not bad. We have finally allowed you to reach the D-state soul after spending such a great amount of effort." Ha ha. The nihility devouring flame also involuntarily laughed out loud. An existence like him would usually have an extremely difficult time training his soul to the D-state. Fortunately, the Hall of Soul had refined many spiritual essence during this years. By using this incomparably large essence strength, his soul was forcefully being pushed up. However, the price of this increase was really expensive. Most of the spiritual essence that the Hall of Soul had obtained through many years of hard work had basically been completely devoured by him. However, the position of the nihility devouring flame in the Hun clan was extremely great. No one would say anything against his enjoyment of such a treatment. There will only be reward if there is effort. Currently, with my strength, it should be possible for me to block Gu Yuan for a moment. If the both of us join hands, it would not be difficult for us to defeat him. The nihility devouring flame said. Han Tiandi laughed and nodded. His eyes were a little excited as he softly said, "It seemed that it is time to probe the location of the Dou Qi ancient god mansion. As long as we open the mansion and obtain the embryonic D pill, you will be able to borrow its strength to break into that level no one had reached in 10,000 years and truly become the strongest existence in this world." The nihility devouring flame licked his lips. Immediately, he changed the topic of the conversation and laughed. However, you should also not forget that there is also something that I need within the mansion. This was our agreement back then. You can be rest assured. You and the Hun clan are closely related and we will definitely not lie to you. If it is really as you have said and the mansion has something that you need, I will help obtain it for you. Hun Tiandi laughed. The nihility-devouring flame nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. The Hun clan had been able to continue existing until now because of him. Naturally, he had his own condition for giving so much help to the Hun clan. Otherwise, even with the strength of Hun Tiandi, it would be impossible for the latter to force him to do anything for the Hun clan. Humph, Dou Qi ancient god. The cold smile that was lifted on the nihility-devouring flame's face was scattered. His eyes were turned towards Hun Tiandi. At this moment, the latter waved his sleeve. 8 ancient jades slowly flew out from his sleeve. The ancient jades floated above Hun Tiandi's head, emitting a faint luster as it did so. They began to beckon each other, creating a brilliant scene in the process. There seemed to be a strange fluctuation vaguely emitted in the process. Hun Tiandi's eyes were fiery hot as they glanced at the 8 jades. Suddenly, he bit the tip of his tongue. A mouthful of essence blood was spat out and it immediately landed on the 8 jade. Buzz buzz. The 8 jades, which were originally only emitting a faint luster, suddenly emitted a faint buzzing sound after they came into contact with the essence blood. The light also became increasingly powerful and the surface of the ancient jade vaguely had some strange lines flowing over it. The Dou Qi ancient god jade had been scattered for so many years. Now, I shall help put you back together. Hun Tiandi laughed out loud as he watched the unnatural phenomenon in the sky. His hand was clenched violently towards the ancient jade. Xie. After Hun Tiandi clenched his hand, the 8 ancient jades began to directly merge together. However, it did not shatter. Instead, it vaguely showed signs of being connected together as the light rays crossed each other. Buzz buzz. The ancient jade became increasingly close to each other and the buzzing sound also became even more intense. One could hear a couple of crack sound and 8 pieces of ancient jades were actually directly placed together. Immediately, a light was emitted and a complete ancient jade, which was even larger than his hand, had appeared in the sky. After the Dou Qi ancient god jade was completely placed together, an ancient and desolated aura was slowly spread from within the ancient jade. There was a faint light fog rising from within the ancient jade while the ancient aura spread. Immediately, it turned into a somewhat illusory old figure above the ancient jade. The old man was wearing black robes. His hair was made up of a couple of different colors. Each of the colors seemed as though there was a flame rising from it, giving him an extremely mysterious appearance. His face appeared extremely ordinary. However, those deep space-like eyes seemed to be like the overlord of the world. Under the watch of those eyes, everyone, even an expert like Hun Tiandi, felt their soul quiver slightly. Dou Qi ancient god. The only one in this world who could cause Hun Tiandi to feel such an emotion was the legendary elite Dou Qi. This old man was likely the last legendary Dou Qi on the continent, the Dou Qi ancient god. Other than only a handful of experts within the Hun clan could resist the tremor and lift their heads, the others mostly had their heads firmly lowered. That feeling was as though they would be directly pressed by a pressure until they explode should they lift their heads even a little. Everyone's heart were filled with horror in the face of this pressure that was far greater than even Hun Tiandi. Humph, putting up an act. You are merely just an illusory figure, yet you must try to act mysterious. Hun Tiandi's expression was a little gloomy. Clearly, he felt a little furious at this emotion, which he had not felt for many years. His eyes were icy cold as he looked at the illusory figure. Suddenly, his hand grabbed towards the ladder. Bang! Hun Tiandi's sharp palm wind struck heavily onto that illusory figure. However, his expression suddenly changed when the attack made contact. Soon after, an extremely terrifying strength was abruptly reflected and poured onto his body, sending it flying by thousands of feet. Be careful. Although it is only an illusory figure, it is after all something left behind by the Dou Qi ancient god, the nihility-devouring flame spoke in a deep voice. His eyes were also staring at the figure in a dark and cold manner. He involuntarily clenched his teeth and his eyes became a little complicated. Hun Tiandi's expression was a little dark and solemn as he turned around. He was in a bad mood after he had suffered a loss in front of so many clan members. With a frown, he asked, "How can we destroy this illusory figure? Why are you so anxious?" The nihility-devouring flame rolled his eyes and said, "The location of the Dou Qi ancient god mansion is hidden within the eyes of the illusory figure." Oh? Hun Tiandi was astonished at hearing this. He focused his mind and looked into the eyes of that illusory figure. A moment later, his expression gradually became grave. It seemed that he was indeed able to see some images, but it was not clear. Damn Dou Qi ancient god. He actually still had such a technique. Even if an ordinary person managed to gather all 8 jades, it would be difficult to learn of the location of the mansion if he was unaware of its secret. Hun Tiandi exclaimed. Even with his strength, he still involuntarily let out a praise in the face of this technique. Nihility, it seems that I have to trouble you. The Nihility devouring flame smiled and nodded. Both of his eyes were suddenly dyed into a pure black color. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and entered the eyes of the illusory figure. Light reflected in an imagine, which was magnified by many times, appeared in the space where the black light was reflected. This is... Hun Tiandi narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure in the sky. It was an extremely spacious and foreign region. At a glance, one could tell that this region was not located in the central plains. The imagine swept past the mountains near the foreign terrain. After which, it was suddenly shifted downwards and directly entered deep underground. A sea of flame spread over the place as an endless sea of magma appeared. Where is this place? Hun Tiandi frowned tightly. From this scene, this sea of magma should be located underground. However, it was still impossible to find its exact location with just this alone. The imagine continued to venture deep into the sea of magma. With the increase in its depth, a kind of mysterious creature suddenly appeared in it. It was a kind of lizard-like creature. There was a fierceness within the creature's eyes. After this kind of lizard-like creature appeared, an ancient stone door began to appear deep within the magma world. The top of the stone door had 3 words. Dou Di Mansion. Crack. The scene came to a sudden halt the moment Hun Tiandi's eyes paused on those 3 blurry ancient words. He also slowly exhaled. The excitement in his heart had also increased. What do you think? I am unfamiliar with that place. It is likely that I have never been there. The Nihility devouring flame looked at Hun Tiandi and asked. I am also unfamiliar with it. Hun Tiandi frowned. The Dou Qi continent was quite a large place. Although this scene had shown a relatively vast region, it would not be easy to lock onto the exact location within a short moment. He mused for a moment before waving his hand. The 4 demon saints rushed over in a flash. Hun Tiandi merely glanced at them and spoke in an indifferent voice, remember the terrain that you have seen, including the unique aspects of the mountain range etc. After which, pass them to the clan members still outside. Ask them to use all of their strength to search every possible place. They must confirm the terrain. Tell them not to return if they fail. The 4 demon saints hurriedly replied respectfully and began to issue instructions. I can sense that Gu Yuan is monitoring us. If we send out a large group of experts, it will definitely catch his attention. The Nihility devouring flame remarked. It's fine. We'll confirm the location first. I will have my own methods when the time comes. Hun Tiandi nodded. He placed his hands behind his back and his eyes looked towards the flashing ancient jade in the sky. He muttered to himself. After spending such a great amount of effort in order to gather all of you, I do not believe that I am unable to find the location of the cave. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1616, The Location of the Ancient God Mansion. Chapter 1616, The Location of the Ancient God Mansion. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Zhan, who was playing with Xiao Xiao within the courtyard. He smiled slightly as he heard the old and young laughter. Perhaps it was because there was a blood relation between them, but after this period of familiarization, Xiao Xiao had clearly become a little familiar with this grandfather, who was a stranger. Her joyous manner completely did not treat him as an outsider. Teacher, is there any news of the Hun clan? Xiao Yan turned his head around after glancing at the courtyard. He looked at Yao Lao under the stone pavilion and asked. Yao Lao held the teacup and took a gently sip. Immediately, he frowned and nodded. Father has been monitoring the Hun clan realm during this period of time. However, there was no signs of a large group of people entering and leaving. There has been hardly anyone who had left the Hun clan alone. We have also completely cut off these Hun clan members who had appeared alone. However, we did not obtain any useful news. Xun Er by the side softly said. Xiao Yan also knitted his brow tightly. Logically speaking, the Hun clan should not be acting in such a calm fashion. They had been seeking the Dou Qi ancient god jade for thousands of years. Now that we have found it after much difficulty, how could we not hurry and open the Dou Qi ancient god jade? Just what are these people doing? Xiao Yan softly sighed. At this moment, being anxious would not have been any help. All they could do was to wait for the Hun clan to take action. From the strength that the Hun clan had displayed back then, even if they were to launch a big campaign and attack the Hun realm, it would likely be a futile attempt. Moreover, if they were ambushed, the Alliance army would definitely suffer a great loss. Regardless of what the situation was, the Hun realm had been managed by the Hun clan for countless number of years. The latter would have the advantage of fighting in home territory. This was something that Xiao Yan and the rest were unwilling to see. We can only wait now. Yao Lao placed his teacup down inside. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. They once again discussed about some matter before Xiao Yan finally lifted his head. He looked at the two figures, who had walked into the courtyard, and involuntarily smiled as he stood up and welcomed them. Big brother, second brother. One of the two figures who had entered had a somewhat stiffened footsteps while the other had strong footsteps. These two were Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, who had hurried over from the northwestern region a short time ago. The injuries of Xiao Ding's leg had been treated by Xiao Yan during this period of time. The reason that his legs were unable to move back then was because of the poison from the Hun clan. With Xiao Yan's current ability, it would not be difficult to change a leg for Xiao Ding, much less expelling poison. The reason for Xiao Ding's stiff footsteps was due to him not feeling being used to walking with his legs. Xiao Ding duo grinned after seeing Xiao Yan walking over with a smile. They stepped forward and smashed their fist onto Xiao Yan's chest. A deep bond between brothers was revealed within their eyes. Little fellow, back then I was still asking about why you are totally unconcerned about the Yan alliance. It seems that this is because you possess an even more terrifying alliance on the Central Plains. Xiao Ding laughingly said. Xiao Yan was helpless. He did not really like to manage all these. He was forced by the circumstances when he established the Yan alliance back then. It was his intention to create a faction that would be able to protect the Xiao clan from harm after he left. The Sky Mansion alliance on the Central Plains, however, was established completely because he wanted to deal with the Hun clan. Otherwise, he would really not have the mood to organize some alliance. Is the situation at the Yan alliance well? There isn't anything wrong, is there? Xiao Yan smilingly asked. Aye. That place is indeed considered a backcountry when compared to the Central Plains. Even the Hun clan did not extend its claws too far into it. The current Yan alliance can be considered the overlord of the northwestern part of the continent. Of course, there are also some other fellows who are watching it with ill intent. Xiao Li continued to smile. Both of his eyes were shut. There was a glow glint flowing within them just like back then. In the current Yan alliance, even some subordinates were afraid of this face of his and did not dare to lie in front of him. However, if those people were to learn that the chief of the Yan alliance also have such an establishment in the Central Plains, it is likely that they will come submitting to us the next day. Xiao Ding shook his head and laughed. Xiao Yan also smiled. However, he was not really interested in this. Forget about the northwestern region of the continent. With his current strength, there were hardly any factions or experts that he was interested in even in the Central Plains. He did not have the time to bother about these small fights. Oh, that's right, Xiao Li suddenly recalled something as he suddenly turned towards Xiao Yan and said, a couple of days earlier, I have received word from the Xiao Gate. It seems that some unknown experts had appeared at the Black Corner region. Those fellows were very similar to those from the Hall of Soul, whom we had fought before. Xiao Yan was startled upon hearing this. He thought for a moment before recalling with a bitter laughter. It seemed that it was the Xiao Gate, which both he and Xiao Li had established at the Black Corner region back then. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had left behind a foundation in many places. A person who did not specialize in management had ended up establishing so many factions. This was a little comical now that he thought about it. It could be some of the lingering forces of the Hun clan. The Hun clan also has some branch halls outside of the Central Plains. However, they are unimportant compared to those in the Central Plains. Xiao Yan shook his head and spoke indifferently. He had received many news of the remnant forces of the Hall of Soul being discovered every day. Hence, he did not really thought much about it. Xiao Li nodded after hearing Xiao Yan's words. He said, in that case, I shall send information to the Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy to finish them off. Jianan Academy. Xiao Yan smiled. He was about to nod his head when a light suddenly flashed across his mind. His body stiffened for a moment. In the next instant, he suddenly lifted his head. Both of his dark black eyes had light wildly flashing within them. The underground magma world. Xiao Yan suddenly cried out explosively, causing everyone within the courtyard to be startled. They hurriedly surrounded him. What is it? Kai Lin knitted her brow and asked. Xiao Yan's expression was a little excited. He grabbed Kai Lin's wrist and joyously said, do you still remember the underground magma world below the Jianan Academy's blazing sky chi refining tower? Kai Lin's cold face immediately turned flush red after hearing his words. She stared at Xiao Yan in embarrassment and unceremoniously withdrew her hand from the latter's grip. How could she not remember that place? It was at that place that Xiao Yan, who had gone crazy, had forced himself on her. Ugh. Cough. Xiao Yan recovered after Kai Lin pulled her hand from his with great force. He looked at Kai Lin, who was so embarrassed that she had the impulse to bite at him. He was startled for a moment before he seemed to have recalled something. After which, he quickly laughed in embarrassment towards the sky. Xiao Yan calmed down after laughing dryly. A glow flashed across his eyes. The location of the Dou Qi ancient god mansion had always been a mystery. That Dou Qi ancient god jade did not show any mysterious signs all the time that it had been in his hand. If one wished to really insist that there was, it would be the strange reaction of the ancient jade when he was at that place. That place was the underground magma world of the Jianan Academy, but at that place, the Dou Qi ancient god had shown a strange reaction for the first and only time. However, Xiao Yan had been chased by the strange creatures at that place until he was running around in panic. Naturally, he did not dare to investigate anything as he directly fled. Now that he thought about it, that magma world did indeed appear a little strange. Perhaps it was possible to find out some information related to the Dou Qi ancient god mansion at that place. Teacher, find 10 elite Dou Qi from the Alliance army to follow me. Xun Er, Kai Lin, the both of you should also leave with me. Xiao Yan did not hesitate even a little after he thought of this. He immediately spoke in a decisive manner. Ugh. Where? Everyone were startled after hearing Xiao Yan's sudden order. The Jianan Academy. If I guess correctly, that place will likely have clues to the Dou Qi ancient god mansion. Xiao Yan spoke in a deep voice. Yao Lao and the rest had a change in expression upon hearing this. Coincidentally, we have built a wormhole that connects to the northwestern region back then. I will lead some people over. Teacher, report this matter to Uncle Gu, clan head Lei Ing and Yanjin. Aye. Yao Lao nodded. If it was really as Xiao Yan had said, this would really be a big matter. However, I am also not very certain about this. Hence, tell Uncle Gu not to ease up on the monitoring. Once he discover a large group of Hun clan experts, all of you should also hurry to the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan quickly said. Relax. After seeing Xiao Yan complete issuing his instructions, Xiao Yan briefly said goodbye to Xiao Zhan before leading Kai Lin and Xun Er to hurriedly leave. Yao Lao swiftly turned his head in a grave fashion and walked towards the meeting room after seeing the backs of the trio leave. Hun Realm. Hun Tiandi sat on the leader's seat within a large hall that had a black flame burning within it. He looked down towards all the bowing human figures below and asked indifferently, "Is there any news?" Replying to clan head, after our investigation during this period of time, we have found 5 areas that are similar to the places described on the map. After some careful observation, we have discovered that there is one place which has the greatest similarity. A black-haired old man respectfully replied. Oh? Hun Tiandi's indifferent eyes finally brightened after hearing this. He smilingly looked at the person below and said, "Continue." That location is called the Black Corner region. Although there are currently many factions present in that place, the general terrain is completely the same as that on the map. The old man replied. Black Corner region. Hun Tiandi slowly stood up. His eyes swept over the hall as he said, "Which group is the closest to that place?" Clan head, Elder Hun Yu seems to be in that region. He is the person in charge of the Hall of Soul outside of the Central Plains. A person replied. Give him an order to lead all the members of the Hall of Soul outside to hurry to the Black Corner region. Completely eliminate that place. He should understand what to do. Hun Tiandi replied in a faint voice. Understood. The black-clothed old man below immediately replied in a respectful manner and slowly withdrew. Hun Tiandi lifted his head after seeing the old man disappear. The smile on the corner of his mouth widened. After which, it turned into a loud laughter that resounded within the hall. I have finally found you, ancient god mansion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1617, Calamity of the Black Corner Region. Chapter 1617, Calamity of the Black Corner Region. The outer regions of the Black Corner region. Dozens of black-robed figures quietly advanced on the mountain road. A moment later, they paused just beyond the edge of the mountain road where a gate was situated. Who is it? This place is my Demon Blade Gate's mountain gate. All passerby should hurry up and leave. Over a dozen people guarding the mountain quickly lifted their ghost blades in their hands after this group of somewhat strange individuals paused in front of the gate. A fierce glint flashed across their eyes as they spoke in a stern voice. The Black Corner region is beyond this place, right? The leader of the group of black-robed individuals spoke in a faint elderly voice. Humph, since you are aware that it is the Black Corner region, why don't you hurry up and get lost? This is not a place that anyone can simply barge in. A strong man at the gate, who appeared to be the leader, let out a cold snort. It looks like we have come to the right place, . The leader involuntarily laughed after hearing this. He slowly lifted his head and revealed an indifferent face under those black robes. His bone-like hand was extended from his sleeve as he spoke in an indifferent voice, "Kill them. Leave no one alive." Understood. The dozens of figures behind immediately replied in a deep voice after he opened his mouth. Swoosh swoosh. The person at the mountain gate became cautious after the old man opened his mouth. After which, a warning bamboo whistle was swiftly emitted from his mouth. How dare you act presumptuously in front of my demon blade gate? The warning bamboo whistled was emitted. Before that person could finish his cold cry, however, a black figure was magnified in his eyes. In the next moment, his body had actually exploded into a cluster of blood. At the same time, the mountain gate behind him was also blasted into dust. An enemy attack. This sudden explosion resounded over the mountain. Immediately, the sound of rushing wind sounded. Thousands of figures rushed out from the mountain. They held large blades in their hands, which had a densely cold luster under the sunlight. You actually dare come to my demon blade gate to cause trouble. It seems that you have some ability. A figure holding a large blade slowly walked forward from amongst the man-people. However, his powerful aura, which could match an expert Dou Huang, had just surged when the black-clothed figure flashed and appeared in front of him in a ghost-like fashion. The latter's sleeve was gently waved and this well-known expert Dou Huang in the Black Corner region was blasted into a bloody fog in front of the many stunned gazes. Kill all of them. Additionally, send the information to the other units to attack. I hope that only our people will remain in this Black Corner region after today. The black-robed leader spoke in an indifferent manner after blasting apart this demon blade gate's chief with the shake of his sleeve. Understood. The dozens of black figures once again replied after hearing his words. In the next instant, monstrous Dou Qi erupted from them. Black chains cut through the air and a slaughter was being enacted. Today was the joyous day when another batch of new students was going to enter the Jianan Academy and its older students being promoted to the Inner Academy. Hence, the Academy had held a ceremony. The entire Academy was currently filled with a joyous atmosphere. The open ground where the ceremony was held was basically filled with people. Many chaotic voices gathered together and charged to the cloud. There was a couple of large combat stage placed at the middle of the open ground. At this moment, Dou Qi continued to burst from the combat stage. Human figures crossed each other. Their sparring appeared unusually fiery hot and intense. The occasional victor would stand proudly, attracting the eyes of many young ladies. The entire academy was currently filled with the liveliness that the youth ought to have. Two huge stone statues stood at the middle of the couple of combat stages. One of them was that of an old man while the other appeared young and handsome. The age of that young man seemed to be similar to that of the students. This situation had attracted some doubts of the new entrants of the academy. Senior sister, one of those two statues belonged to the legendary headmaster, but who does the other one belong to? He doesn't appear very old. A couple of young ladies, who were filled with liveliness, surrounded a tall and beautiful lady as they curiously asked. That is the most outstanding person of the Jianan Academy. Do you know about the Pan Gate and Xiao Gate? They were founded by this senior. The reason that you are able to successfully pass through the Black Corner region when heading here is because of the Xiao Gate's prestige. If it was in the past, there would have been some new students dying in the Black Corner region every year. All of you have experienced the ferocity of that place. The tall young lady's pretty eyes contained a strange expression as they looked at the huge statue and laughed. He appears to be extremely mighty? Where is this senior currently at? A young lady laughingly asked. He has long since left the Jianan Academy. The last time around, I had heard the elders say that the senior has headed to the Central Plains. That is a place that is said to be filled with experts. Hence, all of you should forget about your wishful thinking. It is also senior sister's thoughts, right? You are asking for a beating. Su Qian on the towering stage looked at the lively atmosphere on the open ground. His elderly face had a small smile on it. After which, he lifted his head and looked at the two statues on the open ground. He involuntarily shook his head. It had been decades since he had met these two, right? I wonder how that fellow Xiao Yan is now. Given his talent and ability, it is likely that his achievement would be quite great, Su Qian muttered to himself. During these many years, the Jianan Academy had recruited many extremely outstanding individuals. However, all of them were a little inferior if they were compared with the young man from back then. First Elder Su Qian. A voice was suddenly transmitted from behind while Su Qian spoke. He turned around and involuntarily smiled. There were 3 figures behind Su Qian. They were 2 ladies and a man. One of the lady was wearing an instructor robes. Even though the clothes appeared formal and large, it was unable to hide her graceful delicate body, especially those rare long and sexy legs, which had attracted the eyes of many. The other lady was wearing a red dress. A whip was placed on her waist. Her pretty face caused some students to be afraid of taking another look. Who was unaware of the fierce reputation of the demon female instructor Hu Jia in this academy. Anyone who was targeted by her would be going to have a hard time. There was a man beside the 2 of them. His expression was indifferent. On his back was a huge heavy sword. If one stood closer to him, one would feel a suffocating aura pouncing onto them. The 3 of them could be considered to be the most outstanding individuals in the Jianan Academy. If Xiao Yan was present, he would be able to recognize these 3 familiar faces. Xiao Yu, Hu Jia, and Wu Hao. The 3 of them were already considered the backbone strength of the current Jianan Academy. Xiao Yu had advanced into the Dou Zone class 2 years ago while Hu Jia had reached the peak of the Dou Zone class. It was only a matter of time before they stepped into the Dou Zone class. Are you thinking of that fellow again? Gee, it has been so many years. I wondered if he had managed to catch Xun Er, who just sat down beside Su Qian in a grand fashion. She glanced at Xiao Yan's statue, curled her mouth and said, "You can be rest assured that his achievement is definitely at a level that we cannot even compare with." Wu Hao revealed a smile. It seemed as though he had recalled the time back then when the 4 of them had formed a group to snatch fire energy. "Blah, I will be able to reach the Dou Zun class this year," Hu Jia said. He had already dared to fight against the Dou Zun class 10 years ago. Xiao Yu by the side smiled sweetly. Her pretty eyes looked towards the statue. There was a complicated emotion flowing in her eyes. "The both of you can just speak for him. It is not as though he can hear what you say." Hu Jia spoke somewhat bitterly after hearing this. "You have already grown so big but you are still behaving like you did back then." Su Qian smiled. He looked at the instructors and elders gradually filling up the surrounding seats before slowly standing up. The originally noisy open ground had quickly become much quieter as he stood up. Many pairs of eyes paused on him. Currently, Su Qian was undoubtedly the true person in charge of the Jianan Academy. Mang Tianqi was far too irresponsible as the person in charge. Even some of the instructors had nearly forgotten his name. Su Qian, who had stood up, looked at the many young and tender faces. He involuntarily let out a warm smile. However, he was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. His eyes leaped over the sea of people and looked at the horizon. There was some intense rushing whine sound being emitted from the spot. A bloody killing aura accompanied this sound. Wu Hao. After having managed the academy for so many years, Su Qian had already become as calm as a mountain. He immediately spoke in a calm manner. "Law Enforcement Unit. All elder, be alert." Wu Hao immediately stood up. His body slowly rose into the sky and spoke in a deep voice. Rushing wind sound appeared from the seats and the academy after his voice sounded. Many figures quickly appeared around the open ground. Their eyes were cautious as they looked at the sky. This sudden scene had also greatly startled these students. However, they did not turn into an uproar after being calmed down by the many instructors. The rushing wind sound became increasingly loud as everyone became alert. A moment later, a large group of black shadows appeared in the horizon. Within a couple of flashes, they appeared in the sky above this place. Today is a joyous festive of our Jianan Academy and it is inconvenient for us to receive outsiders. I hope that all of you can forgive us. Su Qian looked at those black figures in the sky and frowned slightly. He could sense a dense bloody scent from these people. His heart immediately sunk. It seemed that the friendly individuals would not come and those who did so would not be friendly. Festive? The leader involuntarily smiled slightly after hearing Su Qian's words. He slowly pulled open the cloak and revealed a shriveled face. He glanced at Su Qian. His voice contained a trace of ripple as he said, "Bring everyone and leave the Black Corner region in 2 hours. Is this enough? Friend, one should not be joking in such a manner." Everyone's expression had changed at this moment as Su Qian opened his mouth and spoke in a deep voice. If it was not because he could not clearly detect the strength of this person, he would have likely already attacked in anger. "If it is insufficient, all I can do is to kill all of you." Although you consist of children, we do not have any choice, the black-robed old man spoke in an indifferent voice. There was a fury leaping within everyone's eyes after hearing his words. Elder Hanyu, that statue, it looks like that brat Xiao Yan. A person beside the black-robed old man in the sky suddenly pointed towards the statue below and said, "Oh? That Xiao Yan who have destroyed my Hall of Soul?" The expression of the old man, who was called Hanyu, immediately became gloomy. He densely stared at the statue and immediately let out a strange laughter. Originally, I was planning on retaining some kindness. However, it is unexpected that a statue of that person is located here. Since this is the case, it looks like I must turn this place into a bloodbath. Listen up, turn this place into a bloodbath. Do not allow any one of them to remain. A monstrous murderous aura quickly rose and spread in the sky after Hanyu's voice sounded. He should be a 1-star Dou. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1618, Arrive in Time. Chapter 1618, Arrive in Time. Su Qian and the rest had a drastic change in expression after they heard the cold cry that was filled with murderous intent from the black-robed person in the sky. Send the signal. Inform the Xiao Gate. Su Qian cried out in a deep voice. These people had an unknown origin, but they were extremely powerful. Many of them were people whom even he could not see through. Swoosh! Hu Jia by the side nodded her pretty head in a grave manner. A signal flare was swiftly shot out from her finger before it exploded in the sky. Rushing wind sound appeared in the distance the moment the signal was unleashed. Soon after, dozens of figures flew out and appeared in the sky. First Elder Su Qian, what is the matter? The leader, who had hurried over, was a middle-aged large man. His expression was cold and stern as he started at the black-robed individuals in the sky. They were the guards from the Xiao Gate, which had been stationed at the Jianan Academy. Hence, they were able to quickly hurry over the moment they received the signal. There is some trouble. Su Qian spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, he stared at those people in black robes in the sky, cupped his hands together and asked, "Friends, may I know just who are you? Has my Jianan Academy offended you in any way?" "You cannot be said to have offended us. However, it is just unlucky that you are located in this place." Hanyu smiled faintly. He did not even bother to glance at those experts who had hurried over after the signal was issued. Humph, how arrogant. If you wish to touch the Jianan Academy in the Black Corner region, you will still need to see if our Xiao Gate is willing to agree. The middle-aged large man from the Xiao Gate immediately snorted coldly after hearing this. The dozens of people behind him flapped their Dou Qi wings. Powerful Dou Qi erupted and the force was quite strong. 2 people, 10 breaths time. Hanyu glanced at the dozens of experts from the Xiao Gate in front of him. The corner of his mouth was lifted in ridicule. With a wave of his hand, 2 black-robed figures from behind had once again appeared. They directly entered the group from the Xiao Gate, which consisted of dozens of experts. Before the group could even begin attacking, a couple of chains had cut through the air. One could hear dozens of muddled piercing sound and the chests of these experts were being penetrated by a chain. The middle-aged man's face immediately paled after he saw that many experts from the Xiao Gate were killed by those 2 in an instant. He involuntarily exclaimed, "Elite Dou. Why is there a need to be arrogant when dealing with a small place like this? All of you have thought too highly of yourselves." Hanyu crossed his fingers together and spoke indifferently. All the students within the academy were stunned as they watched the scene in the sky. Those elite Douhuangs, who were aiming to become through their training, were actually unable to even retaliate in the hands of the 2 black-robed individuals? Gulp! Many students had pale faces. A horror and panic quickly spread. All elders, attack with me. Wu Hao's eyes had also shrunk as he watched the 2 black-robed figures in the sky. Even though he was already a 1-star Dou, he was still able to sense a pressure from those 2. This time around, the Jianan Academy was likely truly faced with a great calamity. Regardless of how great a calamity it was, however, he would not take a step back. A determined expression surged into Wu Hao's eyes when he thought of this. A stern cry sounded and he stepped onto the air. He clenched his hand and the heavy sword on his back flew out before landing on his hand. A tragic battlefield aura erupted. Many elders rose into the air after hearing his cry. Their eyes were filled with caution as they watched the black figures in the sky. Attack! Hanyu laughed. He once again waved his hand and 5 black-robed individuals slowly stepped forward. After they did so, 5 terrifying auras, which had reached that of the 5-star Dou, immediately erupted in the sky. Such a terrifying aura caused the hearts of everyone to sink. Any faction in the Black Corner region, which possessed an elite Dou Zun, would be considered to be at the peak level. However, just any random mysterious black-robed person here had reached this level. Charge! However, everyone understood from the looks of the murderous aura from these people that they were not friendly individuals. At this moment, all they could do was to fight with all their strength. Wu Hao immediately cried out loud and the blood-colored heavy sword was suddenly slashed downwards. An enormous blood sword glow cut through the air and ruthlessly slashed towards the 5 black-robed figures. An insignificant trick. The 5 of them revealed smiles of disdain in the face of Wu Hao's attack. One of them randomly pointed his finger. A black light penetrated through the sky and easily shattered the blood-colored sword glow. The remaining wind that blew downward smashed onto Wu Hao's body with lightning-like speed and sent him flying backwards. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Bastard. Su Qian's heart sunk after he saw Pang Hao's attack being destroyed with a single strike. His body flashed and he received Pang Hao. Mighty Dou Qi erupted from within his body. The strength was a little stronger than even Pang Hao. It seemed that Su Qian's strength had risen greatly during these few years. 2 powerful auras were suddenly emitted from the direction of the Jianan Academy when Su Qian attacked. Soon after, light flashed across the sky. 2 elderly figures appeared. Their expressions were somewhat ugly as they looked at these black-robed people. Old Bai, Old Qian. Su Qian sighed in relief after seeing the appearance of those 2. They could be considered the strongest people within the Jianan Academy. Both of them had reached the 7-star Dou Zun class. If they were to join hands, they would even be able to fight against an 8-star Dou Zun. What happened? The 2 of them asked in a deep voice the moment they appeared. Even they felt an unease when facing those people in the sky. Since when did the Black Corner region possess such a powerful expert? Su Qian laughed bitterly and quickly summarized the events from earlier. When Old Qian and Old Bai heard that these people were actually planning on turning the Jianan Academy into a bloodbath, they involuntarily become furious despite their usual calm. 2 7-star Doushangs, you can barely make it. Han Yu casually glanced at these 2 people. Immediately, he turned his eyes towards a person by the side and said, attack and finish them off. It is quite troublesome if they continue to appear one after another. A person beside Han Yu smiled faintly upon hearing this. He quickly stepped forward. Immediately, the entire ground seemed to have become much darker. A vast and mighty aura that was stronger than Old Qian and Old Bai surged out from within his body in all directions like a storm. Everyone's expressions, including that of Old Qian and Old Bai, paled in the face of that vast and mighty aura. Dou Shang? Old Qian and Old Bai were dull as they looked at the somewhat skinny figure. Their bodies quivered involuntarily. They had never even seen a true elite Dou Shang in their entire lifetime. However, this kind of true pressure clearly told them that they were completely no match for this person in front of them. The Jianan Academy has another great calamity arrive. Su Qian smiled in a tragic manner. In front of an elite Dou Shang, it was likely that they were unable to feel any motivation to resist regardless of how great a perseverance they had. This was because all of them understood that it was pointless. The entire academy had also become completely quiet at this moment. Although many people were unaware of just how powerful the person in the sky was, they could tell from the expressions of Su Qian and the rest that it was definitely extremely terrifying. At that instant, a despair and fear spread throughout the crowd. A proper festive occasion had turned into a situation where a great disaster was imminent. Elder, may I know how my Jianan Academy has offended you? Old Qian and Old Bai asked in a dry voice. Being related to this person is a great sin. That elite Dou Shang revealed a cold glint in his eyes as he pointed at Xiao Yan's statue and spoke in a faint voice. Of course, even if this is not the case, your fate will still be the same. Another mocking laughter sounded after the person's voice sounded. Alright, we have tarry long enough, Han Yu frowned and said. Understood. That elite Dou Shang smilingly replied after hearing this. He flicked his finger and a spatial fluctuation was formed. 2 incomparably ferocious winds swiftly smashed onto Old Qian and Old Bai's bodies with lightning-like speed. The Dou Qi defense on the bodies of those 2 collapsed almost immediately. A heavy force was transmitted over. Their faces paled and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Seeing that even Old Qian and Old Bai were unable to receive an attack of this person, everyone immediately felt their limbs becoming icy cold. This statue is really an eyesore. The elite Dou Shang's eyes swept over the huge statue after randomly defeating Old Qian and Old Bai. The chill within his eyes soared. If it was not because of this person, the Hall of Soul would also not end up in such a state. Humph! A murderous desire surged within the elite Dou Shang's heart. His large hand grabbed violently and a couple of 1,000 feet large energy hands were formed out of nowhere. After which, they ruthlessly smashed onto the statue. Everyone revealed expressions of hopelessness in their eyes after seeing this scene. Today, it was likely that the Jianan Academy would be destroyed. Bang! The huge hand heavily struck onto the statue in front of the countless pairs of eyes. Wu Hao, Xiao Yu, Old Qian, Old Bai, and I will fight all out to block them. The both of you should try to escape with the students. Su Qian's expression was pale. He inhaled a deep breath of air and spoke towards Wu Hao at the side. If you wish to die, let's just die together. Wu Hao tightly held the heavy sword. Xiao Yu bit her lips tightly. Her pretty eyes looked at the statue, which had been struck by the huge hand. Suddenly, she was startled as she exclaimed, "The statue is still standing?" Everyone's eyes hurriedly gathered onto the statue after hearing these words. They saw that the huge statue was actually standing undamaged on the open ground after the dust settled. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. That palm from earlier could easily even destroy a mountain, much less a mere statue. However, what happened? That elite Dou Shan was startled and a little lost. Hun Qi, quick, withdraw. Han Yu was also startled. Immediately, his expression changed drastically as he cried out sternly. A mere Ban Shang actually dares to destroy my statue? Han Yu's voice had only just sounded when an indifferent voice was suddenly emitted from the top of the statue. A wind blew over and the dust was scattered. At the same time, a skinny black-colored figure appeared in front of countless pairs of eyes. The black figure stood with his hands behind him. He extended his left hand and aimed it at the Han clan's Dou Shang from a distance. After which, he clenched it gently. Immediately, the elite Dou Shang, whom the entire Jianan Academy was unable to resist, exploded into a cluster of blood fog without even being able to let out a miserable screech. This scene caused countless of people to be immediately stunned. Many eyes held a great disbelief as they looked at the black-colored figure standing on the head of the statue. An elite Dou Shang had simply been killed in this way? Xiao Yan? Han Yu's body pulled back as though he had seen a ghost while everyone were stunned. A terrified screech spread throughout the sky. Hearing this name, which was considered quite familiar within the academy, everyone, who were beginning to show signs of recovery, seemed to have once again been struck by lightning. Xiao Yan? That legendary student, who had once left behind a brilliant stroke on the history of the Jianan Academy? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1619, Reunion of Old Friends. Chapter 1619, Reunion of Old Friends. The entire place was silent. Many pairs of eyes containing various emotions were stunned as they looked at the black figure standing on the head of the statue. A breeze blew and the black robe fluttered. Black hair scattered above the figure's head. It was a simple and ordinary back, but this back seemed to be as mighty and heavy as a mountain in the eyes of those present. Xiao Yan. The eyes of Su Qian and the others were extremely stunned as they paused on the black-clothed figure. A moment later, their originally hopeless hearts once again become excited. Were they going to be saved today? It is really him. Xiao Yu covered her red lips with her hand. Although it had been over a decade since she had last saw him, that familiar back was still something that she was accustomed to. However, this back seemed to be even steadier than it was back then. Senior sister, is that the legendary senior Xiao Yan? He is really powerful. Even Old Qian and Old Bai was unable to stop that person from earlier. Yet, he had simply killed that person with a single strike. The large crowd suddenly emitted many voices after it was quiet for a moment. All the gazes were filled with a brilliance as they looked at the black-clothed figure. In the hearts of many students in the Jianan Academy, the person they were most curious about was the various legends of this senior. After all, ever since the Jianan Academy was founded, there had not been anyone who had reached the extent where the academy had erected a statue of him. Withdraw. Han Yu's face was filled with shock as he stood in the sky and looked at the figure, who had just appeared. He cried out sternly without any hesitation. Although he had never fought directly against Xiao Yan, he knew that even an expert like Han Miashang was killed in the latter's hands. Where would he find the courage to fight? He did not think that he was stronger than Han Miashang. The dozens of Hall of Souls experts in the sky decisively withdrew upon hearing Han Yu's loud cry. Many people once again felt a little stunned as they watched the scene in the sky. The blood of many students began to boil. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they watched the back of the black-clothed figure. This was a truly strong individual. He did not need to attack. Just by showing himself, he could frighten away all experts. Such a style was sufficient to cause the many tender youths to tremble from excitement. Since all of you have come, why do you need to leave in a hurry? The Hall of Soul had been destroyed by me. What is the point for you remnant survivors to continue living? The black-clothed young man on the head of a statue merely smiled as he looked at the experts from the Hall of Soul scattering and fleeing in the sky. He lifted his foot gently and placed it down. Bang bang bang, dot. An extremely frightening invisible ripple spread with a lightning-like speed after Xiao Yan's foot landed. It directly caught up with those fleeing individuals. Soon after, those many black figures in the sky had exploded into clusters of bloody fog without any warning. Regardless of whether it was Dou Zones or Dou Zuns, all of them simply exploded into a bloody fog without any warning. Even their souls had been forcefully blasted apart at that instant. Many pairs of eyes were startled as they watched the blood fog spreading across the sky. This scene was strange yet beautiful. In the eyes of many students, these experts from the Hall of Soul appeared to have suddenly exploded by themselves. During this time, the person on the statue did not even shift his body. This strength. Su Qian exchanged glances with Old Qian and Old by a short distance. His eyes contained a dense shock. Killing Dou Zuns like killing chickens. Just how terrifying was this strength, dot. Xiao Yan, you will not be able to protect the... They will definitely perish once my Han clan's army arrives. The only person who had managed to escape from Han Yu. However, he had only managed to pull back some distance after spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red as he cried viciously after seeing his subordinates being completely eliminated within an instant. Noisy! Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He suddenly clenched his hand from across the empty space. The space above Han Yu's head had a flame surging from it. A large pink fire hand suddenly descended from the sky and smashed onto his body. A terrifying force crushed him until he appeared like a bird, which had lost its wings. He was accompanied by a wisp of black smoke as he fell into the distance. Light figures suddenly flashed in the direction where Han Yu had turned into a black smoke and fled towards. Immediately, a couple of figures hurriedly rushed over. There is actually more reinforcements, dot. Su Qian and the others were startled after seeing those figures. A couple of figures swiftly appeared in the air above the academy in front of the cautious eyes of Su Qian and the others. After which, a terrifying aura quietly spread from these figures, who had shown themselves. Dou Shang? Su Qian, Old Qian and Old Bai felt their head was about to explode as they sensed this terrifying aura, which caused their pores to stand. The people who had come were actually all legendary elite Dou Shangs? Bang! A black figure flew down from the sky while everyone was feeling quietly shocked. Finally, he landed heavily onto a fighting stage below. Everyone saw that it was surprisingly Han Yu. However, the latter currently appeared to be void of life. Many people quietly swallowed their saliva as they watched the dead Han Yu with a startled expression. From the way that this person could command that elite Dou Shang from earlier, his strength should be even stronger than the latter. However, he still ended up dying in such a manner. Ha, Su Qian, it seems that you are really suitable to manage the academy. While Su Qian and the rest were involuntarily wiping off their cold sweat, a laughter suddenly resounded in the sky. Immediately, an elderly figure slowly descended and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Headmaster? Su Qian and the rest were stunned as they looked at the old man walking over with a smiling face. He immediately exclaimed out loud. He. The person who had arrived was naturally the headmaster of the Jianan Academy, Mang Tianqi. He smilingly looked at Su Qian and the others. After which, his eyes swept over the academy and nodded with satisfaction. The size of this place was many times greater than when he had left back then. Let's go down and speak. Mang Tianqi did not treat himself as an outsider who had been missing for decades. He waved his hand and lifted his head to look at the sky. Finally, he laughed, "Young brother Xiao Yan, everyone here is an old acquaintance of yours. Could it be that you are going to hide?" Xiao Yan in the sky helplessly shook his head upon hearing this. He led Xun Er and the few elite Dou Shangs from the Alliance army and landed in front of the many pairs of eyes present. He cupped his hands together and laughed. "First elder, it has been many years since we have met. How are you? Little fellow, there has been no news from you for so many years. I thought that some accident had happened to you." Su Qian involuntarily laughed as he looked at this face, which was much more matured as compared to over a decade ago. "First elder." Xun Er, who was behind Xiao Yan, curled her mouth slightly into a smile. Her elegant and calm style caused the eyes of the surrounding students to widen. It was likely that one would not be able to find a lady of such quality within the entire academy. Xun Er, Su Qian smiled and nodded after seeing Xun Er. Before he could speak, however, a figure suddenly leaped forward from behind him and collided onto Xun Er. The hands of the figure pulled Xun Er into a hug, directly embracing the delicate willow-like waist. Your temperament is still the same. Xun Er was startled upon seeing this. She finally smiled helplessly and said after recognizing that person. Xun Er is really becoming increasing enchanting. However, it seems that you have yet to escape from the demon claws that fellow. Hu Jiao laughingly said as her eyes drifted towards Xiao Yan by the side. Wu Hao by the side also kept his heavy sword. He grinned as he watched the scene. After which, his eyes once again turned towards Xiao Yan. Both of them smiled towards each other. They were unable to forget their friendship from back then even until now. It seems that you really like to be a teacher, huh? Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt a fluctuation as he looked at this familiar face. He smiled before immediately turning towards the tall beautiful figure behind Su Qian and involuntarily let out a whistle. This action was something that the usually calm and sturdy Xiao Yan had seldom do. You are finally willing to return. Xiao Yu's face reddened slightly after hearing Xiao Yan's whistle. She glared at him. This manner of Xiao Yan was similar to his younger self back at Wu Tang City. At that time, Xiao Yan had purposefully done this to greatly anger her. However, at that time, she would feel furious at this teasing action of Xiao Yan. Now, however, she did not resist this kind of teasing. Instead, she even felt some anticipation. Nevertheless, she also understood in her heart that the current Xiao Yan was no longer the naughty child from back then who dared to peep at her bathing. This subordinate greets Chief. The middle-aged man from the Xiao Gate by the side suddenly cupped his hands together and cried out with an excited face. You are from the Xiao Gate, right? Xiao Yan smiled after hearing this. He laughed softly. You have done quite well. I have failed in my duty and was unable to protect the Jianan Academy. The middle-aged man was somewhat at a loss. Xiao Yan was considered a legendary-like existence within the Xiao Gate. He had never thought that he would actually be able to see the real person. It is not your fault. The Xiao Gate is still unable to deal with these enemies. Xiao Yan waved his hand. He was about to speak when a couple of figures rushed over from the distance. Within a couple of flashes, they had appeared beside Kai Lin. They were Kai Lin and some others. All the remaining members of the Hun clan in the other places had also been eliminated. Kai Lin landed. Her cold face revealed a smile as she spoke. Su Qian and the others were a little frightened as they looked at the dozen over people from Xiao Yan's group. They discovered that the strength of these people had actually all reached the Dou Shan class. This lineup could really frighten one into an idiot. They only laughed bitterly a moment later and asked, what exactly happened? A troublesome matter. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Mang Tianqi. His expression became much more serious as he replied. Try to shift the academy and students away as quickly as possible during this period of time. A big matter is about to occur in the Black Corner region, Mang Tianqi spoke in a deep voice. Honestly speaking, even he had some difficulty accepting Xiao Yan's guess that it was possible for the Dou Qi ancient god mansion to be in the underground magma world. After all, when he had sealed the falling heart flame back then, he had once ventured into the magma world. However, he did not venture too deeply. Who could imagine that he would actually narrowly miss the legendary ancient god mansion? Su Qian's expression changed after seeing the grave expression of Mang Tianqi and Xiao Yan. He hesitated before speaking. There are so many students. Where can we shift them to with such a short notice? We do not have so many people to escort them to safely leave. Mang Tianqi frowned tightly upon hearing this. The matter of the students isn't too troublesome. At that time, I can bring all of them to hide in the heavenly tomb. Xiao Yan waved his hand and laughed. As for what had happened, let's head inside and discuss it in detail. Su Qian could only nod his head after hearing Xiao Yan say this. He instructed some elders to calm the students before turning around and walked quickly towards the meeting hall in the academy. Xiao Yan and the others quickly followed, leaving behind a large group of heated eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1620, Re-entering the Magma World. Chapter 1620, Re-entering the Magma World. Everyone makes some brief introductions within the meeting room before taking their seats. There have already been many factions within the Black Corner region, which had been turned into a bloodbath by the Hall of Soul. However, those fellows have already been eliminated. Xiao Yan looked at everyone before he slowly opened his mouth and said. The face of Su Qian's group involuntarily twitched upon hearing this. Given these people's terrifying strength, it was not impossible to exterminate the entire Black Corner region. The Black Corner region does not have a great enmity with them, does it? Su Qian laughed bitterly. The Hall of Soul was a faction of the Central Plains. There is seldom any interaction between this place and the Central Plains. Hence, they were unable to imagine why the Hall of Soul would do such a thing. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Mang Tianqi before nodding his head. After which, he opened his mouth and summarized the occurrence on the Central Plains. This also included the current fight between the Alliance and the Hun clan. You are really extraordinary. In over a decade, you have actually already reached this level. Su Qian's eyes watched Xiao Yan in surprise. Although Mang Tianqi had only briefly mentioned some matter, Su Qian was still able to sense the soul-stirring incidents that had occurred. Old Qian, Old Bai, Wu Hao, and the others involuntarily nodded. When Xiao Yan had left back then, he was merely at the Dou Huang class. Now, however, it was likely extremely hard to find any expert in this world who could match Xiao Yan. This achievement really caused one to be amazed. Based on what Headmaster had said, the reason that the Black Corner region has ended up attracting such a disaster is actually because of the magma world under our academy? Old Qian and Old Bai looked at each other before speaking with startled faces. The bottom of the magma might have something that the Hun clan required. Mang Tianqi nodded and replied, the Hun clan is usually ruthless. In order to successfully obtain what they want, they will kill all life within this Black Corner region. This is not a difficult task for them. The ones who had come this time around are merely the vanguard. Soon, it is likely that the Hun clan army will also arrive. At that time, there will definitely be an earth-shaking big battle in this place. These students must not remain here. Xiao Yan said. Su Qian and the others looked at each other and laughed bitterly. It was really a big trouble that had appeared from nowhere. This place was merely quietly teaching students. Who could have expected that it would attract such trouble? Moreover, the source of the trouble was actually the strongest faction on the Dou Qi continent. If it is not because all of you had arrived in time, it is likely that blood will really flow like river across the Black Corner region. Su Qian sighed quietly. They had also witnessed the techniques to those fellows from the Hun clan earlier. If it was not because Xiao Yan had appeared earlier, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would likely have been formed here. First Elder, relax. The Hun clan might be powerful, but my alliance army is not afraid of them. We will not allow them to easily destroy the Jisnan Academy. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and comforted. The academy is a small matter. It is fine as long as everyone is alright. Su Qian shook his head. Immediately, his eyes looked towards Xiao Yan. There was a gentle and pleased expression in them as he said, after so many years of experience, that young fellow from back then had finally become a true expert. Xiao Yan will always remember how First Elder has taught me back then. Xiao Yan softly said. His tone was sincere. From a certain point of view, Su Qian could be considered half of his teacher. When the youth had arrived at the academy back then, Su Qian had given him much help in many matters. At that time, Xiao Yan was merely a youth, who had carried some hatred and miserably fled from the Jianan Academy. Haha, since you have come to my academy, it is something that I ought to do. Su Qian waved his hand and laughed. Hee, this little fellow is currently on equal terms as the clan head. Now that we put it this way, it seems that I am a little superior to him here. Mang Tianqi by the side laughed strangely. He had already treated Xiao Yan as a monster. The first time they met was at the Empty Realm Lightning Pool. At that time, Xiao Yan was merely at the Dou Zun class. However, no one could imagine that within a short few years, the latter had already surpassed him the next time they met. This speed caused even him to laugh bitterly and exclaim. After all, the name of the top person amongst the younger generation of the continent was definitely not an empty one. When he thought of how this top person had actually come from the Jianan Academy, Mang Tianqi involuntarily felt a joy in his heart. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. His expression was solemn as he said, Old Qi, you should pay more attention during this period of time. Once you discover the appearance of any experts from the Hun clan, you will issue a warning. The reinforcement of the alliance will gradually hurry over. Xiao Yan Ge? Xun Er blinked her eyes and said. I will head to the magma world. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened as he spoke in a deep voice. He must confirm just what strange aspect was present in the magma world below. Su Qian was startled after hearing that Xiao Yan was about to venture deep into the magma world. However, he quickly relaxed the moment he thought of the terrifying strength of the former. Although the magma world was mysterious and unfathomable, it should not be difficult for her to escape unhurt with his strength. Xiao Yan Ge, why don't I go down together with you? Xun Er knitted her brow and spoke in a somewhat worried manner. If the ancient god mansion was really present below, it would be difficult to predict the danger involved. After all, anything Adoti left behind would not be simple. There are hardly any of us here. All of you should take care of the academy. Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled. Relax. With his current strength, even if there was really an expert comparable to Hun Tiandi at the bottom of the magma, he should be able to escape even if he could not defeat the other party. Xun Er did not say anything more after seeing Xiao Yan's insistence. She simply nodded gently and voiced some reminders. Let's not delay. I will leave immediately. Xiao Yan was someone who acted with lightning-like speed. Since they had already made their decision, there was no need to waste time. Hence, he directly stood up. Su Qian and the others exchanged glances upon seeing this before nodding slowly. The bottom of the blazing sky Qi refining tower in the inner academy. Xiao Yan stood at the entrance into the magma world. He suddenly beckoned with his hand and many invisible flames suddenly flew out from the blazing sky Qi refining tower before gathering into a cluster of invisible flame in his hand. Falling heart flame. It has been so many years and it has grown quite a lot. Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at this invisible flame in his hand. This thing was the baby-formed fallen heart flame that he had found within the magma world back then. However, after growing for over a decade, it was clearly much stronger as compared to back then. This little thing had consumed a great amount of our effort. Su Qian laughed. In order to groom this fallen heart flame, they had put in a great amount of hard work during these years. Fortunately, it was all worthwhile. The current blazing sky Qi refining tower was much more effective compared to back then. After all, that matured fallen heart flame from back then would not listen to their orders. On the other hand, this current fallen heart flame did not feel any resistance to their orders due to it being groomed by them over a prolonged period of time. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He flicked his finger and sent this fallen heart flame, which was quivering in his hand, flying away. After which, he once again looked at Xun Er and the others. He said, "Wait for me to return." Be careful. Xun Er softly instructed after hearing this. Xiao Yan smiled and did not continue to hesitate. His body flashed and turned into a black light which directly rushed into the magma world through the tunnel below. The magma world was still completely crimson even after so many years. At a glance, one was still unable to see an end to it. Xiao Yan was suspended above the magma. He lifted his hand to look at a dugout cave a short distance below. A smile was revealed on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had recalled the bitter days of training he had experienced in this place back then. I have finally returned. However, this time around, I wish to see just what exactly is below. A flash passed through Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the sea of magma below. The purifying demonic lotus flame surged out from within his body. Finally, it turned into a fire glow that rushed into the magma with a splash. It stirred waves of magma waves as it entered the magma. Splash! Xiao Yan swiftly ventured deep into the magma after Xiao Yan entered the magma. The surrounding magma would automatically be vaporized when they entered a 5 feet radius around him. With the might of the purifying demonic lotus flame, it was clear that these magma did not have the qualification to pose any obstruction. Xiao Yan's current speed was many times faster compared to back then. Within less than 10 minutes, he had gradually ventured deep into the magma. At the same time, his body had also become much slower. His expression was calm as he watched the surrounding of the magma. It was possible for him to sense that there was quite a lot of obscure auras swiftly approaching him. That kind of magma creature, huh? Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. His foot gently pressed under him. Immediately, a vast and mighty spiritual fluctuation surged from his brow. In an instant, the surrounding magma was blasted apart. Many figures hidden within the magma suddenly emitted a sharp miserable screech. Cui. The magma fluctuation around Xiao Yan became even more intense after these screech sounded. After which, Xiao Yan saw the densely packed bright red figures rushing over from all directions and completely surrounding him. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over these lizard-like magma creatures. Finally, they paused at a spot a short distance away. 2 completely cream-white lizard people were standing there. They appeared much older than the other lizard people. The most surprising thing was that the strength of these 2 lizard people had actually reached the Ban Shang class. No wonder Tianhua Zunjia had ended up dying here back then. There are actually such existences amongst the lizard people. A sudden comprehension rose in Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the 2 lizard people. Immediately, he rejoiced slightly. Fortunately, he did not meet these people back then. Otherwise, it was likely that just a slap from these 2 would be able to kill him at that time. Human, this is the tomb of the god. It is not a place where you should venture. Quickly return. Otherwise, you will end up dying here if you awaken its guardian. One of the two white lizard people actually began to speak the human tongue while Xiao Yan was quietly feeling shocked. Although it appeared to be unfamiliar with the language, those words were still transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. Tomb of the God? Guardian? Xiao Yan's eyes flashed upon hearing these two terms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1621, The Space at the Bottom of the Magma. Chapter 1621, The Space at the Bottom of the Magma. A red flame surged within the Maga. Xiao Yan crossed his arms over his chest. He looked at the densely packed mysterious creatures around him and laughingly said, "Since there is a guardian, may I inquire about what it is guarding? Human, leave immediately or die." The two densely white fire lizard people's eyes were filled with an icy chill as they stared at Xiao Yan. Those words that they were unfamiliar with were slowly spoken by them. The surrounding lizard people revealed some ferocity within their eyes after the words of those two sounded. Their scales had become much darker. Xiao Yan had a calm expression. His face was not altered because of the surging murderous intent around him. If he had met with this lineup back then, it was likely that he would have been terrified to death. Now, however, two mere Banshangs and a group of insignificant experts did not pose the least bit of threat against him. "I will definitely head to the bottom of the magma today." Xiao Yan laughed softly. His body did not move. Instead, a vast and mighty spiritual fluctuation swiftly spread from his brow with lightning-like speed. Buzz buzz. The magma suddenly shook intensely after the spiritual fluctuation spread. There was a vague buzzing sound being emitted. Soon after, the bodies of the many fire lizard people around suddenly trembled. A heaven-like spiritual pressure rose from deep within their souls, causing them to tremble. Their formation became a complete mess in an instant. The two completely white fire lizard people had a change in expression upon seeing this scene. Before they could let out a sharp cry. However, the magma in front of them had suddenly exploded. A vast and mighty indescribable fluctuation ruthlessly exploded on their bodies. Bang! Tens of thousand feet of magma wave swiftly spread. The two white fire lizard were directly blasted away. Blood was spat out from their mouths. Their eyes contained a rich shock as they looked at Xiao Yan. "Get lost." Xiao Yan had a stern expression. A thunder-like cry exploded from the tip of his tongue. Vast and powerful spiritual fluctuation was hidden within his cry as it violently spread. It directly caused the area within 100,000 feet of this magma sea region to form giant waves. Bang bang bang. The sound spread and the countless lizard people around were sent flying away. However, Xiao Yan had controlled his strength well. Although he had forced back these lizard people, he did not take their lives. After all, he was not familiar with this place and he could not predict just what kind of unexpected occurrence would occur if he engaged in a large-scale slaughter of these creatures. Regardless of what the situation was, this place could possibly have been left behind by the last Dou Qi on this Dou Qi continent. Being careful was definitely the right choice. The bottom of the magma was turned upside down by Xiao Yan. Those fierce-looking fire lizard had also withdrew a great distance with shocked faces. They looked at the demon god-like figure from a great distance away. That frightening spiritual pressure caused even their souls to tremble. Those who dares barge into the tomb of the god will suffer divine punishment. The two completely white fire lizard people swallowed the sweet blood in their mouths and roared with a hoarse voice. Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly in the face of such a threat. His heart began to feel certain that there was definitely something existing at the bottom of the magma. The tomb of the god that these creatures had spoken about was likely the Dou Qi ancient god mansion. A fiery heat rose into Xiao Yan's eyes the moment he thought of this. He licked his lips and his eyes looked towards the black magma below. There appeared to be some frightening thing lingering at the end of this seemingly bottomless magma, which caused one's pores to stand. "Hopefully I am right," Xiao Yan softly muttered. His body moved, turning into a fire glow that rushed towards the bottom of the magma with lightning-like speed. Those fire lizards hesitated for a moment as they looked at his figure. Ultimately, however, they did not intervene to stop him. From the situation earlier, they clearly understood that if Xiao Yan had not shown mercy, it was likely that all of them would have already died. "Foolish human, you are seeking your own death." The two completely white lizard people exchanged glances. Finally, they snorted coldly and moved, merging into the magma and swiftly heading into the distance. Without the obstruction of those fire creatures, Xiao Yan's speed had also increased greatly. However, regardless of how frighteningly fast he was still unable to reach the end of the magma. The road in front had become viscous and blurry because of the rippling magma. Xiao Yan frowned slightly in the face of this situation. However, he did not give up. The depth of this magma sea had far exceeded his expectations. This was no longer something that the strength of a person could create. Perhaps only by reaching that level would one possess such an ability. I don't believe that there is really no end to this magma. Xiao Yan let out a low laughter. His body flew past like a meteorite. A vacuum was formed wherever it passed. The magma within it had actually been shattered into nothing. Bang bang bang. Xiao Yan charged through the magma with great ease. The color of the surrounding magma had already gradually turned from bright red into complete black at some unknown moment. After the magma had turned into this color, Xiao Yan's speed had also been greatly reduced. There seemed to be a kind of mysterious heat hidden within this magma. This heat energy was something that even the purifying demonic lotus flame could not easily purify in a short period of time. After the change of the surroundings, Xiao Yan's eyes had also begun to flicker rapidly. However, the caution within his eyes was gradually became denser when a forewarning suddenly surged within his heart. Immediately, he stilled his rapidly descending body. Puff! The magma around Xiao Yan shook and exploded as Xiao Yan came to a rapid halt. His eyes directly looked in front of him. From his spiritual perception, this place seemed to be the end of the magma. However, he could only see an endless magma. Xiao Yan's eyes continued to flash. Suddenly, he extended his hand. The purifying demonic lotus flame surged over it and gently touched the magma in front of him. Buzz! The magma began to fluctuate as Xiao Yan's hand touched the magma. His hand directly disappeared. That manner was as though he had touched the boundary of another realm. A realm is hidden at the bottom of the magma. Xiao Yan watched the scene and involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. He currently possessed the ability to build a realm. However, it was likely that even Han Tiandi and Gu Yuan would find it extremely difficult to build a realm at the bottom of this magma. The Dou Qi ancient god really lives up to his reputation. Xiao Yan laughed softly. A shock appeared in his calm heart. The only person in the last 10,000 years who had the ability to do this was that only Dou Qi. At this moment, Xiao Yan was already 80% certain that the Dou Qi ancient god mansion was located in this place. A wild excitement leaped within those dark black eyes. Xiao Yan merely hesitated for a moment before he clenched his teeth and suddenly stepped forward. He directly strided into the realm at the bottom of the magma. Xie! The original magma flow that filled his ears disappeared the moment he entered that mysterious space. A somewhat dim and quiet endless space appeared in front of Xiao Yan. This realm had been quiet for an unknowingly long period of time. The entire realm was filled with an extremely ancient scent. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly swept over this place. It was completely empty. There was nothing strange. He frowned slightly as his body cautiously advanced. Xiao Yan flew through this empty space. He finally paused a couple of minutes later and focused his eyes on a spot in the distance. There was a vague cluster of light suspending over that place. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment as he looked at the cluster of light. Finally, he clenched his teeth and flew over. With his gradual approach, the situation within the cluster of light was caught by his eyes. It was a stone door, 100,000 feet large stone door. The stone door quietly stood in the empty space. It was as though it would exist for eternity. An ancient desolate aura slowly spread from it and reverberated over the sky. There was a similarly large square in front of the stone door. Xiao Yan paused at a spot that was a great distance from the ancient stone door. His eyes dully watched this mysterious scene within the dim space. At that instant, he was actually left speechless. Xiao Yan appeared just like an ant as he stood in front of the majestic stone door. A respect surged within his heart without him realizing it. Soon after, however, he was suddenly aware that a caution had rose within his heart. This stone door gave him an impulse that he could not control. The entire place was indeed extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the stone door. Finally, they paused at the top of it. 3 ancient words were present. His eyes suddenly shrunk when they drifted towards those words. His heart began to pound wildly. Ancient God Mansion. The ancient words did not appear overly beautiful. It was ordinary, but it seemed to possess an endless night that seemed to control the world. I have finally found you. The smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth suddenly widened as he looked at the 3 ancient words. The smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth had lasted only for a moment when a chill suddenly appeared in his heart. It was as though there was something observing him. This feeling caused Xiao Yan's expression to gradually become solemn. His eyes swept around him, but he did not discover anything. A moment later, his eyes narrowed and he slowly lowered his head. At the same time, a fire pillar shot out from his finger. The fire pillar spread over this dark world. Xiao Yan's eyes also hardened at this moment. He was stunned as he looked at the space below. The blood on his body seemed to have stilled. This is... Xiao Yan felt as though his skin had exploded within the quiet space. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1622, Mysterious Creature. Chapter 1622, Mysterious Creature. Bright firelight shone on this space, which seemed to have been in darkness for 10,000 years. However, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a chill over his body despite the light from the flame. The source of this chill seemed to be the enormous creature that was present in the dark space below. It was an indescribably huge creature that lay within the dark empty space without moving. Xiao Yan's sight shifted along its body. However, he was still unable to see an end to its body when his sight was blocked by the darkness in the distance. This mysterious creature was completely purple gold in color. Icy cold scales covered its body. A kind of hard steel-like feeling rose from it. Xiao Yan was floated in the empty space. His eyes were unable to see the creature in its entirety. One could imagine just how unbelievably large this creature was. It was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen a body of this size after all these years. Even though his decades of experience had allowed Xiao Yan to maintain a great control of himself, he still felt greatly shocked when he suddenly discovered that there was actually such a huge creature, which could devour the sky, present in the dark space under him. Who could have imagined that there would actually be such a terrifying creature existing within this quiet space, which appeared to be void of life? Gulp! Xiao Yan's throat rolled involuntarily. Traces of cold sweat had even appeared on his forehead. He carefully observed the huge creature sitting below. Even with his eyesight, he was unable to guess just what kind of creature it was. I must not remain in this place. Since he had already learnt that the bottom of the magma world did indeed hide the ancient god cave, Xiao Yan had also intended to withdraw. Although that huge creature below was completely quiet and appeared dead, his D-state soul allowed Xiao Yan to detect a trace of dangerous aura. This kind of aura was not inferior to that of Hun Tiandi or Gu Yuan. It was best not to remain in this place for long. The most appropriate course of action was to gather his people and get Gu Yuan to accompany him to probe this ancient god mansion. Xiao Yan's body slowly pulled back as this thought flashed across his heart. However, he had only just taken 10 steps back when he suddenly sensed that the huge creature's body below him shook slightly. Although this movement was slight, it still caused Xiao Yan's eyes to shrink. He understood that with his strength, he was definitely not mistaken. In that case, there was only one answer. This mysterious creature was still alive. Xiao Yan's retreating speed suddenly soared the moment he thought of this. Xie! A pair of huge eyes within the dark empty space, which had been shut for a long time, were suddenly opened when Xiao Yan had begun to pull back. This pair of eyes had a faint redness in them. Those eyes were solemn. Just the size of this pair of eyes was already hundreds of times larger than Xiao Yan. This pair of eyes were locked onto Xiao Yan the moment they had opened. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure directly enveloped Xiao Yan's body, causing his retreating speed to suddenly slow. Xiao Yan's expression changed after that terrifying pressure enveloped his body. He activated his D-state soul. Only then did he manage to reduce this feeling of having fallen into a quagmire. Tomb Raider, did you bring the ancient jade? The space suddenly shook as Xiao Yan's spiritual strength surged. A voice, which caused even the space to tremble, suddenly sounded. Xiao Yan tightened his fist. He looked at the pair of huge eyes within the darkness. At this moment, those eyes contained an icy chill as they stared at him in an indifferent fashion. There was no fluctuation within it. I have accidentally barged into this place. Please forgive me if I have disturbed it. I will immediately withdraw. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together towards the eyes and spoke in a deep voice. No ancient jade, huh? A voice sounded within the space after the creature heard this. Immediately, Xiao Yan seemed to have seen some disappointment and an icy cold murderous intent. This is bad. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically upon detecting this emotion. He could not be bothered with anything else. The purifying demonic lotus flame covered his body and a pair of bone wings was extended from his back. After which, he hurriedly withdrew. Please remain behind if you do not have it, the indifferent voice once again sounded. After which, the entire space suddenly shook. Bright purple gold light pillars broke through the darkness. It penetrated through the empty space and ruthlessly shot towards Xiao Yan. Mao! Xiao Yan's eyes became cold after he saw that mysterious creature unleashing an attack. His hand seal changed and his enormous spiritual body appeared outside. He widened his mouth and a terrifying spiritual assault swept over from all directions. In an instant, it ruthlessly collided with the purple-golden light pillar. Boom! A storm exploded within the space as the loud sound appeared. Mao! Mao! The storm swept over the place, but the purple light still remained. Xiao Yan's D-state soul's yellow spring divine anger was unable to shatter it. His eyes quickly became even more solemn. With a change of his hand seal, another two ferocious spiritual fluctuations surged out from him. Bang bang! Two spiritual sonic wave attack heavily smashed onto the purple light. This time around, the purple light was finally shattered. However, Xiao Yan also staggered backwards by 10,000 feet because of the lingering force. What a terrifying strength this big fellow has. Shock surged within Xiao Yan's heart after this exchange. Just a random attack had forced Xiao Yan to use all his strength to block it. The strength of this mysterious creature was definitely not inferior to Hun Tiandi or Gu Yuan. D-state soul, the mysterious creature's voice within the empty darkness contained a little surprise. Xiao Yan did not have the time to bother about him. He took advantage of the force to once again rush to the exit of this realm. Swoosh! While Xiao Yan was rushing with rapid speed, another sharp wind suddenly surged from behind him. The corner of his eyes shifted and he saw a purple gold light flashed. It actually agglomerated into a mysterious light seal. After which, it came smashing furiously onto Xiao Yan. Damn it, dot. Xiao Yan's expression was once again altered as he sensed the terrifying strength contained within the light seal. He clenched his fists. Two six-colored extermination fire lotus were formed. After which, he threw them behind him without turning his head. Bang bang! The extermination fire lotus exploded on the light seal. Fire wave churned. However, he did not cause the light seal to shake. Immediately, a ray of light suddenly shot out from within the light seal and headed towards Xiao Yan with lightning-like speed. Xiao Yan was cautious when the light ray shot out. He hurriedly turned around. Both of his hands danced and the purifying demonic fire lotus quickly turned into pink crystals in front of him. Crack crack! The light ray arrived in the blink of an eye. It directly smashed onto the layers of pink fire crystal. Those crystals quickly collapsed an inch at a time. The light ray seemed to have an extremely easy time destroying those originally extremely hard fire crystals. After which, it heavily smashed onto Xiao Yan's body. Grug! Xiao Yan's face turned red after suffering this heavy attack. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out while his body once again used the momentum to withdraw. Chi. Xiao Yan's blood dyed the light seal a short distance away. It emitted waves of sizzling sound. Stay behind and accompany me. The mysterious creature did not intend to allow Xiao Yan to escape after defeating him with a single strike. The light seal whistled and once again chased after Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan quietly cried out bitterly after he sensed the wind that was locked onto him. It was far too troublesome to deal with this fellow. He lifted his head and looked at the wiggling space in the distance. After exiting that place, he would be able to escape from this fellow. Although you possess a D-state soul, your body is merely at the 7-star Dou Qi class. Would it not be a joke if I allow you to escape? The space above Xiao Yan's head suddenly shook while Xiao Yan was feeling a slight joy because of his short distance to the exit. Light directly broke through the space. After which, it violently smashed onto Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, if Xiao Yan was struck by it, he would definitely end up with some injuries. However, when the light seal was about to smash downwards, the blood, which adhered onto it suddenly vaporized. Finally, a trace of golden blood remained behind and flowed along the light seal. Buzz buzz. The moment this golden blood appeared, the huge body of the mysterious creature that was lingering within the darkness suddenly trembled. A familiar feeling broke through the restraint from his slumber and spread through his body. Buzz. The light seal suddenly halted when it was still dozens of feet from Xiao Yan's head. However, that intense wind pressure still caused the space around Xiao Yan to explode. This sudden scene had also caused Xiao Yan, who was planning on an all-out fight, to be startled. His eyes flashed and his body turned into a ray of light that shot out. With a couple of flashes, he had appeared at the edge of the space. His body moved. He swiftly rushed in and disappeared. The light seal did not give chase after Xiao Yan had left and disappeared. The pair of huge eyes within the darkness contained a loss that seemed to last for a long time as they stared at the remaining golden blood on the light seal. The light seal drifted and slowly arrived above the huge eye. Golden blood dripped down and landed in the huge eye. Soon after, the lost expression in his eyes swiftly disappeared. Those cold and indifferent large eyes actually revealed waves after waves of joyous ripple. Blood, there is the scent of the child. Suddenly, an earth-shaking like stern roar resounded within the quiet space. That huge body, which seemed to have been stilled for thousands of years, suddenly moved and ruthlessly smashed onto the space. However, a faint light surfaced over this realm in the face of its all-out attack. This faint light caused the space itself to be as tough as a prison. Dou Qi, ancient god, you bastard. The mysterious creature suddenly turned its head after its futile collision onto the space around him. Those huge eyes stared ruthlessly at the ancient stone door floating in the air. A furious roar that was filled with an unwilling feeling reverberated across this space. However, the ancient stone door remained quiet in the face of its furious roar. It was as though it had remained unchanging since the ancient times. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1623, Conversation. Chapter 1623, Conversation. Bang! The sound of magma exploding suddenly resounded across the tunnel that led to the underground magma world at the bottom of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Immediately, a somewhat miserable figure charged out from the magma in front of the stunned gazes of Xun Er's group. Xiao Yan Gege. Xun Er hurried forward. Her expression changed drastically upon seeing that figure. I'm fine. Xiao Yan's body flashed and landed. He wiped off the trace of blood remaining on the corner of his mouth. Those eyes of his were solemn as they looked at the magma tunnel. He involuntarily clenched his fist. It was unexpected that there was actually such a terrifying existence at the bottom of the magma. What happened? Su Qian, Mang Tianqi and the rest exclaimed. They were also startled by this appearance of Xiao Yan. All of them were clearly aware of Xiao Yan's strength. Yet, even he was turned into such a miserable state. Just what kind of terrifying thing was at the bottom of the magma? Old Mang, inform clan head Gu Yuan and the rest that the news is confirmed, Xiao Yan spoke in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Mang Tianqi's face twitched violently upon hearing this. His heart involuntarily pounded violently. He understood the importance of this matter. Immediately, he did not dare to slight the situation as he directly turned around and hurriedly left to inform Gu Yuan and the others of this new information. The ancient god mansion is really located at the bottom of the magma? Kai Lin was a little startled as she looked at the magma tunnel and asked. After all, she had stayed inside it for a period of time back then. Yet, she did not sense anything. Xiao Yan nodded. He immediately gave a summary about what had occurred at the bottom of the magma. Xun Er and the rest involuntarily had a drastic change in expression after they heard that there was a mysterious creature comparable to Gu Yuan and Hun Tiandi in the realm at the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, that mysterious creature appears to be unable to leave that realm. Otherwise, there will likely be big trouble today. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly and rejoiced a little as he spoke. Based on the strength that the big fellow had displayed, it was likely that no one present would be able to subdue it if it charged out. Next, let's wait for the Alliance army to arrive. If we allow the Hun clan to succeed this time around, it is likely that there will no longer be any opportunity for us to turn things around, Xiao Yan sighed softly. If Hun Tiandi was allowed to obtain the embryonic D pill, he might really end up breaking through to the Dou D class. At that time, no one in this world would be able to fight him. Even the Alliance army would not be able to do so. Xun Er and the rest nodded upon hearing this. This was all they could do for now. The main hall within the Hun realm. Did you say that your mission has failed? Hun Tiandi sat on the leader's seat and looked at the trembling kneeling figure below with narrowed eyes as he demanded in a faint voice. Yes, for some unknown reason, our trail had been detected by Xiao Yan's group. Han Yu and the others had been chased by Xiao Yan's group soon after they arrived at the Black Corner region. All of them had perished in the hands of Xiao Yan's group. The figure below was covered with cold sweat. However, his words were still quite clear. How is it possible for Xiao Yan to know of their whereabouts? Hun Tiandi's expression sunk as he demanded. Clan head, Xiao Yan was once a student of the Jianan Academy in the Black Corner region. I'm afraid that it is because the Academy had detected danger and had requested his help. I do not think that he is aware of our intention. That person hurriedly said. Humph, that brat is as sly as a fox. Who knows just what he is thinking? Moreover, if it is not because he had detected something prior to this, how would he be able to arrive in time even if the Academy did send a message requesting for help? The nihility devouring flame by the side snorted coldly. Those bowing figures below widened their mouths upon hearing this. However, all of them voiced their agreement. You mean, could it be that Xiao Yan is also aware of the information that the ancient god mansion is located in the Black Corner region? Hun Tiandi frowned and asked. This was information that they had managed to learn after spending great effort to gather all the ancient jade. How could Xiao Yan directly learn of it? We cannot exclude this possibility. Didn't that fellow roam the Black Corner region before? Who knows what he had detected? Black flame surged within the eyes of the nihility-devouring flame. He spoke in a deep voice, regardless of whether he had detected anything, it is also time for us to move. Otherwise, it would be a severe blow to us if any trouble occurs. Any delay might result in unexpected changes. Han Tiandi mused for a moment before nodding. Clearly, news of Xiao Yan's appearance in the Black Corner region had caused him to feel an unease. What about that Gu Yuan? The nihility-devouring flame said. Recently, Gu Yuan had been monitoring the Han clan's realm. He would definitely detect something if a large group of experts was dispatched from this place. I have already got someone to build a wormhole at the northwestern region which connects to the Han realm. At that time, you will intervene and lead a group to the Black Corner region. I will delay Gu Yuan. Han Tiandi spoke in a faint voice. The nihility-devouring flame hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Finally, he nodded. As long as I am able to obtain the embryonic D-pill within the ancient god mansion, the so-called Alliance army will be nothing but ants. Han Tiandi lifted his head. He looked at the top of the large hall. An icy cold smile surfaced on his face as he softly spoke to himself. Gu Yuan sat on a stone tower at the top of the star realm. Vast and mighty spiritual fluctuation rippled around him, causing the stone tower to be filled with a terrifying pressure. Other than a handful of people, no one else dared to approach the area within 1,000 feet from the stone tower in the face of this pressure. Gu Yuan's expression was as deep as water as he sat at the top of the stone tower. Both of his eyes were shut. The vast and endless spiritual strength entered into the empty space. It probed deep into the location where the Han realm was located using a mysterious method. After which, traces of spiritual strength entwined around the place. In this way, he was able to detect any slight fluctuation in the space around that place. Buzz. The empty space suddenly began to fluctuate intensely while Gu Yuan continued to probe. Immediately, it turned into a human figure that stood with his hands behind him. Gu Yuan, who was at a stone tower a great distance away, suddenly opened his eyes when the human figure appeared. Immediately, he let out a cold snort. His body moved and disappeared. He was already in front of that figure the next time he appeared. Han Tiandi. A cold glint flashed across Gu Yuan's eyes as he looked at the white-clothed seemingly refined man in front of him. Of the 4 of us back then, only the 2 of us are left. This world is indeed ever-changing. Han Tiandi looked at Gu Yuan. He smiled faintly and remarked. The fall of the other 2 is greatly related to you. Gu Yuan laughed coldly. Han Tiandi was non-committal. He looked at Gu Yuan before he suddenly said, if you are willing to cooperate with me, I will definitely help you once I advance into the Dou Qi class in the future. Gu Yuan was startled. He did not expect that Han Tiandi would actually try to recruit him. However, he quickly smiled and asked, do you think that is possible? How unfortunate. You are one of the few people who I hold in high regard. Han Tiandi shook his head in disappointment, seemingly aware of Gu Yuan's answer. He lifted his head and looked at the empty space before he suddenly muttered, it is rumored that an elite Dou Qi is almighty. But why is it that those elite Dou Qi from back then had completely disappeared? Gu Yuan frowned tightly but did not reply. These answers would likely be revealed once I advance to the Dou Qi class. Han Tiandi stared at the endless empty space. There was a strange luster flashing past them. He immediately turned towards Gu Yuan and laughed, this world will not be able to restrain me. His words was wild and proud. However, there was also a monstrous aura surging from it. Even Gu Yuan had not laughed at these words. This was because he understood that this opponent whom he had fought secretly for thousands of years, did indeed possess the boldness and potential to utter these words. You are planning to delay me, right? Gu Yuan stared at Han Tiandi. Given his intelligence, he naturally saw through the reason why the latter did not attack. Since this was the case, it was obvious that the other party had only one intention. It was to hold him back. Han Tiandi laughed upon hearing this. He calculated the time and smilingly said, it is about time. The ancient god mansion is at the Black Corner region, right? Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes and said. The smile on Han Tiandi's face stiffened when these words were spoken. It quickly disappeared as he replied, you are indeed aware of it. Han Tiandi did not hide anything. This was because he understood that since Gu Yuan had uttered those words, the latter definitely understood the situation quite well. Otherwise, it would only be a wasted effort. It seems that the heavens is not helping you. Gu Yuan laughed. We will soon find out just who will lose. Han Tiandi spread his hands. He paused for a moment before asking, is it because of Xiao Yan? He was naturally asking about why Gu Yuan was aware of the location of the ancient god mansion. Gu Yuan smiled. He neither admitted nor denied it. He is really a Scrooge. Han Tiandi involuntarily shook his head. His heart felt an unknown feeling. Who could have imagined that the declined Xiao clan would actually produce such a person? Even his Han clan had suffered many losses in his hand. Now, even the ancient god mansion was first detected by Xiao Yan. It is all because of that group of fools who had been hiding some information, Han Tiandi sighed softly. If it was not because Xiao Yan had gradually stood out in the central plains, it was likely that he would still be unaware that the latter had actually escaped from the many attacks by the Han clan. By the time he had learnt of all these, the youth from back then had already spread his wings. Due to the many schemes taking place, he also did not have the time to bother about him. Who could have expected that this small mistake would actually end up creating such a big trouble for them? You will end up suffering if you underestimate him, Gu Yuan smiled. He was quiet for a moment before he said, he will perhaps be even more outstanding than Xiao Xian. Oh? Han Tiandi lifted his brow. He smiled faintly and said, it seems your evaluation is quite high. However, since my Han clan is able to kill the first Xiao Xian, we will naturally be able to kill the second one. Gu Yuan, now, let's head to the Black Corner region and have a look. The space around Han Tiandi was slowly distorted. His body gradually vanished. A cold glint flashed across Gu Yuan's eyes as he looked at Han Tiandi, who had disappeared. His body flashed and he directly appeared within the meeting room of the Star Realm. He looked at Lei Ying and the others before waving his hand and ordered in a deep voice, the Alliance will head to the Black Corner region. This time around, we must definitely stop the Han clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1624, Arrival of a Big Battle. Chapter 1624, Arrival of a Big Battle. Jianan Academy. Many students came and went along a big road with trees lined by the side. The energy unique to the young men and women spread across the forest. They were completely unaware of the big battle that was about to arrive. Hence, they did not panic. Their conversations were all related to the scene when Xiao Yan had appeared back then. The tone they used was filled with admiration and excitement. Xiao Yan was lying on a tall tree in his rare relaxed moment. He looked at the azure sky while his mouth was chewing onto a grass, which gradually filled it with some bitterness. It had been many years since he was able to quietly lie in the academy and watch the sky. It has been many years. Xiao Yan shut his eyes and involuntarily sighed quietly. Now that he thought about it, the scene of his training within this Jianan Academy back then was still fresh in his mind. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was already no longer the youth from back then. It has indeed been many years. A soft voice was suddenly transmitted from beside Xiao Yan's ears. He opened his eyes and looked at the pretty instructor, who had a pair of long sexy legs beside him. A grin appeared in the corner of his mouth and involuntarily revealed a teasing smile. What beautiful legs! Xiao Yu's face involuntarily reddened upon hearing this. She glared violently at Xiao Yan and chided. You are already so old but you still don't know how to be serious. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth wore a smile. Both of his hands were placed behind his head. He did not say anything. This quiet atmosphere was something that he really liked. During these years, he had been pressured by the Hall of Soul and the Hun clan to the point where he could hardly catch his breath. This was because he understood that only by continuously training would he be able to escape from the fate of being shattered into pieces by that huge mountain. Moreover, the moment that he was destroyed, his family and clan would also end up with the same fate. The big battle was arriving. Xiao Yan understood that this might probably be a decisive battle. However, it was precisely because of this that his originally tensed heart had relaxed significantly. He had done all that he could do. He had also put in the greatest effort to strengthen himself. Now, it was time to await the result. Xiao Yu sat down elegantly beside Xiao Yan. She turned her head and looked at the face with narrowed eyes. This face appeared even more mature and determined compared to back then. The original tenderness had vaguely developed into another charm. It was a face that one could watch for a long time. Xiao Yu curled her red lips. She had seen many young and talented individuals during these years that she had spent teaching in the academy. There were many amongst them who had begun a wild pursuit of her. However, all of them ultimately failed. This was because she would always shake her head each time she compared those people to this person in front of her. After all these years of training, she understood just how outstanding and dazzling this man in front of her was. It would be good if we are not blood related. At times, some strange thoughts would appear within Xiao Yu's heart, causing her face and ears to redden while she repeatedly scolded herself for being shameless in her heart. Are you thinking of romance? Xiao Yan had opened his eyes at some unknown moment. He looked at the pretty female instructor by the side, who was biting her red lips, and smilingly asked. That's right, Xiao Yu's bright eyes blinked this time around as she smiled sweetly. Ugh, this reply caused Xiao Yan to be startled. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Yu should have sent him a flying kick. He lifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Yu's pretty eyes. There was something flowing in them. Immediately, coughed softly, and withdrew his gaze. Xiao Yu's silver teeth bit on her red lips with a greater force after seeing Xiao Yan withdraw his gaze. After which, the ripple within her was gradually reduced. She stared at Xiao Yan and softly said, "Thank you." Ha! Xiao Yan was once again startled. He immediately laughed. You seems to be quite baffling? This is the words that the clan members has asked me to bring to you the last time I returned to the Jiama Empire. Xiao Yu laughed. Xiao Yan was a little stunned. The smile on the corner of his mouth became much warmer. Currently, those younger generation and even some of the older generation of the Xiao clan regards you like a god. Other people can scold them, but if those people dared to say anything about you, they will definitely attack. There has been many clan members who had charged into various sects by themselves because of this. Xiao Yu laughed. Her soft voice appeared as though she was talking about an ordinary family matter. It was exceptionally warm. Hee, this god of theirs was called a useless trash back then. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and laughed. Petty fellow. That was something from when all of us were very young, yet you still remember it. Xiao Yu rolled her enchanting eyes at Xiao Yan and said. Xiao Yan laughed. He continued hearing Xiao Yu softly speaking about the matters in the clan while looking at the azure sky. He had not had such an enjoyment for many years. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei had returned to the Jiaman Empire a few years ago. It is rumored that they are now experts who can hold their own. Some years ago, the clan had wanted to choose a clan head. However, no matter how they chose, all of the ballots had your name on them, causing those elders be unable to laugh nor cry. Xiao Yu spoke softly. A moment later, she finally paused and looked at the man beside her, who had his eyes shut. The latter's breathing was also a lot calmer. At this moment, Xiao Yan was as quiet as a baby. Xiao Yan had slept. Even Xiao Yu was startled after seeing Xiao Yan's current condition. Some pity appeared in her eyes. Her hand carefully shifted Xiao Yan's head and placed them on her soft legs. She lowered her head and watched his face. The smile on the corner of her mouth appeared extremely gentle. The members of the clan are aware of how much you have sacrificed. You have been carrying the heavy burden alone. In order to protect the clan, you have been working hard while risking your life. Haha, many little fellows in the clan are doing their best to train. They had said that they will be able to help you after becoming stronger. Dense branches spread over the towering giant tree as a gentle breeze blew over. Who? Xiao Yu gently exhaled a fragrant breath. She looked at the quiet face. Her hand was about to gently touch it when Xiao Yan's originally tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. The original silence quickly scattered the moment the black eyes were opened. A sharpness that caused one's soul to tremble once again surfaced within those black eyes. Xiao Yu was startled as she looked at the face, which had turned from a peaceful to a sharp one in an instant. Her hand was placed down without anyone noticing as she sweetly smiled. Are you awake? I. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He stood up and looked towards the distant sky before commenting in a faint voice, "They are here." Xiao Yu was startled upon hearing this. Due to her relationship with Xiao Yan, she was aware of some secrets. Naturally, she understood who the they that Xiao Yan referred to were. They're too quick, Xiao Yu frowned and remarked. Inform First Elder. Gather all the students together. Otherwise, they won't be able to endure it once the fight begins. Xiao Yan instructed in a deep voice. Understood. Xiao Yu quickly nodded. Her delicate body moved and she opened her stride. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before he once again said, "Thank you very much, Sister Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu was startled after hearing this form of address. This was the first time that Xiao Yan had ever called her sister. The two of them had been odds with each other since they were young and had continuously argued with each other each time they met. Haha, obedient little brother. This older sister is waiting to see you display your heroic might, Xiao Yu suddenly laughed. She quickly flew downwards. Those eyes of hers were a little dim when she turned around. They were brother and sister. Xiao Yan stood on the top of a tree with his hands placed behind him. He glanced at Xiao Yu's descending figure only to sigh. He was not a fool and was naturally able to clearly see through many matters. However, it was perhaps very difficult for there to be any result when it came to certain matters. Xiao Yan shook his head and tossed aside the melancholy within his heart. After which, his eyes solemnly looked towards the horizon. He could detect an intense energy fluctuation from that spot. This fluctuation was not unfamiliar to him. Swoosh swoosh. A couple of figures flashed and appeared while Xiao Yan was in deep thought. They were Xun Er's and Kai Lin's group. The Hun clan is coming? The two ladies looked at the sky and asked. Xiao Yan nodded. He lowered his head to look at the academy. At this moment, all the instructors in the academy were leading the students to gather at an open ground. An anxious atmosphere enveloped this place. Everyone, be careful during this battle. Xiao Yan looked at Xun Er and Kai Lin beside him and softly reminded. You too. The two ladies nodded gently. Xiao Yan smiled and suddenly stepped forward. He extended his hand and hugged Xun Er and Kai Lin in front of their red faces. He softly said, if we can succeed in solving this matter, we will organize a grand wedding. An embarrassed and joyous expression surged in the eyes of those two ladies as they nodded. A warmth was felt as he hugged the two ladies. Xiao Yan hurried down the large tree and appeared on the open ground. He waved his hand and a huge crack appeared in the space. The crack led to the heavenly tomb. First Elder, relax, I have already instructed the creatures inside. They will not harm the students. Xiao Yan opened the tunnel, looked at Su Qian and said. Little fellow, thank you very much. Su Qian nodded. He gave Xiao Yan a deep bow and did not dare delay. With great speed, he directly rushed into the spatial tunnel. Densely packed students surged in like floodwaters. Xiao Yan once again rose into the air after the students entered the heavenly tomb. He looked at the distance. After which, the black cloud swiftly flew over with lightning-like speed. A monstrous-like aura spread across the black cloud. Xiao Yan let out a long breath and clenched his fist as he looked at the earth shaking like momentum. The Alliance army has arrived. Xiao Yan exhaled. He suddenly turned his eyes towards the northern sky. The space at that spot shook intensely and many figures appeared from all over the place. It cut through the distant space, carrying a rushing wind sound that resounded in the sky as they hurried towards the Jianan Academy. A pride suddenly surged in Xiao Yan's heart as he looked at the formation that spread across the sky. He let out a long roar towards the sky. The roar was like a thunder which rumbled across the sky. It could clearly be heard within a 50-kilometer radius. Hun clan, if you wish to fight, I will fight until your fill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1625, Battle for the Mansion. Chapter 1625, Battle for the Mansion. The black cloud covered the sky, which seemed to have turned dim in an instant. Monstrous-like aura spread in the black cloud and reverberated across this place. It caused the land to shake slightly. There were presently still many people in faction remaining in the Black Corner region. Although Xiao Yan and the others had already warned them, these people did not choose to leave. Most of those who could survive in the Black Corner region were heartless and bold individuals. Hence it was naturally not easy to get them to abandon the territory that they had fought for many years with just a few words. Xiao Yan and the others simply left things as it was after their warning was unheeded. They would naturally regret it when the time come. The Xiao Gate had also been sent into the heavenly tomb early on. Regardless of what the situation was, this was after all a faction he had established back then. He would naturally not hold back if he could help them. Hence, the current Black Corner region was much emptier as compared to before. Although some stubborn fellows refused to leave, there were also some decisive individuals. After all, the massacre that had happened a couple of days earlier had allowed them to understand just how terrifying the so-called Hun clan. The black cloud spread and covered the area around the Black Corner region. Immediately, the black cloud churned and whistled out from his body in a dense fashion. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he looked at the figures that covered the sky. From the looks of it, the Hun clan had come out in full force. It seemed that Hun Tiandi had full intent on obtaining the ancient god mansion. Be careful. Xun Er softly spoke by the side. Her pretty eyes were filled with worry. Even she felt that this lineup was extremely terrifying. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes looked at the middle of the black cloud. There were dozens of figures appearing in the space. The leader was the clan head of the Hun clan, Hun Tiandi. The Nihility Devouring Flame followed closely behind. Behind them were the four old undying fellow who had built the Death World back then. The aura of these four old fellows who would not die had actually recovered. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the four individuals and his heart sunk involuntarily. Four experts comparable to an 8-star Dou Shang. This was sufficient to cause an imbalance between both parties. During the time when Xiao Yan had a solemn face because of the Hun clan's lineup, the space above the academy also swiftly became distorted. Immediately, densely packed human figures flashed and appeared. The Alliance army had also arrived. Xiao Yan's body flashed as he saw the black mass of people suddenly appearing in the sky. He immediately appeared in front of the Alliance army. It seems that your guess is correct. This black corner region is indeed the location of the Dou Qi ancient god mansion. Gu Yuan blasted at the large Hun clan's army in the distance and said. Xiao Yan nodded. His eyes swept over the Alliance army. Suddenly, he discovered that the lineup of the Alliance army seemed to have become a lot stronger compared to the last time. The strength within all our three clans had been fully unleashed. Gu Yuan appeared to be aware of Xiao Yan, surprised and laughed. Don't the three clans need to dispatch people to guard your clans? Xiao Yan frowned and asked. The Hun clan does not have the courage to separate and attack our three clans at this moment, Lei Ling by the side spoke in a deep voice. This fight is extremely important. Whoever loses will likely end up with a terrible fate where one can never recover from. Since this is the case, we can only risk it all. Yan Jin laughed. However, a sharp cold light surged within his eyes. Xiao Yan was speechless. He quietly nodded. Indeed, if Hun Tiandi was allowed to successfully advance to the Dou Qi class, only one fate that awaits the three clan regardless of how they defend. Since this was the case, it was better to risk everything and fight now. That's right, I have already ventured into the bottom of the magma and discovered the ancient god mansion inside. However, there is a mysterious creature guarding at the entrance to the mansion. Its strength is extremely terrifying. I think that it is likely not weaker than Uncle Gu or Hun Tiandi. Xiao Yan spoke with a serious face. These words caused not only the expressions of Lei Ying and the others to change, but it also led to Gu Yuan's body trembling slightly. This big battle would be a little unpredictable if this was the case. An advanced level 9-star Dou Shang could alter the result of the battle. I have never heard of any non-human race producing an advanced level 9-star Dou Shang class expert within the last 1,000 years. It is likely that this mysterious creature has existed for an extremely long period of time. Even Hun Tiandi and I might not be comparable with it, Gu Yuan muttered. Xiao Yan and the others nodded. One could indeed explain it this way. After all, that fellow must have existed for a very long period of time in order to become the guardian of the ancient god mansion. It was not unbelievable to say that it was older than Gu Yuan and Hun Tiandi. After all, the life of such a magical beast was its natural advantage. Hun Tiandi slowly stepped out from the distant space while Xiao Yan's group chatted. His eyes were indifferent as they glanced at the opposing alliance. Finally, they paused onto Gu Yuan and Xiao Yan. Gu Yuan, what I have told you earlier is still valid now. If I really successfully advance into the Dou Qi class and you surrender to me, I will not show you any mercy. You should reconsider for the sake of the continuity of the Gu clan. Hun Tiandi spoke in a calm voice. Gu Yuan could not resist laughing after seeing that this person was actually still intending on cooperating with him. He did not speak. All he did was to lift his hand and swung it gently. Immediately, countless number of powerful auras erupted from the Alliance army. Cold and sharp eyes were locked onto the Hun clan's army. How unfortunate. Hun Tiandi sighed softly upon seeing this. He did not say anything else. A bright light cluster flew out from within his storage ring and floated above his head. A foggy light was vaguely present within the light cluster. Finally, it turned into an illusory ancient figure. The energy of this entire place seemed to have boiled following the appearance of the ancient figure. An overlord-like pressure descended from the sky. Dou Qi ancient god. Gu Yuan, Xiao Yan and the others had grave faces as they watched the bright-haired old man. A solemn exclamation sounded. The only one in this world who could possess such an aura was likely the legendary Dou Qi ancient god Jade. They wished to use the Dou Qi ancient god Jade to summon the ancient god mansion. Gu Yuan's eyes flashed as he cried out. Bang! Hun Tiandi lifted the Dou Qi ancient god Jade before he suddenly slammed his palm towards the Jianan Academy below. With this strike, a giant 10,000 feet large hand appeared in the sky. Immediately, dust quickly scattered. A loud rumbling sound resounded over this place. The enormous Jianan Academy was directly turned into a tens of thousands of feet large deep gully under this palm strike by Hun Tiandi. There was suddenly the sound of liquid flowing within the deep gully. Soon after, a crimson liquid flowed out from within the ruins of the Jianan Academy. In the blink of an eye, it had buried the Jianan Academy in magma. This palm strike of Hun Tiandi had not only turned the Jianan Academy into ruins but it had even forced the magma out from underground. Hot magma swiftly surged out from underground like a bright red wave. After which, it spread over the Black Corner region in a mighty fashion. With this speed, the Black Corner region would likely be turned into a sea of magma soon. Stop them, do not allow Hun Tiandi to use the ancient jade to summon the ancient god cave. Gu Yuan cried out in a deep voice as he looked at the sea of magma spreading under him. Attack! Laying, Yin Jin and the rest suddenly cried out after hearing Gu Yuan. Immediately, countless number of Dou Qi pillars shot out from the alliance army behind them and shot towards the Hun clan's army from all directions. In formation. Many stern cries were also emitted from within the Hun clan's army after they saw the alliance army unleashing an attack. Immediately, many black chains with black fog lingering over them shot out from the army. Finally, they crossed each other. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a huge dragnet. Bang bang bang, dot. Vast and mighty Dou Qi light pillars continued to explode on the chain formation, emitted waves of sharp miserable cries. The black fog on the chains also paled rapidly. Seeing the terrifying and indescribable fight that had occurred in the sky, some of the experts and factions, who were originally remaining in the Black Corner region, were shocked to the point of having ashen faces. They lowered their heads to look at the Black Corner region, which had been turned into a sea of magma. In an instant, many people began to hurriedly pull back. Compared to this big battle, all the other battles that they had experienced could be considered child's play. Hun Tiandi acted as though he did not notice the intense battle between both parties. He shut his eyes and controlled the ancient jade to sense the ancient god mansion deep under the magma. Humph! Gu Yuan let out a cold snort upon seeing this scene. His body moved and he directly appeared outside of the chain formation. He waved his hand and the hard chains immediately exploded apart. Gu Yuan, allow me to be the one to fight you instead. A black flame surged in front of Gu Yuan just as he was about to attack. The nihility devouring flame appeared behind him. There were also two old men, who had built the death world back then, behind him. It seemed that he also understood that even though his soul had advanced into the D state, he was still no match for Gu Yuan in a one-on-one battle. So you have actually advanced into having a D state soul. It looks like the Hun clan has really treated you well. With Gu Yuan's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the current nihility devouring flame had already advanced into having a D state soul. The nihility devouring flame laughed coldly. He did not utter anything unnecessary to Gu Yuan. Instead, he extended his hands. Monstrous black flames erupted. An endless suction force surged out from within his body, causing him to appear like a black hole. The two elders behind him also attacked when the nihility devouring flame struck. Their auras were powerful. Clearly, they were fighting with their full strength. You actually wish to stop me with the three of you? Gu Yuan smiled. His body flashed and he appeared in front of an elder with lightning-like speed. A finger was extended. Immediately, the space within 1,000 feet from his collapsed into nothing. After which, the finger was also quickly pressed downwards. Grug! The figure had not even made contact with the elder's body when the latter spat out a mouthful of blood and his body staggered backwards in a miserable fashion. Humph! Gu Yuan was about to attack again after injuring one of them with his finger when a black flame began to envelope him. An endless suction force erupted. It was as though it intended to absorb all of the Dou Qi within his body. Your devouring power is useless against me. The vast and mighty Dou Qi contained a terrifying spiritual assault as it surged out from within Gu Yuan's body. It directly shattered the black flame that was wrapped around him. After which, it grabbed towards the nihility devouring flame. Two elderly figures appeared in front of Xiao Yan, who had charged into the battleground, while Gu Yuan and the nihility devouring flame trio were engaging in a big fight. Their stern cold cries sounded simultaneously. Bastard! Return my deathly silence gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1626, 1 against 2. Chapter 1626, 1 against 2. Hun Yuan Tian? Xiao Yan merely smiled as he saw the two old men, whose body were covered with a rich deathly aura. One of them was Hun Yuan Tian, whose deathly silence gate had been snatched by Xiao Yan back then. Little bastard, you have ruined the plans of my Hun clan. You must definitely die today. Hun Yuan Tian's eyes were vicious as they stared at Xiao Yan. Back then, Xiao Yan had taken advantage of his carelessness to snatch the deathly silence gate, causing the death world to completely collapse. This had resulted in the Hun clan's army to have no choice but to retreat. If it was not because of the current critical state of affairs, it was likely that he would be seriously punished for making such a big mistake even though he was considered a veteran. Even though this was the case, he was still frequently reprimanded by Hun Tiandi during this period of time. Naturally, his hatred towards Xiao Yan was currently quite intense. Xiao Yan simply curled his mouth in the face of Hun Yuan Tian's vicious words. Immediately, he glanced at the two people in front of him. A grave expression flashed across his eyes. The Hun clan had directly dispatched 2 8-star Dou Shangs to hold him back. From this, it was obvious that the Hun clan intended to kill him. Although it might be extremely troublesome for Xiao Yan to deal with this, it was also not a simple matter for the opponent to defeat him. After all, he was presently a genuine 7-star Dou Shang. Adding his D-state soul, his true fighting strength had far surpassed an ordinary 8-star Dou Shang. Although these two were cooperating, they might not be able to beat him. This thought appeared within Xiao Yan's heart. His eyes swiftly swept over the many intense battles throughout the entire Black Corner region. Wild and violent Dou Qi spread as many figures fought each other, causing the sea of magma below to continuously emit many thousand feet large magma pillars. The battle is in a stalemate. However, my being able to hold back 2 of the other party's 8-star Dou Shang will greatly reduce the pressure on the Alliance army. The battle was at a stalemate while the sky was like a huge meat grinder. A continuous stream of experts from both parties spat out blood and fell into the magma below. The great heat below turned them into ashes. Little bastard, go and die. Han Yuanti's eyes became increasingly vicious as he looked at Xiao Yan. At the end, he finally could not resist the fury within his heart. With a stern cry, he swung his hand forward. That palm wind, which was covered with a deathly aura, was swung toward Xiao Yan. One sniff of that scent caused one to feel the life force within one's body to gradually disappear. You have really thought too highly of yourself. Xiao Yan laughed coldly after seeing Han Yuantian attack. The purifying demonic lotus flame swept out from within his body like a storm. After which, it turned into a giant fire palm that forcefully received the attack by Han Yuantian. That strange deathly aura of the other party had also been swiftly purified by the purifying strength of the purifying devouring lotus flame. Han Tiansheng, let's attack together and kill this brat. Han Tiandi's expression changed as the attack made contact. He could sense that the current Xiao Yan was actually much stronger than back then. After which, he hurriedly cried out. The other dark and icy-faced 8-star Dou Shang old man also nodded after hearing his cry. The former flashed and appeared behind Xiao Yan. Deathly aura lingered over his finger before it was pressed forward ruthlessly. Death God Finger. Get lost. The huge black finger broke through the space. It was just about to touch Xiao Yan when the latter threw a punch backwards. A terrifying firestorm was formed under his fist as it whistled forward and directly struck onto the huge black finger. King Kong Glass Body. Xiao Yan suddenly cried out loud after he threw a punch. His body suddenly swelled to 1,000 feet. Bright golden light surged out from within his body. Extermination Fire Body. The King Kong Glass Body had just been unleashed when Xiao Yan once again acted with lightning-like speed. Purifying demonic lotus flame wildly shot out from within his body. His huge body also quickly became crystal clear. 2 body-strengthening Dou Qi were unleashed simultaneously. This was something that only Xiao Yan could do after having stepped into the D-state soul. Xiao Yan's aura had become violent and sharp after 2 body-strengthening Dou Qi were unleashed together. His large hand was swung and a palm slammed towards Han Yuantian. At the same time, he also flicked his finger. Yellow Spring Palm. Great Heaven Creation Palm. Yellow Spring Finger. 3 different Dou skills were formed under Xiao Yan's palm at almost the same time. After which, they violently smashed angrily towards Han Yuantian. Even Han Yuantian involuntarily had a change in expression after seeing these attacks from Xiao Yan. This ability to use multiple Dou Qi together was something that even he did not have. Death Tomb. Dense deathly aura wildly surged out from within Han Yuantian's body. Finally, it turned into a 10,000 feet large black tomb in front of him. There was a sharp sound resounding from the tomb. Bang bang bang. Many Tian-class Dou skills descended from the sky and violently crashed onto the huge black tomb. Huge energy waves spread, causing the space within 10,000 feet to collapse into a dark black void. Faced with this wild and violent explosion, the deathly aura on the black tomb also rapidly disappeared. Finally, a bang sounded and it exploded apart. Xie. Xiao Yan was just about to continue giving chase after glancing at the collapsed tomb when his ear moved. He suddenly turned. His huge fist reflexively smashed ruthlessly onto the space behind him. Bang! The space rippled and a giant black stone pillar broke out from it. It collided heavily with Xiao Yan's fist. Immediately, a loud and clear sound appeared. Xiao Yan and the stone pillar were sent flying backwards. Xiao Yan's body took over a dozen steps back before he stabilized himself. A sweetness rose from his throat. However, this was quickly swallowed by him. The strength of Han Shengtian was even stronger than Han Yuantian. he had also used his full strength when he attacked. However, this kind of collision might have caused Xiao Yan to feel a little terrible, but he did not appear to be in a good condition either. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes. He looked at Hun Tiansheng, who had appeared with a stone pillar in his hand. The latter's face was flush red. Even his aura had started to fluctuate intensely. Damn brat! No wonder you were able to snatch the deathly silence gate from Hun Yuantian's hands. Hun Shengtain stared densely at Xiao Yan and spoke in a low and deep voice. It is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with this brat. Let's attack together and exhaust him to death. Hun Yuantian flashed and appeared beside Hun Shengtian before speaking in a dense voice. Xiao Yan laughed coldly after hearing these words. He waved his hand and a black light cluster suddenly appeared in it. Finally, it was transformed into a huge giant black gate. It was surprisingly the deathly silence gate. Go it! Xiao Yan waved his sleeve after summoning the deathly silence gate. An intense suction force immediately surged out from within the gate and dragged Hun Yuantian Duo into it. Brat, you actually dare to deliver yourself to us. Hun Yuantian Duo's eyes brightened after seeing Xiao Yan taking out the deathly silence gate. They did not even put up a resistance as they used the suction force to charge into the deathly silence gate. A cold smile flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes after seeing the actions of those two. He would naturally not repeat the same foolish mistake that Hun Yuantian had once made. Hun Yuantian Duo appeared within the deathly silence gate. However, they were hurrying to look for the spiritual stone to remove Xiao Yan's spiritual imprint when they suddenly discovered that this deathly silence gate was actually filled with a monstrous flame. Something's wrong, let's escape. The expressions of Hun Yuantian Duo changed upon seeing the pink flame that spread over the place. This deathly silence gate had already been meddled with by Xiao Yan. Bang bang! However, the both of them had just pulled back when the purifying demonic lotus flame around them surged over from all directions. The flame turned into many fire dragons that bite wildly at the duo. Boom, dot. Hun Yuantian Duo waved their sleeves. Mighty Dou Qi pillars scattered the fire dragons that pounced onto them. Their bodies flashed and they appeared at the entrance to the deathly silence world. A 10,000 feet figure suddenly firmly blocked the exit when the two of them appeared in front of the entrance to deathly silence world. Soon after, a terrifying spiritual sonic wave suddenly struck at them. Mao! 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 3 continuous yellow spring divine anger were unleashed. That terrifying spiritual sonic wave attack directly sent Hun Yuantian Duo flying backwards by 10,000 feet. This wild attack caused their souls to become a little giddy. Since you have entered, you can forget about leaving. Xiao Yan's icy cold laughter rumbled throughout the deathly silence gate. The seal formed by his hands changed in many 6-colored flames, which were filled with an extermination force swiftly appeared in his palm. Finally, they continuously flew into the deathly silence gate. The fire lotus came one after another. They floated in the air of the deathly silence gate but did not attack Hun Yuantian Duo. Instead, they were being gathered one after another. Within that short moment of time, there was already 10 extermination fire lotus. This number caused the expressions of Hun Yuantian Duo to change. They were not afraid of one extermination fire lotus. However, if 10 of them were added together and exploded within this confined space, even the 2 of them would not be able to endure it. Charge out of here! The both of them exchanged glances and clenched their teeth. Immediately, they turned into 2 rays of light that shot towards the exit with lightning-like speed. They decided to endure Xiao Yan's yellow spring divine anger and charge out from the deathly silence gate. It's too late. Xiao Yan merely smiled coldly as he watched the action of those 2. He threw another 3 extermination fire lotus inside. After which, a thought passed through his mind and all the extermination fire lotus within the deathly silence gate wildly exploded at this moment. Moreover, Xiao Yan suddenly slammed his palm onto the deathly silence gate when the extermination fire lotus exploded. The spiritual imprint on the spiritual stone had also been blasted apart. Bang! The deathly silence gate suddenly unleashed waves of black fog as the spiritual stone broke. After which, the space itself also began to collapse at this moment. An indescribable destructive force crazily swept towards Hun Yuan Duo with the exterminating strength of the fire lotus explosion. He had let the deathly silence gate self-destruct. An extreme shock and heartache rose onto Hun Yuantian's eyes after he saw the scene. He had been building this deathly silence gate for hundreds of years. Yet, Xiao Yan had simply commanded it to self-destruct. Nag, dot. However, that terrifying force had already come striking at him while this thought flashed across his mind. It directly devoured the both of them. Xiao Yan watched the deathly silence gate that had exploded wildly from the sky. His body swiftly pulled back and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. This time around, these two old undying demons would be seriously injured even if they did not die. How can it be so easy to snatch it back? A low and cold laughter sounded. Xiao Yan's heart shook as he turned towards the sea of magma below. An incomparably large swirl had appeared at that spot. It was as though something was about to appear. Ancient God Mansion, is it finally about to surface? Xiao Yan's eyes became increasingly icy cold as he watched the scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1627, Appearance of the Mansion. Chapter 1627, Appearance of the Mansion. Giant waves was suddenly formed on the spacious magma sea. A 10,000 feet large whirlpool was slowly formed on the surface of the sea of magma. There seemed to be something appearing from the end of the whirlpool. A kind of mysterious fluctuation rippled throughout the place. The unexpected occurrence that had happened on the magma attracted the attention of many. Immediately, a shocked expression surged on their faces. Xiao Yan's eyes were grave as they looked at the churning magma whirlpool below. A rich caution rose deep within his eyes. He did not forget that there was a mysterious creature guarding the ancient God Mansion. If that thing came charging out, there was no predicting what kind of drastic change would occur in this battle. Xie. While Xiao Yan had poured all of his attention into staring at the magma whirlpool, the space a short distance behind him suddenly shook. A miserable old figure appeared. The dense deathly aura, which had originally covered his body, had faded greatly. Clearly, he was seriously injured. He is actually still alive? Xiao Yan turned his head after detecting this person. He looked at the weary old man and a surprise involuntarily flashed across his eyes. However, a cold smile appeared after his eyes swept towards a figure grabbed in Han Tianxing's hand. That fellow with an unknown fate was naturally Han Yuantian. Xiao Yan had used over a dozen extermination fire lotus and explode the deathly silence gate. With the superimposition of the two, the destructive force created was frightening enough to cause only to tremble from a feeling a chill. Even though Han Yuantian duo were 8-star elite Doshang, they still ended up with one dead and one seriously injured. Han Shengtian, who had appeared, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood before looking at Xiao Yan a short distance away with a terrified face. Although there was still a vicious expression flashing in his eyes, he also understood that he was likely unable to fight with Xiao Yan in his current condition. He immediately clenched his teeth and dragged his seriously injured body and quickly withdraw. Xiao Yan glanced at Han Tianxing, who had escaped, but did not give chase. Although he had schemed and managed to seriously injure one party while killing the other, the exhaustion he had experienced could also not be underestimated. Moreover, the Dou Qi ancient god mansion was about to appear. Most of his attention was diverted to it. Even though Han Shengtian was able to escape, he was unable to participate in the battle. Splash splash. The huge magma whirlpool rotated with an increasingly great intensity. Earth-shaking splashing sound reverberated across the sky. Bang! A loud sound suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon after, miserable figures pulled back. Two of them were in an extreme dire state. The deathly aura that lingered over them had almost completely disappeared. Their fighting strength had also become much weaker. It was really a joke for them to block Gu Yuan with their strength. As long as the attack from that kind of expert managed to make even the slightest contact with them, they would end up being seriously injured. Nihility, sir, we cannot stop him. The two individuals with deathly aura around them had pale faces as they looked at the Nihility devouring flame beside them, who had a somewhat chaotic black flame, and cried out. The black flame within the Nihility devouring flame's eyes rippled slightly. Some dissatisfaction flashed across his eyes. It was unexpected that he was still unable to fight against Gu Yuan despite his soul having advanced to the D state. Gu Yuan also appeared a short distance from the trio. His eyes were cold and indifferent as they glanced at them. If it was not because the soul of the Nihility devouring flame had reached the D state, he would have already killed the other two. Otherwise, how could they have been allowed to remain alive until now? However, he also understood that the reason the Nihility devouring flame had fought with all their strength was merely to obstruct him. Han Tiandi. Gu Yuan lifted his head. He looked at the figure controlling the Dou Qi ancient god Jade. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he stepped forward. The space fluctuated and he appeared behind Han Tiandi. A world tide surged. Finally, it turned into a huge tidal palm that fiercely smashed towards Han Tiandi. Bang! Han Tiandi laughed loudly in the face of Gu Yuan's attack. A palm was struck forward and the space was shattered. He directly received Gu Yuan's palm strike head-on. Gu Yuan, it's too late. Next, let's wait for the Dou Qi ancient god mansion to appear. Han Tiandi swiftly pulled back. His hand was still tightly grabbing onto the Dou Qi ancient hot jade. Gu Yuan's expression sunk as he heard Han Tiandi's words. His eyes glanced at the magma sea below and found that the whirlpool on the magma sea had suddenly expanded 10 times. Bang bang bang. After the whirlpool was expended, a 10,000 feet large magma fire pillar suddenly spat out from the magma sea in all directions. Many from both parties were caught in it. The extreme heat and offensive strength immediately resulted in deaths from both parties. Han Tiandi revealed an increasing wild joy in his eyes as he looked at the giant waves appearing on the surface of the magma. He could detect that the Dou Qi ancient god jade in his hand had suddenly become strangely hot. Splash! The 10,000 feet large magma wave rose suddenly before it came smashing down ruthlessly. It caused magma to splash across the sky. That rapidly rotating magma whirlpool also gradually slowed. A huge magma began to protrude from the surface of the magma sea as the rotation speed slowed. Bright red magma scattered. After which, an ancient stone door slowly rose from the magma and stood in the sky in front of the many heated pairs of eyes. The magma on the stone door swiftly disappeared. An ancient and desolate aura immediately filled this world. Everything was silence under this aura. Even those as strong as Gu Yuan or Han Tiandi felt a terror from within their hearts. It was an aura that stood above this world. Countless pairs of eyes gathered onto the ancient stone door. Finally, these eyes focused on the 3 ancient words on the stone door. Ancient God Mansion. Han Tiandi's eyes had unleashed a terrifying light at this moment. Even his calmness, his heart involuntarily pounded when he personally saw the words that he had pursued for thousands of years. I have finally found you, Han Tiandi muttered to himself. Finally, he involuntarily faced the sky and laughed wildly. His laughter was like thunder as it reverberated across the sky. Is this the legendary ancient god cave? Gu Yuan was a little absent-minded. He was startled as he looked at the ancient stone door that stood quietly on the magma. The aura on it allowed him to understand that this was not some fake object. Instead, it was a genuine Dou Qi object. Only something that was left behind by the legendary Dou Qi could cause him to feel extremely frightened. Gu Yuan recovered a moment later after seeing the quiet and unmoving ancient stone door. His eyes contained a somewhat complicated feeling. The 8 ancient clans had engaged in multiple chaotic battles for this ancient god mansion. It was unexpected that it could be summoned thousands of years later, when only 4 of the 8 clans remained. The enormous ancient stone door stood on the magma. Everyone appeared exceptionally tiny in front of its giant size. In their eyes, this stone door appeared as though it belonged to another world and was unusually mysterious. Who? Xiao Yan let out a long breath. Although this was already the second time he had seen the ancient stone door, there was still some shock in his heart. He could detect that the closer he was to the stone door, the greater the pressure he felt. Based on his guess, there was likely very few people amongst everyone present who could head to the front of the stone door. The ancient god cave has already appeared. It is likely that Han Tiandi will act to snatch the embryonic D pill. However, why has that mysterious creature not appear? A light flashed within Xiao Yan's eyes as they cautiously swept over the magma sea. Due to the appearance of the ancient stone door, the entire sea region seemed to have been enveloped by a strange pressure. Under this pressure, even Xiao Yan's D-state soul was unable to probe the activity within the magma. Han Tiandi inhaled a couple of deep breaths as he stood in the sky. Only then did he suppressing the churning emotions within his heart. Immediately, he slowly raised the Dou Qi ancient god jade in his hand. The ancient jade vaguely had a light flowing over it. During the time that a light was flickering over the ancient jade, there also seemed to be a light flickering over the tightly shut ancient stone wall. That ancient door, which had been tightly shut for 10,000 years, seemed to show signs of being about to open. Han Tiandi seemed to rejoice upon seeing this scene. Before he could open his stride and advance, a figure came hurrying over and attempted to snatch the ancient jade from his hand. Gu Yuan, are you unable to hold back any longer? Han Tiandi laughed coldly upon seeing this. His body flashed and he appeared in the distance, dodging Gu Yuan in the process. How can it be so simple to open the mansion? Gu Yuan laughed coldly. His body flashed again and it closely followed Han Tiandi like a shadow. It did not give him any time to open the mansion. You! Murderous intent surged within Han Tiandi's eyes as he saw Gu Yuan continue to pester him. His strength was comparable to that of Gu Yuan. If the latter insist on pestering him, he would really be unable to divert his attention. Many pairs of eyes looked at the 2 light figures that seemed to be moving together in the sky. All of them could only clench their hands and stare. They were unable to intervene in a fight on that level. Splash splash. Xiao Yan glanced at the battle in the sky. His ear suddenly moved as he heard some intense magma churning sound. Immediately, he turned his eyes towards the sea of magma, only to see that it was calm and seemingly void of ripples. This scene caused Xiao Yan to frown. However, he did not shift his eyes away. His gaze stared intently at the surface of the magma. This silence continued for a couple of minutes before he suddenly shrank his eyes. A stern cry sounded, "Get far away from the magma! Hurry!" 100,000 feet giant wave suddenly rose on the calm magma sea as this sharp cry sounded. Soon after, an earth-shaking roar resounded over this place in a mighty fashion. The expressions of Gu Yuan and Hun Tiandi changed abruptly after this roar that seemed to have originated from the ancient times was emitted. This aura was actually not weaker than them. Ha 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 ha, this emperor is finally able to see the sky again. The 100,000 feet magma shot to the sky as a ferocious aura, which caused the weather to change, erupted from within the sea of magma. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1628, Crisis. Chapter 1628, Crisis. The bright red magma seemed to have devoured the world. At a glance, it appeared as though the entire world was filled by 100,000 feet magma. A terrifyingly high temperature had turned this entire world into a furnace. Both armies were forced to hastily withdraw because of the monstrous huge magma wave. Many pairs of eyes were shocked as they looked under the magma. At this moment, even they were able to sense an extremely terrifying creature hidden under the sea of magma. Gu Yuan and Hun Tiandi had also halted because of this scene. Their eyes cautiously looked towards the magma sea. Even they could sense a danger under its powerful aura. It seems that Xiao Yan is indeed right. There is indeed a mysterious creature guarding the ancient god mansion. Gu Yuan's face was solemn as his eyes flickered. Rumble. The magma waterfall that rose to the air descended abruptly and landed into the magma sea. It turned into a huge wave that quickly spread apart and covered the distant mountain. With the fall of the giant wave, a huge creature suddenly rose from within the sea of magma. Although it was only a small portion of the creature's body, it was still extremely big. The mysterious creature's head, which vaguely contained a ferocious and pressuring aura, rose from under the magma and looked at the many people in the sky. Those huge eyes had a surprise flashing across them. It is unexpected that there is really someone who has obtained the Dou Qi ancient god jade and summoned the ancient god mansion from that damn place. The mysterious creature's huge eyes swept over the sky. Finally, they paused on Gu Yuan and Hun Tiandi duo. Although there were many people in this world, only these two were worthy of being treated seriously by him. Gu Yuan and Hun Tiandi's eyes were grave and cautious as they looked at the mysterious creature. Even with the experience that the both of them had, they were still unable to identify this enormous creature. After all, they had only seen a small section of this mysterious creature. "I am the clan head of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan. May I know who?" Gu Yuan cupped his hands together towards this mysterious creature and spoke in a deep voice. Hun Tiandi by the side was also afraid that Gu Yuan would cooperate with that mysterious creature. Immediately, he cupped his hands together and uttered his identity. His tone was exceptionally courteous. "Gu clan? Hun clan?" It seems like two factions that were not considered big back then. It is unexpected that you are able to obtain the Dou Qi ancient god jade. That mysterious creature emitted a deafening roar after hearing the both of them speak. It caused the surface of the magma to rise and formed many magma fire pillars. Gu Yuan and Hun Tiandi were startled upon hearing these words. Based on those words, it seemed that this creature had existed for a long time. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Hun clan and the Gu clan were indeed not considered some top factions. Ugh, who has summoned the ancient god mansion? Come to think of it, this emperor does owe him a favor, that mysterious creature once again asked without being concerned about the shock of those two. Gu Yuan and Hun Tiandi had a change of expression upon hearing this. The formers became uglier while the latter rejoiced. Haha, this friend, the ancient jade is in my hand. Naturally, only I am able to summon the ancient god mansion. Hun Tiandi stepped forward and laughed. The mysterious creature glanced at Hun Tiandi. Suddenly, an intense light surged. Immediately, its incomparably huge body suddenly shrunk. Within a short instant, it had turned into a purple golden-haired middle-aged man. He lifted his head. Those eyes of his were filled with a rich pressure as they stared at Hun Tiandi. He laughed faintly and said, "I have received your favor and ought to aid you. However, I currently have other things to do. Therefore, we will settle this in the future." Who? Gu Yuan quickly sighed in relief while the face of Hun Tiandi by the side involuntarily twitched. A chill flowed deep within those eyes. If it was not because he was afraid of the terrifying strength of the mysterious person, it was likely that he would have already given the order to kill it. That middle-aged man ignored Han Tiandi after he finished speaking. His golden eyes suddenly swept over the sky. After which, they paused on one of the figures. An icy cold expression immediately flashed across both of his eyes. Xiao Yan in the sky wore a cautious expression. His face was slightly altered after he saw that this mysterious person had actually threw his eyes towards him. Could it be that this fellow still remembered him? Brat, come over. The middle-aged man looked towards Xiao Yan. He extended his large hand and a dragon roar appeared. Subsequently, a golden large claw broke through the air and struck towards Xiao Yan. Damn it! Xiao Yan's expression became unusually ugly after he saw that this fellow had simply attacked as he liked. His body hurriedly pulled back. At the same time, a spiritual figure appeared. The yellow spring divine anger was also quickly unleashed. Mao! The spiritual sonic wave ruthlessly smashed onto the large golden claw. However, the latter did not move. Mister, may I know how I Xiao Yan offended you? Gu Yuan's expression also changed upon seeing this scene. He hurriedly cried out. Humph, my target is him alone. I will fight you if you intervene. The mysterious person cried out in an icy cold voice after hearing Gu Yuan's cry. He had detected the scent of his child from Xiao Yan's blood a couple of days ago. That bloodline strength was unique to their tribe. Yet, Xiao Yan was clearly a genuine human when one looked at him. In that case, there was only one answer. He had once devoured and refined his child's bloodline strength. His child might have even been killed by this person. The ferocious expression within this mysterious person's eyes had become extremely dense the moment he thought of this. Ha, Gu Yuan, it seems that even the heavens aren't helping you. Han Tiandi was also startled because of this scene. However, he quickly recovered and involuntarily laughed out loud. Gu Yuan's face was furious green. Although he was unaware of why this mysterious person would target Xiao Yan, the latter was ultimately a member of the Alliance army. Moreover, Xiao Yan was also Gu Yuan's son-in-law. Naturally, it was impossible for Gu Yuan to simply watch him be killed by this mysterious person. He immediately cried out furiously, "Stop him!" Lei Ying and the rest from the Alliance army clenched their teeth upon hearing Gu Yuan's voice. They could only summon their courage and attack. Xiao Yan was not an ordinary character. He was not someone whom they could simply abandon. Hence, they could not choose to stand idly by the side and do nothing. Humph! Rushing wind sound appeared from around the mysterious person as the latter attacked Xiao Yan. The mysterious person snorted coldly. He suddenly lifted his head. A roar, which caused even the world to tremble, wildly swept apart. Bang bang! Lei Ying, who had just charged forward, had not had the time to attack when he was struck by the terrifying sonic wave. Immediately, he was shot backwards. Blood continuously churned in his body while his face was covered with shock. Brat, hand over your life. That mysterious figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan, who was pulling back. His hand grabbed towards Xiao Yan's head. Bang! A huge nine-colored light suddenly flashed across the sky when the mysterious person was attacking. It surrounded Xiao Yan's body and quickly withdrew. Nine-colored heaven-swallowing python? It is unexpected that there are still heaven-swallowing pythons still existing in this world. That mysterious person was startled because of this scene. His eyes looked at the nine-colored giant python in the sky and exclaimed in surprise. Gold Emperor incinerating heaven execution. The golden flame spread throughout the sky amidst a roar. Finally, it turned into a golden light beam that was tens of thousands of feet in size. Finally, it smashed ruthlessly towards that mysterious person. Bang! The mysterious person threw a punch forward in the face of this attack. That ordinary palm wind immediately shattered the light ray when the punch was thrown. Insignificant attack. The punch shattered the ray of light. That mysterious person smiled faintly. Immediately, his golden eyes looked towards Xiao Yan in the distance. He opened his stride and appeared in front of the latter in a ghost-like fashion. You won't be able to escape. The ferocious expression within the mysterious person's eyes suddenly soared as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was a short distance away. Purple gold light appeared. After which, it struck towards Xiao Yan and Xun Er beside him. Go! The light came striking over. After which, the surrounding space was directly sealed. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. Immediately, a crazy expression suddenly rose into his eyes. His palm smashed onto Xun Er beside him and a huge force shattered the area around the light seal. His body began to swell rapidly. He was actually planning on self-destructing his physical body. Although the self-destruct of one's physical body would not lead to one's death once one reached Xiao Yan's level, it would still result in an extremely great harm. It might even affect Xiao Yan's foundation. However, he did not have any choice at this moment. Don't! Xun Er's expression quickly paled after seeing this scene. Her originally cool and cold voice had suddenly become sharp. Damn brat, you are really ruthless. That mysterious person was also startled by Xiao Yan's ruthlessness. However, his attack did not weaken. Xiao Yan's body swelled rapidly. Just when his body was about to collapse, a light seal on his hand suddenly unleashed a brilliant luster. The dragon seal Ziyan had left on him allowed the both of them to detect if the other was in a dangerous situation. Xiao Yan, don't self-destruct. An anxious female voice was suddenly emitted from within the flickering light seal. After which, a bright golden light suddenly surged from the dragon seal. It quickly wrapped around Xiao Yan's body and suppressed his symptoms of being about to self-destruct. Qi. The space in front of Xiao Yan swiftly split and formed a huge crack line after Xiao Yan's self-destruct was suppressed. Bright golden light erupted. Finally, it turned into a huge golden dragon. The dragon curled and swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan. Ziyan, give way. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically after he saw the huge dragon, which had suddenly broke out from the space. Given Ziyan's strength, her body would be instantly shattered into a pool of blood if that attack firmly struck onto her body. The large purple gold seal, which was filled with a terrifying strength, suddenly appeared above the head of the huge dragon in front of the shocked eyes of the Alliance army and the wild joy of the Hun clan. However, the huge seal suddenly halted just when everyone thought that blood would splatter. The light seal rapidly collapsed. Light shot out in all directions and shone onto that mysterious person's face. His body had begun to shudder as though he was suffering from a stroke. Child. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1629, Old Dragon Emperor. Chapter 1629, Old Dragon Emperor. The purple gold light seal was suspended over the huge dragon's head. Even Ziyan could only shut her eyes in the face of the great destructive force. However, when she was prepared to endure this sudden extermination like assault when the light seal came to a sudden halt. Panting sounds suddenly appeared across the sky as everyone watched the still light seal above the huge dragon's head. Some of the experts from the Hun clan revealed disappointed expressions. Bastard! Gu Yuan's expression had become relatively ugly. He clenched his teeth and his body flashed. After which, he gave up on dealing with Hun Tiandi and appeared in front of the mysterious person. He waved his sleeve and a powerful wind forced Ziyan and Xiao Yan back. Both of his eyes contained some fury as he looked at the mysterious person in front of him and demanded in a deep voice, "Aren't you a little overboard to use a fatal attack the moment you strike?" That mysterious person acted as though he did not hear Gu Yuan's words. His eyes were stunned as they stared at the large golden dragon wrapped around Xiao Yan. He could sense an extremely familiar bloodline sent from within the golden dragon's body. That was a bloodline from the same ancestry. The only one in this world who could possess it was the child of his from back then. Child. Those golden eyes of that mysterious man, which were originally filled with a monstrous-like ferocity, had become gentle at that moment. His heart, which had been calm and quiet for countless of years, suddenly pounded intensely. His eyes stared at Ziyan as he muttered. Gu Yuan was startled upon seeing this fellow's expression. He frowned and asked, "Who is your child?" The huge golden dragon shrunk swiftly. Finally it turned into a purple-haired lady with a graceful figure. Her pretty eyes were a little furious as he glared at the mysterious person. After which, she supported Xiao Yan beside her and asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. Why have you come?" Xiao Yan wiped off the trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Ziyan beside him and involuntarily asked with a bitter smile, "How dare you ask me this? Such a big matter has occurred, yet you did not inform my ancient void dragon tribe." Ziyan's eyebrows were straightened when this was mentioned. Finally she spoke angrily. "This matter is far too big. If your ancient void dragon tribe is dragged into it and something unexpected occurs, you will have difficulty surviving." Xiao Yan sighed. Given the Hun clan's character, which faction on this continent would be able to survive independently if they managed to obtain the ancient god mansion? Ziyan rolled her eyes toward Xiao Yan. She quickly looked at the mysterious person, who was blocked by Gu Yuan. With a frown, she asked, "Who is this person? What terrifying strength? However, this aura of his seems a little familiar." Her final sentence was extremely soft. After all, she did not remember that she was once acquainted with such a powerful person. the guardian of the ancient god mansion. I do not know why he is insisting on killing me. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. He had merely barged into that realm below and did not have any deep hatred with this person. Hence, he was completely unable to comprehend the mysterious person's murderous intent. Things are a little troublesome. Zi Yan sighed. Her hand gently drew across the space in front of her. A spatial crack was formed. One could hear the sound of rushing wind from within it. Soon after, many figures came rushing out. They were surprisingly the elders of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Although my ancient Void Dragon is no longer as strong as when it was at its peak, we will definitely repay the great favor you have bestowed upon our ancient dragon tribe. This time around, we will use all of our strength to help you. Xiao Yan widened his mouth after seeing the many elders from the ancient Void Dragon tribe. He sighed and gravely cupped his hands together towards these people. A mere thanks does not do justice to such a big favor. Xiao Yan will remember the help you have lent me today. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yan is too courteous. If you had not intervened time and time again, how would our ancient dragon tribe get the chance to unite? The many elders immediately cupped their hands together and courteously said after hearing Xiao Yan's words. Haha, this friend. If you wish to kill that brat, I can help you block this Gu Yuan. Han Tiandi looked at the mysterious person facing off against Gu Yuan. His heart involuntarily rejoiced as he laughed. Gu Yuan's expression immediately changed upon hearing those words. Stop being a busybody. That mysterious person, who was originally extremely fierce, suddenly cried coldly towards Han Tiandi as Gu Yuan's expression changed. You. Seeing that his friendly attempt was met with a cold response, Han Tiandi involuntarily became furious despite his control over himself. However, he quickly suppressed it. A dense expression flashed across his eyes. Xu Hua, you little brat. Do you still remember this emperor? That mysterious person turned his head after forcing Han Tiandi back with his words. His eyes turned towards the ancient dragon tribe's elder and cried out in a deep voice. Arrogant fellow. That group of ancient void dragon tribe elder was immediately greatly furious. This fellow was actually putting them down with his words. That mysterious person was startled after being furiously chided by these elders. He immediately felt neither able to laugh nor cry. It had been so many years. Even with the lifespan of the ancient dragon tribe, it was likely that very few could live until now. The person standing at the leader's spot amongst the many elders was currently the oldest first elder of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. He was also the Xu Hua that the mysterious person had mentioned. His eyes were currently a little stunned as he looked at the mysterious person. Those turbid eyes of his were a little lost in deep thought. The ancient Void Dragon tribe had not had a dragon emperor for a long time. This emperor is the true current dragon emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Ziyan's face was also a little icy as she spoke in a faint voice. Ugh. Seeing Ziyan opened her mouth, the mysterious person, who had a face filled with might and dignity earlier, immediately became stunned. Gu Yuan had expected him to attack and hurt someone when he surprisingly rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. He nodded repeatedly. You are correct. It is right for you to become the Dragon Emperor. You should be the Dragon Emperor. Everyone, including Ziyan, was stunned upon seeing his appearance. They quickly revealed some strange expression. This fellow was really strange. This elder, today is the big war between our alliance army and the Hun clan. I hope that you can stand idly by the side and not intervene. This Yan's expression softened as she said. Not intervene? All right. I will do as you say. Can you allow me to get a little closer? That mysterious person nodded without hesitation after hearing this. After which, he uttered those words with a straight face. Nothing in his current behavior displayed the demeanor of an extremely skilled person from earlier. Everyone felt as though they had been struck by lightning after hearing this mysterious request. Some black lines appeared on her forehead. However, she could only nod her head due to the other part's terrifying strength. Gu Yuan's group around frowned deeply upon seeing Fellow's sudden strange behavior. However, they involuntarily sighed in relief after seeing that this person did not have any murderous intent. Regardless of what the situation was, it was best not to be enemies with this person. That mysterious person's figure appeared in front of Ziyan in an instant after he had obtained permission to do so. His eyes swept over that beautiful face. That hard face of his revealed a complicated smile as he sighed softly. You look a lot like your mother. You have seen my mother? Ziyan's expression was quickly altered after hearing these words. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. When her eyes clearly saw the pair of golden eyes, a strange feeling suddenly rose from deep within her heart. This kind of unusual feeling caused Xi Yan's delicate body to suddenly tremble. Her silver teeth gently bit her red lips. Suddenly, she extended her hand and grabbed the hand of the person in front of her. Bright golden light suddenly erupted from within both of their bodies the moment their hands made contact. Finally, the light merged perfectly at the point where their hands were in contact. A kind of extremely terrifying pressure vaguely spread. Bam! The many elders from the ancient dragon tribe behind Xi Yan immediately knelt. That kind of pressure caused them to be unable to even retaliate. Xi Yan was startled as she looked at the golden light, which entwined perfectly with each other. Great ripples appeared in her eyes. An instant later, she suddenly withdrew her hand as though she had suffered from an electric shock. Her pretty eyes stared at the gentle-looking man in front of her and her eyes became icy. Xiao Yan, who was standing behind Xi Yan, seemed to have comprehended something after seeing this scene. He could sense a bloodline strength completely similar to that of Xi Yan. It was likely that there was a blood relation between the two. Moreover, this relationship could very be father and daughter. It was very likely that this mysterious person was the old dragon emperor of the ancient void dragon tribe who had been missing for thousands of years. No wonder he was planning to kill me. It is actually because my body possessed the ancient dragon essence blood that Xi Yan had once given me. Only at this moment did he understand why this fellow was insisting on chasing him. However, from the looks of Xi Yan's expression, it seemed that he was not overly excited. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan could sense the huge wave churning in her heart. Child. The purple gold-haired man was a little helpless as he looked at Xi Yan's face, which had suddenly turned icy cold. He clearly did not have much experience with regards to this. He could only continuously rub his hand and looked at Xi Yan. He was completely unaware of how he should speak. I am an orphan. I do not have father and mother. Xi Yan spoke in a cold voice. However, his voice caused one to feel a heartache. Xiao Yan sighed. Xi Yan back then was living alone in the deep mountains of the Black Corner region. Although her talent was outstanding, her life was ultimately not good. Subsequently, she had accidentally eaten an unripe body-transforming grass. Only then was she brought to the inner academy by First Elder Su Qian. However, she continued to remain lonely. She gradually began to have friends only after meeting Xiao Yan. Now that he thought about it, that greedy and intelligent little girl had a heartache that no one knew. The purple-haired lady stubbornly stood in front of him. Some tears disappointingly rolled down her eyes as she spoke. Father, she had once greatly anticipated this scene. It's my fault. It's my fault. I should not be greedy for the ancient god mansion. It is all because of that bastard Dou Qi ancient god. He had schemed against me and caused me to be trapped for such a long time. That stern-looking purple gold-haired man panicked after seeing the tears within Xi Yan's eyes. He tried to stumble forward. Child, stop crying, stop crying. It is all my fault. Father will listen to you no matter what you say in the future. I can swear if you don't believe me. Xiao Yan sighed in relief within his heart when he saw this peak expert, who had once shook the entire continent, acting in such a helpless manner. It seemed that he really did care greatly about Xi Yan. The surrounding people were also completely quiet. Clearly, they did not know just what was happening. Those elders from the had all become stunned. A thought that caused them to tremble surged within their hearts. Xi Yan gently inhaled. Her eyes were red as she stared at the somewhat straightforward middle-aged man, who originally had an extremely mighty aura, rubbing his hands in front of her. Suddenly, she extended her finger and pointed at Hun Tiandi in the distance. Her noise had some sound as she said, "In that case, can you kill him?" "All right." The middle-aged man was startled after hearing this. Immediately, a ferocious expression suddenly rose within his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1630, Ancient God Mansion appears. Chapter 1630, Ancient God Mansion appears. The Alliance army became stunned as they saw a monstrous ferocious aura once again surging onto the middle-aged man. On the Hun clan side, their originally gloating expression had immediately become ugly. Your Majesty, the former Dragon Emperor, is it really you? At this moment, Elder Zhu Luos, whose mind was blurry, had finally awakened. He had also found a face similar to the person in front of him from his distant memory. Immediately, his body trembled continuously from the excitement. Even his old tears had begun to flow. I have thought that you have completely forgotten about this emperor, the middle-aged man smiled and remarked after heading this. This little fellow don't dare to do so. Elder Zhu Hua shook his head repeatedly. Although his external appearance seemed even older, he understood that he was merely a youth back when Ziyan's father was in charge of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. The other elders of the ancient dragon tribe looked at each other. Excitement surged within their eyes. No one had expected that the previous Dragon Emperor, who was rumored to be missing, would actually still be alive in this world. With this being the case, the strength of the ancient Void Dragon tribe would undoubtedly soar. Seeing this ending, which had suddenly become the meeting of long-lost kins, Xiao Yan could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Soon after, a joy rose within their hearts. It was unexpected that this mysterious expert in Ziyan actually had such a relationship. In this way, the situation was going to be turned around. So you are the previous Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. Gu Yuan sighed after seeing that the atmosphere was quite good. He immediately cupped his hands together and laughed. Although I am older than you, one's strength is still the most important. You can call me Zhu Kuan. That so-called previous Dragon Emperor did not put on airs when facing Gu Yuan. He merely waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhu Kuan." Gu Yuan revealed a smile on his face upon hearing this. He cupped his hands together. It was naturally extremely beneficial to be acquainted with such an expert. Your Majesty, Xiao Yan is a great benefactor of our ancient dragon tribe. He had rescued our tribe from many critical situations. Moreover, if it was not because of him, Ziyan would not have been able to safely return to our tribe. Elder Zhu stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Critical situation? How is the ancient Void Dragon tribe like now? Zhu Kuan was startled upon hearing this. His expression quickly sunk. His era was the peak of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. There was hardly any factions on the continent who would dare to offend him. Elder Zhu hesitated for a moment. After which, he roughly explained some of the incidents that had occurred after the Dragon Emperor had gone missing. Zhu Kuan's eyes had a fury flashing over his eyes after he heard the ancient dragon tribe was separated into 4. Clearly, he did not expect that these fellows, who had originally been extremely respectful towards him, would actually be so bold after he disappeared. It seems that I am really muddle-headed this time around. Fortunately, they did not make a big mistake. Some cold sweat had suddenly appeared on Zhu Kuan's forehead after Zhu roughly explained the situation. He smilingly looked at Xiao Yan. The expression on his face was extremely warm. It was completely different from his ferociousness from earlier. From what Zhu had summarized, he could tell that Ziyan had quite a good relationship with this Xiao Yan. Adding this to how Ziyan had risked her life to protect Xiao Yan earlier, he understood that if any mishap had occurred to Xiao Yan today, it was likely that the matter would be difficult to resolve. Xiao Yan was a little speechless as he looked at the extremely warm face. At this moment, all he could do was to shake his head helplessly. He said, "Elder really knows how to joke. Calling me elder makes us appear like strangers. You are good friends with Ziyan. If you don't mind, you can call me uncle." Zhu Kuan waved his hand and hurriedly said. Xiao Yan was once again speechless. He was neither able to laugh nor cry as he cupped his hands together and called, "Uncle Zhu Kuan." Zhu Kuan smilingly nodded after seeing this. The corner of his eyes drifted towards Ziyan, who had been quiet. His heart rejoiced a little after seeing that the latter's expression appeared to become somewhat warmer. Since I have promised my daughter, I will have to take this fellow's life." Zhu Kuan turned his head. His eyes looked at Hun Tiandi some distance away before he spoke with a grin. Gu Yuan by the side involuntarily smiled. He looked at the extremely ugly expression of Hun Tiandi. Suddenly, he had a relaxed feeling of wanting to laugh towards the sky. This was really the case of one's luck being changed. That fellow from earlier was attempting to add insult to injury earlier. However, he did not expect that the situation had been completely turned around in an instant. Based on his senses, Gu Yuan already understood that Zhu Kuan was definitely not weaker than him. The latter was also at the advanced 9-star Dou Qi class. With their strength combined, even Hun Tiandi would suffer a miserable defeat. It had been many years since I have fought. It is really enjoyable for me to be able to encounter such a big battle immediately after I have been freed. Zhu Kuan's body gradually floated. He clenched his fist. Purple golden luster slowly spread from within his body as he stared at Hun Tiandi and laughed. Humph! Seeing this sudden change in the situation, Hun Tiandi snorted coldly while wearing an ugly expression. The ancient jade in his hand suddenly unleashed a bright light pillar. The light pillar shot down from the sky. After which, it directly shot onto the ancient door. He had already used the full strength of the ancient jade. Bang! Dot! The ancient door, which had been shut for an extremely long time, suddenly began to shake under the light pillar. Traces of cracks began to appear. The cracks became increasingly huge. A moment later, the ancient stone door was slowly opened towards the side amidst a creaking sound. Qi! An ancient ripple, which seemed to have originated from the ancient times, suddenly rushed out from behind the ancient door the moment it was opened. Both armies seemed to have suffered a heavy blow under this ripple. Their formation was turned into a chaos. Some of the weaker individuals were being forced back by 100,000 feet. Be careful! Xiao Yan hurriedly stabilized his body after seeing the army formation being scattered by this wave. He quickly reminded in a deep voice. The ancient god mansion is about to be opened. Gu Yuan let out a low cry. His eyes stared intently at those ancient giant doors, which were slowly opening. Has it been finally opened? Zhu Kuan was a little absent-minded as he watched the scene. He had tried all sorts of method to open the mansion while he was trapped in that space. However, they were to no avail. He was finally able to see the scene today. Bang bang bang! The ancient ripple became even more intense as the stone door was opened. At the end, there were very few experts from both parties who could still remain floating in the air. Gu Yuan, do you know just what is inside the ancient god mansion? Zhu Kuan in the sky watched the gradually opening ancient door before suddenly asking. I am not very certain. All I know is that the thing inside will allow one to advance to the Dou Qi class. Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment before replying. It is indeed able to allow one to advance into the Dou Qi class. This is because there is an embryonic D pill inside the mansion. If I guess correctly, this should be the target of Hun Tiandi. If the latter could obtain it, it is very likely that he will advance into the Dou Qi class. Zhu Kuan said. Oh? Gu Yuan's expression was altered slightly after he heard this. Embryonic D pill. If this was really the case, it might really possess that unbelievable ability. We must not allow Hun Tiandi to obtain the embryonic D pill. Otherwise, once he advanced into the Dou Qi class, the Hun clan will definitely not let us off, given their character. Gu Yuan spoke in a deep voice. Zhu Kuan nodded. He also understood just how terrifying an elite Dou Qi was. Just a realm that the Dou Qi ancient god had used was able to trap him for thousands of years. From this alone, it was possible to tell that the so-called Dou Shun was perhaps just like an ant in the eyes of a genuine Dou Qi. We will take the lead to charge and after the ancient god mansion is fully opened. As long as we are able to obtain the D-tier embryonic pill before Hun Tiandi, it would not be too difficult for us to kill him given our strength. Zhu Kuan said. We will do as brother Zhu Kuan suggest. The two of them came to a quick agreement. With Zhu Kuan's help, Gu Yuan no longer needed to worry about being unable to deal with Hun Tiandi. Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan, who were standing proudly. With such an expert aiding them, the situation had been changed almost instantly. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He turned his head to look at Ziyan beside him. She was startled as she looked at Zhu Kuan's back. From the looks of it, it seemed that she had not managed to recover from reality. Xiao Yan could only sigh softly in the face of this. Xiao Yan, do you think that I should recognize him? Ziyan turned her head, looked at Xiao Yan and suddenly asked, if it is not because I was lucky back then, I would have already become the food of other magical beasts. You should just do what your heart tells you to. There are no parents who do not love their children in this world. I have been to the place where he was trapped at. It was a dark and lonely place. His life during these years was also likely quite hard. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before he spoke in an appropriate manner. He understood that Ziyan felt a little lost at this father of hers who had suddenly appeared. She did not know how she should deal with this matter. Ziyan nodded quietly but did not speak. Xiao Yan spread his hands and did not say anything more. Such matters must ultimately be resolved by Ziyan. Rumble. The ripple emitted from huge ancient stone door became increasingly fierce while Xiao Yan was chatting with Ziyan. The gap between the large doors became bigger and bigger when the fluctuation was emitted. At the end, it had finally completely stiffened under the loud sound. Bang, dot. A fluctuation that seemed to have originated from the prehistoric times suddenly spread as the ancient stone doors were fully opened. The entire sea of magma had been blasted until huge waves were formed. The land trembled. Many 10,000 feet large deep abyss were formed. The purifying demonic lotus flame covered Xiao Yan's body. He did his best to reject that kind of prehistoric pressure. The entire area within a 50-kilometer radius seemed to only possess the top experts from both parties. The remaining individuals were forcefully scattered apart. Some strange ripples was suddenly formed over the ancient stone door. The space became distorted. That huge door seemed to have agglomerated into a seemingly transparent tunnel. Move. Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan rushed forward at the same time the moment the transparent tunnel was formed.
Hun Tiandi and the Nihility devouring flame had also turned into two rays of light, which charged into the tunnel with lightning-like speed.
We should also go. Xiao Yan let out a low cry after seeing this scene.
He rushed forward with extreme speed, enduring the dense pressure and charged directly into the tunnel.
The experts from both parties also swarmed in from behind. The entire sky became empty as the many individuals charged into the tunnel. Only that ancient large door continued to quietly stand above the sea of magma.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1631, Heavenly Flame Square. Chapter 1631, Heavenly Flame Square.
A faint fog enveloped around this mysterious space, causing the entire area to appear misty. This space was completely quiet. That manner was as though it had been quiet for eons. A piece of land floated in this seemingly vast and boundaryless space.
The land was suspended in the air without any support. It appeared just like a pavilion in the air.
The loneliness that had lasted for a long time had finally been broken today. The misty space had suddenly become distorted. Immediately, a huge spatial tunnel appeared. Soon after, many figures suddenly rushed out from within. Finally, they landed on that plot of land.
Is this the ancient god mansion?
Xiao Yan's body had just landed on the ground when his eyes hurriedly swept around him. However, he was stunned to discover that even with the great strength of his D-state soul, he was actually unable to probe beyond a 10,000 feet radius. Clearly, this place imposed quite a great pressure towards spiritual strength.
Xun Er, Kai Lin and the rest had also swiftly appeared beside Xiao Yan.
Their eyes revealed a cautious expression as they watched this mysterious space. With the many human figures appearing, the experts from both parties also hurriedly separated. After which, they stared at the other side with cautious eyes as they readied themselves for various sneak attacks.
Do not be delayed by them. Let's go.
The Nihility devouring flame glanced at Gu Yuan's group. After which, his eyes turned towards this realm. There was some strange fluctuation appearing within his eyes. After which, he spoke in a soft voice. He subsequently took the lead to hurry into the distance.
Hun Tiandi and the experts from the Hun clan quickly followed. The Nihility devouring flame is actually aware of the way?
Gu Yuan was startled after he saw the scene. Even he could sense some pressure after arriving in this place. It was impossible for him to probe and locate the D-tier embryonic pill within such a short time.
Unexpectedly, this Nihility devouring flame seemed to be extremely familiar with the way. The Nihility devouring flame, huh? Zhu Kuan was surprised.
He immediately nodded while being in a deep thought.
It is not surprising for him to know the way. Follow them. Zhu Kuan did not give any explanation after his voice sounded.
He directly took the lead to give chase.
Gu Yuan and the others hesitated for a moment before quickly following him.
The two groups charged forward with full force on this seemingly vast and endless land. They were just like falling stars that swiftly cut through the sky. This fast charging continued for over a dozen minutes. Finally, the speed of the Nihility devouring flame and the others in front were gradually reduced. Gu Yuan, Xiao Yan and the others swiftly gave chase after their speed was reduced. After which, they looked at the ancient stone hall, which appeared on that spacious plains. A fiery heat flashed within their eyes. The stone hall stood quietly on the vast and endless plains. An ancient aura spread from it and reverberated across the space. In front of the stone hall was an incomparably huge square. There were many 10,000 feet large towering pillars standing on both sides of the square.
A towering like majestic aura pounced over from that place. Xiao Yan's group carefully landed on the square.
Some rubbing sound quietly sounded on the stone ground as their footsteps landed. There was some distance between both parties. After which, they occupied both sides of the hall. They opened their strides and cautiously walked towards the square. This square was extremely spacious. Everyone felt as though they were ants crawling in the desert as they walked on it. It was difficult for them to see its boundary. However, everyone present could already be considered the strongest people on the Dou Qi continent. All of them possessed some mental toughness.
Hence no one created an uproar.
Everyone's hearts were filled with some respect and fear in this divine-like place.
Ha! Xiao Yan's footsteps suddenly paused as he walked.
He turned his head and looked at the top of a stone pillar a short distance in front. There was a cluster of deep yellow-colored flame rising from it. This kind of flame allowed Xiao Yan to see from a glance that it was a kind of heavenly flame. If he guessed correctly, this should be the mysterious yellow flame that was ranked 23rd on the heavenly flame ranking.
Why is this heavenly flame so weak?
However, Xiao Yan soon began to frown. This was indeed the mysterious yellow flame.
However, it appeared extremely weak and tiny.
Its appearance was as though the strength that was originally within the heavenly flame had been completely lost.
Che!
A flame suddenly gathered on Xiao Yan's shoulder as he felt some doubts.
After which, little Yi appeared in a flash. It looked at this quiet square and a somewhat lost expression suddenly surged within its eyes.
This place is very familiar. Xiao Yan's footsteps suddenly paused after he heard little Yi's low voice. He turned his head and looked at little Yi in shock.
Familiar?
This was the ancient god mansion. Who could be familiar with this place?
What happened?
Light flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. A thought appeared in his heart and it was transmitted to little Yi's heart.
I don't know. I simply feel that this place is a little familiar. It seems that I have been here in the past. Little Yi replied while feeling lost. Xiao Yan's expression changed rapidly. Been here in the past? How could it be possible?
The ancient god mansion was opened for the first time. Before this, he had never heard of the ancient god mansion being opened before. Hence, Xiao Yan first thought was that it was ridiculous when he heard little Yi mention that it seemed to have been to this place before.
Soon after, however, he thought that little Yi, who was mentally connected to him, would definitely not lie. In this way, it seemed that there is a very high possibility that what little Yi had said was true. However, Xiao Yan did not understand why little Yi would feel that this place was familiar. Xiao Yan frowned tightly.
His footsteps caught up with the others. At this moment, everyone had also discovered the heavenly flames on the stone pillars.
However, the heavenly flames was ranked too far behind. Hence, they did not pay much attention to it.
However, they had walked for another 1,000 feet when another towering stone pillar appeared. There was also a cluster of flame rising on the stone pillar.
10,000 Beast Spirit Flame, ranked 22nd on the heavenly flame ranking.
Xiao Yan slowly exhaled as he looked at the cluster of rising red flame, which vaguely revealed the appearance of tens of thousands of beasts.
His eyes flashed. After which, he looked forward.
His footsteps sped up greatly.
Seeing this, Gu Yuan and the others hurriedly followed.
They once again advanced by 1,000 feet. Another stone pillar appeared. There was also a different heavenly flame rising from it. However, these heavenly flames did not possess an overly great strength. At a glance, it appeared just like a decoration. However, Xiao Yan, who was well versed in heavenly flames, understood that these heavenly flames were not fake. They were all genuine heavenly flames. These heavenly flamed, Gu Yuan's group looked at this scene. Their eyes revealed a shocked expression. It seems that the heavenly flame ranking is higher the further in front it is located, Xiao Yan softly muttered. He turned his head and looked at little Yi, which was sitting on his shoulder. After which, his eyes turned to the nihility devouring flame a short distance away. The latter's emotion also seemed to have a big ripple. However, there seemed to be a lost expression similar to that of little Yi in them. Faster! Xiao Yan urged. After which, he quickened his footsteps. The group hurriedly followed. With their increase in speed, many towering stone pillars appeared one after another. The heavenly flames ranked on the heavenly flame rankings rose these stone pillars. Amongst these heavenly flames, Xiao Yan could see an extremely familiar green lotus core flame, fallen heart flame, sea heart flame, bone-chilling flame, etc. It is unexpected that the Dou Qi ancient god actually loves to collect heavenly flames. After seeing the 6th ranked flame on the heavenly flame ranking, the 8 wasteland destruction flame, even Gu Yuan could not resist exclaiming. I wonder if the legendary top 3 ranked heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking are here.
Yan Jin nodded.
He suddenly looked at little Yi on Xiao Yan's shoulder and the nihility devouring flame a short distance away. Although heavenly flames were rare in this world, there were more than one of each type.
However, the top 3 ranked heavenly flames were different.
Normally speaking, if there was a purifying demonic lotus flame or a nihility devouring flame existing in this world, there would not be a second flame of the same type appearing.
Yet, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame were both currently present.
One was in Xiao Yan's hands while the other had turned into a human shape to aid the Hun clan.
Could that Dou Qi ancient god have created a second purifying demonic lotus flame and nihility devouring flame? Go!
Yan Jin was clearly not the only person who had such thoughts. Even those from the Hun clan and swiftly increased their speed after exchanging glances. The two groups quickly hurried over the spacious square. A moment later, all the figures came to a sudden halt. At this moment, they had gradually approached the end of the square.
Another 2 towering stone pillars appeared in everyone's sight after they passed by the 4th ranked gold emperor incinerating heavenly flame.
Everyone immediately threw their eyes towards the top of the stone pillars the moment they saw the two giant-looking pillars. This time around, however, they did not see any heavenly flame rising from them. The top of the stone pillars were empty. The expected purifying demonic lotus flame and nihility devouring flame were absent from them. In other words, it seemed that these two types of heavenly flames were not included in the Dou Qi ancient gods collection. Everyone sighed softly after seeing this. They appeared to feel a slight regret. These are the last two stone pillars. It seems that even the Dou Qi ancient god is unable to obtain the legendary first-ranked heavenly flame. Gu Yuan also spoke somewhat regretfully after seeing the end of the square after the two stone pillars. Xiao Yan did not interrupt. His eyes were merely startled as he stared at the two empty stone pillars. His hand slowly touched little E on his shoulder. Suddenly, he recalled the familiar feeling that little E had mentioned earlier and how the nihility devouring flame knew the way here. Xiao Yan touched the purifying demonic lotus flame. After which, he glanced at the nihility devouring flame, only to discover that the latter was looking at the last pillar with a lost expression. The feelings he showed. Seeing the somewhat strange expression of the nihility devouring flame, a thought that caused one's head to become numb slowly rose from within Xiao Yan's heart. It is not that the Dou Qi ancient god had not collected the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame, instead, the both of them had fled from this place. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1632, Terrifying D-Tier Embryonic Pill. Chapter 1632, Terrifying D-Tier Embryonic Pill. This thought had just rose from his head when it swiftly spread to every part of Xiao Yan's body and he could no longer escape from it. Who? Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He suppressed the great shock within his heart. If he guessed correctly, this Dou Qi ancient god was really terrifying. Other than the first-ranked heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking, all the other. These heavenly flames might possess their original heavenly flame essence, but it appears as though all of its energy had disappeared. Currently, they are merely ordinary flames with their original forms. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over those towering stone pillars behind him and involuntarily felt somewhat regretful. If it was possible to devour and refine them, it was likely that his strength would reach a relatively terrifying extent. Swallowing 20 types of heavenly flames together. It was likely that hardly anyone past or present had been able to do it. Little E sat on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Its small face was a little complicated. It looked at the second stone pillar and the expression on its small face was a little complicated. The expression seemed to be lost, painful, terrifying. Xiao Yan's hand gently patted on little E's head. He could already be certain that little E and the nihility devouring flame were restrained on this stone pillar. In the end, however, the two of them had somehow escaped. Perhaps something unexpected had occurred, resulting in their memories become blurry or missing. Of course, this was only Xiao Yan's guess. It was likely that no one in the world was aware of what exactly happened. After all, the parties involved, namely the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame, had already felt their distant memories becoming blurry. Where is the D-tier embryonic pill? Han Tiandi withdrew his eyes from the stone pillar. He looked at the nihility devouring flame at the side and softly said. The nihility devouring flame turned his head. His eyes looked at the edge of the square. The stone hall at that spot was enveloped within a dense fog. It caused one to be unable to see through the scene inside. Whoosh whoosh. The nihility devouring flame widened his mouth. A suction force surged. It directly swallowed the fog permeating over the place into his body. With the scattering of the fog, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped the entire place. Everyone hurriedly lifted his head, only to be shocked as he saw 100,000 feet tall stone statue suddenly appeared in their eyes. The stone statue appeared to be like an old man. That appearance was not unfamiliar to Xiao Yan. It was the owner of the ancient god mansion, the legendary Dou Qi ancient god. The stone statue stood in the sky and an extremely powerful aura that seemed to dominate the world scattered from it. Even Xiao Yan's group seemed to be pressed by a mountain under the aura. A couple of weaker individuals even knelt on the ground, shattering the hard stone ground into dust. Many light clusters danced around the stone statue. It appeared extremely brilliant when seen from afar. These are Qi method and Dou skills? Xiao Yan narrowed his eye as he looked at these clusters of light. His heart was quickly shaken. This was because he discovered that those light cluster actually contained some ancient scrolls inside it. He could sense an extremely strong spirituality from those scrolls. This kind of spirituality was not inferior to the so-called Tian class high-level Qi method or Dou skills. Hundreds of Tian class Qi method and Dou skills.
Even though everyone present were extraordinary, such a collection still caused their breath to involuntarily become heavier.
Tian class Qi method and Tian class Dou skill could be considered quite rare even in the Gu and Hun clan.
In this place, however, they have become commonplace as they filled one's sight. Although the Tian class Dou skill and Qi method were extremely attractive, it did not result in much desire from experts like Gu Yuan and Hun Tiandi.
Hence, their eyes swept over them before turning towards another spot. However, it was still impossible to see the so-called D-tier embryonic pill. It has been a long time since this place had been so lively. A faint elderly voice suddenly descended from the sky while everyone were frowning. It resounded beside everyone's ears.
This sudden elderly voice caused everyone to be shocked. They hurriedly rotated their bodies and finally stilled their eyes on the arm of a stone statue. There was an elderly figure standing with his hands behind him on that spot. His eyes were indifferent as they looked at everyone. The expression in their eyes appeared as though they were observing an ant.
Dou Qi ancient god.
The eyes of Xiao Yan's group swept towards the old man in simple clothes before they let out a startled exclamation. The appearance of the latter was exactly the same as that stone statue. Moreover, the unique bright long hair was something that no one could replicate.
The ancient god is still alive?
An incomparably shocking thought surged into everyone's heart as they dumbly looked at the old man with an aura that seemed to surpass that of this world.
What happened? Hun Tiandi's expression was a little ugly. He looked at the nihility devouring flame and spoke in a deep voice. He did indeed sense a terrifying aura from this old man. This kind of aura belonged to the Dou Qi ancient god. The nihility devouring flame lifted its head. His eyes stared intently at the old man. A moment later, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "He is not the Dou Qi ancient god, he is the D-tier embryonic pill."
Hun Tiandi, Gu Yuan and the others were startled after hearing these words. Immediately, their eyes revealed a strange glint as they slowly locked onto the old man.
Nihility devouring flame, what are you doing?
The old man on the stone statue was startled as he furiously cried out.
What do you mean by what am I doing? The nihility devouring flame frowned and asked after hearing his furious cry. Bastard, if I had not helped you and the purifying demonic lotus flame to sever your restraints back then, how would the both of you escape? Back then, the both of you had promised me to rescue me from this place.
That old man, or rather the D-tier embryonic pill, cried out in a stern voice. The bodies of everyone present trembled abruptly after they heard his cry. His eyes were surprised as they looked at the nihility devouring flame and the purifying demonic lotus flame on Xiao Yan's shoulder.
They had actually been trapped in this place in the past? The nihility devouring flame had a change in expression. He thought for a long while, but he was still unable to find such a scene from his memories. All he could do was to speak in a faint voice, "I'm sorry, I completely do not remember about the matter you have said." However, his words paused after he spoke until this point. However, I am indeed here to rescue you this time around. Come with me. The expression of the D-tier pill was a little dark and stern. He stared at the nihility devouring flame for a long while before turning towards the purifying demonic lotus flame on Xiao Yan's shoulder and asked, "Purifying demonic lotus flame, do you still remember our agreement back then?" "Ha?" Little E was startled. It quickly grabbed Xiao Yan's shoulder, shook its head and said, "I have never met you." The D-tier medicinal pill's expression became extremely gloomy after hearing this. A moment later, it seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the stone statue beside him, clenched his teeth and muttered, "This is done by you, right? Follow us." The nihility devouring flame looked at the D-tier medicinal pill and laughed. "Humph, it is likely that you are after my actual form, right?" The D-tier medicinal pill smiled coldly, looked at the nihility devouring flame and said. The nihility devouring flame smiled. After which, his expression became stern as he said, "Attack." Bang! Hun Tiandi suddenly shot forward explosively after his words had just sounded. Monstrous Dou Qi spread. Finally, it turned into a tide as it ruthlessly smashed towards the D-tier embryonic pill. An insignificant trick. The D-tier embryonic pill laughed coldly after seeing this. His finger gently pointed forward. That monstrous energy tide that pounced towards him was actually cut apart. It is extremely difficult to deal with this D-tier embryonic pill. We should capture it first. Otherwise, Hun Tiandi might end up obtaining it. Shu Kuan remarked in a deep voice after seeing Hun Tiandi attacked. All of you should be on your guard against the other members of the Hun clan. Gu Yuan nodded. After which, he gave the instruction to Xiao Yan's group. The both of them flew out. Immediately, the energy in this place became wild and violent. Waves after waves of attacks, which caused the sky and earth to collapse, continuously attacked the D-tier embryonic pill. Faced with the attacks from Hun Tiandi, the Nihility Devouring Flame, Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan, the D-tier embryonic pill did not show any signs of panic.
A frightening ripple spread as he lifted his hand. It blocked the attacks from those four. While he might appear unhurt, he was unable to move due to him being held back. Xiao Yan's group involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air as they saw that the D-tier embryonic medicinal pill did not end up in a disadvantage even when facing the four strongest experts on the present continent.
Just one D-tier embryonic pill was already this terrifying. Just how terrifying would the true D-tier medicinal pill be? It was likely that even an elite Dou Qi would find it somewhat troublesome when faced with a medicinal pill of this tier. The many experts from the Hun clan were ready to cause trouble when the intense big battle broke out in the sky. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He waved his hand. Yan Jin and the others rushed forward and blocked all the experts from the Hun clan. The experts from the Hun clan had a slight change in expression after they saw the Hun clan stopping them. However, they did not attack. Clearly, they wished to wait for the big battle in the sky to come to an end. This was because all of them understood that the battle there was the most important one. Whoever managed to obtain the D-tier embryonic pill would immediately be able to turn the battle around. Hence, they were aware that there was little effect regardless of what kind of intense battle they fought. Bang 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 bang.
Five figures accompanied with a strength that could destroy the world, crazily smashed against each other in front of everyone's eyes. The energy fluctuation from them caused even the hearts of those located far away to be frightened. Fortunately, this realm was extremely stable. Hence, this big battle did not lead to a rip in space. Xiao Yan lifted his head. He looked at the wild and violent energy fluctuation in the sky, which caused one to feel a chill. His fist was slowly clenched tightly. The present situation was really a little complicated. The strength displayed by the D-tier embryonic pill was far too frightening. Hence, they currently not only needed to take precaution against the Hun clan snatching the D-tier pill but they also needed to guard against any injury or deaths inflicted by the D-tier embryonic pill on Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan. These two results were definitely fatal to the Alliance army. Hence, there was really far too many variables in this chaotic battle, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1633, Snatching the D-tier embryonic pill. Chapter 1633, Snatching the D-tier embryonic pill. Bang bang.
A terrifying extermination-like ripple surged across the entire place from the sky.
Its aura appeared as though it intended to destroy the world. Xiao Yan had a solemn expression as he stared at the chaotic battleground.
A flicker was present in his eyes.
Everyone present had underestimated the strength of the D-tier embryonic pill.
Originally Zhu Kuan thought that with both Gu Yuan and him cooperating, they should be able to subdue it within a short period of time. After exchanging blows, however, he finally discovered that he was too optimistic. Additionally, with Hun Tiandi and the Nihility Devouring Flame entering the body, both parties ended up interrupting each other during the critical junctures. In this way, it had allowed the situation to become even more chaotic.
Fortunately, this kind of chaos worked both ways.
Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan might be unable to successfully subdue the D-tier embryonic pill, but Hun Tiandi and the Nihility Devouring Flame did not have the opportunity to do so either. The Nihility Devouring Flame, whose strength was the weakest amongst the four of them, had even been attacked by both Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan for a couple of times. If it was not because of Hun Tiandi aiding him, it was likely that he would have already been injured. Fighting in this manner is not the solution, Yan Jin frowned and commented softly as he looked at the chaotic battleground in the sky.
Xiao Yan laughed bitterly upon hearing this.
They were no longer able to intervene in the battle at that place.
If they were to forcefully enter, they would only end up being injured by the extermination force.
Hence, they could only simply stand here and stare. Yan Jin shook his head helplessly after seeing the bitter smile on Xiao Yan's face.
He also understood that they were unable to do anything now. The D-tier embryonic pill had an icy expression in front of everyone's eyes.
He flipped his hand.
There was a vague rich pill fragrance surging in the air. Do not inhale the pill fragrance. Xiao Yan hurriedly cried out.
He was suddenly startled after sniffing this mysterious pill fragrance. Under the scent of the pill fragrance, it seemed that even his Dou Qi was about to ignite. Everyone hurriedly halted their breath after hearing Xiao Yan's cry. Fortunately, this pill fragrance did not target them. Hence, the Dou Qi within their bodies became violent for a moment before it gradually calmed down.
D-pill palm.
The D-tier medicinal pill in the sky suddenly opened both of his eyes. His body suddenly rose into the air. Finally, his palm was pressed onto the four people below. The moment it did so, a human head-sized brilliant light cluster suddenly appeared.
Bang bang bang.
The energy of this place seemed to have met with a hot boiling oil as it was suddenly ignited. At a glance, the seemingly endless sky was covered with a fierce flame. The entire place had become like a furnace at this moment. Even Gu Yuan's group had a drastic change in expression after seeing the might of this palm from the D-tier embryonic pill. The Dou Qi within his body was hurriedly maneuvered. The D-tier medicinal pill had an even denser icy expression. Both of his hands were suddenly pressed downwards. Immediately, the flame in the sky swiftly whistled downwards at a shocking speed. Within a short instant, the endless flame spreading across the sky had actually entered into brilliant light cluster in the D-tier embryonic pill's hands.
Extinguish. Both of his hands were pressed downwards and the entire place became dark.
Only the light cluster in the palm of the D-tier medicinal pill was emitting an extermination like light. The light cluster shook.
Finally, it came whistling downwards.
Within a short moment, it had already arrived just above the heads of Gu Yuan's 4-men group.
Roar! Even Gu Yuan's group could sense an extremely rich danger in the face of such a terrifying attack.
Vast and mighty endless Dou Qi surged out in Yuzhen and swiftly formed an extremely powerful defense.
Bang bang!
The light cluster heavily smashed onto the Dou Qi defense above the 4 individuals.
A earth-shaking loud sound appeared as an extermination ripple overflowed.
4 miserable figures fell from the sky and violently landed on the plains. They smashed onto the ground and formed deep crack lines that was 100,000 feet in size.
Everyone's expression changed drastically after seeing this scene.
No one expected that this D-tier embryonic pill would actually be able to fight against 4 experts who had reached the 9-star Dou Shan class. Although these 4 people were divided into 2 parties which were scheming against each other, they were after all the peak-level experts in this world. It was unexpected that they were still beaten into such a state by the D-tier medicinal pill despite them joining hands.
The D-tier embryonic pill floated in the sky.
His eyes were icy cold as he stared at the few 100,000 feet gullies on the plain below.
The 4 figures rose into the air in a somewhat miserable manner.
They divided into 2 groups and looked at each other from a distance.
All of you are still lacking if you wish to refine me. The D-tier embryonic pill glanced at those 4 and spoke in a faint voice. Isn't it too early for you to be happy?
The D-tier embryonic pill's words had only just sounded when the nihility devouring flame suddenly laughed coldly. After which, he turned his head to look at Hun Tiandi before speaking in a deep voice, "Hand me the Dou Qi ancient god jade."
Hun Tiandi was startled upon hearing this.
He hesitated for a moment before decisively taking out the Dou Qi ancient god jade and handing it to the nihility devouring flame. The nihility devouring flame gave the D-tier medicinal pill a dense smile as he grabbed the Dou Qi ancient god jade. He spat out a mouthful of black blood containing some black flame and shot it onto the ancient jade. Both of his hands also began to suddenly form many strange seals.
Xiao Yan was startled after seeing the sudden action of the nihility devouring flame.
He stared at the latter's hand seals and felt that they were somewhat familiar. After musing for an instant, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at the 100,000 feet large ancient god stone statue. The seal that the stone statue hands had formed was exactly the same as that of the nihility devouring flame.
Hum.
The Dou Qi ancient god jade in front of the nihility devouring flame began to hum and tremble as the latter's hand seals were rapidly formed. Soon after, a cluster of gentle light spread. The ancient jade shook and turned into a brilliant light cluster. The light cluster had many colors. There seemed to be a flame dancing within it, giving it an extremely mysterious appearance.
Transforming pill ring. How is it possible that you know how to use the Dou Qi ancient god's transforming pill divine skill?
The originally icy cold face of the D-tier medicinal pill suddenly changed after seeing the light ring being formed. Even his voice had become a little sharp. The nihility devouring flame laughed coldly. However, he did not explain. His hand was swung and a brilliant light shot out. Within a short instant, it had appeared above the D-tier embryonic pill. Circular brilliant light surfaced and enveloped the body of the D-tier embryonic pill.
Ah!
With these flame light clusters continuously wrapping around the body of the D-tier medicinal pill, traces of white smoke suddenly rose from within the latter.
Miserable screech suddenly sounded.
The nihility devouring flame's eyes were a little startled. Clearly, he did not expect this transforming pill ring to be able to restrain the D-tier medicinal pill. The flames on the latter's body became a lot fiercer and the body of the D-tier embryonic pill slowly began to shrink. It actually showed traces of turning into a medicinal pill. Seeing this D-tier medicinal pill, who was originally acting mightily, suddenly became so miserable, everyone's expression quickly paled. Their bodies flashed and they directly rushed towards the nihility devouring flame. From the looks of it, the reason that the nihility devouring flame was able to use the transforming pill ring was most likely due to the Dou Qi ancient god jade.
Humph!
Han Tiandi, who was prepared, immediately let out a cold snort as he saw the two acted. His body moved and appeared in front of the two.
With a flick of his finger?
A couple of medicinal pills containing rich medicinal fragrance shot towards Gu Yuan duo before suddenly exploding apart.
Bang bang! The air churned. Even Gu Yuan's and Zhu Kuan's body were forcefully dragged down.
They coldly laughed, exploding Tier 9 treasure pill.
How grand!
The two of them appeared on both sides of Han Tiandi after their voices sounded. Sharp attacks were unleashed, encompassing Han Tiandi in the process.
Boom boom!
Han Tiandi immediately fell into a disadvantage in the face of Gu Yuan's and Zhu Kuan's combined attack.
He appeared quite miserable as he advanced and retreat. However, he also understood the current situation.
Hence, he clenched his teeth and unleashed his full strength in order to do his best to hold back Gu Yuan duo.
Get lost! This pestering-like fight caused a ferocity to surge into Zhu Kuan's eyes.
One could see him suddenly letting out a low roar. A couple of huge dragons, which seemed to have occupied hundreds of thousands of feet in the sky, suddenly appeared. The huge dragon turned into a purple gold light that smashed onto Han Tiandi, who had just forcefully received a blow from Han Tiandi with lightning-like speed.
Grug!
Bright purple gold light directly penetrated through the powerful defense on the surface of Han Tiandi's body. It ruthlessly smashed onto his physical body. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Han Tiandi's mouth. His body staggered as he flew backwards by tens of thousands of feet.
Only then did he miserably stabilize his body. Shrink! The nihility devouring flame let out a stern cry as Han Tiandi withdrew. The D-tier embryonic pill was collected inside the transforming pill ring without resistance. It turned into a brilliant light cluster the size of a human head and was suspended within the transforming pill ring. The nihility devouring flame rejoiced upon seeing this scene. He beckoned with his hand and the transforming pill ring flew towards him with lightning-like speed. However, the transforming pill ring was about to land in his hand when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed it. This sudden unexpected change caused the nihility devouring flame to be startled. His eyes looked at the messy-haired Han Tiandi in front of him and his eyes flickered. Hand over the D-tier medicinal pill. Given your current condition, even with the help of the nihility devouring flame, you are no match for us. Gu Yuan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Han Tiandi and said. Zhu Kuan by the side also slowly clenched his fist. His face was ferocious as he stared at Han Tiandi. You want the D-tier embryonic pill? Han Tiandi wiped off the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head to look at the brilliant light cluster in the pill transforming ring. The cluster of light was like a silver river. The energy of the world seemed to be gathered inside. A strange smile suddenly surfaced on Han Tiandi's face as he stared at the brilliant cluster of light. After which, he suddenly widened his mouth in front of everyone's shocked eyes and swallowed that brilliant light cluster. He had actually directly swallowed the D-tier embryonic pill into his body. This method of swallowing was suicidal. This fellow is crazy. Xiao Yan muttered to himself. Although this was only a D-tier embryonic pill, the energy that it contained was extremely frightening. If one was careless, one's body and even one's soul would end up exploding from being too full. This action of Han Tiandi really seemed to be putting all his eggs in one basket. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1634, Fail. Chapter 1634, Fail. This sudden action of Han Tiandi exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the nihility devouring flame, who was standing behind, had a change in expression. Immediately, his expression became a little gloomy. Everyone wanted to obtain the D-tier embryonic pill. However, no one expected that Han Tiandi would swallow it in such a reckless manner. Bastard! Zhu Kuan's and Gu Yuan's expressions became dark and solemn after seeing this scene. A rich murderous intent surged in their eyes as he coldly cried out. Han Tiandi, you are asking to die. Haha, seeking death? That is not guaranteed. Han Tiandi laughed towards the sky upon hearing this. The smile on his face became a little mysterious. At this moment, brilliant light began to rise from within his body. The injuries caused by the combined attacks of Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan was completely healed in an instant. Waves after waves of frightening energy ripples slowly seeped out from within his body. The expressions of Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan were once again altered after they detected the aura within Han Tiandi's body, which had suddenly become many times stronger. The energy of the embryonic pill had begun to erupt. His strength will soar by many times for a short period of time. After that, however, it is likely that his body and soul would be filled by the increasingly terrifying energy until they explode. Gu Yuan's eyes flashed. He did not panic as he spoke in a deep voice. Do not give him any opportunity to refine it. All we need to do is to quickly stop him and we will be able to force the D-tier embryonic pill from within his body. Shu Kuan's expression had become very grave. He immediately cried out in a low voice, "Attack!" Gu Yuan nodded upon hearing his cry.
Han Tiandi's group had gained a great advantage when it came to subduing the D-tier medicinal pill. Moreover, at the critical moment, the transforming pill ring that was formed by the nihility devouring flame ended up restraining the almighty D-tier medicinal pill until it could not retaliate.
Xie.
The two individuals moved as they desired. A thought had just appeared when they rushed across the sky and shoot towards Han Tiandi.
Haha, all of you are currently no match for me.
Han Tiandi was unafraid after seeing the two rushing over again.
He laughed out loud.
Both of his fists were clenched before they were suddenly thrown forward.
Bang, dot.
After Han Tiandi's fists were thrown forward, two 10,000 feet large vacuum space were directly formed in the sky. Gu Yuan's and Zhu Kuan's expressions changed after seeing this wind, which had suddenly become a lot more terrifying. He hurriedly unleashed his Dou Qi to receive the attack. Immediately, two deafening loud sound exploded in the sky.
Bam bam!
A frightening extermination storm exploded from Gu Yuan's and Zhu Kuan's hand.
The directly pushed Xiao Yan duo back by thousands of feet.
On the other hand, Han Tiandi continued to stand proudly in the sky.
Moreover, the ripple spreading from within his body also became increasingly terrifying.
Seeing the situation in the sky changing abruptly, Xiao Yan and the others experienced a great change in expression. It was unexpected that after devouring the D-tier medicinal pill, Han Tiandi's strength would actually soar until such an extent.
Moreover, everyone understood that this was only at the initial strengthening stage.
If Han Tiandi was allowed to successfully refine the D-tier embryonic pill, he would advance to the Dou D class. At that time, there would really be no opportunity to turn things around.
Gu Yuan, ultimately, I am still victorious in this fight. Han Tiandi stepped on the empty air. He looked at Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan before laughing out loud.
He had prepared and schemed for many years before he finally reached this most critical stage.
It is likely that you are feeling extremely terrible inside, right? Do not be happy too early. Gu Yuan laughed coldly. Han Tiandi was not irritated upon hearing this.
All he did was laughed in a faint voice. He shut his eyes slightly.
A drunken expression was revealed in them.
It had been many years since he had felt such an increase in strength.
Are you able to hold on?
The nihility devouring flame behind Han Tiandi involuntarily said. If Han Tiandi really ended up exploding due to being too full of energy, the nihility devouring flame would definitely be no match for Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan combined.
You are far too reckless. The nihility devouring flame was a little furious as he spoke.
No one knew if it was because Han Tiandi had devoured the D-tier embryonic medicinal pill or because the latter had snatched the pill from his hands.
You can be rest assured. I know my limits. Han Tiandi laughed faintly.
He did not appear to panic because of the wildly soaring Dou Qi within his body. The nihility devouring flame's eyes flashed after hearing these words.
All he could do was to nod his head and said, "Are you fine now? All I need to do is to safely leave." Han Tiandi laughed.
That appearance of his was unusually calm. It was as though he did not bother about Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan.
Trying to leave? Do you think that it is so simple? Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan laughed coldly at this moment. Monstrous Dou Qi surged.
After which, it crazily erupted towards Han Tiandi. However, Han Tiandi merely waved his hand gently in the face of an attack by the two.
He easily blocked the attacks.
Han Tiandi's finger drew past the space beside him when Gu Yuan duo were blocking his attack. A spatial crack appeared.
Bang bang bang. Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan duo became increasingly wild upon seeing this scene.
Powerful Dou Qi pillars, which caused one's heart to tremble, penetrated through the empty space. It continuously smashed onto the Dou Qi defense in front of Han Tiandi. Ripples were stirred in the process.
Han Tiandi chose to ignore the attacks from those two.
He hand-grabbed below him and forcefully sucked those experts from the Han clan over before throwing them into the crack in space.
Bang bang. An extermination-like fluctuation was transmitted from behind. Han Tiandi's face twitched.
There was a trace of blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth.
Dot.
The nihility devouring flame was greatly startled upon seeing this scene. It seemed that the condition within Han Tiandi's body was not as good as he had claimed. Of course, fighting against two advanced level 9-star Dou Sheng's attacks was not something that he could simply ignore even if he had the protection of the D-tier embryonic pill. Gu Yuan, I have said that I will ultimately be victorious in this situation. Once I completely refine the D-tier embryonic pill, it would be the time that your Gu clan, Lei clan, Yen clan, Sky Mansion Alliance and Ancient Void Dragon tribe completely vanish from this world. Han Tiandi swallowed the fresh sweet blood in his mouth. He turned his head and looked densely at Gu Yuan's group. His tone was dark and cold as he spoke. Go! Han Tiandi grabbed the Nihility Devouring Flame and tossed his to the spatial crack after his voice sounded. Seeing this, the Nihility Devouring Flame quickly became anxious. He said, "There is still my. .. Before he could finish speaking, however, he saw a couple of bloody cracks appearing on Han Tiandi's neck. Immediately, he understood that the latter was unable to fight. All he could do was to clench his teeth unwillingly and rush towards the spatial crack. Roar! Gu Yuan's and Zhu Kuan's expression changed after they saw that Han Tiandi was actually able to split the space present. A low roar sounded. After which, an energy tide surged and crazily surged towards Han Tiandi. Bang bang bang! The heavy mountain-like wild tide ruthlessly smashed onto Han Tiandi's back. His expression quickly paled. Many bloody wounds split all over his body. Blood shot out and he was dyed into a bloody person in the blink of an eye. However, Han Tiandi and the Nihility Devouring Flame relied on this pushing force to charge directly into the crack in space. In a flash, he had vanished. The spatial crack also quickly disappeared. Swoosh, ... Gu Yuan and Han Tiandi duo appeared at the spot where the crack in space was. A frightening ripple was surging from their hands. They tore violently, but the space itself had only fluctuated for a moment. No crack lines appeared. Damn it! Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan's expression immediately became ugly upon seeing this scene. This ancient god realm was frighteningly stable. They would have to return to the place where they had entered from if they wished to leave. However, by the time they did so, it was likely that Han Tiandi's group would have escaped far away. The expressions of those two were gloomy as they slowly descended from the sky. They looked at the similarly quiet group. Finally, they could only sigh. Daughter, that bastard is far too cunning. Zhu Kuan looked at Ziyan, rubbed his hands together and laughed bitterly. Ziyan glanced at him. After which, she looked at the quiet Xiao Yan. She shook her head and softly said, "What should we do now?" Han Tiandi had obtained the D-tier embryonic pill. If he is allowed to successfully refine it, there would likely really be a big trouble. We will charge directly to the Han realm now. Lei Ying's expression was ferocious as he spoke. Everyone exchanged glances after hearing this. They immediately nodded. This was the only thing that they could do now. If they sat back and did nothing, their fate would be similar to the Ling and other ancient clans. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart. He was aware that Han Tiandi would not be this foolish. The latter was aware that his current condition was ill-suited for combat. Hence, either they would not return to the Han clan or they would use some methods to hide the Han realm. Although hiding a realm was extremely troublesome, it would not be difficult given Han Tiandi's ability. Moreover, the Han clan had prepared for this for thousands of years. Naturally, they would be fully prepared. Hopefully, that fellow will be unable to refine the D-tier embryonic pill. Otherwise... Xiao Yan curled his mouth. He lifted his head and glanced at the others, only to discover that there was also some worry in their eyes. Once Han Tiandi broke through to the Dou Qi class, there would really be no one in this world who can restrain him. Given his vengeful character, all the factions in the Alliance army would definitely suffer from his destructive vengeance. It is pointless to think of more. Gather our people and hurry to the Han realm. We will hold back Han Tiandi before they could prepare themselves. As long as we do not give him any time to refine the D-tier embryonic pill, he would end up exploding from the energy of the D-tier embryonic pill without us needing to do anything. Gu Yuan inhaled a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Ugh, wait a moment, Zhu Kuan's eyes suddenly flashed after he saw that everyone planned to leave. He laughed, since we have come to this place, we must naturally not leave empty-handed. All of you should step aside. I will bring this square and the stone statue out of this place. Xiao Yan's group was stunned. Their eyes swept over the square. Although there were many heavenly flames present, they were no different than some specimens. It was pointless to take them. That statue had also once again become original with the departure of the D-tier embryonic pill. You can do as you like. Gu Yuan was currently in an extremely bad mood. He waved his hand, turned around and rushed towards the spatial tunnel. Everyone followed behind him. Xiao Yan was one of the last to leave. He took another glance at Zhu Qin before frowning slightly. This old dragon emperor would not do something completely useless. Could it be that there is something strange about the square at the stone statue?
Xiao Yan thought for a moment, but it was a futile effort. All he could do was to take a deep look at the smiling Zhu Kuan. After which, he proceeded to follow Gu Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1635, The Ambition of Hun Tiandi. Chapter 1635, The Ambition of Hun Tiandi. The alliance army filled one's eyes within the mountain range covered with chilly winds. At this moment, Gu Yuan and the rest had a somewhat ugly expression as they stood in front of a ruins around a huge door. It was possible to detect a vague spatial fluctuation from this mess. The path to the Hun realm had already been destroyed. Gu Yuan's expression was gloomy. He glanced at everyone before he spoke. Additionally, based on my probing, the Hun realm has already been hidden. It looks like they were prepared. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. His expression was grave. It was unexpected that the current situation would be so severe. The Hun clan had completely hid their realm. In this way, even Gu Yuan was unable to find their position within a short while. Although it was impossible for the Hun clan to continue hiding like this forever, all they needed to do was to hide until Hun Tiandi refined the D-tier embryonic pill. At that time, the Alliance army had already completely fell into a disadvantage. We have already dispatched people to probe the other tunnels that leads to the Hun realm. Yan Jin said. Gu Yuan shook his head slightly. Since the Hun clan was prepared, it was obvious that they would not leave such a fatal loophole. Their army was currently on the offensive, but they were unable to find their way in. This mission of theirs could be considered a failure. What should we do now? Lei Ying was quiet for a moment. His voice was a little hoarse as he spoke. Now, all we can do is wait and see who has a better luck. Gu Yuan sighed softly. Wait for what? Lei Ying asked in a startled voice. Refining the D-tier embryonic pill also involves some chances of failure. Now, the only thing that we can do is to pray that Hun Tiandi is unable to successfully refine the D-tier embryonic pill. As long as he failed to step into the Dou D class, we will have an opportunity. Of course, if he succeed. Gu Yuan paused after he spoke until this point. It seems that the heavens wish for us to perish. Everyone was quiet. Their hearts sunk. Without realizing it, they had already come to such a stage. Let's scatter. We will leave some spies behind. Gu Yuan waved his hand. After which, he slowly walked to the back. During this period of time, I will do my best to find the location where the Hun realm is hiding. If we are lucky, we might be able to discover it early. At that time, we will decide if we will charge into the Hun realm and engage in a decisive fight with them. Everyone was quiet after hearing Gu Yuan's words. All of them understood that they currently did not have much of a choice. Xiao Yan lifted his head towards the sky and exhaled softly. He immediately looked at the somewhat tired back of Gu Yuan. The 8 ancient clans had fought many times for the ancient god mansion. It was unexpected that the Hun clan actually ended up benefiting in the end. Let's go. Xiao Yan pulled Xun Er's and Kai Lin's somewhat icy hands. He shook his head and led the group to withdraw. The Alliance army, which covered the entire place, gradually withdrew from the mountain range. Although news did not spread, that solemn atmosphere still ended up spreading involuntarily. It caused the entire Alliance army to feel quite pressured. The Alliance army withdrew. Finally, they returned to the headquarters of the Sky Mansion Alliance. They had ended up in failure, but the Alliance did not scatter as a result. This was because all of them understood that by cooperating in the face of Hun Tiandi, who had managed to obtain the D-tier embryonic pill, they might still be able to survive. Once they separated, however, they would undoubtedly die. Hence, the Alliance army forces continued to stay guard around the Sky Mansion Alliance and continuously observe the activity on the Central Plains. Following the scattering of the Alliance army, time passed by a day at a time while many waited anxiously. However, Gu Yuan, who had been probing the location of the hidden Hun realm, did not stir any activity as the time flowed by. This result caused the hearts of many to sink slightly. Given the current situation, every additional day Hun Tiandi had to refine the pill meant an additional danger to the Alliance army. Although their hearts were searing hot, everyone understood that regardless of how anxious one was helpless in the face of the change in situation. Xiao Yan stood within the star realm as he lifted his head and looked at the huge square floating in the distant sky. It had been brought out from within the ancient god realm by Zhu Qin. There was a 100,000 feet tall stone statue on it. Although one was unable to see anything unique, its mountain-like size still caused many to be shocked. It has been a month. Xiao Yan involuntarily muttered to himself as he stared at the huge square floating in the sky. An entire month had passed ever since Hun Tiandi had snatched the D-tier embryonic pill.
During this 1 month, the Hun clan appeared to have completely vanished from this world.
No information about them spread.
Some of the outsiders, who were unaware of the situation, even thought that the Hun clan was eliminated by the Alliance army.
Many factions came to congratulate them.
However, Xiao Yan and the rest did not have the mood to bother about these people. They dispatched some individuals to receive them and dismissed these people.
Xiao Yan Gege.
A gentle voice was transmitted from behind him. Xiao Yan turned his head and looked at the picture-like lady, who was gently walking over. He also gave a faint smile.
Is there any news from Uncle Gu? Xiao Yan inquired.
He only sighed in disappointment after seeing Xun Er shake her head. Waves of furtage rose within his heart as he shut his eyes. This kind of waiting without doing anything was really terrible. Xun Er looked at this young man, whose face was filled with tiredness, as she stood in front of Xiao Yan. She gently leaned against him. Her exquisite face was lifted and her somewhat warm hand gently massaged Xiao Yan's temples in an attempt to relieve him of some fatigue. Xiao Yan relaxed his arms as he sniffed the tempting body fragrance from the girl in front of him. He hugged that gently waist and buried his head into Xun Er's black hair. Finally, he muttered, "Am I finally going to fail after working hard for so many years?" Xiao Yan Gege is already extremely incredible, Xun Er smiled and softly replied.
Regardless of what the ending will be in the future, Xiao Yan Gege will be considered to be the most successfully in the hearts of many people. I have clearly failed.
Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and stated.
Did Xiao Yan Gege not mention that only by putting things down will one be able to lift things up? Letting things go as one wish is the epitome of a free and unrestrained person.
Xun Er spoke in a soft and gentle voice.
Now is different from the past.
If I put things down now, the entire Sky Mansion Alliance and even the Gu, Lei, and Yan clans, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He lifted his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. He said, at times, one can pick things up but cannot simply let them go, Xun Er bit her red lips as she looked at the face, which once again revealed a determination. She continued to be embraced by Xiao Yan while an extremely pretty smile surfaced on her face.
Xiao Yan Gege, we will succeed. Time flowed by. Another half a month swiftly passed amidst everyone's uneasiness.
The Hun clan continued to be completely quiet during this half a month. It was as though they had completely vanished without a trace.
All the various upper echelons of the alliance sat within a large hall.
There was a worry on their brow. Each day that passed caused an increase in the uneasiness of their hearts. Xiao Yan gently sighed as he looked at the somewhat depressed hall. This feeling of being able to do nothing while waiting for the appearance of the Hun clan was really terrible.
Damn it, why is it that these bastards have still not appeared?
If they wish to fight, then let's fight. My Lei clan will fight a bloody battle with them until the end. This period of time is far too suffocating. Lei Ying suddenly slammed his palm on the table amidst this gloominess and shattered the table into dust. He suddenly stood up and spoke with gritting teeth.
Who is going to fight with you?
Where will you go to fight?
Yan Jin by the side frowned and stated. Lei Ying clenched his teeth and finally sighed in a tired manner. He sat back down.
The Hun clan had been hiding. Where would he find them to fight?
Everyone, Xiao Yan overlooked the hall.
He was just about to utter some words to raise everyone's morale when the space within the hall shook.
Gu Yuan's figure was revealed. Everyone present suddenly stood up after seeing Gu Yuan's appearance. They anxiously asked, "Is there any information?" Gu Yuan's expression was unusually grave. He slowly nodded.
Before everyone could rejoice, however, he said, "I have indeed found the location of the Hun realm, but it is already too late." A basin of cold water seemed to have splashed over everyone after they heard these words. The excitement on their faces had suddenly disappeared.
What does Uncle Gu mean? Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before asking. Gu Yuan sighed.
His eyes were quickly thrown towards the sky above the central plains.
The entire central plain suddenly shook intensely when he did so.
This scene was detected by Xiao Yan's group. They hurriedly walked out from the hall and looked at the distant sky. There was suddenly a black circle of light appearing. This light circle spread QT a shocking speed the moment it appeared. The entire central plains was enveloped within it. Bang bang bang. The natural energy that filled the entire central plains had suddenly boiled with the appearance of this light circle. Countless number of experts paled from shock as they lifted their heads to observe the sky. Under the focus of countless number of experts from the central plains, the black light began to shake in the sky. Finally, it turned into a light cauldron in front of many horrified eyes. The size of the cauldron could not be described. It seemed to have enveloped the entire central plains within it. This is
Xiao Yan and the rest had a change in expression as they watched the unusual scene in the sky. They could sense a familiar feeling amidst the endless light. It was that of Hun Tiandi. Hun Tiandi has already formed an initial merger with the D-tier embryonic pill.
Now, he intends to use the central planes as a cauldron, lives as the ingredients, the world as the flame and his body as the pill. Gu Yuan clenched his fist tightly as his low and deep voice resounded beside everyone's ears.
He is planning to truly refine the D-tier embryonic pill into an actual D-pill. Once the pill is formed, he would also advance into the Dou Qi class.
Hun Tiandi, all of us has underestimated his wild ambition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1636, The Calamity of the Central Plains. Chapter 1636, The Calamity of the Central Plains. Hiss. Everyone present inhaled a deep breath of cool air after hearing Gu Yuan's words.
A shock surged within their eyes.
Creating a D-tier medicinal pill? Who in this world had the ability to do such a thing? Hun Tiandi was not an alchemist. How could he refine it?
The medicinal pill has an embryonic form, meaning most important step in a pill refinement was completed by the Dou Qi ancient god. If Hun Tiandi is able to finish the final pill forming step, it is not impossible for this D-tier embryonic pill to become a true D-tier medicinal pill.
Xiao Yan licked his lips and slowly explained. We have indeed underestimated Hun Tiandi's wild ambition.
Although the D-tier embryonic pill is powerful, there are only some chance of success in allowing him to break through to the Dou Qi class. However, if he refined the D-tier embryonic pill into a true D-tier medicinal pill, he would magnify this chance of success by many times. One can even say that as long as he possessed an actual D-tier medicinal pill, he would able to step across the barrier that had hindered him for thousands of years. The originally doubtful individuals became quiet after hearing Xiao Yan, who could be considered as the top alchemist on the current Dou Qi continent, speaking in this manner.
The D-tier embryonic pill was not what Hun Tiandi genuinely wanted. Instead, he wanted a true D-tier medicinal pill. In that case, now should be quite a good opportunity for us, right?
Since Hun Tiandi needed to complete the final step of the D-tier embryonic pill, he would definitely have to reveal himself.
At that time, we will intervene and stop him. Laying spoke in a deep voice.
I do not know what kind of secret method Hun Tiandi had used, but he had already completely merged with the D-tier medicinal pill. With his current strength, it is likely extremely difficult for even Zhu Koan and I to stop him.
Gu Yuan shook his head.
He paused for a moment before speaking. I think that if it not because refining the D-tier medicinal pill is currently the most important thing, the Hun clan would likely have come invading us. Everyone were startled upon hearing this. The situation was getting from bad to worse. Back then, they were still able to fight equal.
Moreover, with the appearance of Zhu Kuan, the alliance army had even gained the upper hand.
In the end, this upper hand had completely vanished in such a short amount of time.
What should we do? Don't tell me that we will simply just watch him truly refining a D-tier medicinal pill? There is still a chance if we fight now.
Once the D-tier medicinal pill's final step is completed, there will really be no one to stop Hun Tiandi.
Laying spoke in a deep voice. Everyone nodded after Laying spoke. Currently, the situation was the worst possible one. They would really be finished if they did not act. Gu Yuan placed his hands behind him. Their expressions were gloomy as the stares at the indescribable enormous light cauldron. A moment later, he said, we will temporarily wait and see. Refining a D-tier medicinal pill is not something that can be completed immediately. We need to calculate the best moment to strike. Everyone mused for a moment after hearing this. Finally, they nodded. The situation might be extremely terrible, but they must not panic. The central plains had descended into quite a big commotion at this moment. The source of this commotion was naturally the huge light cauldron that was formed in the sky. The ripple vaguely emitted from it caused many experts to feel uneasy. Half a day or so after the light cauldron appeared, a black light appeared in the distant sky. Finally, a black light shot out from all directions in front of the countless pairs of eyes and formed an extremely huge formation. After this formation appeared, a figure with long scattered hair also appeared at the middle of the formation. Hun Tiandi.
Gu Yuan's group, who had been monitoring the development of the situation, shrunk their eyes the moment they saw the figure hidden within the large formation.
All of them focused on that spot. Gu Yuan, now, do you regret not agreeing to cooperate with me back then?
A pair of eyes penetrated through the clouds from within the formation and shot towards a certain spot on the central plains. A faint voice that vaguely contained an extremely terrifying pressure resounded over the entire central plains.
Gu Yuan's expression was as deep as water. Both of his hands were clenched tightly, but he did not speak. My many years of planning is finally useful now. Ultimately, I am the winner of this 1,000-year battle.
The huge formation that covered the entire central plains suddenly unleashed many light pillars after Hun Tiandi's voice sounded. These light pillars directly shot to various spots on the land.
Rumble. The entire central plain seemed to have shook violently the moment the light pillar landed on the ground.
A city stood on a flat plain somewhere within the central plains.
It was very lively and could be considered to be a highly populated city. Bang! However, this liveliness did not continue for long.
A huge crack suddenly spread over the city as the land began to shake. Immediately, many strong individuals rose into the air in shock. Before they could react, however, a black light had suddenly broke from the land and covered the entire city within it.
Boom boom boom, dot.
The many human figures within the city suddenly exploded under the cover of the black light pillars. A bloody fog and shattered flesh burst apart. This sudden unexpected occurrence caused everyone to become stunned. They looked at the human figures who had exploded into a bloody fog.
A deep horror and shock swiftly surged out from within his heart like floodwater. The city descended into chaos amidst the horror.
All of them crazily fled towards the city gate.
Some of the stronger individuals even leaped into the air and escaped.
Before they could escape, however, the panic from the self-destruction spread apart.
In an instant, blood fog spread within the city.
The viscous blood and shattered flesh buried half of the city.
Black light pillar covered the city in a bloody sea. Waves of bloody aura flowed and slowly rose.
Finally, it turned into a blood-colored light pillar. It charged towards the sky and rushed into the huge large formation that covered the central plains.
Blood light shot out and the black light disappeared.
It left behind a bloody scent, which was so dense that it caused the place to be a repulsive death city.
Creak. The people who had just entered the city at the entrance. He looked at the slowly opening city gate.
Joy had yet to appear on their faces when their eyes were filled with a bloody sea that surged forth. Immediately, a sharp cry resounded. A situation that was similar to this city was being enacted in many parts of the central plains. Dense bloody fog had basically covered the sky above the entire central plains. Even the air had been mixed with a rich bloody scent. The entire central plains had begun to panic at this moment.
Gu Yuan, Xiao Yan and the others stood in the air of a city a short distance from the Sky Mansion Alliance. They looked down at the sea of blood in the city below.
Their faces were completely green.
What happened? Yan Jin watched the scene, inhaled a cold breath and said. Gu Yuan had a green face. He waved his sleeve and the cracks in the city was forcefully pulled apart. The sea of blood was expelled.
With the spreading of the cracks, a blood-colored formation appeared underground. Dense white bones filled the place.
A dark and stern aura surged towards the sky. Devouring spirit eliminating life formation. An involuntary exclamation sounded.
Shock surged onto the faces of Yan Jin and the others after seeing the formation hidden underground.
What ruthless technique, Liang clenched his teeth and said. Devouring spirit eliminating life formation. It was an extremely vicious formation that originated from the ancient times.
This formation would turn all life covered within its boundary into blood.
Moreover, it would forcefully extract energy from within the blood.
Due to this formation being overly vicious, it had long since ceased to exist.
Unexpectedly, this Hun clan was able to unleash it.
These formations had been placed by the Hun clan. It seems that the Hall of Souls mission might appear to be collecting souls on the surface, but they have quietly placed many of these devouring spirit eliminating life formations underground within the central plains.
Gu Yuan spoke in a gloomy voice. The Hun clan is really well prepared for this. With so many devouring spirit eliminating life formation forcefully absorbing energy, the speed at which Hun Tiandi refined the D-tier medicinal pill will significantly increase. Xiao Yan lifted his head, looked at the huge formation in the distant sky and said. However, this devouring spirit eliminating life formation also requires an extremely great amount of energy to activate. I think that the Hun clan had exhausted all of its energy at this moment. They are betting everything on this. Let's return and discuss our plan.
The Hun clan has created such a great massacre.
It could be considered the enemy of everyone.
If we gather everyone's strength, it might be possible to fight them.
Gu Yuan waved his hand.
After which, he rushed towards the headquarters.
Everyone hurriedly followed.
Xiao Yan glanced at their backs, only to sigh softly. Although they had the strength in numbers, the strength of Hun Tiandi alone would likely be able to battle all the experts in this world should he advance to the Dou Qi class.
This was the terrifying aspect of an elite Dou Qi. We can only do our best.
Everyone had only just returned to the headquarters when they saw Zhu Kuan, who had been missing for over half a month standing outside the large hall.
Zi Yan was standing behind him.
It is unexpected that this fellow would actually have such a technique, Zhu Kuan sighed after seeing Xiao Yan and the others. Clearly, they had also detected the action of Hun Tiandi. Gu Yuan nodded quietly and said, now, all we can do is to try our best to gather more people. As long as we can break the big formation in the sky, Hun Tiandi's beautiful dream will be shattered. However, even he could only laugh bitterly when he uttered these words. An ordinary expert was as insignificant as an ant in Hun Tiandi's eyes. However, just how many experts like them existed in the Dou Qi continent? We can only do this now. However, once Hun Tiandi is allowed to advance into the Dou Di class, everything will be over. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly and said. Zhu Kuan was quiet. His hand rubbed together in a habitual fashion. After which, he glanced at Ziyan behind him. Finally, he inhaled a deep breath of air and said, it is not completely over. He can advance into the Dou Di class. On our side, we can also create one. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1637, First on the Heavenly Flame Ranking. Chapter 1637, First on the Heavenly Flame Ranking. Creating a Dou Di?
The air seemed to have solidified under Zhu Kuan's words.
Even Gu Yuan could only widen his mouth. He was stunned as he looked at Gu Yuan in front of him. The atmosphere had solidified for a long while.
Only then did it show signs of easing up. After experiencing a lost feeling of one's head ceasing to work, everyone had finally recovered. Everyone felt it was a little ridiculous.
Creating a Dou Di?
Even though these words had originated from Zhu Kuan's mouth, it still lacked trustworthiness. The whole world had not produced a single elite Dou Di during these tens of thousands of years. This allowed everyone to understand that the legendary level was too far to imagine.
You are joking, right? Yan Jin widened his mouth.
His voice had involuntarily become a little dry. Although his words contained a feeling of complete disbelief, some hope still rose within his heart for some unknown reason when he spoke.
Currently, the situation of the Alliance army could be described as being backed into a corner. Once Hun Tiandi advanced to the Dou Di class, they would lose all opportunity.
That level was already something that human strength could not resist. If Zhu Kuan was speaking the truth, it would be possible to turn this inevitable situation around. Zhu Kuan, now, is not the time for jokes.
Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment as he chose his words with discretion and said.
If Zhu Kuan really had such a method, he would not end up remaining at that level for such a long time.
Gu Yuan did not speak.
All he did was to stare intently at Zhu Kuan as he attempted to hear an explanation that could confirm those words. Zhu Kuan involuntarily parted his lips after seeing everyone's doubtful eyes. He said, all of you can be rest assured that I do not have the mood to fool around with all of you. It is really a blessing from the heavens that it is possible for our side to also produce an elite Dou Di.
Can you give a clearer explanation?
Gu Yuan's hand shook as he asked. Zhu Kuan slowly lifted his head. His eyes looked towards the heavenly flame square that he had brought out from the ancient god mansion. After being quiet for a moment, he finally said, actually, the D-tier embryonic pill is not the most precious item within the ancient god mansion.
Is Elder Zhu Kuan referring to that thing? Xiao Yan fell into a deep thought.
His finger pointed towards the heavenly flame square floating in the sky and said,
otherwise, do you think that I have decided to spend a great effort to bring such a big thing out for fun just because I have too much free time? Zhu Kuan rolled his eyes. He waved his sleeve and the space fluctuated.
The area in front of everyone's eyes became dazzled. They had already appeared above the huge heavenly flame square when they appeared.
Xiao Yan's eyes swept over those heavenly flame pillars around the square. However, he failed to detect any energy ripple.
He looked all over the place before pausing his eyes on the 100,000 feet stone statue.
In what way is this strange? Laying by the side did not discover anything after searching for a moment. Finally, he could not resist asking. Zhu Kuan stood with his hands behind him. He lifted his head and his eyes looked at the mountain-like stone statue. He said, are you aware of the origin of the Dou Qi ancient god, or rather its identity?
Everyone were startled upon hearing this. They exchanged glances with each other before shaking their heads quietly. The Dou Qi ancient god was someone from a completely different era. They had only read about the name Dou Qi ancient god on the ancient text. All of them were totally ignorant of his background and identity. According to what I know, the Dou Qi ancient god was extremely mysterious.
No one knew of its origin. There had been many experts from the continent back then.
Many individuals standing at the peak had done their best to break into the Dou Di class.
However, none of them ultimately succeeded.
Yet, at that time, a completely unknown Dou Qi ancient god had appeared.
Hu Yuan had an expression of deep thought as GE recalled the extremely old records within the tribe. It was rumored that two suns appeared in the sky and the world crumbled when the Dou Qi ancient god advanced into the Dou Qi class. An endless sea of fire descended from the sky. It enveloped half of the Dou Qi continent and stirred all the experts at that time. However, after experiencing the earth-shaking scene from when he advanced into the Dou Qi class, the Dou Qi ancient god once again vanished. Moreover, according to common sense, those in the clan whom he had a blood relation towards should also have their bloodline strength being activated. Their strength should soar to a relatively terrifying level within a short period of time. Those who have the first-generation Dou Qi bloodline would be blessed with the greatest benefit. Hence, if a new ancient clan had appeared, it would definitely turn the Dou Qi continent into an uproar. However, this did not occur. In other words, the Dou Qi ancient gods did not have many clan members. Perhaps there aren't anyone who possess a bloodline similar to his? Xiao Yan frowned and said. The entire Dou Qi continent viewed the continuation of one's bloodline as extremely important. This was especially the case for these top experts. They greatly wanted their bloodline to continue. However, why was it that the Dou Qi ancient god was all alone? This should be the case. However, we cannot exclude the possibility of no one discovering them. Gu Yuan nodded. He looked at Zhu Kuan and said, "Is what I have said correct?" "It is more or less correct." Zhu Kuan placed both of his hands behind him. He looked at the huge stone statue and suddenly changed the topic. There are a total of 33 types of heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. They are the strongest flames in this world. However, do you know what is the name of the heavenly flame ranked first on the heavenly flame ranking? Xiao Yan's heart shook. Forget about the others, even he, who had a great understanding of the heavenly flame, did not know anything about this heavenly flame that was ranked first on the heavenly flame ranking. This was because the first-ranked heavenly flame did not have a name to begin with. There were 23 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. However, the first position was completely blank. No one knew just what the first-ranked heavenly flame was. However, the strange thing was that many alchemists had some vague instinct that there should indeed be something existing above the nihility-devouring flame. However, they were unaware of what it was. That first-ranked heavenly flame was a puzzle. It was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. No one had ever seen it. Is Elder Zhu Kuan aware of what is the first-ranked heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking? Xiao Yan involuntarily asked. A strange smile was lifted on Zhu Kuan's face after he heard this. He said, "Where is there a first-ranked heavenly flame in this world?" This answer caused everyone to be stunned. They frowned as they attempted to refute the answer. However, they suddenly discovered that they seemed to be unaware of what the first-ranked heavenly flame was. Could it be that the so-called top heavenly flame was merely a legend? All living creatures have their own souls. It is also the same for a heavenly flame. Zhu Kuan also appeared to be aware of the shock within everyone's heart. He slowly said, "Based on what I know, there was once a heavenly flame that was formed in this world. It was created in 1,000 years, gained a soul after 10,000 years and trained for a seemingly endless long time. This had caused it to be mutated slightly. Everyone is aware that heavenly flames that were mutated would seldom take the initiative to leave the place it was created. However, this flame was different. After possessing intelligence, it traveled in the direction of the magma, roaming the underground for 1,000 years and devour flames to survive. The flames that it devoured all had a ranking on the heavenly flame ranking. All 21 types were eaten by it. Devouring energy, it seems that only the nihility devouring flame is able to achieve it, right?" Xiao Yan hesitated before speaking. The heavenly flames was just like a shrunken version of a human country. Even though one is born a noble and possess a high position, there was still a possibility that one could be overturned. Eating each other is a kind of instinct to heavenly flames. Normally speaking, however, most of the time, it is the stronger eating the weaker. Zhu Kuan sighed and said. This was also the unique aspect of this flame. It knew how to quickly strengthen itself while avoiding the danger when devouring flames. It consumed the weaker first. After spending an extremely long time, after devouring 20 different heavenly flames, even the natural overlords like the nihility devouring flame and the purifying demonic flame could only prostrate to him. Xiao Yan involuntarily inhaled a breath of cold air after hearing until this point. It was extremely difficult to find heavenly flames in this world. Just what kind of concept swallowing 20 heavenly flames was? If it was a human, even if one could find these heavenly flames, who would dare to swallow these 20 extremely violent heavenly flames? Even the current Xiao Yan would likely have difficulty performing such a thing. Does Elder Zhu Kuan mean, the so-called number 1 on the heavenly flame ranking does not have its own unique name? Instead, whoever can overcome the restraint and emerge from the cruel heavenly flame devourment would be considered the top of the heavenly flame ranking?
Xiao Yan also seemed to have understood this as he verified.
This is the logic.
However, the swallowing of heavenly flames would likely result in the two types of heavenly flames coming into conflict with each other, which result in self-destruction. Hence, only by being able to successfully survive after devouring the other 21 types of heavenly flames will enable that flame to be qualified as the number one heavenly flame.
Zhu Kuan said. Xiao Yan nodded quietly.
Using the flame mantra to refine the heavenly flame was already extremely dangerous. Even less needed to be said if one had to use one's own ability to swallow heavenly flames.
The chances of failure was far too great.
Yet, that heavenly flame was able to remain alive after devouring all the other 21 types of heavenly flames. It must be said that this itself was a miracle that one could not believe. It was likely that one would be unable to find many examples of such an occurrence even in the entire history of the Dou Qi continent. It is unexpected that the top heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking actually has such a secret to it.
Everyone sighed softly.
Clearly, this was the first time that they were aware that the so-called first-ranked heavenly flame did not refer to some unique flame. Instead, it was the ultimate heavenly flame formed by merging the 22 types of heavenly flames. After that heavenly flame succeeded, he referred to himself as the Flame God. He subsequently trained for thousands of years before appearing in this world. Zhu Kuan's eyes had a complicated expression surging within them after he spoke until this point. After that god flame broke into the world, he also gained another title on the Dou Qi continent.
Who? Zhu Kuan let out a deep breath of air.
He stared at the 100,000 feet large ancient god stone statue in front of him. His soft muttering voice was like a thunder that exploded beside the ears of Xiao Yan's group, causing them to immediately become stunned.
At that time, people call him the Dou Qi ancient god.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1638, De-Essence. Chapter 1638, De-Essence. The Dou Qi ancient god is the heavenly flame ranked first on the heavenly flame ranking.
The heavenly flame square had once again become completely silent.
The expressions of everyone had become unusually interesting.
Clearly, they were shaken by this extremely unbelievable information to the point where they could not recover.
Zhu Kuan was also aware of the shock in everyone's heart. He did not speak.
All he did was to lift his head and look at the huge stone statue.
His expression was somewhat complicated.
No one could imagine that the last elite Dou Di on this Dou Qi continent was neither a human nor a magical beast.
Instead, it was a flame born in the world. Gulp.
Suddenly, someone violently swallowed a mouthful of saliva on the quiet square. The remaining individuals had also begun to wake one after another. All of them exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with disbelief.
Brother Zhu Kuan, is what you say the truth? Gu Yuan's steadiness had also diminished because of the shock.
He inhaled a couple of deep breaths and said,
"If we count by age, all of you can be considered to be from my grandson's generation. Who else on this continent but me would be clearly aware of these ancient information?" Zhu Kuan laughed. Everyone laughed bitterly upon hearing this. Zhu Kuan did not need to lie to them.
Hence, their hearts had gradually began to accept this unbelievable reality after their initial shock.
However, how is this related to the matter of advancing to the Dou Di class that you have talked about? Gu Yuan lifted his eyes and dragged the topic back to the most important.
Regardless of the origin of the Dou Qi ancient god, the most important thing that they needed to be concerned about now was how to fight with Hun Tiandi.
There are two things within the ancient god mansion that are most precious.
One is the D-tier embryonic pill that Hun Tiandi had obtained.
The second is, Zhu Kuan paused for a moment after speaking until this point.
His eyes stared intently at the 100,000 feet tall stone statue in front of him.
He spoke with a pause between every word, the de-essence that the Dou Qi ancient god had left behind. De-essence.
Everyone's heart shook as they muttered. It can also be considered the inheritance from the Dou Qi ancient god.
This is the most valuable thing within the ancient god mansion.
Compared to this, the D-tier embryonic pill is a little inferior.
Zhu Kuan laughed. If we are able to obtain this de-essence, we will also be able to produce a Dou Di. At that time, so what if Hun Tiandi managed to break through to the Dou Di class by relying on the D-tier medicinal pill? Everyone's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing this.
It was indeed the case where one would find a way out after reaching the end. Originally, they had thought that they had already lost any ability to resist.
Who could imagine that a possible turnaround had appeared? Where is the de-essence? How can we obtain this inheritance? Gu Yuan's face was flashing with excitement.
However, he sensed that something was wrong after he spoke. He hurriedly spoke, "Brother Zhu Kuan, please do not misunderstand. We will not have learnt of this if you have not told us. The one who has the greatest qualification to obtain this inheritance is definitely you. Our aim is only to fight the Hun clan. We do not wish to snatch anything." Gu Yuan was aware in his heart that if Zhu Kuan was speaking the truth, the D-essence would be a priceless valuable object with nothing that could compare with it. Everyone in this world would convert such a strength. He was worried that his words earlier would lead to Zhu Kuan thinking that he also converted the D-essence.
"There is no need for you to speak in this manner.
I will not be so courteous to give the opportunity to you if I am able to obtain the D-essence. Instead, I would have long since refine and absorb it."
Zhu Kuan laughed bitterly upon saying this. How can one obtain the Dou Qi ancient god's inheritance in such a simple manner?
I have spent all my effort during this period of time but had ended up gaining nothing.
Gu Yuan was startled. He hesitated for a moment and said, "May I know where is this D-essence?" Zhu Kuan walked towards the stone statue. He patted it with his hand and said, "It is inside. However, no one can enter it. Even if the both of us were to attack with our full strength, we will not be able to break this stone statue." The group surrounded the statue upon hearing this. They touched the ancient god stone statue. Although it felt rough, there was no unique feeling from it. No matter how they touched, it appeared just like an ordinary stone. Bang!
Laying by the side touched the stone statue before his fist violently smashed onto it.
A loud sound appeared.
However, Xiao Yan and the rest were stunned to see Lei Ying's body flying backwards by thousands of feet before stabilizing.
It is indeed a little strange. Everyone no longer had any doubts upon seeing this scene. Lei Ying's punch could shatter even mountains.
However, it did not cause even the slightest destruction after landing on the stone statue. Instead, he had been sent flying backwards in such a miserable fashion.
This was not an ordinary occurrence.
This stone statue was protected by the D-essence. A surprise flashed across Gu Yuan's face. They were actually unable to discover the unique aspect of this stone statue back at the Dou Qi mansion.
Zhu Kuan nodded.
He spoke somewhat helplessly, "The D-essence is hidden inside the stone statue.
However, we are unable to break the stone and obtain it.
There should be some unique method."
Gu Yuan frowned and said,
"Perhaps."
Zhu Kuan shook his head.
He mused for a moment before speaking.
"Moreover, this D-essence is not something that anyone can simply absorb.
One might suffer a backlash if one is careless. Since that Dou Qi ancient god is a heavenly flame, it is likely that someone close to the heavenly flames will end up suffering less rejection." Everyone were startled upon hearing those words. Their eyes turned towards Xiao Yan and Yuzhen.
Xiao Yan was undoubtedly the best person present in terms of familiarity and closeness to heavenly flames. Xiao Yan is indeed suitable. His purifying demonic lotus flame has already formed a fire spirit.
His chances of success is the highest.
Gu Yuan nodded and said.
Xiao Yan was startled upon seeing that the topic of the conversation had suddenly been turned towards him. He immediately laughed bitterly. "I think that it might be better to discuss about this matter after we extract the D-essence from inside this thing."
Everyone smiled upon hearing this.
They quickly knitted their brows as they thought of various possible methods.
However, none of them have a good solution after thinking for a while.
One must first break the stone statue in order to obtain the D-essence. However, the stone statue is protected by the essence.
Even Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan were helpless against it.
In this way, it had formed a dead knot that could not be undone.
Xiao Yan also revealed an expression of deep thought. However, he did not manage to get anywhere. He was planning on giving up when a pink fire seedling wiggled on his shoulder. Little E flashed and appeared. The appearance of Little E was a little different this time around.
Its small face had a rapidly changing expression as it stared at the stone statue. Those emotions caused it to appear completely different from before. Xiao Yan was slightly startled as he looked at this manner of Little E.
After learning of the identity of the Dou Qi ancient god, Xiao Yan also understood that it was likely that the Dou Qi ancient god back then had once swallowed the purifying demonic lotus flame. Hence, it was likely that there was quite a great grudge between the two.
"I am able to open the stone statue," Little E's soft voice suddenly said. It had instantly attracted all the eyes present.
Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan immediately appeared beside Xiao Yan.
Their eyes were staring intently at Little E.
"Little E, are you all right?" Xiao Yan asked in a worried manner.
The current Little E seemed to have recalled some extremely distant memories.
"Yes." Little E nodded. Its flabby little face once again revealed a smile that was similar to the past. Xiao Yan only sighed in relief after seeing this.
He said, in that case, please give it a try. There is no need to force yourself if you cannot do it.
Little E nodded again.
It stared at the stone statue and its small body suddenly rose into the sky. Finally, it was suspended at the heart of the stone statue as everyone watched.
An intense purifying demonic lotus flame suddenly spread hurriedly from within Little E's body as it rose into the air.
Finally, it turned into a flame-light pillar that shot towards the heart of the stone statue.
Dot.
After this light was shot out, the 100,000 feet tall stone statue suddenly emitted waves of strange ripples, which spread out in a circular fashion. Everyone's faces revealed a joyous expression after seeing the stone statue, which had remained untouched regardless of what they did, revealed such a change. The stone statue trembled with increased frequency. At the end, one could hear a creaking sound from the movement of the stone statue. A hole was slowly cracked and formed on the chest of the stone statue. Suddenly a warm light spread within the hole. These light appeared like chiffon as it covered over the bodies over everyone present.
Bang bang bang.
After this warm light adhered onto their bodies, Lei Ying, Yanjin and the rest suddenly became paled.
Their legs directly knelt down.
That scene was as though the layer of thin gentle light contained an enormous pressure.
Gu Yuan's and Zhu Kuan's body beside Lei Ying's group were also bent slightly.
Their bones emitted a cracking sound at this moment. Both of their faces had turned flush red.
Boom boom.
This kind of endurance did not last for a long time before the two of them were finally exhausted. A boom sounded and both of their legs landed on the ground. Only Xiao Yan, whose body was covered with a couple of different heavenly flames, was looking at everyone, who had become smaller, with a lost expression. Clearly, he did not understand why he did not feel that kind of terrifying pressure.
This damn Dou Qi ancient god. Zhu Kuan's face was flush red. He clenched his teeth.
However, his body appeared to have been pressed by a mountain, causing him to be unable to move.
Gu Yuan laughed bitterly.
He struggled helplessly before relaxing. It was not considered humiliating to be suppressed by an elite Dou Qi. The thin light swept over the square. After which, it began to slowly withdraw from Gu Yuan and the others. It turned into a light ray that enveloped around Xiao Yan, who had remained standing.
Gu Yuan and the rest stood up after the ray of light withdrew from their bodies.
All of them were startled upon seeing this scene.
Lucky fellow, you are indeed the most suitable. Zhu Kuan's expression was a little complicated.
Back then, he had been greedy for the D essence. This had resulted in him being trapped for thousands of years. It was unexpected that this thing had ended up choosing Xiao Yan.
Xiao Yan, it looks like we can only rely on you.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1639, Ancient D Inheritance. Chapter 1639, Ancient D Inheritance.
Xiao Yan looked at the light pillar which had covered him. His face was covered with a lost expression. Due to some unknown reason, he could vaguely sense that the Dou Qi within his body had begun to fluctuate in a strange fashion.
That feeling was as though it had met something of the same origin. It is heavenly flame Dou Qi.
Xiao Yan mused for a moment before his eyes flashed. He came to a sudden comprehension.
The Dou Qi within his body was tempered by the swallowing of many heavenly flames using the flame mantra.
This kind of characteristic was similar to that of the Dou Qi ancient god.
After all, the latter was a heavenly flame.
It was not unbelievable for these to be such a feeling. Xiao Yan, it seems that the inheritance of the ancient god had chosen you. Gu Yuan looked at the light pillar that covered Xiao Yan and his eyes involuntarily felt a sense of loss. Even he was unable to maintain his calmness in front of the inheritance of the ancient god. After all, he had also been chasing after that level for thousands of years.
However, Gu Yuan understood that he was unable to forcefully do anything about it. The inheritance of the ancient god would choose its own inheritor.
All of them had clearly been eliminated during the selection by the light earlier.
Moreover, Xiao Yan could be considered his son-in-law.
It was not difficult for Gu Yuan to accept the former becoming an elite Dou Qi.
Everyone revealed an expression of envy after hearing this.
They began to cup their hands together and congratulate Xiao Yan. Although their tone was quite envious, there was a greater amount of joy in them. Regardless of who the ancient god inheritance selected, they would at the very least possess an opportunity to fight with Hun Tiandi.
Ugh, the word luck really leaves one speechless, Zhu Kuan sighed.
He immediately said, since the ancient god inheritance had chosen you, you should just accept it. As long as you are able to advance to the Dou Qi class before Hun Tiandi, this calamity will naturally be resolved.
Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding quietly. He was well aware of the current situation.
Once Hun Tiandi successfully complete the final step of the D-tier embryonic pill, the Alliance would definitely suffer the most cruel form of vengeance. Given the character of the Hun clan, they would not feel any mercy even if they slaughtered an entire clan. Everyone please be rest assured that I, Xiao Yan, will definitely do my best. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together towards everyone and spoke in a deep voice. Ha, as for the Hun clan and Hun Tiandi, we will do our best to stop them. Hopefully, we will be able to hold out until you exit your retreat. Yan Jin laughed. I wish to keep this square into the heavenly tomb. I might be able to gain more time in that place. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before sweeping his eyes around him and said. The heavenly tomb, huh? Aye, this is a good idea. The flow of time is slower in that place compared to the outside world. In this way, you will be able to gain some extra time. Gu Yuan nodded. Let's not waste any more time. I will act now. Xiao Yan worked with lightning-fast speed. After having decided on a plan, he waved his sleeve. A huge spatial crack appeared in the sky. After which, it spread apart and devoured the square and stone statue into it. Uncle Gu, if the alliance was to be defeated and is unable to fight, please shatter this jade piece. I will immediately exit my retreat. Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A spiritual jade piece flew towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan nodded after receiving the spiritual jade piece. It was not impossible for such an event to occur. I will inform Xun Er and the rest about this matter. Gu Yuan kept the piece of jade. His eyes stared at Xiao Yan as he softly said, everything is up to you. The expressions of Lei Ying and the rest were stern. They cupped their hands together solemnly as they faced Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan succeeded, the situation would be turned around. If he failed, everyone here would likely be unable to escape being annihilated. Xiao Yan let out a deep breath as he looked at the many stern faces. He was indeed someone with a hard life. He had just rescued his father, only to end up with such a heavy mountain-like burden on his shoulder. However, he must not fail this time around. Xiao Yan quietly cupped his hands together towards everyone. He lifted his head and looked towards the incomparably large light cauldron in the distant sky. At the middle of the light cauldron was a spreading sea of blood. It appeared as though there was a human figure vaguely sitting at that spot. Hun Tiandi, next, let's see who will be the first to reach that stage. Xiao Yan's eyes were locked onto the sea of blood. He suddenly turned around and walked into the slowly shutting spatial crack. After which, his figure and the crack vanished. Gu Yuan and the rest looked at Xiao Yan's disappeared figure. His hands were involuntarily clenched. This subsequent period of time would test their ability. Hopefully, we will be able to hold out until Xiao Yan exit his retreat. Gu Yuan muttered to himself. Immediately, he quickly landed onto the large hall. Everyone hurriedly followed. Subsequently, many orders were being issued in an orderly manner. The enormous Alliance army was mobilized at this moment. A sea of blood scattered in the distant sky. That rich bloody scent filled the land. An extremely abundant energy filled the sea of blood. The middle of the sea of blood was a floating blood lotus. A figure with scattered hair sat on it. Vast and mighty endless energy continued to gather from the sea of blood and the surroundings. Finally, they surged into that figure. That human figure appeared like a bottomless pit in the face of the endless amount of energy. It allowed the vast and mighty energy, which could even fill an elite Dou Sheng to the point of exploding, to pour wildly into it without showing the slightest trace of being full. Ha! The human figure with both eyes tightly shut on the blood lotus, suddenly opened his eyes after having detected something. Those eyes appeared to be filled with blood, causing one to tremble despite not feeling cold. This ripple. Hun Tiandi frowned slightly. He could detect a slight fear a moment earlier. However, that feeling had already vanished when he was about to carefully observe it. Was I mistaken? Hun Tiandi muttered to himself. The huge formation had enveloped the entire central plains. Even though he had already formed an initial merger within the D-tier embryonic pill, he still felt a great amount of pressure. If it was not because the formation was maintained by the strong foundation of the Hun clan, it was likely that it would already cracked apart. He was unable to split his attention and observe those slight changes over the central plains due to the need for him to remain focused. Chie! Hun Tiandi muttered softly to himself. A fluctuation suddenly appeared behind him and a black flame person appeared. It was the Nihility devouring flame. How is the clan? Hun Tiandi did not turn around as he asked in a faint voice. Over 1 million descendant citizens had been thrown into the blood pool. However, it is still insufficient to maintain the formation. The Nihility devouring flame looked at the back. A flash appeared in his eyes. Originally, both he and Hun Tiandi were of equal status. However, after Hun Tiandi had obtained the D-tier embryonic pill,
this relationship had become uneven.
Nevertheless, he did not have any solution to this. All he could do was to continue enduring.
Throw all the descendant citizens we have captured from the Ling, Shi, and Yao clans into the blood pool. If it is still insufficient, throw our clan's descendant citizens into the blood pool. I require sufficient energy to complete the final step of completing this pill. Han Tiandi spoke indifferently. Even our clan's descendant citizens has to be thrown into the blood pool? The nihility devouring flame was startled as he said. That will lead to the objection of many elders. You should understand how to deal with those who objects. Han Tiandi laughed faintly. The blood lotus was rotated. Immediately, those blood-covered eyes looked towards the nihility devouring flame and softly said, "You should understand that I will pay any price in order to successfully step into that level." Remember, it is any price. The Han clan will definitely be destroyed if I fail. At that time, even you will have difficulty escaping. Black flames danced within the eyes of the nihility devouring flame. Finally, he nodded. Relax, once I am able to advance into that level, I will also think of all ways for you to break through. Han Tiandi laughed. However, you must also perform your task before that well. Understood. I will do as you say. The nihility devouring flame nodded. After which, his body moved and he disappeared from the sea of blood. Han Tiandi smiled in a satisfied manner as he looked at the spot where the nihility devouring flame had disappeared. A faint strange expression flashed across his eyes. The Han clan was able to survive until today because of the nihility devouring flame. This was an extremely important matter to the entire Han clan. In the hearts of many elders, they had even thought of the nihility devouring flame as the most important person within the Han clan. After all, as long as he existed, the Han clan would not decline because of bloodline issues. From a certain point of view, even Han Tiandi might not be as important as the nihility devouring flame in the hearts of certain members in the clan. This situation was naturally detected by Han Tiandi. However, he had never spoke anything with regards to this. This was because he understood that the old Han clan did indeed need to rely on the nihility devouring flame. However, this kind of reliance would disappear from now onwards. At that time, the nihility devouring flame would no longer be of any use. If I become a Dou Qi, I would need to refine a good life flame. Han Tiandi laughed softly. Those blood-filled eyes appeared incomparably dark and cold. Immediately, the blood lotus was rotated. Both of his eyes were slowly shut as he continued to absorb the vast and mighty energy that was forcefully extracted from the central plains. An extremely faint black glow quietly flashed past the sea of blood as Han Tiandi turned around. A tiny black fire seedling was quietly extinguished from the sea of blood. This scene had lasted for only a short moment. Additionally, it was hidden by the vast and mighty energy of the sea of blood. Even Han Tiandi was unable to detect it. The nihility devouring flame, who had exited the Han realm, looked at the hundreds of thousand feet large blood pool below him with a cold and indifferent expression. There was a continuous stream of people being thrown into it from around the blood pool. Miserable screech scattered across the sky. The nihility devouring flame watched the scene indifferently. The black flame over his finger suddenly flashed. Immediately, his body stiffened slightly. Both of his fists were slowly clenched. A densely cold expression flashed across his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1640, Origin Qi. Chapter 1640, Origin Qi. Heavenly Tomb. A huge square floated in the sky while 100,000 feet large stone statue stood on it. A faint pressure enveloped the entire heavenly tomb, causing the many spiritual bodies within it to feel a horror that originated from within their souls. Xiao Yan stood on the square. His eyes looked at the incomparably large ancient god stone statue in front of him. He inhaled a deep breath of air before respectfully bowing towards the stone statue. After which, his body slowly rose into the air. Finally, he paused at the hole on the chest of the stone statue. The surface of the hole was filled with a water ripple like faint luster. This light might appear weak, but Xiao Yan did not dare to slight it. This was because this seemingly weak light had easily pressed experts like Gu Yuan and Zhu Kun onto their knees earlier. Little Yi had also flashed and appeared on Xiao Yan's shoulder at this moment. Purifying demonic lotus flame surged and wrapped around his body. Success or defeat will be determined by this, Xiao Yan muttered. A determined expression rose on his face as he stepped forward and directly strided into the stone hole. Buzz! Xiao Yan penetrated through the weak light. He could clearly sense a kind of probing sweeping past the surface of his body. Everything within his body, including even his soul, could not escape from this inspection.
This feeling was as though all of his secret had been exposed at this moment. Although Xiao Yan was being carefully scanned, it was fortunate that the light did not display any rejection against Xiao Yan. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's eyes became dazzled. A giddy feeling was emitted from within his mind. This giddiness lasted for a moment. After Xiao Yan finally recovered, he suddenly discovered that the surrounding environment had undergone a drastic change. Brilliant flames filled his eyes. Undoubtedly, this was a sea of fire. Moreover, the sea of fire was extremely colorful. It was so bright that it caused one to be amazed. Heavenly flame sea ha! Xiao Yan lowered his body. His hand gently grabbed at a purple flame, which had appeared. A familiar feeling rose into his heart as he involuntarily muttered, 3,000 burning flame. Xiao Yan opened his stride and walked into the sea of fire, where many different heavenly flames had gathered. While he walked, these flames began to cluster around him. Their manner was as though they had great affinity with him. It seems that your constitution is greatly welcomed by the heavenly flames. Xiao Yan was slowly walking when an elderly voice, which contained some laughter, suddenly resounded over the sea of fire. This sudden voice caused Xiao Yan to be slightly startled. He hurriedly lifted his head and looked at a sea of fire a short distance away. Flames had gathered on that spot. It turned into a huge flame bud that slowly bloomed. An elderly figure in deep-colored robe appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. The elderly figure was wearing a deep-colored robe. His expression did not reveal any uniqueness. If one was to ignore his multicolored bright hair, he would appear little different from those ordinary elders. At this moment, the old man was seated within a flower bud. His elderly face wore an unknown smile as he stared at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had already seen this figure many times. However, those whom he had met were either an illusory figure or a fake. This time around, however, Xiao Yan understood in his heart that this was the true Dou Qi ancient god. Perhaps this might merely be a remnant shadow or a soul fragment, but regardless of what the case was, this person was the legendary last elite Dou Qi on the Dou Qi continent. This junior Xiao Yan greets elder ancient god. Xiao Yan suppressed the shock within his heart. He respectfully gave the old man seated in the flower bud a bow of someone from the younger generation. It seems that the mansion that I have left behind has been opened. Dou Qi ancient god smiled faintly. He waved his hand and the sea of flame in front of him rose to form a fire flower bud. Sit. Xiao Yan did not put up any act upon hearing this. His body flashed and he sat down in that fire flower bud. Xiao Yan felt emotions surging in his heart now that he was observing this legendary person at such a close proximity. Only at this moment did he realize that the brilliant long hair of the Dou Qi ancient god actually had faint fire seedlings rising from it. Immediately, he came to a comprehension. Zhu Kuan had mentioned that the Dou Qi ancient god was a heavenly flame to begin with. He had only evolved after devouring the other 21 types of heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. Subsequently, he trained for an extremely long period of time before reaching the Dou Qi class. After Xiao Yan roughly glanced at the number of colors on those long hair, he discovered that there were coincidentally 21 of them. Has there been any new Dou Qi appearing on the current Dou Qi continent? The Dou Qi ancient god looked at Xiao Yan as he smilingly inquired. Elder is the last elite Dou Qi on the Dou Qi continent until now. No elite Dou Qi had appeared after you. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before replying. As expected, the Dou Qi ancient god was not overly surprised at this reply. Instead, he nodded gently. Is Elder aware of the reason for this? I have once heard my ancestor say that the current Dou Qi continent seems to have a missing mysterious energy as compared to the ancient times. Xiao Yan could not resist his curiosity as he asked. Haha, your ancestor is rather capable. He is actually able to discover this. The Dou Qi ancient god was a little startled upon hearing this. He laughed. This is indeed the case. With the flow of time, the current Dou Qi continent had begun to lack something. This is the critical factor in advancing to the Dou Qi class. Otherwise, regardless of how outstanding one's talent is, one could only stop before the sky. What is missing? Xiao Yan frowned and softly asked. Origin. The Dou Qi ancient god gently uttered a seemingly deep and unfathomable word. Origin? During the ancient times, some experts refer to this thing as origin qi. This is a mysterious energy that was formed with the world. Only after absorbing the origin qi will one be able to successfully break through the barrier to the Dou Qi class. The Dou Qi ancient god nodded slightly and replied. Every plane would have some origin qi being formed when it was created. However, origin qi cannot be created again. In other words, every origin qi exhausted would lead to it being diminished in this world. Elite Dou Qi is an existence that surpassed this world. The birth of every Dou Qi would greatly exhaust quite a lot of origin qi. In the face of this expenditure without replenishment, it would eventually reach a point where nothing remain.
This is the reason why the Dou Qi continent no longer produces any Dou Di. This is because the current Dou Qi continent no longer has any origin Qi. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. This was indeed the case of the predecessors enjoying and the descendants suffering.
The so-called origin Qi had been completely exhausted by the ancient people. This had resulted in some problems that had to be borne by the subsequent generation. Someone has already obtained the D-tier embryonic pill that Elder has left behind.
Currently, that person is engaging in a massacre and forcefully extracting energy in order to complete the D-tier embryonic pill. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly before refocusing on the main topic. No matter what had happened in the past, the thing that he needed to consider now was how to advance into the Dou Di class and stop Hun Tiandi. The D-tier embryonic pill contained a trace of origin Qi. If that person is really able to complete the final step, it would not be impossible for him to advance into the Dou Di class. The Dou Qi ancient god laughed. He immediately looked at Xiao Yan and said, I am aware of your motive in coming here. Xiao Yan's expression was grave.
He cupped his hands together and said, I hope that Elser will aid me. This could be considered a great calamity of the Dou Qi continent.
I am not really interested about whether there is a calamity or otherwise.
You should perhaps be aware of my identity, the Dou Qi ancient god laughed. However, since you are able to come to this place, you are naturally the most suitable person to inherit my inheritance.
If you can.
Elder, thank you for your favor.
Xiao Yan rejoiced. Ha ha.
Dou Qi ancient god smiled and waved his hand. He suddenly beckoned Xiao Yan.
A cluster of pink flame immediately rose from within the latter's body.
Finally, it turned into a fire baby as it appeared in the former's hand.
It was little E.
Purifying demonic lotus flame, it has been a long time since we have met, the Dou Qi ancient god looked at little E in his hand.
He laughed softly and said.
Little E's small face contained an iciness and hatred as it stared at the Dou Qi ancient god.
However, it did not say anything.
There was a lost expression flashing over its small face. From the looks of it, it appeared to be unable to clearly remember the distant past. The only thing that it knew was that his feelings towards this person in its heart was a mixture of fear and complicated emotions.
It looks like you still hate me greatly. Dou Qi ancient god was unconcerned about the emotion in little Yi's eyes.
He turned his eyes towards Xiao Yan and said, there is a feeling that I am familiar with in your body.
If I guess correctly, you should have practiced a mysterious Qi method that can devour heavenly flames, right? Xiao Yan was startled.
Immediately, he understood that it was impossible to keep any secret in front of this person's eyes. Subsequently, he nodded quietly. That Qi method is not bad.
Back then, I only managed to achieve my future success because of it. Dou Qi ancient god laughed.
Elder is actually the creator of the flame mantra?
Xiao Yan's expression was slightly altered.
It was unexpected that the mysterious Qi method was actually created by Dou Qi ancient god.
However, this did make sense.
Only such a person could create this mysterious Qi method.
Haha, you have guessed wrongly. The flame mantra that you spoke of is not created by me.
When my soul and intelligence was formed back then, I had coincidentally found this Qi method in my lost state.
This had resulted in me undergoing some changes.
Come to think of it, this Qi method had been of a great help to me.
I am also quite curious about its creator. However, I have never met him. Dou Qi ancient god laughed. It is really difficult when pondering one's fate.
Perhaps the both of us could be barely considered to be from the same sect. Xiao Yan widened his mouth. His heart was extremely shaken. It was unexpected that the flame mantra actually had such a relation to the Dou Qi ancient god.
However, he was unaware of just what kind of outstanding person the creator of this unbelievable Qi method was to create it. Haha, it has been many years since I have talked to someone. I have spoken a lot of unnecessary things today.
The Dou Qi ancient god flicked his finger gently.
The endless brilliant sea of fire suddenly shook.
Finally, a fire dragon surged and agglomerated into a fist-sized brilliant lotus. Many fire seedling rose on the surface of the lotus.
My inheritance is in this place.
Whether you can reach the Dou Di class depends on your own fate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1641, Catastrophe. Chapter 1641, Catastrophe.
An excited expression involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the brilliant lotus floating on the sea of fire. There was no longer any of the so-called origin Qi remaining in the current Dou Qi continent. This meant that there would no longer be anyone who could advance into the Dou Di class.
Hun Tiandi had obtained the D-tier embryonic pill.
This had given him the opportunity to step into the Dou Qi class. The only hope of Xiao Yan and the Alliance army was this ancient god inheritance.
There was only 2 ways remaining to advance into the Dou Qi class in the current continent. This was because only the D-tier embryonic pill and the ancient god inheritance contained the 2 remaining origin chi in this world. My inheritance requires one to have a stone-like heart. As long as a single thread of thought exists, one would never be destroyed.
The Dou Qi ancient god looked at the excited Xiao Yan. He smiled faintly and flicked his finger. That brilliant flame lotus slowly landed. Finally, it was suspended above Xiao Yan's head.
Whew! Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air.
He quickly calmed himself.
All distractions had been eliminated with his determination.
Buzz buzz. The fire lotus emitted a strange luster. After which, it slowly descended and directly penetrated through Xiao Yan's skin and landed inside his mind.
Bang!
Xiao Yan's body immediately turned red after the fire lotus entered. A terrifying endless energy that caused one to be stunned spread within his body at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the veins within Xiao Yan's body had swelled. An intense pain spread throughout his meridians.
Perspiration fell crazily out of the pores of Xiao Yan's body like a stream.
His body had also shrunk many times within a short instant. That originally skinny body of his had become just like a monkey with skin over his bones.
Pain covered Xiao Yan's face as his perspiration fell like a waterfall.
That intense pain caused his face to become a little distorted.
The Dou Qi ancient god watched this scene.
His expression was calm.
If Xiao Yan was unable to even endure through this initial stage, receiving the inheritance would be nothing but a joke. Xiao Yan's body was shrinking wildly within the sea of fire.
Both of his eyes were suddenly opened at this moment. His eyes had exploded into a cluster of bloody fog.
Bang!
Both eyes burst apart. Soon after, explosions were emitted from all over Xiao Yan's body. Subsequently, his body was directly exploded because of the terrifying strength from the inheritance. The Dou Qi ancient god twitched his brow slightly upon seeing this. Now was the moment that the inheritance had begun. However, if Xiao Yan was unable to do as he said, the inheritance would not only be a failure but both Xiao Yan's physical body and soul would also suffer an extremely serious injury.
Have I failed?
Xiao Yan's soul looked at the blood void that spread. He could sense a weak feeling spreading from deep within his soul. That feeling gave him an impulse to fall into a giddy slumber. However, this impulse had only just appeared when Xiao Yan suddenly woke up. He was aware that he was currently at an extremely dangerous moment. If he was to simply fall into a slumber, even his soul would gradually scatter in the world.
My physical body is too weak. I am unable to endure the strength of the inheritance. However, now that my physical body is destroyed, how can I absorb the energy? Xiao Yan's soul agglomerated into a transparent light cluster. He was currently in a difficult position. Without a physical body, he was unable to absorb the inheritance energy. However, refining a physical body required many complicated steps. Where would he find the time to refine a physical body now? A heart like a stone. As long as a single thread of thought exists, one would never be destroyed.
The soul light cluster flickered wildly. At this critical moment, however, Xiao Yan's somewhat anxious heart had begun to calm down. His mind recalled the words that the Dou Qi ancient god had mentioned earlier and came to a comprehension. The soul light cluster he had turned into suddenly flickered intensely as his heart came to a comprehension. There was a brilliant light shooting out from within his soul. If one was to look carefully, one would find that it was surprisingly that fire lotus seed. After this brilliant light shot out, the blood fog that originally scattered suddenly began to shrink in a strange manner. After which, a mysterious scene appeared. One could see the blood fog gathering rapidly and enveloping around the soul light cluster. Within a short moment, it had once again formed a living physical body. Xiao Yan rejoiced in his heart after the physical body was formed. He could sense that the physical body he had formed this time around was actually much stronger than earlier.
Creation amidst destruction.
Continuously creating a new physical body to adapt to the inheritance strength.
Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. An excited expression vaguely flashed across them.
However, this excitement did not continue for long before the flame lotus once again emitted a terrifying strength, which could cause the entire world to tremble.
Bang!
The physical body that Xiao Yan had just formed had once again exploded into a bloody fog under the assault of the energy. This time around, even his soul itself felt an intense pain.
A heart as firm as stone and one will never be destroyed.
Xiao Yan did not panic after having already comprehended the situation in his heart.
He focused his mind and did not allow any distractions to appear. The blood fog that exploded once again gathered as Xiao Yan's mind and soul remained focused.
In the blink of an eye, it had once again formed an even stronger new physical body.
Boom, boom, boom.
A continuous stream of low and deep sound appeared within the sea of fire. Xiao Yan's body continued to be agglomerate and explode in a repeated manner. It was as though a perfect cycle had been formed. A smile rose on the Dou Qi ancient god's face as he watched the scene.
He nodded gently. This lad's comprehension was quite good. No wonder he was able to reach such a stage at a young age. Moreover, the most valuable aspect was that rock-like determination and perseverance. It looks like my mission is going to come to an end soon.
The Dou Qi ancient god smiled. His tone contained a faint feeling of being freed.
Time flew by amidst the training.
Without realizing it, a year had swiftly passed. Xiao Yan had experienced countless number of destructions and rebirth during this 1 year. In the face of this cycle, even Xiao Yan's mind had become giddy despite his perseverance. Only that remaining thought of his firmly guarded his soul. This single desire drove his physical body to gradually adapt to the inherent strength amidst the countless number of destruction. However, there was still no end in sight amidst the bitter training. Self-destruction and rebirth continued on its endless cycle. 1 year within the heavenly tomb was over 2 months to the Dou Qi continent. During these 2 months, the central plains experienced an extreme fluctuation. The formation that was placed by the Han clan covered the entire central plains. This has resulted in the central plains become a place of death that one could not exit from. The originally azure sky was currently covered by a thick layer of blood cloud. Sunlight penetrated through the blood cloud and shone onto the land. A dark luster shot out, causing one to feel incomparably pressured. A bloody scent enveloped every corner of the central plains. Occasionally, many bloodlight would shoot out from the blood cloud covering the central plains. Corpses lay wherever the bloodlight passed and blood flowed like river. This was a genuine calamity. Faced with this action from the Han clan, countless factions and sects appeared extremely furious initially. However, this fury had gradually turned into horror after they gathered together and attacked the formation, only to end up with most of them being killed by the bloodlight that seemed to penetrate the world. Only at this moment did they understand just how vicious and powerful the methods of the Han clan was. Faced with the bloodlight that would occasionally descend on them and cause blood to flow over the land, many sects and factions had no choice but to shift themselves. Their destination was naturally the headquarters of the SK Mansion Alliance. At this moment, only the area around the Sky Mansion Alliance headquarters within the Central Plains could resist the erosion of those bloodlight. Hence, within less than a month, the area within tens of thousands kilometers of the Sky Mansion Alliance was occupied by countless people. Every corner was filled with black masses of people. The entire Central Plains had descended into chaos at this moment. The Alliance was helpless in the faces of these factions that had hurried over to seek protection. All they could do was to join hands with many experts to unleash a huge defensive barrier that covered a 5,000-kilometer radius around the Sky Mansion Alliance. Despite this being the case, this defensive barrier still seemed to provide an inadequate space. Many factions had no choice but to engage in a conflict with the other factions in order to maintain their safe area. They even fought with each other, resulting in many deaths and injuries. However, the Alliance army was unable to intervene in this matter. It was already the limit of the Alliance army to perform so much. Order was completely absent under the threat of death. While they were defending, Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan and the others from the Alliance army had also tried cooperating to stop Han Tiandi from using all the lives in this world to complete the D-tier medicinal pill. However, they ended up returning in failure. How could it be so easy to destroy a formation that had absorbed blood and chi from countless of lives and guarded by Han Tiandi? Following the flow of time, the originally flourishing Central Plains was covered in desolation. At a glance, it was as though doomsday had arrived. With more time passing, everyone felt increasingly hopeless as they saw the aura within the blood cloud becoming increasingly fierce and monstrous. All of them understood that the moment that the demon came out from the blood cloud would be the moment when the Central Plains would come to an end. No one was able to stop this situation. The only thing that they could do was to simply watch as the bloody aura in the air became denser. The blood cloud covering the sun, calamity descends on the Central Plains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1642 Hundi, Dou Di, Han Tiandi. Chapter 1642 Hundi, Dou Di, Han Tiandi. All life ceased to exist in the face of this calamity. The blood cloud covered the Central Plains for 3 months. However, it did not show any signs of weakening. During these 3 months, the prosperous and lively Central Plains had become unusually messy and desolated. Everyone were in panic as they searched for safe places to hide. Many had even ventured underground in hopes that doing so would allow them to hide from this calamity. Thick blood cloud covered the sky above the central plains.
Dense revolting bloody stench permeated the air. The land was bright red.
Viscous blood dyed the central plains until it became like the land of the demons. Dense white bone drifted within the sea of blood. There appeared to be countless sharp screeches reverberating within the sky, causing one's pores to stand. Such a massacre was extremely rare even in the history of the Dou Qi continent. After all, regardless of what kind of big battle erupted, an ordinary person would most likely not intervene. However, the Han clan could be considered extremely heartless this time around.
Their massacre would not stop because of anyone's identity.
Many people became increasingly hopeless in their hearts as they looked at the blood cloud in the sky, which left one's heart cold. With more time passing by, the energy gathered within the formation became increasingly terrifying. Everyone knew that once Hun Tiandi broke out from his retreat, no one in this world would be able to stop him. The entire land was covered by death and darkness. The despair caused one to tremble despite not feeling cold.
Sky Mansion Alliance headquarters. Many figures stood on a tall stage.
Their eyes contained a gloominess as it penetrated through the huge defensive barrier in the sky.
Finally, they looked at the blood cloud permeating the sky. Hun Tiandi's aura is becoming increasingly strong.
I can sense that he is about to succeed. The pressure and silence continued for a moment before Zhu Kun slowly spoke. The hearts of the few people beside him involuntarily sunk upon hearing his words.
Don't tell me that we are simply just going to watch him complete the final step? Lei Ying clenched his teeth.
His voice had some grievance that could not be described. They were just like tortoises during this period of time. All of them had shrunk into the defensive barrier. This kind of feeling was considered a kind of torture towards his somewhat fiery hot temper.
The formation has been formed.
Just the energy gathered within the blood cloud is sufficient to give us trouble. There is no need to even talk about charging inside and engage in a life and death battle with Hun Tiandi.
Gu Yuan shook his head.
There was a rich helpless feeling within his eyes. The strength of Hun Tiandi was no longer something that they could compare with. They might be able to temporarily maintain his body. It was quite a difficult thing. It was really wishful in thinking of attack now. Hearing this, everyone's fists were involuntarily clenched. Even they were felt a little hopeless in the face of this situation. Even less needed to speak of the others. The area around the alliance was also filled with conflict. Those factions which had come to seek protection began to fight each other in order to occupy a safe position. Yan Jin sighed softly. These useless trash.
Back then, they were simply idling by the side when we are fighting with the Hun clan.
Now that they have tasted the bitter pill, they actually dare come to seek our protection.
Lei Ying cried furiously.
Everyone smiled bitterly.
Where would these factions find the courage to participate in the war between the Alliance army and the Hun clan? There is no need to be overly pessimistic.
We still have some hope. Gu Yuan braced his attention, smiled and said. Everyone appeared to have recalled the final hope upon hearing this. Light surged within their eyes.
Indeed, they still had some hope. Now, all we can do is pray that Xiao Yan will be able to successfully accept the ancient god inheritance.
That is the only way for us to turn things around, otherwise, the central plains will really be finished. The skinny young man's image floated in his mind as Gu Yuan spoke softly. However, I do believe that he will show us a miracle.
It is naturally for the best if that is the case. It seemed as though Gu Yuan's words were infectious.
The originally tensed group relaxed slightly.
A smile appeared on their faces.
Time slowly passed amidst the horror and hopelessness of countless individuals. The blood cloud that enveloped the sky created such a pressure that one had the impulse to become mad.
3 months, 4 months, 5 months, half a year.
The blood cloud in the sky became increasingly deep and solemn.
At the same time, they also became increasingly thick.
At times, even the sunlight had difficulty penetrating. An increasing number of bloodlight swept across the sky during this period of time. The surge of each bloodlight would be accompanied by a bloody scent that rose to the sky. However, with an increasing number of people swarming into the defense barrier that the Sky Mansion Alliance had placed, some of the terrifying bloodlight gradually changed their target. At the end, they even began to smash onto the defensive barrier. Fortunately, there were many powerful individuals in the alliance.
Hence, stabilizing this defensive barrier did not pose much of a problem.
Of course, each time the bloodlight charged towards the defensive barrier, it naturally caused many to panic. After all, the only protection everyone had was the defensive barrier in the sky. Once this defensive barrier was broken, they would become a member of the corpses that covered the land. Half a year slowly passed while countless number of individuals were feeling terrified. No overly great earth-shaking big battle erupted during this half a year.
However, the pressurizing bloody stench was a much greater cause of craziness compared to any big battle.
The blood cloud merely covered half of the central plains during this half a month's time.
No experts from the Hun clan appeared. Even Hun Tiandi's voice did not appear in the sky. However, the fierce and monstrous aura from the Sea of Blood was becoming increasingly terrifying with the flow of time. On the 7th month after the formation covered the whole of the central plains, the Sea of Blood in the distant sky finally revealed some ripples. The Sea of Blood churned. A whirlpool appeared within the Sea of Blood. After which, a huge blood-colored lotus slowly rose from the Sea of Blood. A figure was seated on the blood lotus. Blood-colored hair fell like a waterfall. Some even fell into the Sea of Blood. The figure floated on the Sea of Blood like a demon spreading its wings. A strength that leaves one intoxicated. The human figure's tightly shut eyes were slowly opened. The scarlet color that filled it caused huge waves to rise within the Sea of Blood. Crash! The space behind Han Tiandi became distorted when he opened his eyes. A human figure covered in black flames appeared. Those descendant citizens from the Ling, Shi, and Yao clans had all been thrown into the blood pool. 60 to 70% of the descendant citizens from the Hun clan has also been thrown in. However, this had led to much dissatisfaction. The Nihility devouring flame looked at the human figure, whose hair had turned into the color of blood, and said. Those blood eyes of Hun Tiandi fluctuated slightly. He laughed softly. The blood lotus was rotated and he looked directly at the Nihility devouring flame. The black flame in the eyes of the Nihility devouring flame leaped after he was being watched by Hun Tiandi. He asked in a faint voice, "What is the matter?" There seems to be something extra mixed within the energy of the Sea of Blood? Hun Tiandi laughed. Oh. The black flame within the eyes of the Nihility devouring flame withered intensely. Hun Tiandi was full of smiles. His hand was suddenly extended into the Sea of Blood in front of him. After which, he grabbed violently. The entire Sea of Blood began to churn. Subsequently, traces of black light agglomerated in his palm. Finally, it transformed into a cluster of black flame. If I were to absorb these energy into my body, a devouring seed would likely have been planted, right? Hun Tiandi smiled as he looked at the cluster of black flame. After which, he faced the Nihility devouring flame and said, "It looks like you aren't loyal to me? You have forced me to do this." Fierce light suddenly shot out from the eyes of the Nihility devouring flame. Both of his hands suddenly pressed on the Sea of Blood. A ripple was emitted. Soon after, the Sea of Blood fluctuated. Endless black flames spread from it and crazily erupted towards Hun Tiandi. Attack! The Nihility devouring flame suddenly let out a stern cry when the Nihility devouring flame attacked. One could see the surrounding space fluctuate. Dozens of figures appeared. They hesitated for a moment before widening their mouths and spat out a cluster of dense black flame. These black flames swiftly gathered. Finally, they turned into a strange array on the Sea of Blood. They subsequently covered Hun Tiandi. Haha, it looks like you have quietly schemed during these years. These elders have actually been unknowingly controlled by you, Hun Tiandi spoke with some surprise after seeing these familiar figures. Humph. Forget about these elders. Most of the clan members of the Hun clan have a bloodline seal that I have placed within their bodies. Hun Tiandi, do you really think that I am unprepared? With just a thought of mine, your Hun clan will suffer serious losses. The Nihility devouring flame laughed coldly. Originally, I would not have swooped to this. However, you actually plan to kill me. You cannot blame me for acting first. Suffer serious loss? Hun Tiandi shook his head. The expression in his eyes suddenly became dark and dense. As long as I am around, the Hun clan will never end up suffering serious losses. Your current self can also forget about fighting me. That is merely suicidal. Hun Tiandi suddenly stood up from the blood lotus. He laughed out loud towards the sky. His mouth widened immediately and a suction force erupted. That black flame array covering him was turned into a line of fire that was swallowed by him. An aura that seemed to surpass this world suddenly surged out from within Hun Tiandi's body as he attacked. Immediately, a giant wave rose from this endless sea of blood. Bang bang bang! The sea of blood below those dozens of elders from the Hun clan surged. Finally, they were wrapped by blood bubbles. Those blood bubbles were shrunk violently and one was able to hear many muffled sound appearing. Their bodies were exploded into splutters of blood that merged into the sea of blood. These experts from the Hun clan did not even have the opportunity to react before they were directly killed by Hun Tiandi. You have already succeeded?
The nihility devouring flame finally paled from shock after sensing the vast and mighty aura that surpassed the world. I have succeeded for half a month and I was merely waiting for you. Hun Tiandi licked his bright red lips. His palm was aimed at the nihility devouring flame before grabbing gently. In order to congratulate me on successfully becoming the first elite Dou Qi in 10,000 years, please hand me your essence flame. But Hun Tiandi, the lives of those clan members of the Hun clan can be taken by me with just a thought. Do not blame me for being ruthless if you dare attack.
The nihility devouring flame roared.
Hun Tiandi paused momentarily upon hearing this. He turned his head and looked at the nihility devouring flame with a strange expression. He said, "You have been with me for such a long time.
Don't tell me that you are unaware of my character?" The nihility devouring flame felt his heart becoming cold. This fellow was willing to pay any price in order to achieve his aim, even if the price was the entire Hun clan.
Come over. Just as the nihility devouring flame had comprehended this and planned to flee, however, he was shocked to discover that his body was no longer able to move.
Explode. Hun Tiandi wore a smile. He gently aimed and clenched his hand at the nihility devouring flame.
The latter's body exploded apart. It turned into black flames that permeated the sky as it crazily fled in all directions.
Hun Tiandi glanced at the fleeing black flame.
He widened his mouth and a suction force erupted.
The many black flames swiftly flew backwards and entered into his mouth. Your present strength is just like an ant in my eyes.
Hun Tiandi elegantly rubbed the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand after easily swallowing the nihility devouring flame into his body.
His scarlet lips appeared extremely evil.
Now, it seems that I should head over and finish off those troublesome fellows. Hun Tiandi's eyes were thrown towards the land. A strange smile surfaced on his face. At the same time, a voice, which contained an endless bloodthirstiness, resounded over the central plains in a vast and mighty fashion. Remember that today is the day that I, Hun Tiandi, has gained the title of a god.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1643, The Strength of a Dou Qi. Chapter 1643, The Strength of a Dou Qi. Hun Tiandi, he has succeeded. Gu Yuan's and Zhu Kuan's expressions suddenly changed as they stood at the headquarters of the Alliance.
Their faces were filled with shock as they were lifted. They looked at the thick blood cloud outside of the defensive barrier. For the first time, they could sense an aura, which caused their souls to tremble, at that spot. That aura was something that only an elite Dou Qi possessed. The only person within the blood cloud who could become an elite Dou Qi was naturally Hun Tiandi. Today is the day that I, Hun Tiandi, has gained the title of a god. A vast and mighty voice filled with a bloody scent descended from the sky and resounded over every corner of the central plains just as the expressions of Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan changed.
Hun Tiandi. The area around the Alliance headquarters immediately turned into an uproar after hearing this name, which was currently regarded as a demon. Everyone suddenly stood up.
Their faces were covered with horror as they looked towards the sky.
Buzz buzz.
A hurried warning siren sounded within the star realm while everyone were shocked. The Alliance army rushed out from all over the place and spread in all directions.
Finally, it turned into a black mass of powerful army that was suspended in the sky.
The Alliance army had clearly undergone quite a lot of training during this half a year. The manner in which the army currently acted involved a much deeper cooperation compared to the past. Their auras also appeared unified. The chaos gradually calmed as everyone looked at the big army of black mass floating in the air. It seemed that the action of the Alliance army had caused everyone to feel slightly reassured, despite everyone understanding that this reassurance was extremely fragile.
Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, and the rest had appeared in front of the large army at the same time.
Their expressions were grave as they lifted their heads to look at the layers of blood cloud outside of the defensive barrier. At this moment, the bloody scent in the world seemed to be much denser as compared to before. This aura does indeed belong to Hun Tiandi. Gu Yuan inhaled a deep breath of air. He suppressed the irritation and uneasiness within his heart.
With a wave of his hand, he spoke in a deep voice, "Everyone, ready yourselves."
The Alliance army immediately cried out in unison after hearing this.
Their aura was quite strong.
If we do not stop him this time around, this entire Dou Qi continent would likely be controlled by Hun Tiandi. At that time, all creatures will die. Yan Jin spoke in a solemn voice.
If nothing unexpected occurs, this would be their final battle. Gu Yuan and the rest nodded quietly.
Hun Tiandi had arrived while being accompanied by the might of a Dou Qi.
Just he alone would be able to fight against the entire Alliance army.
If they were careless, they would likely be defeated in this war, which had continued for a long time.
Is there any news from Xiao Yan? Lei Ying asked. No. Gu Yuan shook his head and replied. The inheritance of the ancient god is not a joke. It likely requires quite a long time. But we do not have so much time left. Lei Ying laughed bitterly. Gu Yuan was quiet for a moment before he said, It is not that I do not wish to inform him. However, all of you should know that Xiao Yan is our only remaining hope. Only if he successfully advances into the Dou Qi class will we be able to fight against Han Tiandi. Otherwise, even if we were to summon him out before that, it would be completely useless. At that time, we will only bury our only hope. Yan Jin and the rest sighed softly. All they could do was to nod their heads. They also understand that Gu Yuan was indeed speaking the truth. Some of the younger generation of our three clans has already been transferred away. At the very least, a little of our bloodline will be preserved. Hence, even if we fail today, as long as Xiao Yan can succeed, the bloodline of our three clans will still continue. Gu Yuan spoke in a deep voice. Therefore, we must not call Xiao Yan out before he succeed. You are right. In that case, we will do as you say. Our Lei clan does not have anyone who is afraid to die. Even if that bastard Han Tiandi has really become a Dou Qi, my Lei clan will still dare to fight him. Lei Ying clenched his teeth and came around. He cupped his hands together and said. Gu Yuan smiled slightly. The ripples in his heart had also slowly calmed down. He lifted his head and his eyes looked at the thick blood cloud. Currently, it was time to live and die with the Alliance army. The blood cloud that covered the sky did not move as the Alliance army waited solemnly. Rich bloody scent drifted across the sky. However, this kind of silence did not cause one to be relaxed. This was because everyone could sense the feeling of an imminent storm. The pressurizing silence continued for around an hour. Finally, ripples rose within the blood cloud, which had covered the central plains for over half a year. After which, the blood cloud covering the sky slowly parted in front of many people's eyes. Soon after, rushing wind sound appeared. Figures riding on black fog swarmed out in all directions from the blood cloud like floodwater. Finally, they floated outside of the huge defensive barrier. Their eyes were densely cold as they stared at the black mass of people inside. The Han clan is finally here. The expressions of many turned somewhat pale as they looked at the large army that covered the sky. Although they had already anticipated this scene, their hearts still felt an endless horror and despair when this moment finally arrived. The Han clan's army was suspended in the sky. They did not say anything. Instead, they simply watched the countless number of people inside the defensive barrier below like a pack of fierce wolves. Suddenly, a path was formed within the army. Soon after, a blood color came over from a distance away. After which, it transformed into a blood lotus, which was filled with an endless bloody aura, and floated in front of the Han clan's army. The blood lotus was suspended in the sky. A human figure with messy bloody hair sat on it. The bloody stench that permeated the sky had reached an extreme level. Finally, the air moved and the bloody aura agglomerated into blood droplets all over the place. Blood rain fell and splattered onto the defensive barrier. This spectacular scene caused many to feel an endless chill within their hearts. Han Tiandi. Gu Yuan and the others stared intently at the human figure seated on the blood lotus. Both of his hands were involuntarily clenched tightly. That aura was far too terrifying. Gu Yuan, you have lost. Han Tiandi sat on the blood lotus. The long bloody hair behind him danced in the wind. Those scarlet eyes smilingly stared at Gu Yuan's group within the defensive barrier as he slowly said. Gu Yuan's eyes sunk. He cried out, Han Tiandi, the ancient clans has long held an informal agreement that our war will not hurt the ordinary people. This action of yours will definitely be met with retribution. What a joke. Han Tiandi laughed softly. Immediately, his body slowly stood up from the blood lotus. He appeared like the lord of this world overlooking the lands. The current me has already surpassed this world. Who can condemn me? Rules are always made by the strong. From today onwards, the Dou Qi continent will belong to my Han clan. Han Tiandi's voice contained an endless bloodthirstiness as it reverberated over the sky. It caused the expressions of an increasingly number of people to pale. Given the way the Han clan acted, if it really controlled the Dou Qi continent, it was likely that everyone would have to live in an endless and constant fear in the future. I am the final victor of this war. A bloodlight surged within Han Tiandi's eyes. Soon after, he extended his hand and aimed at the barrier below, which protected countless people. Suddenly his palm was clenched. Gu Yuan, given that you were once an opponent who can match me, I shall allow you to witness what is called the strength of a Dou Qi today. The bloody rain in the sky gathered as his voice sounded. It turned into an extremely thin bloody line.
The bloodline flashed across the sky in a lightning-like fashion. A hundreds of thousands feet long black line appeared in the sky as the bloody line passed. The space itself had been directly cut apart. At the same time, the defensive barrier below, which was built by many experts combined, did not create any ripples as it simply exploded apart in front of those many stunned eyes.
Everyone became dull as they saw the final defense disappear.
Regardless of how the blood rained onto his body, the bloody scent caused them to feel death approaching. Just a mere random strike and the defense formed by Zhu Kuan and the many alliance army collapsed. The expression of Gu Yuan's group became ugly as they watched the defensive barrier being destroyed. They also became extremely gloomy. The strength that Han Tiandi currently possessed caused even them to shudder.
In formation, Gu Yuan's expression was gloomy.
His body rose into the air and suddenly cried out sternly. Even though he was clearly aware that he was no match for his opponent, he must still fight until the end.
The densely packed alliance army also cried out furiously after hearing Gu Yuan shout out loud.
Their cries shook the land.
Monstrous Dou Qi surged out from within his body.
The momentum even managed to scatter some of the blood cloud that covered the sky.
Gu Di Mirror. Gu Yuan's body floated in the vast and endless Dou Qi.
The seals formed by his hands were altered.
Dou Qi gathered.
Finally, it turned into an energy ancient mirror that was tens of thousands of feet in size. After gathering the Dou Qi of so many experts, a terrifying annihilation-like ripple immediately rose from within the ancient mirror.
Gu Yuan and the others understood the strength that Han Tiandi currently possessed.
Hence, they had unleashed their strongest attack on the first strike. The strength of many were gathered along with the might of the formation in order to unleash such a terrifying attack.
Grug!
Gu Yuan spat out a mouthful of essence blood the moment the energy light mirror appeared. The blood scattered into the light mirror. Immediately, light rose from it.
Swoosh, dot. Gu Yuan had a grave expression.
The seal formed by his hands rapidly changes.
Finally, one could see the energy light mirror tremble intensely. A light pillar, which was hundreds of thousand feet in size, suddenly erupted. Even the air itself was destroyed wherever the light pillar passed. The light pillar had penetrated through the entire sky. It was clearly visible to the entire central plains. Everyone's hearts were lifted at this moment. Even Han Tiandi would likely have difficulty blocking such a strong attack, right?
Han Tiandi, who was standing on a blood lotus in front of the countless pairs of eyes, merely smiled indifferently.
Those blood-colored palms shot towards the terrifying light pillar heading towards him from below. His finger was extended and pressed gently. Shatter. A soft word sounded and a furious dragon-like light pillar came to a sudden halt when it was still 10 feet or so from Han Tiandi. That finger of Han Tiandi also gently landed on the light pillar. Boom! Not even the slightest energy ripple was formed as the finger landed.
The seemingly incomparably terrifying light pillar collapsed an inch at a time under those stunned eyes. Finally, it emitted a boom and turned into light spots that fell from the sky.
Gu Yuan, I will be the final victor of this battle. Han Tiandi looked down at the ugly expression of Gu Yuan below.
He smiled faintly as he slowly said, "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1644, Coming Out of a Retreat. Chapter 1644, Coming Out of a Retreat.
Blood rain fell from the sky in all directions.
The entire world seemed to have become scarlet at this moment. Is this the strength of an elite Dou Qi?
Even the heart of Gu Yuan involuntarily felt a deep helplessness after seeing such a terrifying attack being destroyed by Han Tiandi with such ease. No wonder it was so difficult to reach this level. The gap between the both of them was just like two completely different worlds.
You are actually fantasizing about being the world's savior with this strength of yours? Han Tiandi's scarlet eyes stared at Gu Yuan.
His tone contained a faint mockery. He immediately waved his hand. A bloodlight spluttered from his hand. After which, everyone saw that the mountain below and the countless experts on it were directly slaughtered.
No one could escape or resist. Everyone's expressions once again changed upon seeing this ferocious technique of Han Tiandi.
This so-called alliance army appeared extremely insignificant at this moment.
Gu Yuan, I have given you an opportunity back then. Unfortunately, you did not grab hold of it. Han Tiandi's blood eyes stared at Gu Yuan as he slowly said, "Let everything end here."
Han Tiandi admired the many faces that contained horror and despair. Suddenly he felt a little lazy. The things that he had found troublesome to deal with back then currently had difficulty attracting his attention. An elite Dou Qi was just like the god of this world. Everyone else were just like ants in his eyes.
Hun Tiandi's long finger was gently pressed down as he spoke. The world immediately fluctuated. An endless bloody qi gathered rapidly at the tip of his finger. Finally, it transformed into a bloodlight that directly hurried towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's heart was startled when he saw Hun Tiandi attack. The Dou Qi within his body hurriedly whistled out. However, he was preparing to maneuver the natural energy to put up a defense when Hun Tiandi smiled. He pressed his finger and softly stated, "Halt." After this voice sounded, Gu Yuan was immediately startled to discover that he had lost connection with the energy in the world. This unexpected change caused some shock to surge onto Gu Yuan's expression. The reason an elite Doushang was so powerful was not because of the great strength of their Dou Qi. Instead, it was because they could maneuver the naturally energy without restraint to attack and defend. However, just a soft voice of Hun Tiandi was able to halt the ability of an elite Doushang. In this way, it was equivalent to break an arm of Gu Yuan. Gu Di shattering black finger. This unexpected change caused one to feel shocked. However, Gu Yuan was extremely experienced. After detecting that he was unable to maneuver the natural energy, the Dou Qi within his body surged to the limit. A low cry sounded. Monstrous Dou Qi gathered into a huge finger. The finger was covered with mysterious lines. After which, it ruthlessly struck towards the bloodlight. Bang! Bloodlight and the huge reel-like finger suddenly collided in the midair. Grug. The seemingly hard Dou Qi defense burst apart rapidly with great ease as the two collided. Finally, the bloodlight ruthlessly smashed onto Gu Yuan's body an instant later. A mouthful of crimson blood was spat out. His body staggered backwards. Fortunately, Zhu Kuan intervened from behind, aiding him in stabilizing his body. A Dou Di existence dominates this world. You are really far too naive to maneuver the natural energy in front of me. Hun Tiandi laughed faintly. He suddenly lifted his hand and aimed at the dense blood cloud in the sky. After which, he clenched his hand gently. Blood cloud churned. Immediately a thunderclap sounded. A huge blood-colored lightning descended from the sky. It cut through the empty space and ruthlessly smashed towards the Alliance army. Take formation and attack. Gu Yuan hurriedly wiped off the trace of blood on the corner of his mouth as he cried out in a stern voice. If this blood lightning was allowed to strike, the Alliance army would definitely suffer serious injuries and deaths. The Alliance army quickly braced their attention after hearing Gu Yuan's stern cry. Vast and mighty Dou Qi swiftly gathered into a huge Dou Qi dragon. It subsequently charged forward and ruthlessly collided with the blood-colored lightning. Bang bang! The two enormous beings collided in the sky. Glaring intense light shone throughout every corner of the central plains. However, the entanglement of the two did not last for a long time before that demonic blood lightning forcefully scattered the huge Dou Qi dragon. Grug! A pale expression surfaced on the faces of many experts in the Alliance army as the huge dragon disappeared. All of them spat out a mouthful of blood together. Clearly, they had been injured by the backlash. One man alone was able to fight the entire Alliance army. The strength of an elite Dou Di had actually reached such a terrifying extent. Regardless of how large the group was, it seemed to be completely insignificant in the face of such strength. Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan exchanged glances. They noticed the shock in the other party's eyes. Although they had already expected that an elite Dou Fi would be extremely terrifying, they still had difficulty believing the reality that appeared in front of them. Despite having gathered so many experts, they were actually unable to even stop a Hun Tiandi. Dou Di is far too terrifying. Yan Jin's face was filled with bitterness. They clearly did not have any chance of victory in the face of that type of strength. Regardless of what the situation is, we will be able to turn things around as long as we can drag things out until Xiao Yan appears. Gu Yuan clenched his teeth and said. Yan Jin and the others once again laughed bitterly upon hearing this. It was not that they wished to delay the matter. However, in the face of Hun Tiandi's absolute strength, all of their actions are completely pointless. All we need to do is delay for a little longer. I can feel that the dragon seal, which I have left in Xiaoyan's body, becoming increasingly faint. That kind of pressure is not something that an ordinary elite Doushang can possess. Ziyan by the side suddenly opened her mouth and spoke excitedly. She and Xiao Yan were connected by a dragon seal. Although she was unable to use it to learn of Xiao Yan's exact situation, she was able to rely on the intense ripple from the dragon seal to guess Xiao Yan's condition. The hearts of Gu Yuan's group shook upon hearing this. Their originally a little gloomy eyes revealed a joyous expression. This was likely the beat news that they had received during this period of time. In that case, we must block this fellow today no matter what happens. Zhu Kuan lifted his head. He looked at Hun Tiandi, who appeared a little demonic as he stood on a blood lotus in the sky.
A slight ferociousness flashed across his eyes.
Gu Yuan, reorganize the alliance army. I will fight him.
Shu Kuan did not wait for a reply from Gu Yuan after these words of his sounded. His body directly shot towards the sky. Soon after, he twisted his body. A huge dragon, which size left one speechless, appeared in the sky. That vast and powerful dragons might barely manage to scatter some of the blood stench that filled the place. Ancient Oid Dragon, Hun Tiandi looked at the huge dragon floating in the sky. Some interest appeared in his eyes. He laughed, I am in need of a steed now that I have advanced into the Dou Qi class.
If you submit to me, I can protect your ancient Void Dragon tribe. What do you say? Bang! Shu Kuan did not reply after hearing Hun Tiandi's words. He widened his dragon's mouth. Purple gold light ruthlessly shot towards the latter while being accompanied by a destructive force. Stubborn fellow. Hun Tiandi involuntarily shook his head after seeing this. He randomly waved his sleeve. The light ray with a shocking momentum directly erupted into light spots that was scattered all over the place.
He moved his body and he appeared above the huge dragon body in a ghost-like fashion. He gently stomped his foot and the many purple gold dragon scales burst apart.
Dragon blood flowed out from the wound like a waterfall. Roar! This sudden intense pain also caused Zhu Kuan to struggle intensely.
That extremely strong huge body would cause the space itself to shatter each time it rolled.
Boom!
Hub Tiandi's blood eyes appeared indifferent. He once again stomped ruthlessly with his foot. That tens of thousands of feet large body had been forcefully stormed by his body until it fell from the sky. It smashed a mountain range below into a sunken deep gully. Many experts from the Alliance army revealed a dim expression in their eyes after they saw that even Zhu Kuan was so easily defeated by Hun Tiandi.
Uninteresting fight.
Hun Tiandi's body once again returned to the blood lotus. He glanced at the countless number of terrified faces and slowly shook his head. Next, the blood lotus supported him as he slowly rose into the sky.
Let everything come to an end.
I do not like the name Central Plains.
Hence, this place shall be destroyed.
Hun Tiandi lifted his right hand gently. After which, he pointed it towards the blood cloud that was spread throughout the Central Plains. A dense and ferocious expression slowly surfaced on the corner of his mouth as he suddenly swung his palm.
Bang!
The thick blood cloud suddenly churned crazily as Hun Tiandi swung his hand. Violent energy that left one numb swiftly gathered within it. In the blink of an eye, countless blood-red lightning flashed and appeared within the blood cloud.
Bang bang bang!
These blood-colored lightning, which was filled with a destructive force, had just appeared when it came smashing onto the Central Plains below from all directions. Immediately, the entire Central Plains trembled at this moment.
The land split.
Every spot that the blood lightning descended on ended up self-destructing because of the sound it emitted.
This included even those hidden deep underground.
The area around the Alliance had already lost the protection of the defensive barrier. The bodies of those millions or tens of millions of people had ended up exploding as the blood rain descended. In an instant, the area around the Alliance had been covered with viscous blood. Countless number of people fled crazily towards the headquarters of the Alliance. The scene was as though doomsday had arrived.
Bastard!
Gu Yuan's eyes had nearly cracked as he watched this scene.
Many experts from the Alliance were struck by the blood lightning.
Without exception, their bodies and even their souls had turned into a bloody fog the moment they were struck.
Ha 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 ha.
The bloody glow in Hun Tiandi's eyes became increasingly intense as he looked at the Central Plains, which was covered in a sea of blood. He laughed out loud as he stood in the air permeated by blood lightning.
It was as though he was a world-exterminating devil who had stepped out from the land of the demons. All forces, retreat and defend. Gu Yuan's voice was a little hoarse as he cried out.
Under the descending blood lightning, the Alliance army had ended up with terrible deaths and injuries. There was no telling how many experts had ended up dying in it. At this moment, all they could do was to shrink the defense line and firmly resist. Ziyan and the other ladies watched the monstrous sea of blood that filled their eyes. The back of their teeth involuntarily bit tightly onto their lips. This situation caused even them to involuntarily feel a despair. Kailin hugged Xiao Xiao tightly in her embrace. She did not allow the latter to watch such a bloody massacre.
Mummy, will Daddy appear? Xiao Xiao's small face leaned against Kailin's shoulder. Her small body was trembling gently. Good Xiao Xiao. Daddy will definitely appear.
He still have to come and protect Xiao Xiao. Kailin patted Xiao Xiao's back and softly said. However, her words had only just sounded when she suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying energy erupting from within the body of Xiao Xiao in her embrace. This strength had far surpassed hers within a short instant.
Boom boom.
While Xiao Zhao's aura had suddenly soared, the bodies of Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li and the others became an inch taller almost immediately. Their auras were also soaring crazily. It is the bloodline strength. The Dou Qi bloodline in their bodies had been activated. Gu Yuan was startled as he watched the scene. A wild joy surfaced on his face. After which, he suddenly lifted his head, only to find that layers of brilliant flames had suddenly spread in the empty space. They turned into an incomparably huge fire barrier that enveloped the area within a 5,000-kilometer radius of the Sky Mansion Alliance.
Bang bang!
The blood lightning ruthlessly smashed onto the fire barrier. However, it was not easily destroyed like earlier.
Instead, the flame churned and incinerated the blood lightning into nothing. Flame rolled through the sky.
Finally, it turned into a human figure covered in brilliant flames. The faces of Gu Yuan and the rest revealed a joy that was formed from having survived through a disaster as they looked at the flame figure.
Xiao Yan, we have already reached our limit. Everything else will have to depend on you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1645, Fight of the Two Dou Qi, Part 1. Chapter 1645, Fight of the Two Dou Qi, Part 1.
The brilliant flame was just like a fire cloud that spread within the empty air. A terrifying temperature rose in this place, causing the sea of blood on the ground to quickly vaporize.
Alliance Chief. It's Alliance Chief Xiao Yan. The Alliance Chief has exited his retreat. We are saved. All hail the Alliance Chief.
This sudden flame protection caused everyone, who were fleeing in panic, to come to a halt. Many pairs of eyes were thrown towards the sky.
Finally, they gathered on a familiar figure within the brilliant flame.
Immediately, the faces of everyone revealed an excitement and wild joy. A deafening cheer resounded over this place. Many of them had even knelt down in their excitement. The hope after despair caused their faces, which still had some lingering panic, to tear from their great joy. After the various battles, Xiao Yan's position in the hearts of everyone within the alliance was something that no one could match. Although Xiao Yan might be lacking in terms of age and experience, everyone knew that it was precisely these seemingly weak shoulders that were supporting the entire alliance. In the hearts of many members of the alliance, that figure was one that would never fail. This was a kind of cult-like crazy devolution that they had towards Xiao Yan in their hearts. This kind of craziness would clearly spread wildly like a virus amidst this despair. Hence, even those who did not belong to the Sky Mansion Alliance also revealed an excited expression on their faces. They needed a support that they could rely on in the face of complete hopelessness. The fire curtain spread in the sky and enveloped the millions of people around. The human figure within the brilliant flame also became increasingly clear as the fire curtain spread.
Finally, the flame weakened and a black-clothed figure clearly appeared in the air. It is really Xiao Yan.
A large number of experts had clustered together a short distance from the Alliance headquarters. From the looks of it, all of them belonged to the same faction. At this moment, a burly man from within the group was lifting his head. His eyes were fiery hot as he looked at the figure in the sky. Rich excitement filled his voice.
Big brother Lu Qing, is it really him?
A pretty lady behind the man involuntarily asked. Who could have imagined that after having not met this person for just over a decade, the junior whom she had trained with at the Jianan Academy back then had actually reached the true peak of the continent?
Haha, Lu Fei, there is definitely no mistake. Ugh, this fellow is really too terrifying. Back then at the academy, his strength was still similar to mine. The man was surprisingly the person called Tyrant Spear Lu Qing back at the Jianan Academy back then. Lu Fei bit her red lips with the back of her teeth. She lifted her head and looked at the distant sky, where the figure, which was worshipped by countless of people like a god, stood. Her expression was a little complicated. Who could have imagined that the person, who had a little conflict with her at the inner academy back then, would actually have reached such a stage? Some other familiar eyes were also observing the figure in the sky from other spots around the alliance. All of them sighed emotionally. Xiao Yan. The many experts from the Han clan outside of the fire barrier revealed a dense shock in their eyes as they looked at the familiar figure. Clearly, none of them could imagine that Xiao Yan had actually reached this terrifying stage after having been missing for over half a year.
Dou Qi.
Han Tiandi stood on the blood lotus.
His blood eyes had also revealed an intense fluctuation.
A moment later, he finally could not resist muttering, "How is this possible? How is this possible?"
Han Tiandi's expression suddenly became ferocious as he muttered. His voice had also turned into a roar that reverberated like a thunder in the sky. Han Tiandi could not be blamed for suddenly losing himself. He had paid an unknowingly great price in order to reach this stage today. Yet, after he had succeeded, he found that there was someone else who had also reached the same stage as him. How could he easily accept this? This was especially the case given that this person was merely an ant, which he could easily kill a year ago. The unbalance in his heart had reached its limit. Haha, you are not the only person in this world who has advanced into the Dou Qi class. A black-clothed young man appeared after the flame scattered. He lifted his head and watched Hun Tiandi, who seemed to have lost control of himself. A smile was involuntarily formed. Those originally dark black eyes currently had a brilliant luster surging within them. They appeared unusually warm and deep. There was a fire seal on his brow. It was made of many different brilliant color. A kind of special fluctuation was being emitted from it. In the face of this ripple, the magma deep underground had began flowing at a significantly faster rate. Xiao Yan quietly stood in the sky. There was not the slightest Dou Qi ripple over his body. He appeared extremely ordinary. However, only a genuine expert could sense just what kind of unimaginable power was present within the skinny body. That strength could destroy the world. Your body has the scent of the Dou Qi ancient god. Hun Tiandi was after all not an ordinary person. After experiencing the initial shock, the ripple within his blood eyes also calmed down. His expression had a trace of gloominess as he carefully observed Xiao Yan and spoke in a dense voice. I was merely lucky in obtaining the inheritance of the ancient god. Xiao Yan laughed softly. Damn nihility devouring flame. Xiao Yan glanced at him indifferently. Immediately, his eyes swept over this land, which was about to break apart. Finally, he extended his hand. A brilliant light landed onto Zhu Kuan, who was sent flying towards the ground by a kick from Hun Tiandi. The ferocious injuries on Zhu Kuan's body were swiftly healed under this brilliant light. Zhu Kuan's huge body swiftly turned into a human form after his injuries were healed. His expression was slightly pale as he smiled bitterly and spoke to Xiao Yan, you are finally out. If you are a little later, everyone present would have likely been killed by that fellow. Elder Zhu Kuan, please rest for a while. Xiao Yan said in a gentle voice. Understood. Although Xiao Yan's voice appeared quite gentle, Zhu Kuan could still detect that vague pressure contained inside it. That pressure seemed to surpass this world. Under it, even he had no choice but to lower his head. Immediately, he nodded and said, we will guard against the army of the Hun clan. Hun Tiandi will be left to you to deal with. Dou Qi could ultimately only be dealt with by Dou Qi. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His eyes swept below. The corner of his lips curled as he saw the Alliance army having suffered terrible losses. From the looks of it, Hub Tiandi was clearly intending to kill all of them. What ruthless methods! You have actually created such a massacre in order to complete the final step of the D-tier embryonic pill, Xiao Yan remarked softly. The winner is king. The process is unimportant. Hun Tiandi laughed coldly. He stared at Xiao Yan and said, today will be the decisive battle between all of us. If you lose, none of the Alliance army will remain, If you are defeated, the Hun clan will also be exterminated. Xiao Yan spoke in a faint voice. He had long since held a deep hatred against the Hun clan. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely not be merciful. He would kill those he ought to kill. Good. In that case, let me see if it is my Hun clan or your Alliance army that will be exterminated today. Hun Tiandi laughed out loud. Monstrous blood qi erupted from within his body. It quickly turned into an endless sea of blood. The energy contained within this sea of blood was terrifyingly strong. All members of the Hun clan, withdraw 5,000 kilometers. Hun Tiandi cried out in an icy voice as the sea of blood spread. The experts from the Hun clan hurriedly pulled back upon hearing his cry. The fight between two elite Dou Qi could destroy the world. If they were to be caught in it, even an elite Dou Shang would definitely die on the spot. Moreover, everyone understood that the ones who were the key to victory were Xiao Yan and Hun Tiandi. The result of their fight would decide on the final outcome of both parties. Xiao Yan, today is the day I have become a god. Xiao Yan, you must let me have an enjoyable battle. Monstrous blood qi spread across Hun Tiandi's eyes. He stood in the sea of blood. At this moment, a soaring pride was present. This person might be vicious, but he could also be considered a haughty and strong individual. One of them would definitely end up dying in this battle. Xiao Yan had to fight with his full strength in this battle. I will join you till the end. There was also a little excitement surging in Xiao Yan's eyes. This battle would become the top fight within the entire Dou Qi continent in 10,000 years. This battle would definitely spread through the generations. Everyone halted their breaths as they looked at the sky, which had become empty almost instantly. The two of them had not attacked, but their aura had already pressed on everyone's heart like a mountain.
Clamor, clamor.
The sea of blood covered the sky. Han Tiandi's eye's scarlet color seemed to have become much denser. His foot suddenly stepped forward as this face-off lasted for a moment.
Bang!
The entire sky had trembled as he took this step forward. The monstrous sea of blood churned crazily. It directly turned into a huge hundreds of thousand feet large blood wave as it ruthlessly swept toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's body was tiny as an ant in the face of the huge 100,000 feet blood wave.
Xiao Yan's eyes, which contained a brilliant glow, stared at the blood wave, which had a shocking momentum.
The energy contained within it could easily shatter a 9-star elite Dou Qi along with his soul.
Flame, come! Xiao Yan moved his mouth.
A soft voice was emitted. The moment it did so, the land below rumbled and split into a huge gully. Crimson magma shot towards the sky like a fountain. Finally, it floated in the sky, turning into a huge magma wave that violently clashed with the blood wave.
Boom!
The land trembled. Blood rain that was accompanied with magma poured down from the sky like a storm. It enveloped around the entire central plains. Han Tiandi was unsurprised that his attack was stopped. If it was so easy to finish off an elite Dou Qi, he would not have insisted on pursuing it for thousands of years. Despite this being the case, his expression had clearly become a little more solemn. Xiao Yan had received his attack with such ease. This meant that Xiao Yan had also truly entered this stage and was not relying on some external item to help him temporarily step into it.
Blood demon heart eroding lightning. Han Tiandi stepped on the blood lotus.
His hand suddenly pointed towards the blood cloud that covered the central plains. The blood cloud immediately shook intensely like a giant organ and violently shrunk into his body.
Bang, bang, bang.
During the time that the seemingly boundless blood cloud was shrinking, the space itself also crumbled. Dark black cracks in space spread in the sky with a terrifying speed. In the next moment, the blood cloud suddenly spread. Countless mountain-like blood lightning crazily shot toward Xiao Yan below in a storm-like fashion. The energy contained in every drop of blood rain was sufficient to shock Gu Yuan's group. A grave expression flashed over Xiao Yan's eyes as he looked at the blood lightning that came raining down from all over the place.
Incomparably ferocious vicious aura was present in the blood lightning.
If one was struck and the vicious aura entered one's body, it would end up damaging one's mind.
Mao! Brilliant flame swiftly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. Finally, it turned into a giant flame person that stood in the air. This flame giant widened its huge mouth.
Immediately, the world became quiet. An extremely brilliant flame suddenly spat out from his mouth like a burning cloud and collides with the countless blood lightning.
Rumble!
The brilliant flame and the blood lightning crazily collided in the sky.
The entire land trembled and formed many huge cracks under this incomparably strong energy fluctuation.
Everyone's hearts were seized as they looked at the blood lightning and flame attacks that were exchanged in the sky. Such a terrifying exchange could no longer be described with words.
Any single attack would likely cause countless deaths and injuries if it landed on the headquarters of the Alliance. Which of the two has a higher chance of victory? Liang asked as he stood beside Gu Yuan. Even he was also frightened by the terrifying battle. Gu Yuan was startled as he heard this. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. This is also the first time I am witnessing a fight between Dou Qi. It is really difficult to predict just who has a higher chance of victory. However, Han Tiandi is after all the clan head of the Han clan. An elite Dou Qi had also appeared in the Han clan before. It is likely that he would be a little better than Xiao Yan in terms of the usage of some energy. Of course, you need not be too worried. Xiao Yan had also obtained the inheritance of the Dou Qi ancient god. He might also possess some lethal attacks. Everyone could only smile bitterly and nod their heads after hearing this. They continued to watch the great world battle in an anxious manner. It was basically impossible for them to intervene when it came to such a big battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1646, Fight of the Two Dou Qi, Part 2. Chapter 1646, Fight of the Two Dou Qi, Part 2. Blood lightning covered the sky. Han Tiandi looked at Xiao Yan, who did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage when facing his attacks. A gloomy expression flashed across his eyes. This kind of stalemate fight was not something that he wished to see. Xiao Yan, do not think that just because you have advanced into the Dou Qi class, you will be able to fight against me. Han Tiandi inhaled a breath of air. His eyes had suddenly become extremely grave. The blood lightning that filled the sky had weakened. Han Tiandi suddenly widened his mouth in front of the many terrified eyes. A suction force erupted.
The blood cloud that permeated the sky had actually turned into a bloodlight that charged into his mouth at this moment.
The thick blood cloud was gathered from the essence cloud of many people.
However, it was devoured by Han Tiandi at this moment. After the blood cloud, which had covered the central plains for half a year, was being devoured, the warm sunlight once again came pouring down.
Many people were a little excited as they looked at the somewhat glaring sunlight.
Only after sensing the atmosphere of doomsday arriving did they realize just how precious those usually ordinary things were. Of course, they also understood that now was not the time to be excited. The battle in the sky, which would determine the fate of the Dou Qi continent, had only just entered its intense stage.
Crack crack.
After the blood cloud, which spread over the sky, was swallowed by Han Tiandi, the latter's body swelled. Within a short instant, it had turned into 100,000 feet large blood-colored giant.
Bloodlight rapidly gathered on his body.
Finally, it turned into a layer of blood armor that surrounded the 100,000 feet large body.
The blood giant stood in the sky and covered it. In the face of the terrifying visual assault, no one suspected that this punch of Han Tiandi would be able to turn the area within tens of thousands of kilometers into a deep gully. Haha, this is my blood D-body. What can you do? Han Tiandi's huge blood eyes stared at Xiao Yan. Currently, wind lightning surged as he breathed. He exhaled and the energy of the entire central plain seemed to have fluctuated greatly. Dou Di's body.
The expressions of Gu Yuan and the others changed drastically as they looked at the 100,000 feet large Han Tiandi. Being from the ancient clans, they were naturally aware that an elite Dou Qi could incorporate the world in their bodies.
At that time, they would be the world. Just the lift of a hand could destroy the universe. Its might was extremely great and terrifying. This huge body was not formed from energy. Instead, it was a firm actual body.
One could just imagine how terrifying the aura of a 100,000 feet body was. This kind of ability is referred to by the others as the Dou Di body.
This was because one could only use it after reaching the Dou Di class.
Hence, the expressions of Gu Yuan and the others changed drastically after seeing this scene. Before they could panic, however, Xiao Yan in the sky looked at this huge figure fearlessly and laughed. His hands formed different seals. Subsequently, the land was split apart.
Endless magma rose.
Finally, they turned into a rich red flame and swarmed into Xiao Yan's body. After these rolling red flames surged into Xiao Yan's body, he began to swell in front of the countless pairs of anxious eyes.
Moreover, brilliant flames swiftly whistled out from the pores all over his body.
They turned into many fire dragons that lingered around him.
You do have some ability.
A surprise flashed across Han Tiandi's eyes after he saw the brilliant fire dragons lingering around Xiao Yan's body. He immediately laughed coldly. I wish to see whether this blood D-body of mine or your flame D-body is stronger.
Han Tiandi took a stride forward as his cold laughter sounded.
He was accompanied by wind and lightning as a seemingly ordinary punch was thrown. It quickly collapsed in the sky. Endless blood chi surged towards Xiao Yan from all directions. The wind was incomparably terrifying.
Humph! Xiao Yan snorted coldly as he saw Han Tiandi attacked head-on.
He did not dodge. A punch was thrown forward. The brilliant fire dragon that surrounded him was smashed forward ruthlessly.
Bang!
Blood chi and the fire dragon collided in an earth-shaking fashion. The terrifying wind shattered the many mountains below into dust. Countless groups of people hurriedly found some hiding places. The destructive force from the battle between the two unmatchable people in the sky was far too shocking.
Be careful!
Gu Yuan and the others hurriedly formed the defensive barrier. This, along with the fire barrier that Xiao Yan had placed initially, barely managed to block the terrifying wind.
Bang bang bang!
Xiao Yan's and Han Tiandi's 100,000 feet large bodies in the sky took a couple of steps backwards. Each of their step caused the space within 10,000 feet to be shattered into black emptiness. However, they charged forward immediately after they pulled back. This kind of fight was not extremely spectacular, but it was a collision of extremely strength. No one could imagine just how shocking it was when the 200,000 feet large beings clashed physically.
Clouds and winds surged as the collision occurred. Lightning flashed. It was as though the entire world was trembling because of this fight. The clash of the two enormous beings had clearly caused an extremely great destruction to the central plains. The land continued to shake. Huge cracklines formed deep gullies that had split the central plains into two. All life were terrified under this tremor. Just a slight ripple would be able to kill even an elite Dou Shang. Gu Yuan and the others watched the distant sky with pale faces. The space there was repeatedly collapsing. This damage was subsequently repaired. This cycle continued, causing one's pores to stand in fear. Such a battle continued for a full half a day.
Rumbling shocking sound had spread from the central plains and reverberated across the entire Dou Qi continent. Some of the experts outside of the central plains had also detected this tremor. Immediately, they began to charge in the direction of the central plains. However, the terrifying wind that came blowing their way when they were about to step into the area of the central plains caused them to spit out blood and retreat. All of these experts, who appeared calm earlier, had ashen faces.
None of them dared to venture in. Flame mysterious explosion.
Another extremely striking earth-shaking collision occurred in the distant sky. A low cry, which had been suppressed for a long time, suddenly sounded during that clash. Soon after, a terrifying firestorm swept apart.
A figure landed violently and smashed the distant mountain range into a deep pit.
Gu Yuan's group immediately rejoiced after seeing the huge figure falling onto the ground. This was because that person was actually Hun Tiandi. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan had occupied the upper head in this head-on clash between the two. Relying on medicinal pill to advance into the Dou D class is indeed not considered the best option.
Xiao Yan has obtained the inheritance of the ancient god.
Moreover, he had trained with great effort within the heavenly tomb for nearly 3 years. On the other hand, Hun Tiandi had only spent half a year. An excitement rose on Zhu Kuan's face as he said. Everyone smiled with great joy upon hearing his words. The great pressure within their hearts had also completely disappeared. Compared to Gu Yuan's group, the expressions of those from the Hun clan suddenly paled. They also clearly understood what kind of ending would occur if Xiao Yan emerged victorious.
Bang!
The huge body in the deep gully once again soared towards the sky while their hearts were panicking. The former looked at Xiao Yan in a somewhat miserable manner. Hun Tiandi, it seems that your blood D body is no match for my flame D body. Xiao Yan slowly suppressed the churning blood within his body and laughed.
Moreover, it seems that your strength is beginning to be exhausted? Hun Tiandi's expression was extremely gloomy.
He was well aware of the condition within his body. After having exchanged blows, he discovered that even though his strength was also extremely frightening, the stamina of his aura was inferior to Xiao Yan, perhaps as a result of him using medicinal pill. Additionally, Xiao Yan's Dou Di body was built from many heavenly flames. It was naturally incomparably strong. Even his blood D body was actually a little inferior. If this continued, it was likely that he would really be the defeated party. This was something that he would definitely not allow to happen. Do not celebrate too early. Hun Tiandi's eyes swept over the central plains below. A savage expression flashed across them. Xiao Yan, originally, I did not intend to do this.
However, you are asking for it.
Today, I shall use this entire central plains to bury you.
Hun Tiandi waved his large hand after his dense voice sounded.
A bright blood light shot downwards and finally entered the land. Subsequently, everyone were stunned to see countless bloodlight spreading with lightning-like speed after landing on the ground. The many bloodlines appeared just like the blood vessels of the central plains.
Xiao Yan was a little startled as he watched this scene.
Looking down from above, he could see that the bloodlight was enveloping the entire central plains with an extremely terrifying speed.
Bang bang bang!
The central plains suddenly began to shake violently while Xiao Yan was feeling startled. Many 100,000 feet large bloodlight shot from various spots on the central plains towards the sky. The direction that these bloodlight has risen from, it seems to be the places where the Hun clan had placed the devouring spirit eliminating life formation.
Gu Yuan suddenly exclaimed as he looked at the spots where the bloodlight rose.
If the positions where these formations were placed are added up, Zhu Kuan seemed to have recalled something at this moment. His expression suddenly changed as he cried out in shock, these positions actually also form a formation if they were added up. Such large array, Yan Jin's group were shocked.
A formation that surrounded the entire central plains? Was there really someone who could achieve this?
Xiao Yan, my Hun clan had prepared for 1,000 years.
We are ready for even the worst scenario. You will definitely die today.
Bloodlight covered the central plains. Those spread over the vast sky. It turned into an incredibly large and strange formation. This formation is passed down from the first elite Dou Di of my Hun clan.
Its name is the Slaughtering D Array.
Hun Tiandi's eyes looked at Xiao Yan in a strange manner.
He laughed in a dark and cold manner. They had really been elite Dou Di dying in this array during the ancient era. Xiao Yan's eyes sunk slightly.
He lifted his head to look at the strange formation in the sky with bloodlight lingering over it.
He could indeed detect a trace of danger from it. You are indeed worthy of being Hun Tiandi.
It is possible for you to even predict the situation today, Xiao Yan spoke in a low and deep voice. This great formation required an extremely complicated preparation.
Unfortunately, Xiao Yan's eyesight was not sufficiently good. He was actually unable to see the true use of the devouring spirit eliminating life formation.
Preparing for the worst-case scenario.
In everything we do. This is the reason that the Han clan can survive until today.
Xiao Yan, I have activated this formation by using the bloods of tens of millions of descendant citizens.
You have already lived up to your ability by dying in this formation.
After the monstrous sea of blood surged into the formation, a strange light suddenly flickered within it. The blood light gathered rapidly. Finally, it gathered and turned into a huge transparent blood blade that contained an endless bloody stench in front of the countless pairs of eyes. The blood blade was extremely strange. It did not have a hilt. The blood light lingering over it seemed to be able to even split this world, but the bright sun in the sky had dimmed as this strange blood blade appeared. The whole world gradually darkened. It appeared as though even the sun, moon and clouds were terrified of that strange blood blade.
Everyone from the Han clan, listen up. Offer yourselves as a sacrifice for the blade.
Han Tiandi suddenly cried out sternly the moment the blood blade appeared. The Han clan army in the distance quickly broke out in a commotion. After which, thousands of experts clenched their teeth and shot forward.
Swoosh! Han Tiandi had an indifferent expression.
His hand seal changed and the blood blade flashed. Soon after, the experts from the Han clan tens of thousands of feet away, who had rushed forward, ended up with their heads leaving their bodies. Blood spluttered and their bodies quickly withered. Finally, they turned into dust that scattered over this world. After absorbing the blood of these experts from the Han clan, the strange blood blade also appeared increasingly real.
Xiao Yan, it's over.
Han Tiandi's eyes were crazy as they loomed at the strange blade.
A mouthful of essence blood was spat out.
A humming blade cry was immediately emitted as this essence blood landed on the blood blade. The feeling of danger in Xiao Yan's heart was increasingly dense as this blade sound appeared.
The entire place was quiet as everyone watched the scene in the sky.
They could feel a kind of extremely terrifying aura from the strange blood blade.
It was very likely that this attack could seriously injure Xiao Yan.
Slaughtering D Ghost Blood Blade, the legend is actually real. Gu Yuan's expression had become extremely pale at this moment. Others might perhaps not recognize this so-called blood blade, but he remembered that he had once read about a lot of records about this slaughtering D Ghost Blood Blade from the ancient books. This thing had really once killed an elite Dou Qi and shocked the continent, but it was unexpected that after tens of thousands of years, they would actually be able to personally witness the legendary fierce weapon.
This is bad. Gutuan clenched his fist tightly.
His expression was as white as sheet as he muttered. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1647, Fight of the Two Dou Qi, Part 3. Chapter 1647, Fight of the Two Dou Qi, Part 3. Who? Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air.
His expression slowly became grave. If he was unable to receive it this time around, it was likely that he would really die.
Han Tiandi, you might be prepared, but so am I. Xiao Yan stared at Han Tiandi.
His hand seal changed. After which, he widened his mouth.
Bright brilliant light shot out.
Finally, it soared with the wind.
It actually turned into a square that appeared in the sky. Heavenly Flame Square, dot.
Gu Yuan and the rest were startled as they looked at the somewhat familiar thing. That thing was surprisingly the Heavenly Flame Square that was taken out from the ancient God Mansion. However, those Heavenly Flame did not have much strength. They were mere tokens.
Could it be that Xiao Yan was planning to rely on this to block Han Tiandi's formation?
The Heavenly Flame Square floated in the sky. Xiao Yan's body moved and appeared in the sky above the square. The brilliant flame seal on his brow suddenly danced intensely. An indescribable thought fluctuation spread from within the fire seal. It spread over the entire Dou Qi continent at an extremely terrifying speed.
In the name of the Flame D, all flames in the world listen to my command. Xiao Yan's eyes were suddenly opened. Brilliant flame surged from within his body.
A voice that filled with pressure resounded in a vast and mighty fashion over the entire Dou Qi continent. The 23rd rank on the Heavenly Flame ranking, Mysterious Yellow Flame, in position.
Brilliant flame lingered around Xiao Yan's body. He appeared like the emperor of all flames.
After this cry sounded, a loud explosion sounded from a mountain that was 50,000 kilometers from the central plains.
A deep yellow flame shot out.
Finally, it became like a falling star that cut through the sky. It penetrated through the space. Within a short instant, it had already appeared above the central plains.
Finally, it directly landed on the stone pillar on the Heavenly Flame Square. Bang! After this deep yellow flame shot into the stone pillar.
The mysterious yellow flame rising from it suddenly soared. It turned into a fire pillar shot towards the sky.
22nd on the Heavenly Flame ranking. 10,000 Beast Spirit Flame in position. 21st on the Heavenly Flame ranking. 19th on the Heavenly Flame ranking, Green Lotus Core Flame in position.
A pale green flame surged out from within Xiao Yan's body and charged towards a stone pillar. Countless individuals were completely stunned as they watched this spectacular scene. Each time Xiao Yan's cry sounded, there would be a heavenly flame breaking through the space and arriving. Finally, it would obey his order and enter the stone pillar. That appearance was as though Xiao Yan had transformed into the Emperor of all flames.
None of these flames dared disobey him.
This spectacular scene caused one's blood to boil from excitement when looking at it. That almighty feeling of having everything in the world obey one's orders caused one to feel an incomparable respect and envy.
7th on the Heavenly Flame ranking, 9 Quiet Gold Ancestor Flame in position. Xiao Yan once again cried out loud in the sky. Yan Jin's body suddenly trembled as he stood below.
Golden flame broke free from his body in an uncontrolled manner and rushed into the stone pillar. The next few heavenly flames might possess their respective owners, but all of them easily escaped from the bodies of their owners after being summoned by Xiao Yan. They were subsequently shot into the stone pillars.
3rd on the Heavenly Flame ranking, Purifying Demonic Flame in position. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air.
Little E also rushed out from his body and shot into a stone pillar. A pink fire pillar shot towards the sky. At this moment, there were already 21 Heavenly Flame fire pillar on the Heavenly Flame square. The aura from them could be described as earth-shaking. This scene also caused Han Tiandi to be greatly shocked. He could vaguely feel an unease. Those brilliant eyes of Xiao Yan had turned towards Han Tiandi when the purifying demonic lotus flame shot into the fire pillar. His hand seal changed as he cried out in a cold voice, 2nd on the Heavenly Flame ranking, Nihility Devouring Flame, in position.
Han Tiandi's body suddenly shook as the cry sounded.
The Nihility Devouring Flame, which he had devoured for a long time, had actually once again showed traces of recovery.
Bastard! Han Tiandi's heart was a little horrified. He could sense that if Xiao Yan was really allowed to gather all the heavenly flames, the attack that he could unleash would be sufficient to defeat him. Hence, he must not allow the Nihility Devouring Flame to also be summoned by Xiao Yan. A thought quickly flashed through his heart as he hurriedly blocked the summoning strength that originated within Xiao Yan's body. You have actually devoured the Nihility Devouring Flame? How ruthless!
A surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he detected the ripple from within Han Tiandi's body. He immediately laughed coldly as he suddenly cried out loud, Nihility Devouring Flame, just how long more are you going to wait before you act?
Boom! Xiao Yan's cry had just sounded when Han Tiandi's body suddenly trembled. A black-colored flame finally broke out from within his body.
Finally, he swiftly charged out of the Dou Qi square and turned into a human figure.
Han Tiandi, since you wish to devour me, I will definitely drag you down with me even if I die. The Nihility Devouring Flame appeared.
His eyes were ferocious as he looked at Han Tiandi.
Suddenly, he turned his head.
Those ferocious eyes, which he was using to look at Xiao Yan, had become a little strange. He was able to sense the pressure that originated from Xiao Yan.
Flame D Xiao Yan, ha, you have the ability to summon all flames in this world. Today, I will obey your orders.
The Nihility Devouring Flame laughed out loud with an ugly expression. After which, he entered the final stone pillar in front of Han Tiandi's furious eyes.
Boom!
After the Nihility Devouring Flame shot into the final stone pillar, a black flame pillar also shot towards the sky. 22 flame pillars were slowly shifted. Finally, they gathered in the midair. A brilliant-colored ancient ruler had actually appeared at the point where the flames merged.
Heavenly Flame Lengthen Ancient Ruler.
The eyes of Gu Yuan and the rest suddenly shrunk after they saw the ancient ruler with brilliant flames. Their voices had become sharp because of shock. That legendary Heavenly Flame Lengthen Ancient Sword has actually appeared through this.
Zhu Koan was dull as he watched the scene and muttered.
This was a mysterious object that only existed during the ancient times.
Very few of those ancient experts had even seen it before.
Offer sacrifices to the blood sword. A shock had also rose in Han Tiandi's eyes at this moment. Immediately, he cried out explosively in a sharp voice. This time around, a commotion broke out in the army from the Han clan after hearing his cry.
There was hardly anyone who flew forward. Traitors! A brutal expression flashed across his eyes after Han Tiandi saw this scene. Blood blades cut across the sky. It directly charged into the Han clan army.
Blood light flashed.
Countless of heads flew.
Within the blink of an eye, only 70 to 80% of the Han clan army remained. All those who were left revealed terrified expressions as they looked at Han Tiandi. Their faces were completely pale. The blood blade seemed to have grown a pair of blood-colored eyes after having absorbed the fresh blood of so many experts. Those eyes were filled with an endless chill and evil aura as they looked at this world. You are even willing to kill your own clan members. The word beast is indeed a suitable description for you.
Xiao Yan's expression was icy cold as he looked at this action of Hun Tiandi.
His voice contained some disdain. Such a person was really too unlikable.
The winner is king. The process doesn't matter.
If I am victorious today, the nortirity will naturally be bared by you in the future.
Hun Tiandi laughed wildly towards the sky.
He appeared somewhat crazy. Immediately, another mouthful of essence blood was spat out. He grabbed the blood blade and the incomparably sharp edges directly cut his palm. Blood flowed wildly. Subsequently, they were quickly devoured by the blood blade.
Die! Hun Tiandi's blood hair was scattered.
His expression was ferocious and frightening. His foot took a stride through the empty air and the blood blade in his hand swelled suddenly.
Next, his body directly appeared on the heavenly flame square.
The blood blade turned into a blood glow as it penetrated through the empty space. It shot towards Xiao Yan in front of the countless pairs of eyes. Xiao Yan's expression became increasingly grave as he looked at the blood blade, which contained an endless amount of danger.
He deeply exhaled a breath of lightning aura.
He grabbed with his hand and the ancient ruler formed by the 22 heavenly flames landed in his hand. He took a stride forward. The brilliant fire ancient ruler cut through the space. It was accompanied by an endless terrifying strength as it ruthlessly slashed onto the bloodlight.
Clang!
Terrifying storms swept wildly over the sky. The defensive barrier of the Sky Mansion Alliance was cut almost instantly. Everyone within it were sent flying by 10,000 feet. Even the meteorite had exploded into dust at the location of the star realm. Terrifying wind directly forced the heavenly flame square floating in the sky towards the ground. Finally, it smashed and formed a 50,000-kilometer large deep pit on the ground. Those in the air, who still had the ability to fly, swiftly appeared in the sky around the deep pit. Their eyes hurriedly looked towards the deep pit.
Everyone knew that a victor would be decided through the all-out battle between the two. Countless pairs of eyes gathered on the heavenly flame square. Two miserable blood-covered figures were climbing onto their feet.
The two Dou Qi bodies had also been shattered during the earlier intense big clash.
Haha, Xiao Yan, even if you can defeat me today, you are still unable to kill me. Once I recover in the future, I will definitely get you to pay a bloody price. Hun Tiandi struggled to get up.
After which, he staggered as he rose into the air.
Waves of weary feeling spread from within his body.
His eyes were savage as he looked at Xiao Yan below with great unwillingness.
I hissed and laughed. Cough.
Xiao Yan coughed violently a couple of times. His face was as pale as sheet. Blood wildly spluttered out from his mouth.
This intense battle was far too cruel. However, he must not allow this potential danger to flee no matter what. Otherwise, calamity would continue to befall the continent. Haha, why would I allow you to leave?
Xiao Yan wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, a strange smile appeared on his face. The heavenly flame square slowly rose into the air. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's body revealed a brilliant fire glow. The square suddenly trembled as this brilliant flame appeared. Another bright-colored stone pillar rose at the middle of the square. A smile rose on Xiao Yan's pale face as he looked at the stone pillar. His body shook and it actually began to burn at this moment.
Self-igniting your Dou Qi body? Xiao Yan, you are committing suicide.
Hun Tiandi's face immediately paled from shock after seeing this action of Xiao Yan. If the latter was to self-ignite his own Dou Qi body, he would at least need a couple of 100 years or longer in order to once again refine and create it. Moreover, it was also possible that he would fail to successfully refine it. The price was quite a severe one. Xiao Yan merely smiled calmly in the face of Hun Tiandi's stern cry. The flame on his body became increasingly intense.
Alliance Chief. Flame D is righteous.
Countless number of people in the entire place seemed to be aware of Xiao Yan's act of risking his life. Immediately, a huge sea of black masses began to kneel onto the ground. My body shall turn into a heavenly flame to seal you forever. Hun Tiandi, let the calamity of this continent come to an end. Xiao Yan's body had completely turned into a cluster of brilliant flame. The other heavenly flames on the heavenly flame square dimmed slightly in the face of this cluster of flame. They emitted a low humming sound, appearing as though they were subordinates who had met their emperor. The flame had rushed into the final stone pillar after it was formed. Immediately, 23 fire pillars gathered. It directly formed an unusually mysterious array on the heavenly flame square. Hun Tiandi's face turned ashen as he looked at this flame array.
He could sense an aura of death from it. His body hurriedly pulled back. Swoosh! However, the huge heavenly flame square broke through the empty space and appeared below him just as his body was withdrawing. The formation swept over the place and sucked Hun Tiandi into it. Rumble! My Hun clan's 1,000-year preparation has actually been ruined in your hands. Xiao Yan, I am unwilling to accept this, unwilling to accept this. The formation turned into various fire threads in front of the countless pairs of eyes. They entwined around Hun Tiandi's body. The latter swiftly melted after being entwined by the fire threads. Finally, he turned into a cluster of spiritual light. At this moment, Hun Tiandi's sharp roar had also rumbled across the world. The fire threads had turned into a huge cocoon the moment the light cluster appeared. Finally, it slowly landed on the heavenly flame square and slowly sunk deep into it. Many mysterious fire symbols wrapped around the entire square like a seal. Countless individuals on the ground looked at the fire cocoon that was being suppressed in the heavenly flame square. Their bodies involuntarily trembled. They had finally been relieved from the over half a year of doomsday-like feeling today. Has it succeeded? Gu Yuan and the rest wore stunned expressions as they watched the heavenly flame square floating in the sky and heard the earth-shaking cheers on the central plains. Had they finally stopped this calamity? We have succeeded. A moment later, the stunned emotion on their faces gradually turned into wild joy. Gu Yuan and the rest exchanged glances. Their mood surged. Finally, they involuntarily laughed out loud. This time around, their laughter was completely without fear. Xiao Yan. Sub-Air and Kai Lin by the side were startled as they looked at the heavenly flame ranking. A moment later, they hurriedly rushed towards the heavenly flame square like lunatics. The both of them saw many heavenly flame pillars when they arrived at the square. Their eyes immediately focused on a brilliant flame at the middle. However, there was no one standing there like they had anticipated. Both women seemed to have been struck by lightning at that moment. Their pretty faces were white as tears involuntarily rolled down. Cough. A weak cough suddenly sounded while both women were depressed and in despair. The fire glow on the fire pillar moved and a somewhat illusory figure appeared in front of the duo. I'm still alive. It is just that I have destroyed my physical body. All I need to do is to create another one in the future. Xiao Yan was pale as he looked at the two women and spoke in a weak manner. Two pretty figures pounced at him after Xiao Yan's laughter sounded. They violently collided into his embrace. Do not go and become a hero again the next time. No one knew who had grumbled amidst the crying. If I don't, this entire continent would be destroyed, Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart. He immediately smiled and nodded. This will be the last time. Xiao Yan's eyes glacéed at the middle of the heavenly flame square as he uttered those words. A Dou Qi soul was sealed under it. He would be gradually refined by the flame within the darkness. The big fight might be miserable, but it was fortunate that he had emerged victorious. Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the central plains, which had been ruined to the point of being covered with holes. A feeling of ease that Xiao Yan had never felt before spread from deep within his soul. I can finally rest. Xiao Yan hugged the two women on the heavenly flame square and slowly shut his eyes. Xiao Yan had worked hard for many years because of various reasons. It seemed that the result he had obtained was not bad. Flame D, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan curled his lips into a smile as he muttered to himself, Ancestor Xiao Xian, I have helped you completed what you have failed to achieve. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1648, The End is also a beginning, end. Chapter 1648, The End is also a beginning, end. An incomparable battle had come to a close. However, it had left behind a seriously damaged central plains. The original prosperity had vanished. Additionally, the entire central plains had been split into two. A hundreds of thousand feet large deep abyss had split the it into two sections. This hundreds of thousands of feet huge deep abyss would be named the 2D abyss in the future. No one was able to forget the earth-shaking battle that day. The central plains had thus declined in prosperity. Fortunately, the disaster had also come to a halt. The decisive battle had naturally ended with the Alliance army being victorious following Hun Tiandi being sealed. Although many in the Hun clan had become much stronger after Hun Tiandi advance into the Dou Qi, most of them had been used by Hun Tiandi as sacrifices to the Bloodblade before they could display this strength. The remaining people were a little desolates. Faced with being chased by the Alliance army, they did not put up much resistance before surrendering. Soon after the big battle came to end, the Alliance army invaded the Hun realm for the first time. However, the expected flourishing scene did not appear. After entering the Hun realm, all they could see was bright redness. The entire space was filled with death. There was hardly any trace of people. The Alliance army discovered a 100,000 feet large blood pool at the middle of the Hun realm. The blood inside was incomparably viscous. Densely packed corpses and bones were present in the blood pool. Only after seeing this did the Alliance army understood why the Hun realm was so empty. This was because the people here seemed to have been thrown into this blood pool. Hun Tiandi had indeed sacrificed everything to achieve his aim. This type of person caused one's heart to be chilled and terrified. Everyone felt that it was lucky that someone was finally able to subdue such a lunatic. Some of the remaining people inside the hub realm were also brought away. After which, Gu Yuan and the rest joined hands to completely destroy this old hideout of the Hub clan. From that moment forth, the so-called Hun clan would cease to exist on the Central Plains. Amongst the 8 ancient clans, only the Gu clan, Yan clan, and Lei clan still existed. Oh, of course one must not forget the Xiao clan, whose Dou Qi bloodline had been once again activated because of Xiao Yan progressing into the Dou Qi class. The so-called Dou Qi bloodline benefited those whose blood was most closely related to Xiao Yan the most. The most obvious effect was naturally that felt by Xiao Yan's daughter Xiao Xiao. She had directly soared violently towards the 8-star Doshan class the moment Xiao Yan reached the Dou Qi class. That speed caused one to be giddy simply from looking at it. Although Xiao Xiao had excellent talent, this talent had yet to be completely revealed when she had directly leaped into becoming a top expert on the Dou Qi continent. This situation caused people like Lei Ying and Yin Jin, who had trained for thousands of years, to have an impulse to throw up blood. Was this the benefit that the first generation of the Dou Qi bloodline enjoyed? The Dou Qi bloodline was such an abnormal and perverse thing. Otherwise, how would it be possible to rely on one's strength to revitalize the entire clan? One could imagine that the entire Xiao clan would completely enjoy the benefit brought about by the Dou Qi bloodline. Their strength would end up soaring greatly in the future. At that time, it was only a matter of time before they returned to the powerful era back then. The Alliance army was naturally disbanded after the big war ended. Unless there was some unique situation, it would be extremely difficult for such a terrifyingly big war to occur on the Dou Qi continent in the future. This was because the current continent had an ultimate expert maintaining the balance. Flame D, Xiao Yan, a name which had resounded throughout every corner of the Dou Qi continent and worshipped by countless number of people. In the hearts of many, it was a divine god-like existence. He guarded the Dou Qi continent. The Alliance army was disbanded. However, the Sky Mansion Alliance still existed. Moreover, the current alliance was no longer separated into various factions and sections. At this moment, they clearly understood that being able to exist in this alliance was an incomparably glorious matter. That glory originated from the person who stood at the peak of the Dou Qi continent. 2 years had passed since that earth-shaking big battle. The Central Plains once again became prosperous. Many sects and factions appeared like shoots after a rain. This caused the Central Plains to once again flourish. Of course, the Sky Mansion Alliance did not intervene in this. They retained their supreme position and quietly observed the development and changes on the Central Plains. There was naturally no faction that dared to provoke this unquestionable overlord of the Central Plains. With the help of the strength of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan had merely used 2 months to once again refine a body after suffering the injury from the battle with Hun Tiandi. Fortunately, no sequela remained. During these 2 years, Xiao Yan, Xun Er and Kai Lin organized an unusually grand wedding. That wedding was witnessed by the world and countless individuals. This was also the promise that Xiao Yan had once given the 2 women. Soon after the wedding, Xiao Yan had once again returned the position of the chief of the Sky Mansion Alliance to Yao Lao. His reason was that the current Sky Mansion Alliance no longer needed to be supported by him. Yao Lao was helpless in the face of this action of Xiao Yan. He was aware that this little fellow was planning on being a hands-off boss. However, he involuntarily felt some heartache the moment he thought of the burden Xiao Yan had to carry all these years. Therefore, he could only once again take over as the chief of the alliance and help Xiao Yan carry this burden. Xiao Yan only left in a leisure and carefree manner after being relieved of this burden. He could truly be carefree in this world. Time flowed by. Spring passed and autumn came. Over a year quietly passed. 3 figures sat within a pavilion around 5 kilometers from Bailey City in the eastern part of the Central Plains. They lifted their eyes and appeared slightly excited. Lu Qing, will he come? A gray-clothed man with a somewhat sharp expression sat in the pavilion. He licked his mouth and asked. Lin Yan, it has been so many years but you are still so impatient. A green-clothed man by the side smiled faintly and spoke in a warm and refined fashion. Lin Xiuya, I heard that you have established a Yagang in the Clear Sky City? The tall burly Lu Qing laughed. He was currently the person in charge of the Lu clan. There was quite a great mighty aura on his brow. I am merely playing around. Lin Xiaoya laughed. It isn't anything remarkable. Compared to that fellow, it isn't even worth a thread of hair. Ha, Lin Xiaoya, this doesn't appear like something you will say. A familiar laughter sounded within the pavilion just after Lin Xiaoya spoke. Soon after, a figure appeared within the pavilion without warning. The figure was in black clothes. It was Xiao Yan. Haha, you have finally arrived. A joy surged onto the faces of the trio after they saw Xiao Yan appeared. They quickly stepped forward. Each of them threw a punch on the chest of the figure. Hee, I have actually punched the flame D. This is damn grand. Lin Yan laughed out loud. Xiao Yan laughed in a relaxed manner after seeing these good friends whom he had been separated from for years. He grabbed with his hand. A couple of wine pots appeared in his hand. Stop uttering any unnecessary words. We will not return until we are drunk. Good, I will accompany you today. The three of them laughed out loud. They unceremoniously received the wine pot, lifted their heads and poured the wine into their mouths. The four drank happily within the pavilion. Their laughter appeared extremely free and unrestrained as it spread within the pavilion. The moon climbed across the sky. Lin Yan and Lu Qi were completely drunk. They lay on the ground without concern for their image. None of them had used Dou Qi to block the alcohol. They wanted to greatly enjoy being drunk. Where do you plan to go to next? Lin Xiaoya's face was somewhat red as he looked at Xiao Yan and laughed. I have held out for so long and have become a little tired, Xiao Yan laughed. He lifted his head and looked at the bright light. I wish to return to the Jiama Empire. You can head to the Sky Mansion Alliance if you have any problems in the future. I have already talked to them. Haha, this background is really a little shocking. It seems that I have really made the right choice in heading to the Jiama Empire with you back then. Ha ha. The flower sect. Due to the alliance having been completely assimilated, the current flower sect had also completely merged into the alliance. However, some of the elders of the flower sect still liked to remain in this quiet place. An elegant figure was standing on a back mountain in the flower sect. Her moon-white robe outlined her enchanting curves, causing her to appear extremely alluring. Teacher, a pale blue-clothed lady standing behind the figure softly cried out. Yanran, is there something? The white-dressed woman turned her head and revealed a pretty face containing an elegant appearance. She was Yun Yun. Now Yanran sighed in her heart upon seeing this pretty face that was filled with charm. There were many renowned experts on the Dou Qi continent and the leaders of various factions expressing their love for Yun Yun. Unfortunately, none of them managed to make any progress. Her heart was clearly aware that it was extremely difficult for the figure within Yun Yun's heart to disappear. This was even though that figure is already married. Xiao Yan has delivered a message, Nalan Yanran softly said. Yun Yun, who had been as calm as water, suddenly turned around after Nalan Yanran's words sounded. This reaction caused the latter to once again smile bitterly. What? Yun Yun's voice had involuntarily trembled slightly. He asked, if you are willing to return to the Jiama Empire. Nalan Yanran smiled slightly. Her smile was a little sour. Yun Yun was startled. The back of her teeth bit her lips tightly. Those pretty eyes of hers suddenly became a little moist. There was a place there that she had greatly missed. That place was not the Misty Cloud Mountain. Instead, it was the magical Beast Mountain Range. Jiama Empire, Qingshan Town. The current Qingshan Town was undoubtedly a lot more bustling compared to back then. With the help of the magical Beast Mountain Range terrain, an increasing number of mercenaries began to set up camp here. The reason for doing this was not only because it was easier to enter the magical Beast Mountain Range, but it was also because there was a clinic in Qingshan Town. The clinic was not large. However, as long as one still had a breath remaining, it was possible for it to allow one to exit in a lively manner. This place was also the most respected place of everyone in the Qingshan Town. The area in front of the clinic was always filled with a squeezing crowd. Some of them were injured mercenaries while others were the wounded being hurriedly transported over from other places. However, there was an ironclad rule in this place. One could only take a number in queue in this place regardless of how great one's status was. Of course, this somewhat arrogant rule had initially been met with many cold laughter and disdain. However, after an expert Dou Huang, who broke the rule, began to melt in front of everyone's eyes in an inexplicable manner, everyone finally understood just what kind of terrifying techniques the white-dressed lady, who appeared extremely kind and innocent, had. Since that day onward, there was no one who dared to disregard the rules of this place. There was a simple, clean and orderly wooden table within the clinic. Behind the wooden table seated quiet a white-dressed lady.
Sunlight scattered in from the roof and shone onto her face, which had a gentle smile. This beautiful scene caused the injured person seated in front of her to be stunned.
Boil the medicine into liquid after you return and place it on your wound.
The white-clothed lady smiled gently. She placed the bag of medicine gently on the table. Her black hair poured down like a waterfall, causing her to appear extremely pure and alluring. That demeanor caused those people with bloody aura over them caused them to feel a little ashamed. The injured person took the bag of medicine and left in a distracted fashion. His mind continued to reveal that warm smile. Such a lady was so gentle. Just looking at her caused all the irritation in his heart to diminish. The person queuing at the back immediately rejoiced after the injured person in front had left. However, he was just about to step forward when a figure suddenly walked past him from the side and sat down on the chair before him.
You are seeking death. Everyone were stunned for a moment after seeing that there was actually someone cutting queue. After which, all of them became furious. They looked at that figure with a murderous aura. Was this fellow trying to commit suicide by finding trouble here? Please queue up.
The white-clothed lady shifted her body. She did not even lift her head as she arranged the medicine at the side. Her voice was soft and gentle, appearing like the spring breeze. Many people behind quietly laughed coldly after seeing this reaction of hers.
This fellow was going to be out of luck if he did not leave.
However, that person, who was sitting on the chair like a rogue, suddenly laughed while they were all mocking coldly.
Given our good relationship, I think there is no need to queue, right? This bastard, he actually dares to tease her?
Everyone were stunned after hearing these words which seemed to be taking advantage of her.
Was this fellow really an idiot? Did he really think that this seemingly weak lady was an ordinary woman?
Many pairs of eyes began to contain some pity as they stared at the figure.
Some people even sighed softly and shook their heads.
Of course, there were naturally many people whose eyes were filled with anger because this person had offended the untouchable fairy in their hearts. While these people were prepared to see a tragedy happen, however, the hands of that white-clothed lady, who had shifted her head to arrange her medicine, suddenly trembled. She was startled for a moment before her pretty face was hurriedly turned. Immediately, a smiling familiar face appeared in her eyes. The back of her teeth gently bit on her red lips.
Aren't you afraid of being lonely by leaving alone? The black-clothed man laughed softly.
His words caused the furious people behind to be suddenly startled. By the time they recovered, however, this white-clothed lady's voice had sounded in a saucy fashion. It caused everyone to become stunned, appearing as though they had been struck by thunder.
You are unwilling to accompany me, so I can only leave by myself.
The black-clothed man rubbed his head. He looked at those somewhat dim intelligent eyes of the white-clothed lady.
After smiling bitterly for a moment, he finally asked, "What about coming with me to live in Wu-Tang City?"
The white-clothed lady covered her mouth and laughed softly. There was a red moisture appearing in her pretty eyes. Her lips contained a warm and gentle arc. Everyone who were queuing felt their hearts shatter after seeing this reaction of hers.
They immediately felt a despair.
Jiama Empire Capital, Jiama Sacred City. Today was considered an important day for the Jianan Empire and even the entire northwestern region.
This was because the Yan Alliance biennial auction would be held in the Jiama Sacred City. The auction was extremely grand. The items being auctioned were also at the peak level.
Each time the auction was held, it would not only attract various factions and experts from the northwestern region but even those from the other regions would come after hearing about it.
The location of the auction was the middle of the Jiaman Sacred City.
That place was where the headquarters of the Mitre clan was located.
Densely packed human figures filled the area under the tall 1,000 feet large crystal ceiling. The fiery hot atmosphere had kept the auction in a high atmosphere. Of course, the reason for this heated atmosphere was not completely because of the auction items. It was also very much related to a person. That was a bewitching lady who in a red cheongsam. The fitting dress exposed her voluminous matured curves in an extremely vivid fashion. Her every frown and smile revealed a matured aura. Of course, although those seated had some desire towards the tempting woman on the stage, all of them understood that this lady was not some beautiful flower vase. A significant reason that the Yan Alliance was able to become so powerful in the northwestern region was because of her management methods. The properties under her spread across the entire northwestern continent. Moreover, her information network was also able to clearly investigate everything one did. Although this woman did not have great talent when it came to training and had only reached the Dou Huang class by relying on medicinal pills, there were countless of elite Dou zones under her who would risk their lives to work for her. Who would dare describe her as a flower vase, given this ability of hers? This woman had a special nickname in the northwestern region: Golden Female Emperor. Additionally, her name was Mitre Fei.
Yafei wore a lazy expression as she stood on the auction stage and looked at the people who had paid a price many times the value of the object to purchase it. She involuntarily laughed softly and shook her head. Immediately, she took out a scroll containing an ancient aura from her storage ring. Her numbing voice was filled with an endless enchantment.
Tian class low-level Qi method, Thunder skill. Starting bid, 3 billion.
Her words immediately stirred some commotion in the auction. The eyes of many became fiery hot.
However, no one knew of this heat was because of the scroll or the person.
However, a Tian class low-level Qi method clearly had a great weight in this place. Hence, many sects and factions were eager to obtain it and showed signs of being about to fight for it.
3 billion, can it be a little cheaper?
However, the bidding was about to start when a laughter suddenly sounded from nowhere.
Everyone were stunned.
They involuntarily laughed out loud.
Who was so stupid? Did he think that this was a marketplace? Trying to bargain?
Many pairs of eyes followed the voice and shifted. Finally, they paused at the front row. A black-clothed young man had appeared on the originally empty chair at some unknown moment. Yafei on the stage was also startled because of the voice that suddenly sounded. Her pretty eyes turned towards the chair. The extremely valuable Tian class low-level Qi method let out a bam sound as it fell onto the ground after his eyes looked at the smiling familiar face.
3 billion with one person added in. Will this do?
The black-clothed young man looked at this extreme temptation, who had become even more matured compared to back then, and laughed.
The expressions of many sunk after these words sounded.
Some of the guards in the auction had already swiftly surrounded the person while wearing gloomy faces. After which, they moved closer to the black-clothed young man. They were certain that this person was here to create trouble. However, just as everyone were prepared to watch a fun show, Yafei on the stage looked at the clear black eyes comparable to back then. A moment later, she gently bit her red lips. A rare bewitching enchanting smile surfaced on her face.
I can consider it.
Her voice reverberated throughout the auction ground. After which, the originally boiling auction ground became completely silent. Those guards had also halted their footsteps. Their faces were dull.
Time flies. It would not stop for anyone.
Without realizing it, over a decade had passed since the 2D battle back then. During these decade-plus time, many new geniuses had appeared on the Dou Qi continent.
There was a continuous stream of new experts showing their edge, adding some excitement to this continent.
Flame Di Xiao Yan had completely faded from everyone's sight during this decade-plus time.
However, the various legends about him continued to spread.
They had become increasingly exaggerated as they passed on from one person to the next. This caused him to be greatly respected.
Jama Empire, Wu-Tang City.
Wu-Tang City was a holy site in the eyes of many citizens within the Jama Empire. This was because that place was the headquarters of the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan had produced countless of experts during these years.
There were hardly any group that could match it even in the entire Dou Qi continent. There was a little child laughter vaguely being emitted from a manor that stood at the middle of Wu-Tang City. If one's sight leaped over the tall wall, one would see a few children rolling and playing around within the courtyard. Their laughter sounded continuously.
A young man placed his hands like a pillow behind his head as he sat on a stone chair in the courtyard. There was a grass in his mouth. His eyes were smiling as he enjoyed the warm sunlight. Beside the young man was a lady in pale green clothes. Her long delicate hand was skillfully cutting a fruit. After which, she gently placed it into the young man's mouth. The lady was about to stand up after doing this when an arm hugged her delicate narrow waist. She was pulled into his embrace while emitting a lovely cry. After which, the man ruthlessly killed on the lady's face, causing it to turn bright red. Linner and the rest are still present, the green-clothed lady chided in a lovely and embarrassed manner.
It is fine if they watch. We are already an old couple.
Xiao Yan curled his mouth and laughed.
Father, you are bullying Mum again.
I will tell Kai Lin Mum.
A dignified and somewhat cute boy suddenly appeared after Xiao Yan's voice sounded.
Both of his hands were placed on his waist as he cried out loud.
Little brat, you actually dare threaten your father. Go to one corner and play. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. He randomly waved his hand and a gentle breeze blew.
Seeing this, the boy's body immediately emitted an extremely powerful Dou Qi light pillar. Unfortunately, he was still being blown away when the breeze blew over.
Finally, he landed gently onto the ground. You? Xun Er involuntarily knocked Xiao Yan and reprimanded upon seeing this. Xiao Yan smiled.
He lifted both of his eyes and looked at the sky. The smile on his face slowly disappeared as he softly said, I have some strange feeling during this period of time.
What is it?
Xun Er asked in a startled voice.
Xun Er, do you know why the elite Dou Qi on the Dou Qi continent all eventually disappeared? Xiao Yan asked. Why?
Xiao Yan returned the question in a slightly surprised manner after hearing this. Perhaps they had left this Dou Qi continent. A faint light flickered within Xiao Yan's eyes as he softly said,
It can't be right? Xun Er muttered in a startled manner. That feeling is becoming increasingly intense.
In at the very most half a year, I will perhaps have an answer, Xiao Yan hugged Xun Er and said.
Xun Er nodded slightly after hearing this.
Her arms, which were entwined around Xiao Yan's waist, had unknowingly increased its strength.
Half a year passed by in the blink of an eye.
There was a towering stone tower at the headquarters of the Sky Mansion Alliance in the Central Plains /. There were countless number of experts suspended in the air around the stone tower.
Their eyes contained a fiery heat as they looked at the top of the stone tower.
A black-clothed young man was sitting quietly at that spot. This was the first time that they had seen this legendary person in a decade.
Flame D, Xiao Yan. Do you think that Xiao Yan is speaking the truth?
Shu Kuan looked at Xiao Yan before turning his head and asked Gu Yuan at the side.
I don't know either. However, it seems that this is the only way to explain why the elite Dou Qi on this Dou Qi continent has completely disappeared. It is not easy to kill a person at that level. Gu Yuan hesitated for a moment before replying. Ugh. Zhu Kuan sighed.
He had an extremely complicated feeling in his heart. If that was really the truth, they would really be considered the fog in the well.
The calmness in the sky continued for half a day.
Finally, it suddenly formed waves of mysterious fluctuation when the sun was about to set.
Countless number of people held their breath.
Their eyes were shocked as they watched the scene. The ripple became increasingly intense with the flow of time. At the end, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes. A chi pillar that seemed to have penetrated through the world rose from the top of his head. Finally, it shot into the distant sky in front of all the eyes within the Central Plains.
Hum.
The ripple in the sky became extremely intense as this chi pillar shot out. A moment later, a tunnel that contained a faint light seemed to have broken through the restraint of the space in this plane and appeared in front of countless pairs of eyes.
Xiao Yan abruptly stood up when the tunnel appeared.
His expression was grave as he looked at this scene.
He could sense a familiar feeling from within the tunnel. Origin Qi.
It was the Origin Qi, which had already vanished from the Dou Qi continent. It was also the crucial thing to allow someone to advance into an elite Dou Qi. The entire world had become quiet at this moment.
Shu Kuan and Gu Yuan widened their mouths.
A great storm rose within their hearts. When the tunnel had appeared, they could clearly sense that their strength, which had not progressed for 1,000 years, actually began to show signs of growing.
Gulp.
Their eyes were incomparably excited as they looked at the light tunnel. An extremely intense throbbing appeared from deep within their souls. This feeling told them that if they were to enter the tunnel, they would definitely experience a breakthrough in their strength.
Hu. Xiao Yan let out a deep breath.
Those dark black eyes, which had been calm for many years, once again revealed a fiery heat. His originally cooled blood seemed to have begun to boil at this moment.
The end was indeed also a beginning.
A smile was lifted on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps this would also be a different beginning.
The end.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.